in solitary shadows, on the day of my martial soul awakening. The entire temple was enveloped in a crimson glow. The spirit hall proclaimed me a harbinger of disaster, and I was wanted throughout the continent. As I leapt from the abyss of shadows, my pursuers sneered from the cliff's edge, declaring, "Below lies the graveyard of soul beasts. To enter is to embrace death." For 3 arduous years, I gnawed on putrid flesh and drank from toxic springs, struggling amidst a heap of corpses. The day I emerged from the abyss, bounty notices plastered every town. The depiction of me bore a look of bewilderment, while in reality, I licked the blood of beasts from my fingertips. The hunt has begun. Chapter 1. The Scarlet Temple. Cold, an excruciating chill, intertwined with the sensation of a viscous liquid gliding over the skin, was the sole awareness as consciousness wrested itself from chaos. My eyelids felt as heavy as lead. With great effort, Qianyi managed to pry them open just a sliver. The view before me was a blurred, oscillating expanse of scarlet. The deep crimson, thick as a shroud, enveloped everything in sight. I could vaguely discern twisted, fractured, dark golden patterns and embellishments of the temple's dome now submerged in a nauseating red. The air was as thick as plasma, each breath imbued with a potent metallic sweetness that pierced the nostrils, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. Where am I? Memories shattered like broken glass, their sharp edges slicing through the fog of my awareness. The cold awakening stone, the searing agony in my palm, then an eruption. An uncontrollable, catastrophic force, like a torrent unleashed, burst forth from the depths of my being. Screams, terror, chaos, and then, the moment before my vision was entirely consumed by scarlet, countless eyes filled with sheer horror and revulsion, gazing upon me as though I were some unspeakable abomination. A dry groan escaped my throat, laced with burning pain. Qianyi attempted to turn his neck, but a wave of dizziness crashed over him, accompanied by a dull, throbbing pain that coursed through his body as if struck repeatedly by a blunt instrument. He's awake. The monster is awake. A voice, sharp and discordant, sliced through the oppressive silence like nails scraping against glass. From the periphery of my blurred vision, several figures clad in the armor of the Soul Hall recoiled as if fleeing from a plague. Their spears trembled violently, aimed in my direction, and the eyes peering through the gaps in their armor were filled with pure terror. "Quick, report to the bishop. This calamity is still alive." Calamity, the word seared into my freshly awakened nerves like a red-hot brand. Bloodlight, chaos, uncontrollable power. Fragmented memories suddenly converged, sketching a silhouette that sent a chill throughout Qianyi's body. Was it me? Was it I who had done this? The bloodlight engulfing the temple, the heart-wrenching screams. "Seize him. Do not let him go wild again." Another voice, slightly steadier, yet equally tinged with panic, shouted. Was it the Soul Master who presided over the awakening ritual? His tone lacked its previous authority, now merely a reflection of survival's terror. The cacophony of hurried footsteps, the clash of metal armor, and more cries filled with dread surged from all directions. This awakening temple, shrouded in scarlet, instantaneously transformed into a vast cage intent on my capture. Those swaying figures, those piercing screams, the cold reflections of metal wove together an overwhelming net of fear that descended upon me. Flee! This thought ignited within me like a wildfire, instantly burning away all confusion and weakness. The remnants of instinct, suppressed to their limits by excruciating pain, erupted violently. Qianyi had no time to ponder. His bloodied hands plunged into the cold, slick ground beneath him, which was already coated with a thick layer of semi-coagulated dark red plasma. Primal growl erupted from the depths of my throat, resonating with the raw intensity of a beast. My body, akin to a bow forcibly pulled taut, surged forth with an explosive force that belied its frail form, accompanied by searing pain. I lunged forward. My target was not a person, but the immense stained glass window depicting an angelic figure, situated closest to Qianyi. "Stop him!" A piercing scream shattered the air, nearly rupturing my eardrums. Several chilling waves of soul energy swiftly locked onto Qianyi, exuding a palpable aura of death. The guards had finally overcome their trepidation and launched their attack. Beams of various hues sliced through the blood-soaked atmosphere, aimed directly at Qianyi's back. In that critical moment, my body twisted midair with a forceful contortion. Like a serpent ensnared in a desperate plight, I maneuvered at an almost impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the deadly beams of energy. Bang! The beams, infused with soul power, violently collided with the thick walls and ground, erupting into a shower of debris and blood. The splintered fragments and viscous droplets struck my face and body, igniting a sensation of searing pain. Yet, Chinya paid no heed to such distractions. Harnessing the momentum from my twist, I planted my feet firmly against the cold, blood-stained wall. Power surged from the soles of my feet, akin to a spring coiled to its utmost limit, suddenly released. Boom! My entire being transformed into a blurred shadow, streaked with crimson, as I crashed fiercely into the stained glass window, portraying the sacred angel. The fragile yet exquisite glass shattered with a resounding crash under the weight of my instinctual desperation, as though it were mere paper. With a cacophony, countless shards vividly colored yet marred with dark red stains scattered like a torrential downpour. The frigid wind swept in, carrying the tumult of the outside world, flooding the bloody hall in an instant. The icy air filled my lungs, bringing a stinging sensation akin to suffocation, yet simultaneously dispelling the nauseating thickness of blood. Capture him! Don't let him escape! Shoot! Shoot now! Behind me, frantic shouts and the harsh twang of bowstrings echoed in a frenzy. As my body burst through the window, the sensation of weightlessness seized my heart. I was at the heights of the sanctuary. Below lay the cold, unyielding stone streets of the Soul City. In the distance, a labyrinth of towering structures loomed, resembling a colossal beehive, and further still, the undulating silhouette of mountains sprawled like a prostrate. Beast freedom, a chilling yet brutal freedom. I plummeted. The wind howled fiercely in my ears. With arms outstretched, I surrendered to gravity, plummeting towards the unforgiving earth. Just before impact, I drew my legs tightly, curling my body into a ball, exerting every ounce of strength to roll to the side. Thud. Bang. Crash. My body fell like a tattered sack, tumbling and colliding against the hard stone steps and corners. My bones groaned under the strain. My insides, roiling violently, stars danced before my eyes, and a metallic sweetness surged in my throat, only to be swallowed back forcefully. Yet, I rose to my feet. Ignoring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body, Qianyi staggered forward, resembling a wounded beast pursued by a pack of relentless hounds. Plunging into the narrow, filthy alleys of Spirit Soul City, reeking of rancid oil and decay. Behind him, the shrill sirens from the temple erupted anew, their piercing wails slicing through the air. The cacophony of footsteps, shouts, and surges of soul power swelled like a boiling tide, sweeping through the entire city in search of him. The hunt had commenced. 7 days that IT felt as if he had crawled for 7 centuries on the edge of a razor. The shadow of Spirit Soul City loomed like an ever-tightening noose. Bounty posters, akin to maggots clinging to bone, plastered every wall, every notice board, and even the filthiest corners of taverns overnight. The crude depiction of Qianyi's youthful face, tinged with innocence, was grotesquely distorted, his vacant eyes staring back as the words disaster star, extremely dangerous, and kill without mercy blared in crimson beneath, a staggering reward that could drive the common folk to madness. With every fleeting moment of respite, he risked being betrayed by the greedy eyes lurking in the shadows. Each morsel of stolen, rancid food felt like a bitter swallow of shame. The net of his pursuers tightened with each passing hour. Soul sovereigns, soul sect members, even the heavy presence of Soul King could occasionally be felt, their soul power sweeping over him like a mountain, cold and scrutinizing as if a deity was surveying an ant's nest. His wounds festered, oozing pus, crusting over only to be torn apart again. Hunger gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, devouring his very essence day and night. His strength ebbed swiftly amidst the relentless flight and confrontations. Several times, cornered and desperate, he found refuge behind heaps of refuse and the stench of sewage, holding his breath as the chaotic footsteps and curses of his pursuers rang out mere inches above him, his heart nearly bursting from his chest on the 7th day. As dusk fell, the sun bled like the viscous plasma of a dying beast, casting its crimson hue over the undulating hills to the west, staining the highest and most perilous peaks with an ominous dark red. Qianyi crouched behind a jagged outcrop at the edge of a precipice, his body nearly merging with the cold stone. Below him lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness, where thick, impenetrable gray mist writhed like a living entity, exuding an aura of chilling desolation that unsettled the very soul. That a faint, mournful wind, reminiscent of countless wronged spirits wailing, spiraled up from the depths. The Nether Gully, the most infamous of the city's death traps, a graveyard for soul beasts, and a forbidden zone for living beings. It was said that even a soul saint would find no chance of survival should they fall within, Behind him, the chaotic footsteps and surges of soul power grew, increasingly distinct, like the tolling of a death knell. At least a dozen pursuers were on his tail, two of whom radiated an especially potent and formidable aura, their presence laced with the cold malice of a cat playing with its prey soul. Sect members, they had sealed off all avenues of escape, driving Qian Yi to the brink of this sheer cliff. Little bastard, why aren't you running? A coarse voice, dripping with malice, called out, drawing ever closer. The Calamity Star is indeed a calamity. Star would suffer less if it simply submitted to its fate. Another sharp voice echoed, brimming with avarice. That bounty could sustain me for half a lifetime. Footsteps halted a mere dozen paces away. Qian Yi could sense several icy gazes, like tangible probes, fixated upon the rocky concealment he sought refuge in. There was no escape. His heart thumped violently within his chest, each beat tugging at his myriad wounds, delivering searing agony. Sweat mingled with blood streamed from his brow, dripping into his eyes and bringing a stinging blur. Behind him loomed the relentless, grinning pursuers. Beneath him lay the abyss of the underworld, ready to devour all. Fear surged like a chilling tide, swiftly engulfing his limbs and body. He trembled uncontrollably. "Come out, little creature." A voice, unmistakably that of the leader, resonated with the unique pressure of the soul sect, steady and cold, akin to a serpent poised to strike. "I shall grant you a swift end." Or he paused, a cruel smile creeping into his tone. "I could cast you down, allowing the denizens of the Nether Gorge to give you a proper welcome." Cast down, allowing the denizens of the Nether Gorge to welcome. These words pierced Qian Yi's mind like poison ice shards. More terrifying than death itself was the torment of the unknown, a torture spoken of as a hellish purgatory. He trembled even more violently. His teeth clenched tightly upon his lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of his own blood. Despair coiled around him like a frigid vine, tightening its grip on his throat. "Ha ha, boss. I think this kid has wet himself in fear." A coarse voice emitted a harsh mockery. "Enough of your nonsense, act." Another member of the soul sect snapped impatiently. The heavy footsteps drew nearer once more, laden with unmasked intent to kill. Just as they were about to step into the rocky pile, the body that had been curled within the cold shadows of the stones suddenly sprang forth, as if a spring had been compressed to its limit. Instead of lunging at the pursuers, it expended its final ounce of strength, leaping recklessly off the edge of the precipice into the swirling, deathly mists of the unfathomable Nether Gorge. The wind howled in his ears, transforming into a chilling wail. The sensation of weightlessness seized his heart, as if it were being yanked from his throat. His body plummeted rapidly. Below him, the roiling gray-black mist resembled a gaping maw, emanating a bone-chilling coldness and a pungent stench of decay, accumulated over millennia, rushing towards him. In the fleeting moment before he was completely engulfed by the deathly fog, he summoned all his strength and twisted his head. At the cliff's edge, several faces registered shock, which quickly morphed into grotesque fury in his rapidly diminishing field of vision. The leader of the soul sect bore a trace of Catan mouse mockery on his face. Now wholly overshadowed by incredulous rage, he instinctively lunged forward, as if to grasp something, yet only clutched at the frigid air. "Foolhardy creature," he bellowed in exasperation, his voice mingling with the chaotic shouts and curses of his companions, swiftly swallowed by the rushing wind and the moans of the abyss. Below, immediately following, was his sinister laughter, brimming with cruel delight and frigid mockery, resonating like a final death knell, piercing through the howling winds and striking forcefully against my consciousness. "The following is the graveyard of soul beasts. Entering means certain death. Not even the remnants of your bones shall remain." Ha ha. Chapter 2. The abyssal rotting grounds. The chill was frigid, bone-piercing, as if it could freeze one's very soul, instantly enveloping the entire body. The ashen mist, akin to countless icy needles, penetrated through tattered garments, viciously stabbing into the skin, muscles, and marrow. With every breath, what filled the lungs was not air, but a viscous blend of toxic miasma and the pungent stench of decay, searing the trachea and lungs, inflicting excruciating agony. The body rolled and plummeted through the dense fog. The passage of time unknown. A resounding thud echoed. The body crashed heavily against a surface that was hard, cold, yet possessed a peculiar elasticity. The immense impact elicited groans from a body already battered and bruised, as if the very organs within had been dislocated. Darkness enveloped the vision, and a sickly sweet liquid surged back up the throat. Struggling against the suffocating stench and frigid air, Qian Yi managed to prop himself up. His sight was shrouded by the thick, gray-black fog, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The light was dim, reminiscent of an eternal twilight. Beneath him lay a slick, cold rock, thickly coated with a viscous, dark green moss. In the distance, shadowy outlines of colossal and twisted stones loomed, resembling the skeletal remains of some ancient beasts. The air was saturated with an overwhelmingly nauseating odor of rotting flesh, decaying bones, toxic marsh gases, and an intensely chilling essence of death, amalgamating into a miasma potent enough to render any living being unconscious in an instant. This was the very bottom of the abyssal ravine, the graveyard of soul beasts. Faint, intermittent whimpering sounds drifted from nearby, imbued with an anguish that pierced to the core and a despair teetering on the brink of demise. Shinya fought against the dizziness and the urge to vomit, crawling towards the sound, using hands and feet on the cold, slick rock. He pushed aside a drooping frond of a massive fern, akin to rotting tendrils. What lay before him halted his breath. A colossal, mountain-like corpse of a soul beast. It appeared to have died not long ago. Its dark purple scales still glimmered, yet one half of its body exhibited a horrifying, unnatural shade of green. With muscle tissue visibly dissolving and rotting, exuding an acrid stench, dark green venom mixed with dark red blood gushed from a massive wound, winding its way across the icy rock, corroding it with hissing white smoke. In the shadow of this immense carcass, a small beast lay curled up. It resembled an underdeveloped shadow wolf, yet was smaller than an ordinary cub. Its body was cloaked in a muted, gray-black fur that almost melded with the surrounding shadows, now matted with viscous green venom and dark red blood. One of its hind legs was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. A deep, gaping wound exposed the bone, with dark red intestines barely visible. It seemed to yearn to lick its wound, but each slight movement resulted in violent spasms and more anguished whimpers. Its amber eyes, which should have sparkled with wildness, now reflected only murky despair and an overwhelming, inescapable pain. The breath of life, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, swiftly ebbed from its diminutive form. Hunger, like a ravenous wildfire, instantaneously consumed all vestiges of compassion, fear, and discomfort. The stomach convulsed violently, emitting a thunderous roar. An uncontrollable, intensely savory desire surged from the depths of the throat, a primal yearning for sustenance. Food. It lay tantalizingly before him, without a moment's contemplation. The instinct of the body took command. He lunged forward like a true beast. The ailing creature seemed to sense the impending peril, emitting a final, faint whimper tinged with terror, its murky eyes gazing at me, filled solely with pure, primal fear of its predator. There was no pause. Hands, marred by dirt and countless wounds, with a near-primitive brutality, clutched its still quivering, emaciated body. The other hand, akin to the sharpest talon, plunged brutally into its torn abdomen. The warmth, replete with the metallic scent of blood and the distinct aroma of entrails, enveloped the fingers in an instant. With a visceral squelch, the pungent aroma of blood mingled with the unique scent of innards, akin to the most potent stimulant, igniting the long-dormant stomach. There was no hesitation, no moral shackles to bind him. The instinct for survival trampled all. He forcefully shoved the still dripping intestines into his mouth. Teeth tore and chewed with abandon. The slippery, resilient texture, imbued with an intense, gamey flavor and an indescribable bitterness, flooded his mouth. A violent spasm gripped the stomach, a wave of nausea surged up the throat. Yet, he clenched his jaw, compelling himself to swallow. It was as if he were ingesting the sole hope of survival. The foul, viscous liquid slid down the esophagus, igniting a fiery pain within. Yet, the internal warmth generated by this sustenance was faint, nearly imperceptible. Not enough. He bent low, like the most voracious hyena, pressing his mouth to the still bleeding abdominal wound, sucking greedily. The warm, metallic sweet blood surged down his throat. More warmth spread within his cold body. The feeble creature beneath him emitted one last inaudible convulsion, its amber eyes losing their final glimmer, becoming hollow and lifeless. He lifted his head, his bloodied visage illuminated only by a pair of remarkably bright eyes in the dim light. The hunt had commenced. In this graveyard known as the Abyssal Gorge, time lost all meaning. Only the eternal twilight, biting cold, pervasive silence, and the suffocating stench of decay lingered. Chapter 3. 3 years, 3 years. It felt like struggling in a viscous, poisonous mire for a millennium. Hunger was the eternal whip, striking every nerve. When thirst arose, he licked the cold droplets seeping from the rocky walls, tasting the intense metallic tang and faint sweetness of the toxic water. A noxious spring mingled with the toxins of countless soul beasts. Drinking it felt akin to swallowing a red-hot iron, searing the esophagus and stomach, inducing waves of spasmodic agony, yet also offering a fleeting, numbing sense of satiety. Starvation casts a pall over everything in sight, transforming the world into mere sustenance for survival. The remains of soul beasts, varying in degrees of decay, emit a nauseating stench. Those that are relatively fresh are a divine blessing. With sharpened and rusted beast bones, or even teeth, one rends through the resilient hide and flesh, savoring the warmth of the blood and gnawing on the sinewy raw meat. The intense aroma of blood and rot has long since become an intimate memory for the palate. More often than not, the corpses are highly decomposed, swarming with writhing, pallid maggots, exuding a powerful scent of putrefaction. Peeling away the slippery, seemingly dissolving flesh reveals a bizarrely colored, mud-like tissue within. Eyes closed and breath held, it feels akin to swallowing the most repugnant sludge, forcing it into one's mouth. Each gulp is accompanied by violent resistance and convulsions from the stomach, as if it seeks to expel every organ. Mutated fungi flourish atop the carcasses, their colors vibrant like the most exquisite venomous serpent. Carefully plucked, they are soaked in a toxic spring to neutralize some of their venom before being ingested with a grim determination. Intense abdominal pain, dizziness, and hallucinations repeatedly dance on the precipice of death, yet the body, through repeated poisonings and agonies, develops an uncanny resistance to certain toxins. Combat is a daily occurrence, not for the sake of hunting, but merely to seize a relatively clean morsel of flesh or to occupy a narrow crevice that offers respite from the noxious miasma. Opponents are other scavengers, equally driven mad by hunger and toxins, mutated into feral, carrion-devouring soul beasts, or fellow beings who have succumbed to this place, losing their humanity and sanity. In the midst of toxic fumes, hunger, and unending battles, the body undergoes a slow yet peculiar transformation. The skin becomes rough and resilient, akin to tanned leather, taking on an unhealthy grayish hue, exhibiting astonishing resistance to ordinary physical wounds and low-grade toxins. Once bright eyes are now sharp as those of a nocturnal creature, pupils narrowing into dangerous slits in the darkness. Sensory perception sharpens, allowing even the slightest shift in air currents or subtle differences in the stench to signal danger or sustenance. Pain seems dulled, perhaps out of habit. As long as wounds are not fatal, they are self-sown with resilient, barbed vines or treated with boiling, ash-laden toxic spring water. Using the severe burn to suppress the spread of infection, silence has become the sole language. 3 years have passed. Qian Yi has transformed from a desperate prey into a silent hunter, exuding the essence of death within this decaying graveyard. On this day, Qian Yi lies prostrate atop a massive, jagged rock formation reminiscent of a stegosaurus's spine. The body melds seamlessly with the cold, rough surface, almost dissolving into the shadows. Below, a relatively open expanse of rotting flesh lies deep within the nether gully, formed from the accumulation and decay of countless enormous soul beast carcasses, creating a mud-like black earth that releases an overwhelming stench. In the center of this plain, a silent hunt has just concluded. A colossal, grotesque corpse lizard, resembling a small mountain, perpetually feasting upon carrion, is cloaked in a noxious, viscous secretion, its skin encrusted with moss and fungal blemishes. With its powerful tail, akin to a battering ram, it viciously severed the spine of a bone-chilling wolf that dared to contest a fresh carcass of a thunderhorn rhinoceros. The wolf emitted a brief, mournful wail before collapsing into the black, putrid mire. The corpse lizard let out a low, thunderous growl, reminiscent of a battered bellows, exposing its serrated fangs and drooling foul saliva in anticipation of its spoils. In that very moment, a gray shadow descended silently from above, as if emerging from the crevices of stone, moving with such swiftness that it left only a faint afterimage in the air. Its target was not the lizard's massive form, but rather its comparatively vulnerable neck, slick with slime. With a swift thrust, a dark glimmer flashed, an unknown soul beast's rib, honed to an exquisite sharpness, its edges serrated like a finely crafted blade, like a hot knife slicing through congealed fat. The rib pierced with brutal efficiency into the gap between the lizard's scales, striking at a major artery. A thunderous roar erupted from the corpse lizard, a sound of unimaginable agony. Its enormous body writhed in torment, akin to an earthquake, as toxic slime and fetid blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. The gray shadow, having accomplished its strike, effortlessly sprang away like a feather, landing gracefully several meters away upon a relatively dry skeleton. It was Chinya, clad in rudimentary garments fashioned from resilient beast sinews and decayed leather, now unrecognizable in color, besmirched with black mud and dried blood crusts. The exposed skin bore a sickly slate hue, marred by a network of scars, some healed while others were still scabbing. The face was equally filthy, save for a pair of eyes that gleamed in the dim light like daggers forged from ice. Sharp, cold, devoid of any human emotion, embodying only the primal indifference and focus of a predator. The lizard's roar diminished into a pitiful whimper as its immense form collapsed, convulsing violently in the black mire. Dark green blood spreading like a stream. Chinya did not rush forward. Instead, he stood quietly upon the bones, resembling a frigid statue, patiently awaiting the cessation of the creature's spasms until the breath of life completely faded. Only then did he glide past like a true shadow, paying no heed to the enticing aroma of blood and flesh emanating from the massive lizard's carcass. It was far too large to process in the short term, and the venom embedded within its flesh would exact a considerable toll, even on his current self. Chinya's focus was drawn to the recently slain wolf, which remained relatively fresh. The sharp-ribbed dagger skillfully sliced through the chillingly soft abdomen of the beast, deftly avoiding the ruptured innards and the foul discharge that poured forth, precisely carving off several thick, relatively clean chunks of hind leg meat. The movements were swift and steady, imbued with a cold, execution-like efficiency. After securing the freshly severed, still warm morsels into a skin pouch fashioned from the stomach of some colossal soul beast, which exuded a potent stench, I finally straightened up. My icy gaze swept across the desolate plain of decay like a spotlight. In the distance, several shadowy figures, also lurking and emanating waves of greedy intent, retreated silently into the deeper darkness as my eyes passed over them, akin to startled hyenas. At the moment of turning, my steps barely faltered, as a keen, beast-like gaze pierced through the thin, gray-black mist that shrouded the nether gully, precisely targeting a distant cliffside. Chapter 4. The ascent upon the bones there, the sheer, despair-inducing precipice transformed. At a height of several hundred zhang above the gully's abyss, a vast, irregular fissure appeared upon the cliff, perpetually cloaked in dense mist and apparent scar, as if torn apart by some terrifying force. The jagged edges of the crevice hinted at the colors of the sky beyond, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the nether gully. It was a gray, yet luminous expanse above. My heart, encased in the frigid iron of my chest, thudded heavily and unexpectedly. The cliff stood like the silent body of a colossal deity, steep and cold, adorned with slick moss and descending, thorny vines. The immense fissure, high above, resembled a mocking wound embedded in the gray-black rock face. From the gully's depths, it appeared so unattainable, yet radiated a deadly allure, akin to a lighthouse, a beckoning pathway to the outside world, to freedom, or merely a faint glimmer of another kind of hunting ground. Climbing, a protracted ritual entwined with death. There were no ropes, no tools, only a body, honed by 3 years in the nether gully, as resilient as a beast, and a pair of hands, thickly calloused with broken, curling nails. My fingertips dug into the cold, slick crevices of the rock. Each exertion brought with it the subtle pain of tearing skin and the peril of slipping. My toes sought insignificant footholds on the damp, moss-covered protrusions, akin to walking on the edge of a blade. My body pressed tightly against the frigid cliff, like a massive, gray-black gecko, slowly and resolutely inching upward. Below lay an endless abyss, swirling with the mists of death. Each glance downward revealed shadows gliding over the plain of decay, exuding a greedy hunger, like scavengers awaiting a feast. The cliff was not devoid of life. Coiled within the crevices of the rocks, a venomous serpent, adorned with vibrant warning colors, silently strikes with its lethal kiss. Beetle-sized creatures, equipped with sharp mandibles, descend in swarms from the vines above, falling like dark raindrops. On one occasion, I startled a putrid nightbat, whose wings spanned over 3 meters, slumbering within a cliffside cave. Its fetid venom shot forth like arrows. A ribbed dagger became my sole weapon. Each encounter morphed into a silent yet sanguinary struggle upon the sheer cliffs. The serpent was precisely pinned within the fissures. The venomous insects were crushed beneath the dagger, their viscous innards splattering my face. The nightbat's talons left gaping wounds on my shoulder, its toxic saliva searing my flesh. Yet in a final act of defiance, I thrust the dagger into its relatively soft abdomen, plunging together into the abyss. A mournful shriek echoing as we fell, destined to become a transient feast for the scavengers below. Blood flowed from my wounds, toxins gnawed at my being. My ascent grew increasingly labored. The muscles in my arms trembled violently, each lift akin to bearing a monumental burden. My strength waned rapidly. Hunger gnawed at my nerves like a relentless parasite. The distance to the fissure felt eternally distant. The concept of time blurred into obscurity. Only the weighty sound of my labored breaths remained, my heart thundering in my chest like a war drum, accompanied by the faint, plaintive whispers of the wind from the chasm below. My consciousness began to waver amid the profound fatigue and pain. Visions of warm sunlight, pure water, and fresh air devoid of decay danced before my eyes, interspersed with the mocking faces of my pursuers on the cliff's edge. No, I bit down hard on my tongue. The sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood instantly dispelled the illusions. Survive. Escape this cursed place. This thought flickered like the last ember, sustaining my numbed body to continue its ascent. I could not discern how long I had been climbing, when my bloodied fingers, nearly ground to nubs, finally grazed the rough, cold stone at the edge of the fissure. A wave of near exhaustion washed over me. With the last vestiges of my strength, like a dying fish leaping from the water, I heaved my upper body onto the relatively flat rock at the fissure's edge. The frigid air, carrying the long-forgotten freshness of grass, earth, and foliage from the outside world, surged into my nostrils, dulled by the miasma and decay. No longer was there the eternal gloom of the abyssal gorge. Outside, it was dusk. The sky, a muted gray, hung low with leaden clouds, but it was undeniably the sky. No longer was I shrouded in the dense fog of the chasm. The sun's diminishing rays, begrudgingly piercing through the clouds, cast elongated, distorted shadows upon the ground. I lay on the cold rock, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling this clean air. Each breath brought a sharp pain to my lungs, yet an indescribable shiver of survival coursed through me. My body felt as though it had come apart, every muscle lamenting in agony. The wound on my shoulder, torn by the night bat, continued to seep dark crimson blood, mingling with viscous, dark green venom. My stomach was empty, and the last remnants of my strength had been expended in the recent climb. Yet, I had emerged. I clawed my way out from that graveyard of souls that had claimed countless lives. Chapter 5. The reflection under the bounty after a fleeting moment of respite. The instinct for survival surged forth, overwhelming all else. I craved sustenance, I yearned for water, and I needed to tend to my wounds. Qianyi struggled, dragging his almost unresponsive body, akin to an injured lone wolf, unsteadily rising to his feet while warily surveying his surroundings. Beyond the fissure lay a sparse, twisted coniferous forest. The trees stood not particularly tall, their foliage exhibiting a morbid grayish-green hue, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of damp, decaying leaves and twigs. The environment remained desolate and frigid, yet compared to the Nether Gorge, it felt like paradise. He inhaled deeply, attempting to decipher the secrets the wind carried. The air was tinged with moisture and the faint, metallic scent of small rodents. With a clear objective in mind, Qianyi silently melded into the sparse coniferous woodland, his silhouette weaving through the dim light and distorted shadows of the trees, like a shadow that had become one with the gloom. His movements no longer bore the frantic ferocity of the gorge's depths. Instead, they exuded an instinctive caution and efficiency honed by the harsh environment. Soon, in a sheltered rocky alcove, he spotted his target, a gray-furred groundhog, engrossed in gnawing on some fungi. It remained vigilant, its small ears twitching intermittently. Qianyi crouched low, concealed by the fallen leaves and underbrush, advancing like the most patient of hunters, each step meticulously avoiding any potential noise from the brittle twigs. The rib-blade dagger was gripped in a reverse hold, its dark blade reflecting not a glimmer of light. As the distance closed to mere steps, the groundhog seemed to sense a disturbance, abruptly lifting its head. Just as it was about to sound the alarm, Qianyi sprang into action, his body released with the force of a coiled spring, devoid of any soul energy fluctuations or dazzling techniques, merely pure speed and explosive power. The gray shadow darted forward. With a swift thrust, the rib-blade dagger, imbued with the chilling essence of death, penetrated the groundhog's fragile cervical vertebra with uncanny precision, akin to a lightning strike. A faint crack of bone resonated in the air. The groundhog managed only a brief, truncated squeak before its small body collapsed lifelessly, limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. The entire sequence unfolded with a rapidity, accuracy, and ferocity that left no extraneous sounds, a flawless assassination. Qianyi withdrew the dagger, warm droplets of blood trickling down the obsidian blade. Skillfully, he lifted the still warm little carcass and made his way to a nearby murky yet flowing stream. He refrained from kindling a fire. The 3 years spent in the Nether Gorge had long since dulled his memory of the taste of flames. With a deft motion, the sharp dagger sliced through fur, exposing the pink, slightly trembling flesh beneath. He severed the comparatively clean breast and hind leg meat. The icy water of the stream washed away most of the bloodied remnants. Then, much like the countless days and nights that had preceded this one, he stuffed the quivering, blood-tinged morsels directly into his mouth. His teeth tore and chewed, the warm blood mingling with the fibrous texture of the raw meat, releasing a familiar, metallic sweetness that flooded his mouth. His stomach responded with a contented churn, grateful for the familiar sustenance. The wound on his shoulder throbbed, a reminder of the lingering toxins within his body. He cupped the icy stream water and doused it forcefully over the wound on his shoulder. The icy jolt provoked a violent spasm, yet it temporarily subdued the searing agony of poison coursing through my veins. Having completed this act, Qianyi leaned against a frigid rock, taking a brief respite. His vigilant gaze swept over the dimly lit forest surrounding him. In the distance, indistinct voices seemed to echo. Humans? Like a startled beast, he tensed instantaneously, silently slipping into the shadows of a denser thicket, holding his breath. The footfalls approached, accompanied by the gruff banter of two men. Damn this cursed weather. It's freezing. Do you think the boss is just idling about? What is the point of posting a wanted notice in this godforsaken place? That kid jumped into the abyss 3 years ago. His bones must have turned to dust. One voice complained. The footsteps halted beside a gnarled, old tree, not far from Qianyi's concealment. Peering through the sparse gaps in the foliage, he observed two mercenaries clad in tattered leather armor, with inferior iron swords sheathed at their waists. One of them, cursing, pulled out a crumpled piece of coarse paper from his breast pocket, unfurling it before driving a dagger into the tree trunk with a thud. The waning rays of the setting sun cascaded upon the rough parchment, illuminating its faded and frayed edges. Despite its deterioration, the image depicted upon it was strikingly clear. The drawing, simplistic and bold in its lines, portrayed a boy who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. His face retained the cherubic roundness of youth, with an expression of innocence and bewilderment. His hair, soft and black, was slightly disheveled, and he wore a relatively neat white awakening robe, standard issue from the Spirit Hall. Below the image, in glaring crimson letters, were the words, Wanted, Calamity Star Qianyi, extremely dangerous. Kill on sight. Bounty, 100,000 gold soul coins, 100,000 gold soul coins. Such a sum could drive any fugitive into a frenzy. In the lower right corner of the paper, the 6-winged angel emblem symbolizing the authority of the Spirit Hall was stamped, cold and sacred. The two mercenaries affixed the wanted notice and turned to leave, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Hidden within the shadows of the thicket, Qianyi remained motionless. His gaze fixated on the wanted notice pinned to the tree, locked on the face of the bewildered boy depicted within. Then, with excruciating slowness, he bowed his head. The murky stream reflected a blurred visage. Dirt and dried, darkened blood caked over most of his face like a mask. The exposed skin was a sickly shade of ashen blue, marred by grotesque scars resembling centipedes. Once soft black hair now resembled filthy, dead grass, matted with clumps of mud and fragments of leaves. Yet, beneath the grime, a pair of eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, sharp and cold as if forged from ice. Devoid of any warmth that belonged to humanity, exuding only a pure indifference and a palpable ferocity steeped in countless acts of violence and despair. The boy in the image bore an expression of innocence. The reflection in the stream, however, revealed eyes akin to a predatory beast poised to strike. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The icy waters trickled down his cheek, offering a meager semblance of refreshment. Qianyi gradually raised his hand, stained with mud and the blood of beasts, extending his tongue. With an almost ritualistic focus, the tip of his tongue slowly traced the dark red, viscous bloodstain left upon his index finger, remnants of the groundhog. A slight, almost imperceptible arc, imbued with an endless scent of blood, silently curled at the corner of his dirt-smeared lips, akin to a fissure opening in an abyss. A hoarse whisper, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against brittle bones, slithered out from the shadows of the desolate thicket, as quietly as a serpent's flicking tongue. The hunt has begun. Chapter 6. Shadows of Soul-Hunting Town. The icy stream glided over his slate-gray skin, washing away the last traces of the beast's blood from his fingertips, leaving only a faint metallic tang lingering on his tongue. In the shadows of the thicket, his frosty gaze swept one last time over the glaring wanted poster affixed to the tree trunk, the innocent face of the boy in the image appearing particularly ironic in the dimming twilight. The hunt had commenced. The quarry was no longer the groundhog. Qianyi emerged from the underbrush like a shadow stripped of light, silently slipping into the dim, sparse coniferous forest. His footsteps, treading upon the damp, decaying leaves, made no sound, akin to the soft pads of a feline gliding over moss. Each movement sent sharp pangs from the wound inflicted by the venomous night bat on his shoulder, the dark green toxin mingling with dark red blood slowly seeping forth. Yet he seemed oblivious to it. In the depths of the Nether Gorge, injuries far more severe had merely been footnotes of daily existence. The agony of his body had long been honed into mere background noise. The only clarity was the alertness of a predator, keenly focused. The wind carried with it a plethora of information. The scent of decaying conifers, the damp earth, the acrid smoke of inferior tobacco wafting from afar, and the sounds of voices. The tumult of many voices merged with the clatter of metal, the braying of livestock, and the coarse shouts of bargaining, creating a murky sea of sound. Soul Hunting Town. This chaotic locale, nestled on the fringes of the starry forest, clung to the wounds of a colossal beast like a leech, thriving on the blood and sweat of the soul masters and mercenaries who ventured in and out of the forest. It served as a hub of information, a black market for supplies, and a haven for outlaws. Filthy, cacophonous, and perilous, yet teeming with opportunities for some. As he approached the outskirts of the town, the air grew increasingly tainted. Ramshackle wooden shanties and stone houses were haphazardly crammed together, leaning askew, exuding a potent aroma of sweat, cheap liquor, and livestock dung. The pockmarked, muddy streets were crowded with a variety of individuals, mercenaries bearing enormous weapons, exuding an aura of menace, soul master teams clad in leather armor, their expressions wary. Vendors pushing creaking wooden carts, debauched sirens with vacant gazes, and a host of vagabonds and thieves, their eyes clouded, lurking in the shadows. He paused in the shadowy nook where rotting barrels lay piled, blending into the environment like moss sprouting from a crevice. The dirt, scabs of blood, and tattered, charcoal-hued clothing served as the perfect disguise. In this setting, the image of a filthy, silent scavenger emanating a barely perceptible chill was far less conspicuous than any meticulously crafted fade. His sharp gaze, like invisible probes, silently scanned the bustling throng. The objective was unequivocal: intelligence. Information regarding the wanted list, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, and the power dynamics within this territory. Additionally, provisions, medicines, particularly those that could alleviate the toxins within his shoulders. A tavern came into view, its crooked wooden sign adorned with the image of a blood-dripping goblet. The Blood Fawn. Thick, greasy animal hide curtains hung at the entrance, through which resounded the raucous clamor of clinking bottles and boisterous laughter. This was a sanctuary for mercenaries and outlaws, a veritable breeding ground for intelligence and trouble. He did not enter immediately. Patience is the hallmark of a true hunter. Like a statue, he lurked within the shadows, observing the ebb and flow of patrons, meticulously assessing the risks involved. Time slipped away amid the murky air and cacophony. Darkness fully descended, and the town was illuminated by flickering oil lamps and torches, casting distorted shadows upon the filthy walls, reminiscent of a frenzied dance of phantoms. At last, an opportunity arose. A burly mercenary, clad in worn leather armor, his face marred by a fresh scar, stumbled out of the blood fong, cursing under his breath. Clearly inebriated, his steps were unsteady, his gaze unfocused, one hand clutching a half-empty wooden cup of inferior ale, while the other absently fumbled with a bulging coin pouch, its drawstring carelessly untied, exposing several rough copper coins. The scarred face staggered towards a narrower, trash-laden alley, where light scarcely penetrated, seemingly intent on relieving himself. Silently, he moved. Like a parasite, he adhered to the shadows, slipping into the alley the moment the man ventured deeper within. The alley was rife with the pungent stench of urine and decaying refuse. The mercenary faced the wall, loosening his belt, muttering incoherently, utterly oblivious to the peril lurking behind him. The moment had arrived. Like a coiled serpent poised to strike, he unleashed his latent speed and strength. Without a ripple of soul power, he surged forth, his calloused left hand darting out with ferocious might, securely clamping over the mercenary's mouth and nose from behind. The overwhelming force rendered the mercenary breathless, all curses and cries stifled in his throat, leaving only a muffled whimper of fear. Simultaneously, the rib knife in his right hand, imbued with the chill of death, was pressed with precision against the mercenary's lower back, targeting the kidney. The serrated tip easily pierced the thin leather armor and flesh, eliciting a sharp, agonizing sting. "Do not move." A voice, hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against brittle bones, whispered chillingly into the mercenary's ear, devoid of warmth. "Move, and you shall die." The mercenary's body stiffened instantaneously. The intoxicating haze of alcohol was swiftly banished by the sudden onslaught of icy malice and the agonizing pain in his side. He could feel the hand clamped over his mouth and nose, rough, frigid, as unyielding as iron, reeking of blood and an otherworldly chill. The dagger pressed against his back exuded a lethal threat. He could distinctly sense the serrated edge scraping against his skin. The terror of death seized him in an instant. He blinked desperately, a whimper of fear escaping his throat, his body trembling violently from sheer tension, yet he dared not move an inch. "Very well." The hoarse voice echoed once more. "I ask, you answer." A nod, or a shake of the head. "Do you understand?" The scarred man nodded frantically, the intensity of his movements nearly twisting his neck. The Bloodwolf mercenary corps? The first question struck at the heart of the matter. The scarred man's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes filled with dread, before he resumed nodding vigorously. Today, in the woods, were your people posting wanted notices? He nodded again. Where is your base? How many are there? Who is the strongest among you? The scarred man's eyes flickered with internal struggle. Revealing such information was a grave taboo among mercenaries. Yet the dagger pressing into his lower back drove him to agony. The threat of death overshadowed all else. He gestured with his eyes towards the northwest direction of the town, a muffled sound escaping his throat. Northwest? The abandoned lumber mill? Shadow quickly assessed the layout of the town. The scarred man nodded fervently. How many? He struggled to raise a hand, gesturing a 3, then a 10. About 30. And the strongest? Qianye's voice turned colder. The scarred man's eyes reflected profound fear as he struggled to form the words silently. Captain. Soul sect? The scarred man nodded vigorously. Patrol routes? Shift change times. The urgency in his throat intensified, twisting his body in a desperate attempt to indicate his money pouch with his eyes. Shadow's left hand maintained a firm grip over his mouth, the dagger still pressed relentlessly, while his left hand deftly reached into the scarred man's waist, retrieving the bulging pouch. It felt heavy, containing not only copper soul coins, but several substantial silver soul coins as well. Speak. The pressure of the dagger increased once more. The scarred man completely broke down. He began to babble indistinctly, his voice muffled and rapid, transformed into a dull whimper beneath the palm. Shadow listened intently, piecing together fragments of information regarding the positions of sentries around the abandoned lumber mill, nighttime patrol routes, and the approximate times for shifts. Like assembling a jigsaw puzzle in his mind. In his extreme terror, the scarred man seemed to recall something and struggled to add. There's a bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins. Many significant figures from the Soul Hall are watching. Not just as blood wolves, but also the scorpions and black vipers are searching. Finding it would mean unimaginable wealth. The allure of the Soul Hall's direct involvement in offering a bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins was intoxicating. The information slithered into Shadow's mind like a cold serpent. Pressure also served as motivation. Very well. The hoarse voice revealed no emotion. One last question. Where in this vicinity can one procure an antidote for treating corrupted bad injuries? The scarred man, nearly suffocating under the grip, laboriously raised a finger. Pointing deeper into the alley, mumbling, the old cripple-esque grocery store has connections. The questioning concluded. Qianye's gaze remained devoid of any fluctuation. With a sudden force, his left hand pressed down and twisted violently. A faint yet chilling crack reverberated through the narrow alley, the sound of bones shattering. The burly figure with a scarred face suddenly stiffened. The last whimper in his throat abruptly ceased. The terror and plea in his eyes crystallized in an instant, only to swiftly fade away, extinguishing all glimmer of life. He collapsed like a heavy sack of refuse, slumping into the filthy mire. Qianye's movements were unrelenting. He swiftly bent down, searching the lifeless body. In addition to a pouch of coins, he unearthed a blood-stained, poisoned dagger concealed within a boot, along with a serviceable military crossbow and several finely crafted iron bolts. These were all practical weapons. He secured the dagger to his waist, which he had bound with crude animal sinew, and stuffed the crossbow and bolts into a foul-smelling, leather stomach pouch. Then, grasping the corpse by the ankle, he dragged it as if it were a decayed log, hauling it to the deepest recess of the alley, behind a mountain of putrid refuse, hastily covering it with a stinking burlap sack and discarded planks. Having completed this task, he rose as if nothing had transpired. Though the chill emanating from him appeared to have intensified, he weighed the heavy pouch of coins in his hand, casting a cold gaze toward the direction indicated by the scarred man before his demise, the back door of an old, hunchbacked grocer's shop adorned with a tattered wooden sign depicting a crooked jar, with information acquired and weapons in hand. It was now time to procure some means of survival. He blended into the shadows like a true specter, silently merging with the darker veins of Soul Hunter Town. In the air lingered a faint, almost imperceptible scent of putrid blood from the depths of the Nether Abyss, soon to be engulfed by the town's own overpowering stench. Chapter 7. The old hunchback. The back door of the old hunchbacked grocer's shop was even less conspicuous than anticipated, nestled at the end of a narrow gap, barely wide enough for a single person to pass, squeezed between two crooked stone houses. The door was solid, soaked with grease and mysterious stains, its edges decayed and blackened. There was no knocker, merely a rusted iron peephole, tightly shut, resembling a blind eye. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of inferior tobacco, aged dust, moldy herbs, and the rancid scent of some animal fat, far more intricate and unsettling than the alley's own foul odor. The shadow pressed against the cold, slimy moss-covered wall like a gecko. Qianye did not immediately knock. His keen gaze swept over the surroundings, devoid of windows. with only a narrow strip of darkened sky fragmented by the eaves above. The cacophony from the town's mouth was distorted and muted, creating a bizarre, suffocating silence. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated sharply in the confined space, carrying a rhythmic, mechanical cadence. Inside, an eerie stillness prevailed, as though the place were entirely deserted. Qianyi remained motionless. Patience was the instinct of a hunter. He was like a cold stone, pressed into the shadow of the corner, breathing so softly that he nearly merged with the surrounding putrid air. Only his eyes shone brilliantly in the dimness, akin to an owl waiting for its prey to emerge. Time ticked away, and the ruckus from the alley seemed to blur. Click! A faint sound, akin to the creaking of rusty gears, emanated from within the door. Immediately, the rusted iron peep hole silently slid open, revealing a narrow gap. An eye emerged from behind it, murky and bloodshot, its sclera tinged with an unhealthy yellowish hue. The pupil, a deep brown, was constricted to a mere pinprick, resembling two glass beads immersed in oil. This eye rotated with excruciating slowness, exuding a reptilian indifference and vigilance as it scanned the narrow crevice outside the door. The gaze swept across the desolate alley, ultimately fixing upon the shadow that clung to the wall like a dark silhouette. Their eyes locked. Qianyi did not flinch. Instead, he slightly raised his head, allowing the eye behind the door to gain a clearer view of his own pupils, which were devoid of any human warmth, obscured by dirt and scabs. The eye behind the door seemed to pause momentarily, the murky pupil contracting slightly. A husky, parched voice, akin to gravel scraping together, emerged from the gap, laden with a stifling scent of smoke. "Who are you seeking?" "Medicine." The voice of the shadow was equally hoarse and dry, reminiscent of rustling dry leaves, addressing the treatment of a venomous bat wound. "Be swift, be fierce." The eye behind the door narrowed, lingering for a moment on the shadow's shoulder, where a torn wound oozed dark green viscous fluid and deep crimson streaks. The skin surrounding the injury bore an ominous, slightly swollen bruise. "Vampire bat? The foul creatures from that accursed place by the abyssal gorge?" The old man's tone betrayed no emotion, only a chilling statement of fact. "That poison is cunning, devouring flesh and bone. It's hard to cleanse even the soul of its taint." "Potent medicine? Boy, can you withstand it? Have you brought enough money?" "Potent medicine does not come cheap." A subtle hint of greed laced his words. Qianyi remained silent, merely weighing the pouch of coins in his hand. The sound of silver coins clinking together producing a rich, resonant echo. Clack, clack, clank. After a dull thud of mechanisms turning and chains sliding, the heavy oak door slowly opened just wide enough for one to slip through sideways. A more intense, fetid air, mingled with the scent of stale medicine, rust, and some form of animal preservation, rushed forth. "Come in, quickly." The old man's voice resonated from deeper within the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyi, like a slippery eel, slipped into the room. The door closed silently behind him, locking shut. The sound of machinery echoed again, severing all light and sound from the outside world. Before him lay an impenetrable darkness. The thick, acrid air, a melange of countless bizarre odors, was almost suffocating. The atmosphere felt as if it were a mass of congealed grease, dense and heavy. Suddenly, a faint flicker of flame ignited, dispelling a small portion of the darkness at the doorway. The light illuminated a gaunt face, deeply etched with wrinkles, reminiscent of weathered tree bark, riddled with crevices. Sparse, graying hair clung greasily to his scalp. It was the owner of that eye behind the peephole, the old man. He was clad in filthy, greasy garments, their original color indiscernible, and one of his legs was missing below the knee, supported by a glossy, dark cane, its tip encased in iron. As the firelight reflected upon him, his gaze appeared murky and cold, akin to two stones at the bottom of a deep pool. He held aloft an antiquated oil lamp, its glass shade blackened with soot, the flickering yellow flame barely illuminating the space around him. This place was less a storeroom of a grocery shop, and more a cavern brimming with an array of peculiar curiosities. The area was modest in size, yet soared to great heights. The walls were completely dominated by vast wooden shelves that reached the ceiling. These shelves were crammed with dusty jars and bottles containing bizarrely shaped and colored animal organs, plant roots, and even a few desiccated skulls of unknown ethereal beasts. In one corner lay rusted swords, fragmented soul-guiding devices, and bundles of moldy hides, alongside a large glass tank filled with a viscous green liquid, within which a shadowy, scaly mass could be discerned. The air was thick with the unyielding scent of preservatives and medicinal aromas, intermingled with a faintly discernible chill that seemed to emanate from the very essence of death itself. "Money." The old cripple extended a hand, thin and gnarled like an eagle's claw, palm upturned, without uttering a word. The light from the oil lamp cast flickering, ghostly shadows across his face. Qian Yi did not hesitate. He retrieved 2 heavy silver soul coins from his pouch and placed them in the weathered, calloused palm of the man. The old cripple weighed them, his murky gaze sweeping over the coin's gleam, the corners of his parched lips twitching, though it was unclear whether in satisfaction or derision. He tucked the coins away with surprising dexterity, then, without another glance at Qian Yi, leaned on his cane and hobbled deeper into the darker recesses of the room. The sound of his wooden legs striking the uneven stone floor echoing in a rhythmic, unnerving cadence. Qian Yi silently followed, his gaze akin to the most precise instrument, swiftly scanning the jars and clutter around him. The peculiar specimens steeped in murky fluids, the rusted fragments of weaponry, and the almost imperceptible chill of death that resonated within his very soul further confirmed his suspicion. This old cripple was far more than a mere purveyor of curiosities. The old man halted before a colossal oak cabinet, nearly concealed by dust, at the furthest corner of the room. The cabinet was adorned with numerous copper locks of varying sizes. He set down the lamp and extracted a sizable collection of brass keys from his greasy garments. Fumbling until he deftly inserted one into a lock. Click. The lock released. Chapter 8. Treatment. The old man swung open the heavy cabinet door, unleashing a wave of potent, acrid medicinal scents mingled with the sharp tang of sulfur. He delved into the depths of the cabinet and retrieved 2 small bottles. One was made of rough black earthenware, its mouth sealed with a wooden cork dipped in wax. The other was a transparent, inferior glass bottle, containing a viscous, dark red liquid that seemed to flow like magma under the dim light of the lamp, as if flames danced within. Black, for external use. The old man tossed the earthen bottle to Qian Yi, his voice dry. Scrape away the necrotic flesh from the wound. Apply this. It will sting, akin to a branding iron. Endure it until the blood seeping from the wound turns red. Qian Yi caught the bottle firmly. Its surface was cold and coarse. Red. For internal use. The old cripple shook the glass vial, observing the viscous dark red liquid clinging to the walls within. With a measured precision, he ingested 3 drops, mixed with potent spirits, once daily. Remember, only 3 drops. One more, and the fire poison would seize your heart, beyond even divine intervention. One less, and you would be unable to contain the bat poison and other vile substances within you. His murky eyes lingered momentarily on his shadowy gray skin, marred by scars, suggesting an unspoken implication. Can it be cleansed? Qian Yi rasped, his gaze fixed on the vial of dark red liquid. Cleansed? The old cripple emitted a short, mocking laugh akin to that of a night owl. The venom of the corrupted bat, mingled with the chaotic elements from the abyssal gorge, merely served to suppress the lethal concoction coursing through your veins, delaying the inevitable demise while gradually consuming you from within. Can it be cleansed? Unless you possess the sole power of a tidal Douluo to cleanse your marrow day and night, or discover the legendary pure world white lotus. His tone dripped with derision. Qian Yi fell silent. He uncorked the black clay bottle, releasing an intensely pungent aroma reminiscent of a potent mix of chili and sulfur that stung the eyes. Without hesitation, he drew the poisoned dagger recently scavenged from the corpse of a scarred face. The cold blade glimmered with a sinister blue hue under the oil lamp, evidently steeped in deadly poison. Without glancing at the dagger's toxic edge, he seized the tattered cloth of his right shoulder and yanked it fiercely. With a tearing sound, the already tattered leather and sinew were ripped apart, revealing a grotesque wound on his shoulder. The torn flesh curled back, its edges displaying shades of dark green and bluish black, while a thick, dark red and green liquid oozed forth, exuding a faintly rancid odor. The skin surrounding the wound swelled and darkened, resembling decayed bark. A flicker of unusual color passed through the old cripple's murky eyes, quickly masked by indifference. He crossed his arms, leaning on his cane, as if observing a trivial performance. With the dagger in his left hand, he pointed the blade at the deepest, most necrotic flesh at the wound's edge. His gaze as frigid as if carving wood. With precision, the sharp tip pierced the swollen, discolored skin, slicing a gash. Dark red, tainted with black, fetid pus surged forth. Agonizing pain pierced through, akin to burning steel needles stabbing into his nerves. Qian Yi's body tensed violently, cold sweat beading on his brow, his clenched teeth producing a soft clacking sound. Yet, his grip on the dagger remained steadfast as a rock. The blade, like the most merciless of surgical instruments, began to meticulously excise the necrotic, discolored flesh surrounding the wound. The movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation, as if he were entirely disconnected from his own body. The black pus and fragments of decayed flesh fell to the filthy stone floor with faint thuds, intensifying the stench of blood and rot in the air. The old cripple's dilated pupils narrowed slightly as he watched Qianyi methodically tending to his own wound with mechanical precision. The inhuman endurance and almost cold efficiency stirred a barely perceptible ripple in the depths of his ancient heart. Once the necrotic flesh was entirely excised, it revealed relatively fresh, albeit still unhealthy, dark red muscle tissue from which blood gushed forth. He discarded the dagger, now stained with pus and decaying flesh, without the slightest hesitation. He uncorked the black ceramic vial, and a more intense, acrid scent erupted forth. Without a glance, he tilted the vial, pouring the viscous, tar-like ointment onto the gaping wound. Drenched in blood, a sharp gasp escaped his lips as the black salve made contact with his raw flesh, unleashing an unimaginable agony that surged through him like a volcanic eruption. It felt as though countless red-hot iron rods were simultaneously thrust into his wound, twisting and churning relentlessly. Burning, corroding. Qianyi's body trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful electric current. His teeth clenched tightly against his lower lip, instantly drawing blood. A suppressed, primal roar erupted from his throat, akin to a dying beast's cry. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, resembling twisted earthworms. Beads of sweat swiftly soaked through his tattered garments. Yet he did not collapse, nor did he scream. Instead, with his uninjured left hand, he gripped the edge of the cold oak cabinet, his nails carving deep grooves into the hardwood. His body arched in response to the excruciating pain, muscles knotting and tensing, bravely enduring the inhuman torment. The dim light of the oil lamp flickered across his shuddering form, casting distorted, writhing shadows upon the walls, reminiscent of a trapped beast struggling in despair. The old cripple leaned on his cane, standing a few steps away, his murky eyes reflecting the anguished struggle of the shadowed figure. The wrinkles on his face deepened in the gloom, resembling an expressionless stone mask. Yet, within the depths of his murky gaze, a fleeting glimmer of a serpentine, venomous light flickered and vanished. The salve emitted a faint sizzling sound upon contact with the wound, akin to strong acid corroding flesh. The dark green poison was seared into white smoke, while the dark red, tainted blood was forcibly expelled. Fresh, vivid blood began to seep slowly from the edges of the wound, persistent with a tenacious vitality. After what felt like an eternity, the searing pain finally began to recede like a receding tide, leaving behind a numbing, dull ache as if a layer of skin had been stripped away. Qianyi's body ceased its violent trembling, now only quivering with involuntary spasms. He released his grip on the cabinet, his palm a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. He gasped for air, like a battered bellows, every breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a trickling brook, washing away the grime on his face, leaving pale streaks in its wake. He glanced down at his shoulder. The wound was covered by a thick layer of black salve, resembling tar, with wisps of white smoke still rising from its edges. Vivid blood continued to seep steadily from the cracks in the ointment, staining the surrounding ashen skin. Though the pain remained unbearable, the chilling sense of corrosion and swelling had notably diminished. He picked up the glass vial containing the dark red essence of molten lizard blood. Removing the cork, an intense, sulfurous scent mixed with the metallic tang of blood surged into his nostrils, accompanied by an overwhelming heat that seemed capable of igniting his very soul. There was no strong liquor. Qianyi's gaze swept across the gaunt face of the old cripple. The old cripple's lips seemed to twitch once more as his murky eyes glanced at a dusty corner, where a ceramic jar filled with a cloudy liquid sat. The figure approached and picked up the jar. Inside was a low-quality, murky beer, exuding a strong, sour odor. Unfazed, he took a large gulp directly from the mouth of the jar. The foul brew scraped through his throat like a blade, igniting a searing sensation. He then grasped a glass bottle containing the essence of lava lizard blood and carefully tilted it. A single drop, a viscous, dark red liquid, plummeted into the jar's murky contents, resembling ink in water, yet it did not immediately dissolve. Instead, it coalesced into a deep crimson bead that sank slowly. 2 drops. 3 drops. 3 drops of dark red fell into the murkiness. Qianyi lifted the jar, as if he were a prisoner, quenching his thirst with poison. Tilting his head back to gulp down the inferior beer mixed with the 3 drops of lava lizard blood essence. A torrent of indescribable heat surged through him, akin to ignited magma, racing from his throat to his stomach. Wherever it coursed, it brought an almost excruciating pain as if he were being incinerated. This overwhelming heat then exploded, transforming into countless scalding streams that forcefully surged into his limbs. His blood seemed to boil in an instant. The residual cold toxins from the corrupted nightbat within him, along with the deeper, frigid energies derived from the abyssal gorge's myriad corruptions, appeared to encounter a nemesis. Under the onslaught of the fiery torrent, they emitted silent shrieks and retreated in a frenzy, fighting back. Qianye's body trembled violently once more, his skin instantly becoming scorching hot, as if dark red magma flowed beneath his grayish skin. Sweat erupted like steam, drenching him entirely within moments. His vision darkened, stars dancing before his eyes. This agony surpassed that of bone scraping and poison detoxification. It felt as if his very organs were being consumed by raging flames. Time crawled at a torturous pace amidst the suffering. Each second felt as prolonged as a century. Finally, the burning sensation began to wane slowly, receding like retreating lava, leaving behind a pervasive, bone-deep fatigue and a peculiar sense of weakness, as if forcibly purified. Though weakened, the chilling and corrosive sensation that had clung to him like a malignant growth was momentarily subdued, akin to ice being cast into a furnace. He gasped for breath, as if he had just clawed his way out of the molten depths of hell. Sweat pooled beneath him, forming a small, murky stain. Gradually, he lifted his head. His face, slick with sweat and grime, bore eyes that shone astonishingly bright, as if tempered by fierce flames, revealing a purer, colder will to survive buried deep within his exhaustion. Chapter 9. Intelligence. He turned his gaze toward the old cripple, who had remained an observer throughout. The old man's murky eyes met his withered face devoid of expression. He extended a bony finger and pointed at the heavy pouch in the figure's hand. The medicine fee is settled. What about the intelligence? Is it worth your life? Qianyi silently withdrew 3 silver coins from the pouch and placed them atop a dusty wooden crate nearby. The coins gleamed coldly in the light of the oil lamp. Bloodwolf, abandoned lumberyard, 30 men, leader of the soul sect. 3 scouts visible, 2 hidden. The patrol route was articulated in a hoarse voice, swiftly and clearly conveying the information extracted from the scarred face, akin to a mechanical replica. The venomous scorpion and the black viper were also in pursuit of me. A bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins had been placed by the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, the old cripple's murky pupils contracted ever so slightly. His emaciated fingers tapped silently on the iron-tipped cane, producing a faint, rhythmic sound. The Spirit Hall's direct involvement in this manhunt resonated in his dry voice, reminiscent of gravel grinding together. Young one, the trouble you've stirred is deeper than the abyssal gorge. His clouded gaze swept over the shadowy, ashen skin marred by scars, lingering particularly on the wound on his shoulder, covered in black ointment and still seeping blood. To survive, mere medicine would not suffice. The old man's voice carried a peculiar undertone. There is too much filth in your blood. The scorpion venom is merely the prelude. This lava lizard's blood essence addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. It can suppress for a time, yet not for eternity. Accumulated fire poison leads to a dead end. Qianye's expression remained utterly impassive, quietly observing him, awaiting further elaboration. A deeper, serpentine glimmer flickered momentarily in the old man's murky eyes. Unless, by some miraculous fortune, you discover the legendary pure world white lotus or the fountain of life. He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper imbued with chilling persuasion. Or you venture to the decay pit. There lies what you require. The decay pit? Qianye's voice retained its rasp. The true underbelly of Soul Hunting Town. The old cripple's parched lips twisted into a nearly cruel smile. All that is unfit for the light ultimately flows there. Corpses, poisons, hunted prey, and creatures that can digest such filth. Go there, seek out the poisonous moss. Consume it raw. It feeds on myriad toxins, capable of devouring the impurities that have accumulated in your blood and can temporarily repress the fire poison within you. Yet, his clouded gaze fixed on Qianyi, that very substance is also highly toxic. To ingest it is to endure another form of torment, worse than death. Moreover, the decay pit is the territory of the venomous scorpion. Intelligence is but a snare. The glimmer in the old man's eyes resembled the cold sheen of a serpent's scales. Qianyi listened in silence, refraining from inquiring about the precise location of the decay pit or questioning the authenticity of the poisonous moss. He swiftly etched the keywords, decay pit, poisonous moss, venomous scorpion, into his mind. He retrieved 3 silver soul coins from the wooden box, along with a pouch of coins, shoving them into the beast-hide stomach pouch at his waist, which exuded a foul odor. Then, he bent down and picked up the poison dagger, smeared with his own pus and rotten flesh. The cold blade reflected an eerie blue light under the oil lamp. With a strip of relatively clean cloth torn from his tattered garments, he meticulously and slowly wiped away the filth from the dagger, his movements focused and exacting, as though he were polishing a rare treasure. Finally, he cast a glance at the wound on his shoulder, still partially concealed by the black ointment and subtly throbbing with pain. The searing agony and the burning sensation from the blood essence had receded significantly, replaced by an all-encompassing weariness and weakness. Yet, the chilling poison that gnawed at his bones was temporarily subdued. The cost, however, was that the fire poison had infiltrated his marrow, akin to a live volcano buried within him. Worth it. He lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping over the old cripple's gaunt face, which appeared ghostly in the shadows. Without a word of thanks or farewell, Chen Yi turned away, dragging his weary body, as heavy as if laden with lead, towards the heavy oak back door. His steps were somewhat unsteady, yet each footfall was deliberate and firm. The old cripple remained motionless, silent, merely leaning on his cane, his murky eyes resembling two cold pebbles, observing the silent, fatigued figure that exuded a potent aura of blood and death. The muffled sound of a mechanism echoed, and the thick oak door creaked open a narrow gap. Outside, the alley was even more squalid, yet the air felt relatively fresh. The shadow slipped out, merging seamlessly with the night. The door quickly shut behind him, locking him away from the dim, flickering light of the oil lamp and the suffocating stench of decay and cold scrutiny within the cave. The alley lay in profound silence, with the distant clamor of the small town acting as a blurred backdrop. The cold night breeze, laden with moisture, brushed against his burning skin, offering a fleeting chill. He leaned against the cold, slick wall, taking a moment to catch his breath. The wound on his shoulder throbbed subtly in the night wind, a reminder of his frailty and the lurking peril within. In his mind, words like putrid pit, venomous moss, and poisonous scorpion coiled like venomous serpents. The bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins loomed like a great shadow overhead, and the will of the martial soul hall felt like an invisible noose. The names of mercenary groups, Blood Wolf, Poison Scorpion, Black Viper, resounded like the horns of a hunt. Weariness surged over him like a tide. Yet, deep within those icy eyes, beneath the exhaustion, lay an even colder resolve, as unyielding as ancient ice. Survival, like a primal instinct, remained his sole drive. As if gnawing on carrion at the bottom of the Nether Abyss, he raised his gaze towards the cleft sky above the narrow alley, peering into the deeper, more chaotic, and darker regions of soul-hunting town. There, the flickering yellow light swayed like countless prying eyes. In the territory of the putrid pit and poison scorpions, the corners of Qian Ye's lips curled silently into a faint, blood-stained arc as he declared, "Shadow. I shall take on the name of Shadow, becoming their everlasting specter." He straightened his posture, resembling a wounded yet more perilous lone wolf, dragging his heavy steps with an unspoken determination, step by step, rimersing himself into the dark, viscous, and malevolent veins of soul-hunting town, akin to the belly of a monstrous beast. Chapter 10. The Blood Wolf's Demise. 12. The abandoned lumber yard lay like the forgotten skeleton of a colossal beast, sprawled in the shadows of the northwest corner of soul-hunting town. Massive, decaying logs piled high as mountains cast grotesque and distorted shadows under the dim moonlight, emanating the musty scent of damp, rotting wood. A few rickety wooden cabins resembled the shed scales of a giant creature, barely standing, most windows shattered like hollow eye sockets. The night wind whistled through the fractured timber and decayed wood, producing an eerie, mournful wail, heightening the sense of dread. The shadow moved stealthily, akin to a true specter, gliding along the periphery of the lumber yard's immense log piles. Each movement was deliberate and cautious, every footfall meticulously avoiding loose boards and the rustling of brittle leaves and twigs. The wound on his shoulder sent sharp, piercing pains with every movement of his muscles, as if a red-hot needle were stirring within him. Although the searing heat brought by the lava lizard's blood had receded, it left behind a profound fatigue and weakness that seeped deep into his bones, akin to carrying a burdensome weight. Yet, he forcefully suppressed his body's protests, elevating all his senses to their utmost limits. The air was thick with the musty scent of wood, the damp aroma of earth, the sourness of inferior ale, the acrid stench of burning tobacco, and a faint trace of sweat and the chilling essence of metal, characteristic of a gathering of men. Based on the intel from the scar-faced man before his demise and his own observations, the positions of the outer sentinels unfolded in his mind like a map. The first sentinel, a mercenary clad in worn leather armor, leaned against a massive stack of logs, yawning in boredom, with his spear carelessly propped against the ground. He faced the inner workings of the lumberyard, evidently believing that danger would only arise from outside. It was too late. Like a cheetah, he sprang forth. His speed erupted to its zenith in an instant. His calloused left hand shot out from behind like lightning, firmly covering the mercenary's mouth and nose. The immense force rendered the mercenary instantly breathless, choking off any cries that lodged in his throat. Simultaneously, the poisoned dagger in his right hand, gleaming with a ghostly blue, deathly glow, pierced with pinpoint accuracy through the gap between the ribs, thrusting upward with brutal precision. The sharp, serrated blade easily penetrated the leather armor and muscular tissue, tearing through the soft heart. The mercenary's body convulsed violently, his eyes widening in disbelief and terror, which quickly faded into darkness. All struggles under the iron grip of his hold were akin to a chicken with its neck clutched, flailing futilely before succumbing to stillness. He did not immediately release his grip. He maintained the position of covering the mouth and delivering the fatal stab, as if embracing a corpse, silently waiting for a few breaths until he confirmed the absence of life. Then, he slowly withdrew the dagger, warm blood sliding down the ghostly blue blade. He gently dragged the body into a pile of decaying wood shavings that exuded a strong, musty odor, hastily covering it with tattered burlap and rotting planks. His movements were calm and efficient, akin to disposing of ordinary refuse. Only the warm blood remaining on the dagger quickly thickened in the chilling night breeze. The second sentinel lay concealed in the remnants of a half-collapsed wooden cabin's attic. He ascended the decaying wall like a lizard, slipping through a gap in a broken window. The attic was suffused with the stench of dust and rodent droppings. The mercenary, cradling a crossbow, was dozing off, his head bobbing. The sound of his landing was as light as a feather. He did not even grant his target the chance to awaken. The poison dagger, like the tongue of a venomous snake, traced a ghostly blue arc in the darkness, accurately slicing through the mercenary's throat. A soft, tearing sound of flesh. The mercenary jolted awake, producing only gasping, suffocating noises from his throat, his hands futilely grasping at his neck. His body writhed painfully on the attic floor, convulsing, before finally falling silent. Blood spread like a stream across the dust-covered floorboards. He slipped down from the attic like a specter, continuing his descent into the shadows. The third bright watchtower and the fourth hidden sentinel, each stealthy maneuver and every kill meticulously replicate the mental map and timing etched in his mind. The shadow moves like a programmed machine of death, gliding through the desolate lumberyard, harvesting lives in the most primal, cold-blooded, and efficient manner. The eerie blue glimmer of the poisoned dagger flickers in the darkness, accompanied by muffled grunts or the barely audible sound of cracking bones. He adeptly navigates the alternating gaps of the patrols, dancing upon the edge of a knife. The excruciating pain and fatigue coursing through his body are forcibly subdued by a powerful will, transmuted into a frigid, burning focus. The outer sentinels fall as silently as wheat cut down by an invisible scythe. A faint scent of blood mingles with the odor of decaying wood, carried by the night breeze toward the center of the lumberyard, where a solitary wooden cabin still glows with the dim light of an oil lamp. The shadow, akin to a gecko blending into the night, ascends the side of the cabin, clinging to a massive log supporting the rotting roof. The yellowish light of the lamp seeps through the rough gaps in the cabin walls, casting narrow beams that illuminate the shadow's cold visage, creating a bizarre interplay of light and darkness. He leans closer to a slightly wider crack, and the scene within comes into view. The space is ample yet chaotic. Several crude wooden tables are haphazardly assembled, littered with greasy plates, toppled bottles, gnawed bones, and scattered playing cards. A dozen men clad in the Bloodwolf mercenaries' standard leather armor are either seated or standing, most heavily inebriated. The air is thick with the acrid scent of cheap ale, sweat, and pungent tobacco. Most of their attention is focused on the center of the room. A tremendously imposing figure, resembling a towering iron statue, stands there clad only in a sleeveless leather jerkin, revealing muscles gnarled like rock and adorned with intersecting scars. His face is brutish, a gruesome scar stretching from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth, reminiscent of an unsightly centipede. This is Logan, the captain of the Bloodwolf mercenaries, known as Bloodtooth, the sole master. At this moment, Bloodtooth Logan has one foot propped on a stool, spitting as he bellows, his muscular arms gesticulating like a warrior wielding a battle axe. Get your act together. 100,000 gold soul coins. That is a veritable mountain of gold. Enough to bury this worthless bunch of you. That little brat is definitely not dead yet. He is somewhere in this forest. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to, but find him for me. Boss, a lanky mercenary with a sycophantic smile approaches, offering a cup of liquor. The brothers are all wide-eyed. Don't worry. As soon as that brat dares to show himself, Bloodtooth Logan snatches the cup and gulps down a mouthful, the liquid dripping down his beard as he casts a fierce glare across the room. I can't wait. Tomorrow, first light, I want the search perimeter doubled, especially near the Nether Gorge. I want to see him alive, or at the very least, his bones. The bigwigs from the Spirit Hall are watching closely. Get it done. And there's a mountain of gold waiting. Mess it up. He slams the cup onto the ground, splintering wood and spilling liquor everywhere. I'll feed each of you to the worms in Nether Gorge. A fierce aura accompanied by the oppressive force of soul power at the soul sect level suddenly swept through the air, causing the nearby mercenaries to pale and instinctively step back. Yes, yes, boss. Dig 3 feet deep. Find that little brat. Several half-drunk mercenaries joined in the commotion, brandishing their weapons, though their gazes were largely unfocused, evidently stirred by the allure of the 100,000 gold soul coins and the captain's ferocity. Feeling a mixture of exhilaration and fear. At that moment, a mercenary near the door, seemingly not too intoxicated, curiously sniffed the air and frowned, saying, "Strange. Where is that smell coming from? It seems like the scent of blood." Upon his remark, a few mercenaries close to the entrance instinctively sniffed as well. In the air, the faint, rust-like metallic tang of blood, mingled with the odors of alcohol and sweat, became slightly more pronounced. No one responded. Only the mournful wail of the night breeze seeping through the cracks of the decaying wooden cabin and the faint crackling of the oil lamp's wick could be heard. An ominous premonition, like a cold serpent, slithered up the spines of all present. The once raucous atmosphere of the room plummeted to icy stillness. The drunken mercenaries jolted, their intoxication fading significantly as they instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Something was amiss. Bloodfang Logan's expression shifted, and he barked, "Grab your weapons. There's a ghost outside." No sooner had his words left his lips than boom. The already precarious, heavy oak door of the cabin was struck as if by a colossal battering ram, exploding inward with a deafening roar. Countless splinters and wood shards surged into the room like a torrential downpour. The mercenaries closest to the door were caught off guard, being thrown to the ground by the immense force, screaming as they were pierced by the flying wooden splinters. Chapter 11. The Demise of the Blood Wolf. 22. A cloud of dust enveloped the area. A figure, as if clawing its way from the depths of hell, burst through the shattered remnants of the door and swirling dust. It was Shadow. His body was drenched in his own blood, but more so with that of his enemies. Tattered garments soaked in dark red and deep green clung to his slate-gray skin, outlining a fierce and battle-scarred silhouette. His face was a grotesque mask of dirt and congealed blood. Only his eyes shone amidst the smoke, burning like icy flames, cold, ferocious, devoid of any human emotion, leaving only the purest will to kill. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a ghostly blue, venomous dagger, the blade still dripping with viscous droplets of blood. In his left hand, he held a military crossbow scavenged from the scarred face of an enemy. The bowstring was taut, and a finely crafted iron bolt glimmering with a cold metallic sheen rested in the groove, its tip aimed directly at the room's interior. An attack. It was that Harbinger of Doom. Kill him. After a brief, chilling silence, the room erupted into terrified and furious shouts. The mercenaries, stunned by this sudden assault as if a demon had descended upon them, were momentarily paralyzed. Yet, their instincts honed from years of bloodshed compelled them to draw their weapons. The 3 mercenaries closest to Shadow reacted the quickest. One swung a hefty 2-handed axe, another brandished a spear, while the third, eyes ablaze, unsheathed a curved dagger from his waist and lunged forward. The battle axe descended with a howling wind, the spear striking with the venomous precision of a serpent aiming for the heart, while the curved blade viciously slashed towards the abdomen. These 3 assaults sealed off all avenues of evasion for Shadow. Though the coordination was not particularly exquisite, it exuded a lethal threat within the confined space. Shadow moved. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the onslaught, his body erupting with a terrifying speed that belied his frail exterior. Like a wraith, he sidestepped the heavy axe that fell above him by a hair's breadth. The axe blade, slicing through the air, grazed his scalp before crashing into the doorframe behind him, splintering wood in its wake. Simultaneously, his left hand raised the crossbow, requiring almost no aim. Bang! Whoosh! The mechanism fired. The precision steel bolt transformed into an indistinguishable black line, piercing with a shrill whistle directly into the mouth of the mercenary who had lunged forward with the spear. Too late to emit a cry. Thud! The bolt's tremendous force instantly penetrated the mercenary's skull, the tip bursting forth from the back of his head, trailing a mixture of crimson and white. The mercenary's body collapsed as if his bones had been shattered, the spear slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. In the moment he released the bolt, Shadow's body, propelled by his forward momentum, suddenly crouched low. The wicked blade that aimed for his waist grazed perilously close to his tattered clothing, merely severing a few strands of tattered hide. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Shadow's right foot struck out with the ferocity of a scorpion's tail, delivering a powerful kick to the side of the knee of the 2-handed axe mercenary, who had just swung empty and lost his balance. Crack! The agonizing sound of shattering bone echoed sharply. The dual-wielding mercenary let out a harrowing scream, his lower leg twisting at an unnatural angle as his massive form toppled forward in a cacophony of anguish. Shadow's body, light as a feather, spun with the momentum of his kick. The poisoned dagger in his right hand traced a deadly arc of ethereal blue through the air. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced cleanly through the mercenary's throat, who had just swung the empty curved blade and had yet to regain his stance. Blood erupted like a fountain. The mercenary clutched his severed throat, gasping for air, eyes wide with disbelief and fear, stumbling backward and crashing into a nearby wooden table. In a flash, chaos erupted. The three mercenaries at the forefront fell, one with a shattered skull, another with a broken leg, and the last with a severed throat. The execution was swift, decisive, and ruthlessly chilling. The thick scent of blood exploded within the room, mingling with the sour odor of cheap wine and tobacco, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Kill him. Altogether. He is but one man. After a brief moment of shock, the remaining mercenaries were fully awakened to their bloodlust. They roared, brandishing an assortment of weapons. Like a pack of frenzied wolves, lunging at Shadow from all directions. The glint of blades and the swish of weapons instantaneously enveloped him. Shadow, like a solitary boat amidst raging waves, resembled an injured tiger amidst a horde of wolves, no longer seeking a single fatal blow. He unleashed the full extent of his speed, strength, and the primal instincts honed from battles in the depths of shadowy ravines. Swish. A mercenary's wrist was severed by a dagger, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp. Thud. Another mercenary was pierced in the abdomen, his intestines spilling forth in an instant. The third mercenary had his eyes slashed blind by a dagger, clutching his face as he emitted a piercing wail. Shadows of injuries instantly adorned the figure, as a long sword carved a deep, bone-exposing gash along his left arm, blood gushing forth. An iron rod grazed his ribs, delivering a dull ache. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, his movements unfaltering, his gaze as frigid as ever. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, his slate-gray skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, rendering ordinary slashes mere shallow wounds. He danced like a crimson whirlwind upon the blade's edge, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage within the confined space. Each swing of the dagger was accompanied by a cry of agony or a muffled grunt. Each evasive maneuver left lethal strikes in vain. The mercenary's numerical advantage became a hindrance in the face of the narrow confines and his inhuman combat style. Chaos, bloodshed, brutality. Get the hell out of my way. A roar erupted, akin to that of a raging bear. Bloodfang Logan could no longer contain himself. His massive frame violently barreled through two subordinates blocking his path, akin to an uncontrollable siege engine. Propelled by a ferocious surge of soul energy, he charged at the shadow. He bore no weapon. His hand, broad as a fan, was enveloped in a dense, rock-like glow of earthy soul energy. This was his martial spirit, the rock giant arm. Die for me. Fury and bloodlust ignited in Bloodfang Logan's eyes. The colossal rock fist, howling through the air with a terrifying shriek, descended upon the shadow's head like a meteor. The soul power of a soul sect level was unleashed without restraint. Should that fist land? Even a steel skull would shatter instantly. The oppressive force of his soul energy loomed like a tangible mountain, instantly locking onto the shadow. The surrounding air seemed to thicken and weigh heavily. A flicker of trepidation finally crossed the shadow's gaze. It was an instinctual warning, born from the primal need to survive. In the face of absolute power, he suddenly retreated with urgency, but Bloodfang Logan's speed was blinding. The wind from his punch stung the shadow's cheek. In a split second, the shadow's body contorted like a boneless creature, arching backward at an utterly unnatural angle. His form was nearly parallel to the ground. The rock giant fist, imbued with devastating force, whooshed past his nose. The ferocious wind from the punch even swept away a few unruly strands of his filthy hair. Boom! The massive rock fist crashed into the ground where the shadow had just stood. The hard earth erupted like it had been struck by a cannonball, creating a crater over a meter in diameter. Dirt and debris exploded like bullets. The entire wooden structure trembled violently. The tremendous impact caused the shadow's backward-leaning body to lose balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, it seemed he had anticipated this. At the instant of contact, his left hand thrust against the ground, propelling his body to roll sideways like a spinning top. Just as he rolled, whoosh, 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 3 gleaming iron crossbow bolts, akin to 3 black serpents, shot toward his trajectory with unerring precision. A few mercenaries, having regained their wits, picked up the fallen crossbow bolts and launched their assault. The pupil of Shadow suddenly constricted. His body twisted violently in mid-roll. With a sharp whoosh, a crossbow bolt grazed the outer side of his thigh, tearing away a patch of flesh, igniting a searing pain. Another bolt struck fiercely into the outer side of his left arm, precisely above the grievous wound that exposed bone. The tremendous impact drove the arrowhead deep into flesh, even colliding with the bone of his arm. A third bolt narrowly skimmed his lower back, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Agony surged like a tidal wave, especially from the spot where the crossbow bolt pierced his left arm. A tearing pain threatened to plunge him into darkness. Yet, his rolling motion did not falter in the slightest. Instead, he harnessed the momentum of his roll, propelling himself towards the mercenary wielding a double-headed axe, who was writhing on the ground, clutching his knee in torment from the leg Shadow had just shattered. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Shadow's left hand, like an iron claw, seized the shaft of the bolt embedded in his arm. A guttural roar, suppressed to the brink, erupted from deep within his throat, reminiscent of a wild beast in agony. With an unsettling ferocity, he forcefully extracted the arrow that had lodged itself into his bone. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, carrying with it fragments of shattered bone. The excruciating pain nearly obliterated his will. Yet, in the throes of agony, Shadow's eyes ignited with a frenzied, feral light, akin to a wounded beast on the verge of death. He paid no heed to the spurting blood. With his right hand gripping a poisoned dagger in reverse, he harnessed the explosive force from the pain of the extraction, leaping forward like an enraged scorpion. His target was the mercenary wailing in despair, clutching his severed leg. With swift precision, the poisoned dagger became a blur of ethereal blue, channeling all of Shadow's torment and murderous intent as it rained down upon the mercenary's robust frame, piercing him a dozen times. The throat, heart, temples, and groin, each strike aimed at a vital point. Quick, ruthless, and venomous. The mercenary scarcely had time to scream. His body convulsed violently, collapsing into a sanguine heap. Warm blood splattered across Shadow's face and hair. This bloody, frenzied, self-destructive counterattack resembled a hellish tableau, instantly stunning all the attacking mercenaries. Even the enraged Bloodfang Rogan hesitated momentarily in his charge, gazing at the blood-soaked figure, reminiscent of a demon emerging from a bloodbath. The muscles on his scarred face twitched in disbelief. Shadow gasped for breath, akin to a battered bellows. Blood flowed profusely from the wound on his left arm, staining half his body crimson, each breath pulling at his entire being with excruciating pain. Yet, he stood tall, his right hand tightly gripping the blood-dripping poison dagger. Its azure blade aimed at Bloodfang Rogan and the remaining mercenaries. His eyes, icy and penetrating, peered through lashes matted with blood, fixating on Rogan with an unsettling madness that harbored no trace of fear, only a chilling resolve for mutual destruction. Come. A hoarse, fragmented voice, imbued with an endless ferocity, echoed through the silent, blood-soaked wooden cabin, scraping against the nerves of all present. Chapter 12. The Return of the Blood Ring. The abandoned lumber mill had now transformed into a slaughterhouse of Shura. The thick, inextricable scent of blood hung in the air like a viscous substance, weighing heavily upon every inch of the atmosphere, mingling with the acrid stench of foul liquor, the sour odor of sweat, and the nauseating reek of ruptured entrails, creating a repugnant atmosphere, unique to the depths of hell. The flickering flame of the oil lamp cast enormous, contorted shadows upon the walls, resembling a frenzied dance of demons, illuminating the chaotic scene below. Severed limbs, dismembered bodies, shattered furniture, splattered mud, and dark, viscous blood smeared across every visible surface. A dozen corpses of Blood Wolf mercenaries lay sprawled in grotesque positions, some with slit throats, others pierced through vital points, some impaled by crossbow bolts against the walls, and others with chests collapsed, akin to watermelons smashed by a mighty hammer. The aura of death was so palpable it seemed to drip with a liquid essence. At the center, a massive pit created by the forceful blow of Bloodfang Logan's fist lay, its edge resembling a malevolent specter drawn from a pool of blood. Kneeling on one knee and gasping violently, each breath drew forth excruciating pain that tore through his body, his throat emitting a sound akin to a defunct bellows. On the outer side of his left arm, the wound left by the forcibly extracted iron crossbow bolt resembled a gushing spring. Dark red blood mixed with bodily fluids gushing forth, trickling down his arm and pooling into a small, glaring crimson puddle on the ground. The dizziness brought on by blood loss surged like a tide, crashing against his already taut nerves. Before him loomed Bloodfang Logan's towering figure, now resembling a collapsed mountain, slumped in the muddy pool of blood at the edge of the pit. His once proud rock-like armament, a manifestation of his soul power, had dissipated. His right fist, once enveloped in the essence of stone, was now cruelly pierced by the poisoned dagger of Shadow. The ethereal blue blade penetrated the back of his hand and emerged from his palm, deeply embedded in the earth below. The virulent blue poison spread with visible rapidity along the torn veins and muscle fibers of his arm. Where it traversed, his skin swiftly assumed a foreboding hue of decayed green, reminiscent of rotting fruit, while the muscle tissue emitted faint hissing sounds as it succumbed to the toxin's corrosive grip. A guttural cry escaped Bloodfang Logan's throat, a dissonant wail reminiscent of a beast in its death throes. His remaining left arm futilely clawed at the cold, muddy ground beneath him, nails breaking and leaving trails of blood. His face, marred by excess flesh and scars, contorted in agony and profound terror, his pupils dilated, filled with disbelief and a despair that pierced to the very marrow. He could distinctly feel his vitality ebbing away, swept away by the rapidly spreading poison emanating from his impaled arm. A cold numbness, akin to a voracious parasite, swiftly devoured his consciousness. With a sudden jerk, a thick stream of dark red blood, mingled with viscous, greenish toxin, surged forth. Gasping sharply, Bloodfang Logan's body arched upward before collapsing entirely. The last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a hollow silence. His massive form lay discarded like a tattered sack in the pool of blood, the poisoned right arm grotesquely swollen with an eerie, unsettling green hue. It was over. The shadow rose unsteadily, his vision momentarily clouded. His body weighed down as though laden with heavy lead. His left arm, wounded, once again oozed blood with every movement. The chilling sensation of blood loss swiftly creeping up from his extremities. He cast a glance around the room, noting the remaining mercenaries, 3 or 4 of whom cowered in the far corners or were obscured by the bodies of their fallen comrades. They trembled like frightened quails, their eyes vacant and filled with sheer terror, unable even to clutch their weapons, let alone mount an attack. Their wills had been utterly shattered by the nightmarish scene before them. The shadow paid them no heed. He needed to depart this place post-haste. The stench of blood and the commotion would soon attract other scavengers. He staggered toward a relatively intact wooden cabinet nestled in the corner of the cabin. With a knife, he pried open the lock, revealing a trove of communal supplies belonging to the mercenary band, several rough bags of rye bread, a few pieces of salted jerky, and a small heap of copper and a scant amount of silver coins encased in filthy cloth bags. Most importantly, in the corner lay several labeled bottles of pungent, inferior healing salve and a small roll of relatively clean linen bandages. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily stuffed the food, coins, salve, and bandages into his foul-smelling leather satchel. The rough movements tugged at his wound, sending fresh waves of pain coursing through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Having completed this task, he dragged his leaden legs step by step toward the shattered door he had crashed through. Each footfall sank into the viscous pool of blood beneath him, producing a disquieting sound with each step. As he passed by the mercenaries huddled in the corner like lambs awaiting slaughter, he did not spare them a glance. His icy gaze merely brushed over them as it might a stone by the roadside. Upon exiting the cabin, the frigid night wind, thick with the scent of blood, struck him squarely, offering a fleeting clarity. He inhaled deeply. The cold air pierced his burning lungs, momentarily dispelling his dizziness. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that at some point, the heavy leaden clouds had completely obscured the stars and moon, the air thick and stifling, laden with humidity. Rain was imminent. Without pausing, he discerned his direction and plunged into the shadows of the lumberyard, where heaps of decaying logs loomed like mountains. His movements, once swift and stealthy, now appeared staggered and laborious. With every step, the pain from his left arm's wound throbbed, a stark reminder of his physical limits. He needed to find a relatively safe haven to tend to his injury, otherwise, the blood loss alone could prove fatal. A deep rumble echoed through the air, the sound of thunder rolling like a colossal beast within the clouds, growing ever closer. Just as the shadows formed disappeared into the darkness at the lumberyard's edge, the rain began to fall, unexpectedly and with great force. Initially, it was but a sparse sprinkle, pattering against the rotting wood and the muddy ground, producing a dull thud. Yet, within mere moments, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, as if the river of the sky had burst its banks. A chilling curtain of rain instantaneously enveloped the entire abandoned logging site. The dense lines of rain descended like countless silver whips, mercilessly lashing the earth. Through the openings in the dilapidated wooden cabin, water poured in like a waterfall, washing away the bloodstains within, diluting the dark crimson fluid into murky red streams that meandered forth, merging into the greater mire outside. The only sound that remained was the deafening roar of the rain, as if it sought to cleanse the world of all its filth and gore. The icy rain fell ruthlessly upon the figure, instantly soaking his already tattered garments, clinging to his slate-gray skin and bringing an unbearable chill. The rain washed away the grime and blood from his face, leaving pale streaks that revealed beneath them a pair of eyes that, even amidst the tempest, shone with an astonishing brilliance, like shards of ice. The wounds were soaked by the frigid rain, amplifying the agony to unbearable levels. Each movement of his muscles sent piercing pain coursing through him. The dizziness from blood loss intensified under the stimulation of the cold. Warmth was rapidly fleeing from his body. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to quicken his pace. The rain blurred his vision, and the ground beneath him became increasingly slippery. He trudged through the sparse, coniferous forest, each step resembling that of a wounded lone wolf struggling to survive in a storm, exiled by the world and relying solely on instinct. Rainwater streamed down his forehead, trickling into his eyes, bringing a stinging blur. He shook his head, wiping the rain from his face, and desperately searched through the gray-white veil of rain for a refuge. He needed a place to temporarily escape the storm and tend to his wounds. At last, after maneuvering through a low thicket, battered by the rain, a steeper rock face loomed ahead. At the base of the cliff, partially concealed by a few massive weathered stones, a dark opening became vaguely visible, a deserted mine entrance. The opening was modest, just wide enough for a person to stoop and enter. Its edges were coated with slick moss and hanging vines. A chill, mingled with the scent of earth, mold, and some ancient rust, wafted slowly from the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the unknown abandoned mine over the exposed stormy wilderness, which could attract pursuers at any moment. Dragging his weary body, he pushed aside the damp vines and bent low to enter the cave. Inside was pitch black, with no light to be found. The sound of the storm outside was muffled by the thick rock walls, becoming dull and distant, which only accentuated the profound silence within. The strong odor of mildew and decay greeted him, accompanied by a bone-chilling dampness. Leaning against the cold, wet cave wall, he gasped for breath. The icy touch of the rock penetrating through his soaked clothing, offering some relief to his burning skin, yet deepening the chill brought on by blood loss. The wound on his left arm, having momentarily relaxed, struck back with the ferocity of a waking serpent, biting fiercely once more. He could feel the blood flowing continuously down his cold arm. He fumbled in the darkness, retrieving several bottles of inferior healing salve and a roll of linen bandage from the beast hide pouch at his waist. The labels on the bottles were indecipherable in the gloom, leaving him to rely solely on their scents. He extracted one of the wooden plugs, and a pungent, acrid odor, reminiscent of sulfur and ash, surged forth, an unmistakable scent of hemostatic powder. Its effects were brutal, yet at this moment, he had no alternative. The wound on his left arm had already been soaked with blood, the tattered sleeve revealing a gruesome injury. The penetrating wound inflicted by the crossbow bolt had turned the muscle tissue outward, its edges displaying an unhealthy pallor, and the bone lay exposed beneath. Rainwater mixed with blood and mud rendered the wound even more horrifying. Gritting his teeth, he positioned the bottle's mouth over the injury and forcefully poured the coarse, brownish powder onto the wound. As the powder made contact with the fresh flesh, an excruciating pain erupted, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing through him simultaneously. It was more immediate and savage than the black ointment of the old cripple. His body slammed against the cave wall behind him, producing a dull thud. With his teeth clenched on his lower lip, blood gushed forth. A suppressed, primal scream of agony erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat mingling with the rain cascaded down his face. He forced himself to steady his trembling right hand, swiftly wrapping the relatively clean linen bandage tightly around the powder-coated wound. Each turn brought forth new waves of torment, yet he persisted until the bandage enveloped the injury snugly, staunching the relentless flow of blood. Finally, he secured it with his teeth, tying a firm knot with one hand. Having completed this arduous task, he felt utterly drained. Leaning against the cold, damp cave wall, he slowly sank to the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, each breath tinged with the scent of blood and potent medicine. The sharp pain in his left arm, under the influence of the hemostatic powder, transformed from a searing burn into a dull, deep ache, as if heavy lead weights were embedded within his flesh. Exhaustion surged like a dark tide, enveloping him with the coldness of blood loss and the agony of his wound. His eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by a colossal stone. His consciousness began to blur amidst the extreme fatigue and pain, drifting away. His body screamed to succumb to unconsciousness, a primal instinct for self-preservation. No, I must not sleep. A warning flashed like icy lightning, cleaving through the fog of his mind. In the abyssal gorge, every instance of unconsciousness could signify becoming prey for other scavengers. Here, the same peril loomed. Who could fathom what lurked in the depths of this forsaken mine? Who knew if, after the torrential rain, those hyena-like pursuers would track him down by the scent of blood? He bit down on his already battered tongue, intensifying the sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood that jolted his numb nerves. He compelled himself to pry open his heavy eyelids, his icy gaze straining in the absolute darkness, desperately searching for any glimmer of light or sound. He fumbled about, retrieving a half-stone-hard rye cake from his leather pouch. Without water, he could only gnaw at it, accompanied by the cold, earthy droplets trickling from the cave ceiling, taking small bites with great difficulty. The coarse crumbs scraped against his throat, causing a stinging sensation, yet his stomach stirred slightly at the meager sustenance, offering a flicker of warmth and strength. Food, water, vigilance. He leaned against the frigid cave wall, curled up in absolute darkness, accompanied only by the deafening sound of the rain. His right hand firmly gripped a blood-stained, venomous dagger, which in the darkness still emanated an intangible chill of lethal intent. The rough texture of the hilt pressed against his palm, providing a familiar, albeit unsettling, sense of reassurance. The wound on his left arm throbbed painfully, each heartbeat reminiscent of a heavy lead weight. The dizziness from blood loss hung over him like an unshakable gloom. Every cell in his body screamed for respite, but he could not yield. With great effort, he forced his heavy eyelids open. Though only an endless void of blackness greeted him, he heightened all his senses to their utmost limits, listening intently for every subtle variation in the rain outside, discerning any hint of abnormality in the stagnant air within the cavern, and feeling every minute tremor transmitted through the cold rock beneath him. The darkness enveloped everything like viscous ink, and time crawled slowly amidst the agony, fatigue, and heightened alertness, each second stretching into what felt like a century. Uncertain of how long he had remained in this state, he sensed a faint diminishment in the tempest outside. The once dominant downpour transformed into a softer, more intricate sound, akin to countless fine needles softly striking the earth, just as a minuscule relaxation crept into his taut nerves with the rain's slight reprieve. An almost imperceptible yet chillingly lethal presence began to seep from the deeper shadows of the mine, like a serpent gliding silently through the gloom. The hair on his body stood on end in an instant. Chapter 14. The venomous fangs of the cave. This presence was cold and slippery, as if the sediments of a millennia-old abyss had been disturbed, bringing with it a profound sense of dread and an imminent threat. It was neither the foul odor of a soul beast nor the stench of decay. It was a more concentrated and pure malice. Like countless tiny, venomous ice needles, it pierced silently through the skin, delving deep into the very essence of his soul. His muscles tightened instantaneously, as if he were a wild beast startled by a pinched tail. The dizziness and fatigue from blood loss were instantly dispelled by this sudden, dire threat, replaced by an absolute clarity and acute awareness that felt akin to ice water poured over his head. His eyes, sharpened by the darkness, snapped open, pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks. Despite the infinite black surrounding him, his instincts, honed from 3 years of dancing with death in the abyssal gorge, had locked onto the source of danger deep within the cavern. His right hand clutched the venomous dagger with a chilling steadiness. He suppressed the slight tremor of his body, wrought by pain and blood loss, forcing himself to remain as still as a cold stone statue pressed against the damp, icy wall behind him, blending his breath with the murky, rusty, and moldy air around him. In the darkness, an eerie silence prevailed. Only the faint patter of rain outside served as a blurred backdrop of sound. Yet he could feel it. The cold, slippery presence, akin to a living serpent, was moving slowly and cautiously toward him. There was more than one. The sound was a faint rustling, akin to the crunching of withered leaves, magnified infinitely against the silent backdrop of the deep mine. It was the careful tread of boot soles upon the gravel and slick moss. Not just one pair. They had arrived. The shadow's nerves were taut as a drawn bowstring. Every muscle in his body was charged with power, poised for the moment of a lethal strike. Just as that subtle sound approached a critical threshold, whoosh, 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 3 faint sounds of something slicing through the air erupted, almost devoured by the darkness. Like a venomous serpent darting through the grass, 3 minuscule, flickering greenish phosphorescent glimmers tore through the absolute darkness, arranged in a triangular formation, resembling lethal fangs, striking with unerring precision towards the shadow's concealed position. The speed was blinding. The angles were treacherous. They sealed off any chance of evasion. The timing was impeccable, occurring precisely when the shadow was at his weakest, having just tended to his wounds, yet with no new strength to draw upon. Only a heightened state of alertness amidst physical frailty. These were poisoned, concealed weapons. Lethal. They would silence the blood. The shadow's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an enormous hand. In that critical moment, his primal combat instincts, honed in the eerie depths, erupted with feral ferocity. He did not attempt to retreat or dodge sideways, which would only expose him to further projectiles. Nor did he try to block the weapons whose trajectories were obscured in the darkness. He chose the most direct, most effective, and also the most perilous path forward. Downward. His body lunged forward as if stripped of its bones, propelled with lightning speed, yet exhibiting a fluidity that bordered on instinct. He nearly pressed himself against the cold, slick ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 exceedingly faint sounds, reminiscent of a hot knife slicing into butter, glided past his scalp and back just as he dove down. The greenish phosphorescence left behind 3 fleeting, heart-stopping trails in the dark. One of the projectiles even severed several of his blood-soaked locks. The concealed weapon embedded itself deeply into the cave wall behind him, emitting a dull thud that indicated tremendous force. Huh. From the depths of the mine came an exceedingly faint, rasping voice tinged with surprise, akin to a snake flicking its tongue. At the moment the shadow fell, he did not pause for even a heartbeat. Ignoring the searing pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart, his left hand thrust against the ground. His body coiled like a spring compressed to its limit, leveraging that minute reaction force to roll sideways. Simultaneously, his poison dagger transformed into a silent blue lightning bolt, hurled from his right hand. Its target was not the direction from which the projectiles had come, but rather the ceiling of the mine. The dagger struck a hanging, partially weathered stalactite with unerring accuracy. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed piercingly through the desolate cavern. Boom! The base of the struck stalactite fractured, sending down a cascade of debris, large and small, crashing down like a collapsing mountain towards the origin of the projectiles. Damn it! Retreat quickly! Amidst the darkness, exclamations of rage and hurried footsteps filled the air. Debris rained down. Dust enveloped the space. In the instant he threw the dagger, the shadow, harnessing the momentum of his roll, forced himself into a deeper, narrower crevice in the rock. Here lies a shallow pit, a remnant from the early excavations of the mine, barely large enough to provide refuge. Fragments of rock, varying in size, clattered down upon the spot where he had just concealed himself, stirring up a cloud of dust, chaos. A fleeting turmoil. The shadow crouched within the recesses of the rock, akin to a coiled scorpion poised to strike. The wound on his left arm, having torn open once more due to the recent vigorous movements, sent waves of excruciating pain as blood swiftly soaked through the coarse bandages. Yet, he could afford no attention to this agony. His right hand had already grasped the military crossbow scavenged from the scarred face of his adversary, now hanging at his waist. The cold touch of metal was familiar. The bowstring was taut. A finely crafted iron bolt rested steadily in the groove. The dust had yet to settle completely. The shadow's keen ears detected a relatively steady, yet ominously venomous footfall amidst the chaos, attempting to navigate around the debris-strewn area and approach the shallow pit where he hid. The footsteps were light, akin to a feline stalking its prey, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. This was the moment. The shadow surged forth from the rock's concealment, half of his body emerging. The crossbow was raised in an instant. No need for aiming. Purely guided by sound, and the instincts honed through countless life-and-death struggles. Thwack! Whoosh! The mechanism clicked loudly. The bolt transformed into a streak of black lightning that sliced through the darkness, accompanied by a piercing shriek, striking true towards the encroaching footsteps. Thud! A muffled sound akin to a heavy object plunging into mud echoed. It was swiftly followed by a stifled groan, filled with anguish and rage. Ugh! In the darkness, a figure staggered backward, crashing heavily against the opposite cave wall. A bolt had pierced through his thigh. The arrowhead, slick with viscous blood and shredded muscle, protruded from the back of his leg, firmly embedding itself in the rocky crevice, pinning him in place. Viper Captain. The captain is injured. Alarmed cries arose from 2 other directions. Viper? Scorpion Mercenary Corps. A weight sank in the shadow's heart. The intelligence was accurate. The scorpions were indeed as relentless as maggots. Furthermore, their strike was lethally precise. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant he loosed the bolt, his body sprang forth like a cheetah. The target was none other than the pinned figure, the scorpion's captain, Viper. He understood that this was his solitary opportunity. He must capitalize on the chaos and injury of his most perilous foe. Otherwise, should distance be created, the enemy's elusive poison darts and treacherous traps could spell his doom in this dark cavern. The shadow moved with unparalleled speed. In mere strides, he reached the pinned Viper. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the cave entrance, the torrential rain had diminished to a mere drizzle. He finally discerned the outline of his opponent. It was a tall, gaunt man, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, clad in form-fitting, light-absorbing dark green leather armor. His face was obscured by a matching green mask, revealing only a pair of narrow eyes, glimmering with malice and pain, akin to a true viper. Blood gushed from his thigh, the bolt having penetrated deeply. staining the dark green armor and the rocks beneath him crimson. As the shadow lunged forward, it resembled a malevolent specter, eliciting a surge of unbridled resentment and disbelief from the viper's elongated, slitted eyes. He could scarcely fathom that this grievously injured target, akin to a cornered beast, could exhibit such ferocity and react with such swiftness. The desire for self-destruction was palpable. The viper, gritting through the excruciating pain, emitted a hoarse roar. And with a flick of his remaining left hand, akin to a flash of lightning, he unleashed a more concentrated, deep purple venom dart, reminiscent of a serpent's fangs. Reeking of a pungent, sweet scent, aimed directly at the shadow's heart. The speed was unparalleled. The angle was astoundingly precise. Simultaneously, his right hand lunged towards the crossbow bolt embedded in his leg, attempting to extract it. The shadow twisted midair, resembling a boneless viper, narrowly evading the deep purple venom dart aimed at its heart. The dart grazed his side, igniting a searing sting, evidently laden with lethal poison. Yet, the shadow's objective remained unwavering. Ignoring the excruciating pain radiating from the torn wound on his left arm, his left hand shot forth like a vice, not to attack, but to seize the viper's right wrist, which was attempting to withdraw the bolt. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. The viper felt as though his wrist were caught in a fiery vice, his bones groaning under the strain. The motion to extract the bolt was abruptly stifled. Meanwhile, the shadow's right hand had already grasped the hilt of another weapon sheathed at his lower back, a venomous dagger pilfered from the blood wolf's stronghold, complete with a blood channel. The cold grip of the dagger was firm. Without the slightest pause, the shadow propelled his body forward, colliding fiercely into the viper's embrace. The right hand, wielding the poisoned dagger, imbued with a relentless desire for mutual destruction and a long-simmering intent to kill, thrust upwards, akin to a scorpion's tail, plunging into the viper's unguarded left side. The dagger pierced with a sickening sound, slicing through the resilient, dark green armor as if it were butter, ripping through flesh and membranes, plunging deep into the soft innards. The viper's body stiffened abruptly. His eyes widened in horror, filled with overwhelming anguish and disbelief. He could distinctly feel the chill of the metal tearing through his insides. The paralyzing and destructive toxins that clung to the dagger surged into his body like a swarm of venomous insects. The shadow, having struck true, showed no inclination to linger in battle. Without withdrawing the dagger, he abruptly released the grip on his opponent's wrist, propelled backward by an unseen force, retreating with uncanny swiftness. In that fleeting moment of his withdrawal, two ethereal green venom darts whizzed past him, akin to relentless parasites, embedding themselves into the very spot he had just occupied. The assault from two other scorpion mercenaries had commenced. The shadow retreated to a safe distance, leaning against a massive, frigid rock, panting heavily. Blood gushed from the wound on his left arm due to the recent exertion, saturating his entire arm and dripping from his fingertips onto the ground, producing a faint patter. The area grazed by the venom darts was engulfed in a wave of numbness and burning sensation, indicating that the toxin had begun to permeate his system. But his ice-cold gaze remained fixed ahead. The viper was pinned to the wall, a dagger deeply embedded beneath its left rib, its dark hilt exposed. A crossbow bolt was also lodged in its thigh. His body convulsed violently, the dark green leather armor rapidly saturated with dark red blood. A deep purple toxin spread from the wound, weaving a horrifying web-like pattern across his exposed skin, its hue more profound and sinister than that of the venomous darts. Gurgling sounds escaped his throat, like an old bellows, each spasm expelling more blood froth. Those elongated serpent-like eyes remained locked on the shadow's direction, filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a frenzied desperation of impending death. "Captain, kill him. Avenge the captain." The other two scorpion mercenaries, witnessing their leader's plight, let out furious, anguished howls. Yet, fear wrapped around them like a chilling vine. The shadow's ghostly agility and brutally merciless counterattacks had left them with deep psychological scars. They did not rush forward, but instead cautiously spread out, taking refuge behind the rocks, their poisoned darts poised to strike, clearly intending to exploit their advantage in distance and the darkness to wear him down. Leaning against the cold rock, the shadow gasped for breath. Each inhalation laced with the thick scent of blood and the numbing sensation from the toxin coursing through his side. The loss of blood from his left arm brought waves of icy dizziness, and blurred black dots began to encroach upon his vision. The lava lizard blood elixir within him seemed agitated by the recent venom, stirring restlessly, a searing heat roiling deep within his organs, creating a perilous clash with the paralyzing toxin. The situation remained perilous. He slowly raised his right hand, reaching for the beast's skin pouch at his waist, which exuded a foul odor. His fingertips grazed the cold, rough surface of a vial. The thick, blood-like lava lizard blood elixir he had acquired from the old cripple. In the darkness, a flicker of near-mad resolution flashed across the shadow's frosty eyes. Chapter 15. Blood of the lava lizard. His fingertips brushed against the cold glass of the vial, its rough texture reminiscent of a serpent's scales. Without hesitation, the shadow drew forth the vial of lava lizard blood elixir from the beastskin pouch and removed the cork. An intense aroma of sulfur and blood erupted within the narrow confines of the mine, as if an invisible flame had been ignited, suffocatingly pungent. The dark red, viscous liquid within the vial shimmered faintly in the shadows, flowing like lava, reflecting in the shadow's ice-cold gaze, emanating a near-mad determination. No dilution with strong liquor was necessary. The shadow tilted his head back, positioning the vial's opening against his lips, and without a moment's pause, swallowed a generous gulp. The viscous, searing liquid, reeking of strong metallic blood, slid down his throat like a torrent of burning magma, instantly igniting his esophagus and stomach. It was far more violent and ferocious than the 3 drops he had previously consumed mixed with strong liquor. It felt as though he had swallowed a living flame, rampaging wildly within him. The shadow's body arched violently, as if struck by an invisible, giant hammer. A suppressed howl of excruciating pain erupted from his throat. Every muscle in his body tensed to iron, veins bulging like twisted earthworms beneath his skin. The numbing sensation from the toxin that had grazed his ribs dissipated instantly under the onslaught of this searing impact, as if ice and snow had met the fierce sun. Instead, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if every cell in his body were ablaze. The molten lizard's blood essence clashed violently with the frigid toxins of the viper's poison dart, akin to fire meeting water, battling fiercely and annihilating each other. Each collision sent waves of tearing agony throughout his being. The surface of his skin quickly erupted into an unnatural, dark crimson hue, reminiscent of a boiled lobster, as sweat poured forth like steam, instantly saturating his tattered garments. Yet, the effect was immediate. The numbing sensation along his ribs swiftly dissipated, replaced by a searing sting. The dark spots at the periphery of his vision were forcibly dispelled, yielding to an eerie, blood moon-like crimson vision that allowed him to discern the outlines of his surroundings within a few meters, even in the absolute darkness. This was a fleeting enhancement of his senses, spurred by the volatile energy of the molten lizard's blood essence. Enduring the tumultuous agony raging within, he slowly rose to his feet. The wound on his left arm split open anew due to his vigorous movements, blood dripping from his fingertips. Yet he felt none of it. His entire nervous system was overwhelmed by the burning sensation brought forth by the molten lizard's blood essence, rendering his pain almost suppressed. He gazed ahead. The viper had ceased its convulsions, resembling a ragged puppet pinned to the wall. Its dark green scales were thoroughly soaked in dark red blood, deep purple toxin patterns crawling across its exposed skin. Its elongated, serpentine eyes remained wide open, yet devoid of any spark, only reflecting a frozen malice and resentment. 2 other scorpion mercenaries cowered behind the rocks, horrified as they witnessed the transformation of Shadow after consuming the molten lizard's blood essence. One of them trembled as he raised his poisoned dart, aiming for Shadow's throat. Shadow moved. His speed surpassed even his previous swiftness. Like a bolt of burning dark red lightning, bolstered by the frenzied energy of the molten lizard's blood essence, his movements transcended human limits. Just as the scorpion mercenary's finger tightened on the trigger, Shadow's form vanished from sight. Whoosh! The poisoned dart soared past, embedding itself into the rock wall behind. In the next instant, Shadow materialized behind the mercenary like a wraith. His right hand clawed forth with a raw, explosive force, swiftly gripping the mercenary's nape. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones resonated clearly. The mercenary's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his expression of horror not yet fully formed before life abruptly slipped away. The last remaining scorpion mercenary, witnessing this horrific scene, completely broke down. He discarded his poisoned dart and turned to flee deeper into the mine. A scream of terror, unrecognizable as human, escaped his lips. Shadow did not pursue. The energy of the molten lizard's blood essence within him was rapidly waning, replaced by a profound weakness and an even more intense backlash of pain. He staggered to the viper's corpse, withdrawing the poisoned dagger embedded beneath his left rib, then bent down to retrieve the crossbow that had fallen to the ground. Deep within the mine, the footsteps of the fleeing mercenary grew fainter, ultimately fading into the darkness. From the bodies of the 2, Shadow discovered several vials of differently colored poisons and antidotes, a small pouch of silver coins, a few uniquely shaped poison darts, and a neatly folded piece of parchment extracted from the viper's close pocket. Due to the pressing nature of time, Ing had no opportunity to scrutinize the parchment carefully. Instead, He hastily stuffed all his spoils into a leather satchel and staggered toward the exit of the mine. Upon finally emerging from the cavern, he discovered that the rain had ceased. Nevertheless, the air remained thick with moisture, its essence intermingling with the fresh scent of earth and foliage, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. As he glanced towards the eastern horizon, he discerned a faint blush of dawn, signaling that daybreak was imminent. Despite his battered physique, he clenched his teeth and trudged into the forest shrouded in morning mist. His figure was swiftly consumed by the dense fog, as though he had never existed. Behind him, the abandoned mine loomed like a colossal beast with its gaping maw, gradually being enveloped by the mist, vanishing amidst the vastness of the woods. However, for Ing, this hunt was merely beginning. It was far from over. Chapter 16. The eerie glow of the decayed pit. 12. The frenzied energy bestowed by the lava lizard's blood had long since receded, leaving in its wake an even more tumultuous backlash. His innards felt as though they were being roasted over a gentle flame, each breath imbued with the acrid scent of rusted iron. The area where the poisoned dart had grazed his side bore a sinister purplish hue, slightly swollen at the edges, emanating waves of dull pain, despite the numbing sensation being forcibly suppressed. Most perilously, within him raged a conflict between two forces, the searing heat of the residual golden flames, the chilling essence of the abyssal gorge, the stifling silence of the bat venom, the violent nature of the lava lizard's blood, and the insidiousness of the viper's poisoned dart. It was as if multiple venomous serpents were ferociously tearing through his veins, each clash of power inducing a soul-rending agony. He needed the toxic moss, the formidable substance the old cripple spoke of, capable of devouring myriad toxins and temporarily restoring balance to his chaotic body. The decayed pit, the lair of the poisonous scorpion. The outline of Soul Hunter Town emerged faintly through the thinning morning mist, resembling a slumbering behemoth. He circumvented the relatively lively town entrance, veering towards the more desolate and squalid southwestern corner. The scent in the air began to shift. The stench of inferior liquor, sweat, and livestock excrement was supplanted by a more potent, nauseating amalgam, reminiscent of refuse that had festered for centuries under the sweltering heat, mingling with sharp chemical odors, decaying organic matter, and an insidious chill that penetrated to the marrow. The entrance to the decayed pit lay concealed at the end of a dead-end alley, completely obstructed by various filth and debris. Rather than an entrance, it resembled a vast, subterranean sewer outlet, a massive cement pipe, over 3 meters in diameter, inclined as it penetrated the ground, its rim coated with thick, dark grease and slick moss. A visibly murky, foul mist, streaked with pale green and grayish-black, surged forth from the depths of the pipe like the breath of a monstrous beast, exuding a potent corrosiveness and suffocating stench. Ing halted in the shadows of a collapsed stone wall, a dozen meters from the pipe's opening. At the entrance to the decayed pit, 2 mercenaries clad in filthy leather armor, their faces obscured by damp cloth soaked in some tincture, lounged against the wall with fierce, menacing gazes. They bore curved blades at their waists, and the grotesque dark green scorpion emblem of the Venom Scorpion Mercenary Corps was tattooed upon their arms. The guards appeared lax, yet the shadow understood that this was merely a fade. The decaying pit was the domain of the Venom Scorpions. Within its core, one could expect to encounter far greater forces. Moreover, it was probable that the sentinels here were not solely human. He refrained from immediate action, pressing himself against the damp stone wall like a frigid stone, minimizing his presence to the utmost. His keen gaze pierced through the thin mist, scrutinizing the environment surrounding the entrance. Aside from the 2 guards, a vague figure partially shrouded by vines on a cement platform above seemed to overlook the area below like a hawk. It was a hidden sentinel. Time slipped by gradually. The morning fog was slowly dissipated by the rising temperature. At last, a dull sound, akin to dragging a heavy load, echoed from the depths of the pipe. Shortly thereafter, a hunched figure clad in tattered clothing emerged from the noxious miasma, pushing a heavy wheelbarrow as if it had crawled from the depths of hell. The barrow was laden with dark, viscous refuse, exuding a putrid stench, revealing decaying animal entrails, shattered glass bottles, twisted metal scraps, and some unidentifiable masses. The figure pushing the cart was similarly veiled, revealing only a pair of numb, lifeless eyes, moving in a mechanical and laborious manner. The 2 guards, pinching their noses, cursed and stepped aside, their expressions filled with revulsion and impatience, as if they were observing a pile of moving refuse. Just as the cart passed near the stone wall where the shadow concealed himself, the pusher stumbled, and the heavy cart lurched to one side. Several pieces of the viscous, dark refuse tumbled down, one of which rolled perilously close to the edge of the shadow's hiding place. A wave of overpowering stench surged forth. The shadow's pupils contracted sharply, He stifled the urge to vomit, his gaze fixated on the fallen refuse, which was no mere garbage, but rather a substantial chunk of highly decayed, maggot-ridden remains of an unknown soul beast. The maggots writhed frantically within the putrid flesh, exuding a sickly sweet scent of death. An opportunity presented itself. The shadow's gaze swept over the fetid mass of decay, and then back to the two guards, who were still pinching their noses in disgust. A wildly audacious, even reckless idea took shape instantaneously. Without hesitation, like a specter merging with the shadows, he silently glided beside the decaying flesh. The acrid stench nearly suffocated him. He fought against the turmoil in his stomach, extending his right hand to swiftly scrape a thick layer of viscous, maggot-infested black sludge from the rotting mass. The cold, slick texture, imbued with the essence of death, enveloped his fingers. Without a moment's pause, he meticulously smeared this foul sludge across his tattered garments, focusing on his shoulders, chest, and back. The muck rapidly penetrated the already filthy leather and sinew, mingling with the dried blood and sweat, emanating an even more potent stench reminiscent of ancient cadavers. Upon completing this task, he even scooped a handful of the sludge, carelessly smearing it across his face and hair, thoroughly obscuring his original features and complexion. In an instant, the aura he exuded bore a striking resemblance to that of the numbed, indifferent street sweeper he had just emulated, saturated with the essence of death, decay, and an overwhelming stench that repelled all. With his head bowed and back hunched, he mimicked the street vendor's weary, lethargic gait, dragging his equally fatigued body step by step towards the vast effluent pipe emitting thick, noxious vapors. The pungent odor acted like a tangible shield, instantly drawing the attention of the two guards. "Damn it, it reeks. Which fool is it this time?" one guard exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust, barely bothering to glance in his direction as he waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. Hurry up and move out of sight." The other guard turned his back, as though a mere glance would suffocate him. Lowering his head, he emitted a muffled, wheezing sound akin to a deflating bellows, his steps unwavering as he strode directly into the gaping maw of the enormous pipe, swirling with a sickly green and black miasma. The intensely foul odor and corrosive vapors enveloped him in an instant. The thick, frigid air clung to him like glue, each breath akin to swallowing scalding grit, searing his throat and lungs. His vision was instantly shrouded in a haze of gray-green and darkness. The pipe sloped downward steeply, its surface slick and viscous, layered with years of accumulated filth, each step sinking him deeper into a putrid mire. He could only grip the cold, rough walls of the cement pipe, navigating carefully as he descended. The stench and miasma were so dense that even with his face covered in mud, the strong corrosive sensation still stung his eyes, bringing tears. The pipe seemed endless, offering only a void of darkness, thick vapors, and the nauseating sensation underfoot. Chapter 17. The luminous depths of decay before him. The space suddenly opened up. Yet this revelation brought not relief, but a more profound suffocation and shock. The pit of decay. It was far from a mere pit. It resembled a vast, forgotten underground kingdom, steeped in death and filth, lost in the depths of time. The expanse was unimaginably vast, with a towering dome concealed within the thick miasma, revealing only colossal, rust-stained metal pipes crisscrossing like the veins of a monstrous creature. The ground was a viscous, black mire, unfathomably deep, floating with various indescribable refuse and decaying matter, reminiscent of the skin of a rotting behemoth slowly undulating. Scattered throughout the mire were islands or pathways formed from enormous skeletal remains, corroded metal sheets, decayed timber, and chunks of concrete. The air was saturated with an overpowering stench that unsettled the very soul, a blend of rotting corpses, chemical waste, toxic marsh gas, and an array of unknown decomposing substances fermenting into a grotesque amalgamation. The pale green, gray-black, and occasionally bizarrely purple miasmas floated like living veils, swirling in the immense space. The light was exceedingly dim, primarily emanating from the colossal heaps of refuse floating in the mire, where naturally occurring fungi exuded a ghastly green or eerie blue phosphorescence. Their forms contorted, resembling enlarged and deformed mushrooms or clusters of moss. A faint glow barely illuminated the surrounding area, rendering the entire space even more eerie and sinister. Shadow stood upon a relatively dry concrete platform at the pipe's exit, akin to standing at the threshold of hell. Within his line of sight, he could discern several figures, much like himself, exuding a foul stench and moving with a numb demeanor, akin to the living dead, as they navigated through floating heaps of refuse or narrow passageways. Some struggled to excavate something. Others gathered the luminescent fungi, while a few seemed to merely sit vacantly at the edges of the sludge, awaiting death. In the distance, Mercenaries clad in dark green leather armor and donning gas masks patrolled the higher islands like overseers, their cold gazes sweeping over the scavengers below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Further still, in the deepest, most noxious pit of decay, a vague outline of vast ruins surrounded by twisted steel and shattered concrete became discernible. The architectural style of these ruins clashed with the surroundings, exuding a sense of cold, orderly decay reminiscent of some colossal facilities' remnants. Thick, broken pipes protruded from the ruins like deceased serpents, leaking a viscous, foul-smelling dark green liquid that pooled into the mire below. Was this the old laboratory spoken of by the Raven? The remnants of the Spirit Hall? He leaped down from the concrete platform, his feet instantly sinking into the viscous, frigid sludge, reaching up to his ankles. The biting cold and slimy texture caused his body to tense involuntarily. Mimicking the apathetic figures around him, he trudged through the mire, stepping deep and shallow, his gaze seemingly vacant as he surveyed the floating refuse and the enormous phosphorescent fungi. The old cripple had mentioned that the venomous moss feasted on myriad toxins, typically thriving in the most toxic accumulations, particularly near piles of corpses. Shadow's nose struggled to discern amidst the overpowering stench. The odor of the decay pit was multifaceted, yet he sought a specific, more chilling and purer essence of death. He avoided the islands patrolled by the scorpion mercenaries, weaving between heaps of refuse and skeletal pathways. The sludge was bone-chillingly cold, each step proving exceptionally arduous. The wound on his left arm soaked in the tainted water, sending waves of piercing pain and heat through him, indicating a worsening infection. At last, after circumventing a small hill crafted from enormous soul beast skulls and corroded iron plates, an overwhelmingly potent stench, imbued with a strong aroma of putrescence and an oddly sweet, yet rancid scent, assaulted him. Shadow raised his eyes. Ahead lay a relatively open area of sludge, but beneath the water's surface, a vast accumulation of highly decomposed bodies, indistinguishable in form, was barely discernible. Some were humanoid, while others belonged to various soul beasts. The corpses piled like small mountains, half submerged in the viscous black mire. Countless plump, white maggots writhed frantically within the decaying flesh, creating a nauseating wave of white. The putrid fat and corpse water mingled with the sludge, forming a layer of grotesque, iridescent bubbles on the surface. At the edge of this mound of corpses, several large black rocks, relatively clean yet soaked in corpse water, were adorned with peculiar growths. It was a remarkably dense moss, possessing a texture akin to velvet. Its hue was an unadulterated, light-absorbing pitch black, yet its surface was adorned with countless minuscule, dark red protrusions reminiscent of needle tips. Under the ghastly green phosphorescence emitted by the surrounding fungi, these dark red projections resembled a multitude of dormant, bloodshot eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. The moss itself emanated an intensely frigid essence, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, forming a bizarre contrast to the overpowering stench of decay that permeated the air. Poisonous moss. The heart of Shadow jolted abruptly. He had found it. Suppressing the tumult of excitement within, his gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity. No sign of venomous scorpion mercenaries was in sight. Only a few numb scavengers in the distance, excavating another heap of refuse, seemingly oblivious to his presence. An opportunity not to be missed. Shadow quickened his pace, traversing the mire with each step sinking deeper, nearly up to his thighs. Every movement proved arduous, the viscous resistance threatening to draw him into the abyss. The pungent odor of decay nearly rendered him unconscious, as countless fat, white maggots stirred in response to his actions, writhing beside his legs. At last, he approached the black rock where the ebony moss thrived. As he drew near, the chilling aura became even more palpable, sending a shiver through his heated insides. The dark red needle-like projections on the moss seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, greedily absorbing the dense miasma of death and toxins surrounding them. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadow extended his right hand, caked in mud and remnants of rotting flesh, reeking of decay, and grasped the largest and thickest cluster of poisonous moss. The instant his fingertips made contact with the moss, an indescribable, otherworldly coldness, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, surged through him like a million icy needles piercing his skin, racing along the nerves of his fingers and wildly flooding his body. Ugh! Shadow's body stiffened abruptly, as if suddenly encased in invisible ice. The extreme cold instantly suppressed the searing heat and agony swirling within him. Yet, soon after, a more terrifying sensation followed, akin to his very soul being frozen, torn apart, and simultaneously devoured by countless venomous insects, inflicting pain more severe than that of the molten lizard's blood. It was a pure, corrosive assault on the essence of life itself. Clenching his teeth with all his might, he could taste the metallic sweetness of his own blood upon his gums. With every ounce of strength, he violently tore the thick cluster of ebony poisonous moss from the rock. Its viscous, icy texture felt like grasping a deadly serpent. There was no time to ponder. Without a glance, Shadow rudely stuffed the chilling mass of moss, exuding a deathly aura, into his mouth. His teeth gnawed and chewed frantically. There was no flavor, or rather, it transcended the realm of taste, embodying an absolute, extreme coldness and toxicity. It felt as though he were swallowing a blend of eternal ice and all the malice of the world concentrated into one. The thick, icy juice slid down his throat, bringing with it a numbing sensation that threatened to freeze his very soul and tear him apart. Boom! The moment that viscous, icy moss juice slipped into his stomach, the battlefield within Shadow erupted in chaos. The venomous moss harbors an exquisitely pure and chilling toxicity, akin to ice cubes plunged into boiling oil, instantaneously clashing with the tumultuous remnants of lava lizard blood, the searing embers of golden flames. The accumulated malevolence of the abyssal gorge, the insidious toxins of the viper, and the corrosive lethargy of bat venom, resulting in an unprecedented and cataclysmic conflict. No longer a mere struggle of bites and entanglements. It erupted with the ferocity of simultaneous detonations within. The Shadow could no longer contain itself. Its body was struck by an invisible, colossal force, violently propelled backward, crashing heavily into the frigid, viscous mire. The sludge quickly engulfed much of its form. It curled in agony, convulsing violently, akin to a fish out of water frantically thrashing on the brink of demise. Its hands clawed desperately into the chilling muck, nails bending and breaking. Beneath the ashen surface of its skin, bizarre hues of dark red, inky green, deep purple, and pallid white swirled chaotically like uncontrollable pigments, clashing. At times, it burned like a branding iron. At others, it was as frigid as ice. Veins writhed beneath the skin like twisted serpents, throbbing with life. A harrowing, discordant roar erupted from its throat, reminiscent of a dying beast. Bubbles mixed with the sludge uncontrollably surged from its mouth and nostrils. The surroundings were engulfed by a chaotic interplay of swirling darkness and blinding light. Consciousness teetered on the edge of annihilation amidst excruciating torment. Like a small vessel in a tempest, tossed upon the peaks of obliteration, only to be violently plunged into a frigid abyss. It felt as though it would shatter and dissipate in the next moment. The icy sludge, chilling to the bone and slick with the essence of death, enveloped every inch of skin. The fador of decay, the sickly sweetness of decomposing flesh, the phosphorescence of fungi. Every sense was utterly submerged by the catastrophic storm raging within. Only the instinct for survival flickered feebly, like a candle in the wind, desperately burning amidst the boundless agony of purgatory. Chapter 18. The Dragon's Lament in the Old Ruins. The cold, viscous mire coiled around the Shadow's body like millions of slick hands of death, dragging it toward the abyss of darkness. Each violent spasm and convulsion drove its form deeper into this foul swamp. The stench of decay, the phosphorescence of fungi, the noxious miasma, all senses were utterly crushed and submerged by the cataclysmic energy storm within. Only pain remained, an indescribable pain, the pure and chilling toxicity of the venomous moss. Akin to countless needles steeped in the icy essence of the netherworld, instantaneously pierced every inch of flesh and every nerve. It rampaged within, freezing and tearing apart. Wherever it spread, the very soul seemed to be encased in ice, crushed to fragments. Meanwhile, the chaotic forces within, the searing heat of the lava lizard blood, the residual wrath of golden flames, the chilling malevolence settled within the abyssal gorge, the deathly lethargy of bat venom, and the insidious sharpness of viper venom, were all momentarily united. As if enraged, beasts laying aside their grievances, fiercely converging to launch a brutal onslaught against this ultimate frigid toxin, the war of ice and fire, the stranglehold of life and death. Within the Shadow's body, already on the brink of collapse, it felt as though multiple stars were simultaneously bursting forth. Crimson, deep green, dark purple, and pallid white. Each hue signifies a distinct form of venom and destructive power, surging beneath his skin like uncontrollable lava, clashing and exploding. At times, his skin blazes with heat akin to a branding iron, revealing fissures reminiscent of molten rock. At other moments, it turns frigid like ancient ice, cloaked in a chilling frost. Veins twist beneath the surface, contorting into grotesque serpents of poison, pulsating with fervor, as if they might burst forth at any moment. A cacophony of dissonance erupts, akin to a soul being torn asunder, with anguished howls spilling forth from the depths of his throat, mingling with the frothy mire and sanguine spume that violently erupts from his mouth and nostrils. His body writhes frantically in the muck, each struggle tugging at the already ruptured wound on his left arm. Dark crimson blood gushing forth like an uncontrollable spring, staining the surrounding viscous black sludge. Consciousness has long been cast into an endless abyss of chaotic torment. Countless fragmented images and sounds explode within his mind, the sanguine light of a sanctum. The putrid flesh of the Nether Ravine, the sinister laughter of blood wolves, the venomous darts of scorpions, and that frigid countdown. At last, everything crystallizes into a maelstrom of devouring, raging dark golden light, the eyes of the Golden Dragon King wide open. Death. It seems that only utter annihilation can bring an end to this boundless agony. At that moment, a resonant hum, an immense silence, long overdue, akin to a force originating from the very source of bloodlines, erupts from the depths of his being, ignited by the sheer intensity of pain and destructive energy. A roar, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, infused with endless majesty and ferocity, reverberates not through the air but directly within the core of his soul, amidst the filth of decay. Erupting with thunderous resonance. Boom. Centered around him, an invisible wave of terror, laden with an absolute will to obliterate, expands like a tangible shockwave. The viscous mire erupts as if struck by an unseen titan, creating a vast depression. The murky sludge, carrying decayed refuse and shattered corpses, sprays forth in a fountain-like eruption. Puff, puff, puff. The colossal fungi emanating a sickly green phosphorescent shatter like fragile glass under this horrific pressure, their viscous, glowing juices splattering in all directions. What is this? In the distance, several numb scavengers, digging through refuse, are struck as if by an invisible hammer, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapse into the muck. Unaware of their fate, even the mercenaries on the distant heights, surveying the area, find themselves gripped by this sudden, life-altering pressure, their faces paling as their spiritual energy falters. They gaze in horror toward the mountain of corpses, their eyes wide with primal fear. At the heart of the tempest, his form undergoes an even more terrifying transformation. He curls within the exploded mire, his body trembling violently, as a deeper, more dominant dark golden light swiftly envelopes the ashen hue of his skin. Flowing beneath the surface like molten dark gold, the gaping wound on the left arm, shrouded in a dark golden radiance, astonishingly ceased to bleed. The curling edges of flesh were seared shut by an intense, fiery energy, forcibly sealing the injury. From deep within the bones came a disconcerting cracking sound, as if an invisible force was compelling them to realign and reshape. Even more terrifying was his right hand. That hand, mired in filth and remnants of toxic moss, began to rise uncontrollably, inching upward. A roar, suffused with uncontainable anguish, erupted from the depths of Shadow's throat, accompanied by an overwhelming, savage sonic wave. The surrounding muck churned like boiling water. He abruptly raised his head. On his face, smeared with filth and frothy blood, his once icy eyes transformed into pure, vertically slit pupils ablaze with dark golden flames. Cold, majestic, ferocious, and destructive, like an ancient dragon deity gazing down upon mere ants. Within the depths of his pupils reflected the decayed and putrid world, filled with boundless rage and an insatiable desire to incinerate everything to ashes. A monster. It is that Harbinger of Doom. He has mutated. From a distance atop a hill, the Scorpion mercenaries finally recovered from the overwhelming pressure that had paralyzed them. Emitting shrill screams of terror, they beheld the dark golden figure rising like a demonic god from the direction of the mountain of corpses. Gazing at his inhuman claw exuding an aura of annihilation, as fear consumed their rationality. Fire. Quickly, fire. Kill him. A small leader among the mercenaries bellowed, his voice trembling violently with terror. Several crossbow bolts, glowing with a sinister green light, whistled sharply as they tore through the tainted air, shooting towards the newly risen Shadow like venomous serpents. Yet, Shadow did not even cast a glance at the incoming bolts. His dark golden right hand, adorned with intricate dragon scale patterns, seemed to possess a will of its own, sweeping forward with a sudden ferocity. Though the motion appeared casual, it bore an overwhelming dominance capable of rending the heavens. With a swift motion, 5 exquisitely condensed dark golden crescent blades of energy materialized, akin to claws of a dragon tearing through the void. Embodying an aura of utter destruction, they surged forth with terrifying swiftness, striking mercilessly at the incoming poisoned arrows. There was no violent clash. The expertly forged, poisoned bolts disintegrated upon contact with the dark golden blades, vanishing silently, as if snow meeting the scorching sun, leaving not even a trace of metallic residue. The energy blades continued unabated, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly cleaving towards the distant hill. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy high ground, constructed from concrete and metal debris, crumbled before the dark golden blades as if it were mere paper. It was instantly torn apart, revealing gaping chasms of unfathomable depth. Debris, metal fragments, and the mangled remains of two scorpion mercenaries who failed to evade were hurled away like refuse by the ferocious energy. Their screams abruptly ceased. The remaining scorpion mercenaries were utterly petrified. They scrambled down the hill in a frenzy, howling like lost dogs as they madly fled towards the depths of the decaying pit, scrambling towards the vast industrial wasteland. A monster. Run. Go report to Lord Sandscorpion. Hurry. The shadow stood still, its dark golden vertical pupils coldly surveying the panicked figures fleeing in disarray. It did not pursue. The storm within remained uncalmed. The extreme chill of the venomous moss was forcibly suppressed. Yet the cataclysmic power unleashed by the initial eruption of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline surged through its fragile meridians like a rampaging stallion. Each wave of power brought with it new, tearing agony, as if the body were on the verge of being obliterated by this force. Control was imperative. Release was essential. Devour was crucial. Those eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, slowly turned, ultimately resting upon the mound of rotting corpses beneath its feet. The dense aura of death, resentment, and the amalgamated life essence and toxins contained within countless souls of beasts and humans exuded an alluring fragrance, akin to a beacon in the night, captivating its gaze. An instinctual, profound yearning, rooted deep within its bloodline, seized it in an instant. To devour. The shadow gradually bent down. That dark golden hand, adorned with dragon scale patterns, plunged fiercely into the viscous, frigid mire of corpses beneath. A hum resonated. An invisible, terrifying force of devouring surged forth from the palm of that dragon claw. The muck began to swirl violently around its hand, as if infused with life, forming a colossal vortex. The fragments of highly decomposed corpses, oils, and maggots, all laden with energy and toxins, were relentlessly drawn in, torn apart, and consumed by that overwhelming suction, like rivers converging into the sea. A torrent of vast, chaotic, cold energy, filled with death and resentment, surged into the shadow's body with the ferocity of a flood breaching its dam. The shadow trembled violently once more. The act of devouring did not bring nourishment, but instead intensified its torment. The chaotic energies and potent aura of death surged through its meridians like countless searing needles, clashing violently with the yet unsettled dragon power within. However, concurrently, the wound on its left arm, forcibly sealed, began to visibly accelerate in healing after consuming a significant amount of life essence. The dark golden glow beneath its skin flowed more smoothly, as if greedily absorbing these nutrients. The conflicting powers within found a fragile, temporary equilibrium under the impact of this external energy and the imposing suppression of dragon force, remaining tumultuous yet no longer teetering on the brink of collapse. Devour. Continue to devour. The shadow resembled a sinister tree rooted in a mountain of corpses, its dark golden claw deeply embedded at the vortex's core, voraciously siphoning the nutrients from this land of death. Its aura, entwined in the agony and power, visibly deepened, growing heavier and filled with a chilling destructiveness. The dark golden pupils burned with an icy, violent flame under the phosphorescent glow emitted by the mound of corpses. Deep within the putrid pit, a colossal structure resembling the bones of a monstrous beast loomed silently in the dim phosphorescence. Broken pipes hung like dying tendrils, oozing thick, dark green liquid. In a corner of the ruins, half buried beneath twisted steel, lay an unremarkable metal box, tarnished by rust and grime. Its surface bore a faint emblem, a blurred representation of a six-winged angel entwined with a scepter. When the shockwave of dark golden dragon power surged through, the emblem flickered weakly for an instant before swiftly dimming, as if it had never illuminated at all. Shadow, immersed in the agony of consumption and the surge of power, remained oblivious to this occurrence. Unbeknownst to him, deeper within the ruins, more perilous entities, disturbed from their slumber, were slowly awakening with cold, unblinking gazes. Chapter 19. The Raven's Nest. 13. Devour. Like a malevolent tree rooted in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Shadow's dark golden dragon claws plunged deep into the core of the mire's vortex. An immense and chaotic torrent of energy, imbued with the chilling essence of death as resentment, surged forth like tainted tides, violently torn apart and consumed by the tyrannical pulse stemming from his bloodline, forcefully flooding into his nearly collapsing form. The torment never ceased. With each influx of energy, it felt as though countless searing steel needles were careening through his frail veins. The destructive force of the golden dragon's bloodline ravenously siphoned these nutrients, akin to parched earth absorbing toxic rainwater. simultaneously granting him strength while exacerbating the rending sensation and the cold numbness of his soul, tainted by filth. The extreme chill of the toxin-laden moss lingered, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the deep sea, temporarily subdued by the ferocious dragon power, yet still emanating a frigid silence from the depths of his bloodline, creating a tenuous balance with the dragon power's searing ferocity, one that could shatter at any moment. His dark golden vertical pupils blazed with icy and fierce flames, reflecting the deathly landscape illuminated by a ghastly green phosphorescence. The cacophony of the rotting pit seemed to be severed from another realm, leaving only the roar of energy coursing within him and the unsettling crackle of bones being forcibly reshaped. Just as Shadow was ensnared in this peculiar state of pain and power, teetering on the brink of destruction and rebirth, a faint sound, a delicate tremor in the air, akin to the flutter of a hummingbird's wings, unexpectedly penetrated the roar of energy within him, clearly resonating in his ears. It was not the wind of the rotting pit, not the echoes of bursting fungi, nor the distant footsteps of a fleeing scorpion mercenary. It was an exquisitely precise sound, imbued with waves of soul energy, slicing through the air at astonishing speed, hurtling towards him from the depths of the vast industrial wasteland that lay within the rotting pit. Danger! Shadow's dark golden vertical pupils abruptly constricted. The terrifying awareness, born from the golden dragon's bloodline, instantly detected the lethal threat. He had no time to ponder. His body forcibly broke free from the state of consumption. The dark golden dragon claw, embedded in the mire's vortex, was yanked out violently, sending forth a spray of viscous black droplets. Swoosh! A slender silver thread, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot toward him like lightning cleaving through the night, emitting a piercing shriek as it accurately targeted the very spot where his dragon claw had penetrated. The silver thread plunged into the thick mire, making barely a sound. But immediately after, boom! A tremendous wave of soul energy, saturated with paralyzing and disintegrating properties, erupted explosively at the core of the very spot Shadow had just consumed. Thick sludge and decaying fragments of corpses were violently propelled into the air. A massive pit, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, formed instantaneously. At the bottom of the pit, even the most stubborn grime and rocks, which had accumulated over countless years, were eroded and disintegrated by the eerie fluctuations of soul power, revealing a chilling structure reminiscent of a honeycomb, corroded as if by an acid. Had Shadow's movements been delayed by even half a second, that dark golden dragon claw, along with his entire arm, would have likely been instantaneously disintegrated and obliterated by this terrifying assault. Shadow's body was forcefully hurled away by the tremendous shockwave, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a comparatively clean patch of sludge some 10 meters away, splattering a vast expanse of black muck. The tumultuous energies within him, already in chaotic conflict, were thrown into further disarray by this sudden impact, akin to a boulder being cast into a boiling pot of oil. A bitter taste surged in his throat, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood interspersed with dark golden specks. Struggling to lift his head, Shadow's dark golden vertical pupils fixated intently on the source of the impending attack, deep within the decaying pit, amidst the shadows of a vast industrial wasteland. A vague silhouette stood like a ghost atop a fragmented, enormous pipeline, from which dark green liquid flowed. The distance was too great, and the miasma thick, obscuring any clear visage. Only the faint outline of a figure clad in a snug, deep gray cloak, seemingly capable of absorbing light, could be discerned. The figure was not particularly tall, appearing somewhat gaunt. In their hand, they seemed to hold a uniquely shaped, elongated object that flickered with a faint glow of soul power. It was a soul-guiding device. Moreover, an exceedingly rare and formidable long-range attack-type soul-guiding device. Fury ignited an even more savage flame within the depths of Shadow's pupils. The intent to kill was as tangible as ice shards. He bore the tumultuous agony and chaos within him, as he forcefully pressed his dark golden dragon claw against the ground, attempting to rise and retaliate. However, at the moment he gathered his strength, a humming sound resonated. An invisible, yet intensely disruptive wave of spiritual energy spread silently like ripples, enveloping the area where Shadow resided. This wave was not an attack. It felt more like a signal, or perhaps a form of positioning. Shadow's movements abruptly froze. He felt as though his mind were submerged in a viscous glue, experiencing an exceedingly brief moment of mental latency. What alarmed him further was the realization that this spiritual fluctuation seemed to have triggered a trap that had long been set in this location. Boom, 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 boom. Centered around Shadow, the swamp of sludge erupted without warning, unleashing dozens of blinding white pillars of light within a radius of several dozen meters. These pillars were not physical entities, but rather composed of pure light attribute energy, instantaneously intertwining to form a vast and dense web of light, completely enveloping him along with the surrounding space. The light web emanated a potent, purifying aura, naturally suppressing the chaotic, tainted, and death-laden energies within Shadow. The radiance swirling on his dark golden dragon claw dimmed significantly in an instant, and the violent energy coursing beneath his skin felt as though shackled, its flow rendered exceedingly arduous. A binding light web. A name flashed through Shadow's mind in an instant. This was an extraordinarily expensive type of soul-guiding device, specifically designed to restrain powerful evil soul masters or dark soul beasts. How could it possibly appear here? And who had set it in place? At the moment when he was momentarily restrained by the luminous net, his spirit jolted violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures, akin to arrows piercing the darkness, surged forth from 3 distinct directions with astonishing speed. Directly ahead stood an imposing figure, a colossal man resembling a bear standing upright. He was clad in heavy rock armor that shimmered with a yellowish hue of soul power, each step he took upon the mire resounding with a thunderous echo. This was none other than the assistant of the Viper, known as Rock Rhinoceros, who had been previously pinned to the wall by Shadow's cunning ploy. His crimson eyes burned with an insatiable hatred, and his massive rock fist, whistling through the air, descended mercilessly towards Shadow's head. The intensity of his attack surpassed that of Bloodfang Rogan. To the right, another figure appeared, even more enigmatic. He did not run, but glided through the air, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages like a specter. His speed was blinding. Though unarmed, tendrils of deep violet soul power, exuding a sinister aura, coiled around his fingertips. His target was unmistakably Shadow's dark golden dragon claw. It was evidently a peculiar soul technique aimed at binding or extracting 3 soul masters, harmoniously coordinated. Their lethal strikes converged perfectly. They seized the moment with exquisite timing, precisely when Shadow was under the duress of the luminous net, his internal powers in tumult, and his mind rattled by the soul-guiding device from the ruins. Chapter 20. The Raven's Nest. 23. The Ultimate Kill Zone. Shadow's dark golden vertical pupils shrank to the size of a needle. The shadow of death gripped his heart like a frigid hand. Within him, the power of the Golden Dragon King roared and struggled in a frenzy under the suppression of the luminous net and crippling pain. Yet it was as if an enraged dragon was shackled by chains, unable to break free in an instant. There was no escape, no defense. Power. He needed an even greater force. In that critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, a dormant yet ancient dark golden dragon shadow in Shadow's mind suddenly opened its fiery, destructive eyes once more. Roar. It was not merely a sound, but a torrent of pure, primal destructive will, erupting from the depths of the soul. Within Shadow's body, it felt as though invisible shackles were forcefully shattered. The fragile balance maintained after consuming the energy of a mountain of corpses was instantly obliterated. The annihilating power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline exploded forth like a volcano ignited in fury, threatening to consume everything in its path. Boom! A wave of dark golden energy, even more terrifying and refined than before, erupted from Shadow, resembling a cataclysmic storm. The first to bear the brunt was the binding light net composed of pure light attribute soul power. Sizzle. The sharp sound, akin to fabric being torn asunder, filled the air. The resilient light net, upon contact with the dark golden shockwave, succumbed to its nemesis, emitting a mournful cry of defeat, fracturing inch by inch, vanishing into countless dissipating specks of light. Following this, the 3 soul masters that had lunged forward met their fate. What? Impossible. Their terrified screams were drowned in the maelstrom of energy. The leading rock rhinoceros collided with an invisible wall, a steel fortress forged from the very essence of destruction. His colossal fist, shrouded in a heavy rock-like armor, shattered like fragile eggshells upon contact with the dark golden shockwave. A torrent of ferocious energy surged through his arm. With a thunderous impact, the massive body of the rock rhinoceros was sent hurtling backwards as if struck by a colossal battering ram. Blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted from its mouth. In midair, the arm that swung in a punch grotesquely twisted, the sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. To the left, the mercenary, slithering like a venomous serpent, fared even worse. He was too close, moving too swiftly, unable to react in time. The dark golden shockwave crashed into him like an invisible tidal wave. His frail body was instantly torn apart as if thrown into a meat grinder. The dark green leather armor disintegrated into fragments, flesh and bones contorted and shattered amidst the violent energy. He barely had time to emit a short, piercing scream before his entire being transformed into a mist of blood mixed with dark green poisonous fog. On the right, the Soul Master wielding the peculiar soul force threads reacted the fastest. At the moment of the shockwave's eruption, he forcibly twisted his body, attempting to retreat. Yet, the deep purple soul force thread extending from his fingertips was instantly devoured and annihilated by the dark golden energy. The residual force struck his chest with a resounding impact. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing rang clear. He flew backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the distant muck. His chest caved in. Blood gushing from his mouth, a grim fate awaiting him. One strike. An unstoppable force. The dark golden shockwave, undiminished, collided forcefully with the remnants of distant industrial ruins. The sturdy concrete and twisted steel emitted a piercing groan as they were rent apart, leaving gaping wounds. The power was overwhelming to the point of inducing tremors. Yet, the cost was equally steep. Forcing the bloodline power to explode, the fragile balance within him collapsed entirely. The chilling poison of the venomous moss, the myriad toxins of the Nether Abyss, and the ferocity of the lava lizard's blood, all the suppressed forces surged forth like a liberated dragon, violently rebounding within his meridians. The wound on his left arm, forcibly sealed by the dark golden energy, burst open once more, blood mixed with dark golden specks pouring forth. His internal organs felt as though they were being relentlessly sliced by countless dull blades. Darkness encroached upon his vision, the edges obscured by a thick crimson haze. He was overexerted, his body resembling an emptied sack, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a voice, slightly hoarse yet tinged with amusement and a metallic quality, rang out near the shadow behind him. What a commotion! It seems I have arrived just in time. The shadow turned abruptly. The dark golden vertical pupils locked onto the source of the sound. Less than 10 meters away, atop a massive, relatively dry concrete fragment, stood a figure who had appeared unnoticed. The individual appeared to be in their 20s, tall and slender, clad in a well-tailored, albeit dust-covered and stained, deep gray long coat. The hem casually tucked at the waist, revealing a black, form-fitting leather armor underneath. A uniquely designed metallic mask, reminiscent of a crow's beak, concealed his face, leaving exposed only a pair of pale gray eyes that glimmered with a calm, sharp light in the dim phosphorescence. His short black hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands hanging at the edge of the mask. Leaning against the concrete block, his posture seemed casual, yet he resembled a poised cheetah, ready to spring into action. With a casual flick of his right hand, he tossed a fist-sized metallic sphere, dark silver in hue and adorned with intricate gears and conduits, its surface shimmering with a faint blue, ethereal glow. In his left hand, he toyed with a smoothly designed dagger that glimmered with a chilling azure light. The voice of the raven, hoarse and dry, rasped like sandpaper, laden with the scent of blood and an unmasked intent to kill. He recognized the distinctive timbre of this voice, reminiscent of the mysterious figure who had previously targeted him with a soul-guiding device and manipulated the binding light net through mental waves. Clever. The youth, donning a raven mask, snapped his fingers lightly, a hint of approval in his tone, yet his gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, scrutinizing the wavering form of Shadow and his unnatural dark golden vertical pupils. However, this was not the time for idle conversation. The leader of the Scorpion, the poisonous Scorpion, was swiftly drawn by your dragon's roar. That fellow is a soul king accompanied by a pack of rabid dogs. In your current state, I fear you wouldn't withstand even a single blow from him. He paused, tossing the metallic sphere in his hand, his tone turning unequivocal. Come with me, or remain here to be torn apart. Choose quickly. My little gadget cannot hold out for long. He gestured toward the sphere he was juggling. Chapter 21. The Raven's Nest. 33. Shadow's dark golden vertical pupils fixated intensely on the raven, akin to watching a perilous predator with inscrutable intentions. The agonizing turmoil within him felt like a maggot gnawing at his bones, the threat of death never so palpable. Deep within the ruins, several formidable waves of soul power surged forth, akin to a disturbed scorpion, rapidly approaching this way. Among them, one exuded a chilling and violent aura, unmistakably the pressure of a soul king. The Scorpion. There was no choice. The dark golden flames in Shadow's eyes flickered violently before being forcibly suppressed, his vertical pupils gradually reverting to the cold gaze of a human, though a trace of ferocity still lingered within their depths. He nodded ever so slightly, the motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Wise choice. The raven chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed. He suddenly hurled the metallic sphere high into the air. Buzz. The sphere instantly disintegrated, It transformed into dozens of metallic blades as thin as cicada wings, their edges glinting with a sharp, cold light. The blades, as if imbued with life, whirled rapidly in the air, converging. In the blink of an eye, a spherical prison, approximately 2 meters in diameter and composed of countless high-speed spinning metallic blades radiating a ghostly blue ethereal glow, enveloped both Shadow and the Raven completely. It secured. The Raven's voice resonated through the whirring of the blades. The next moment, boom, the base of the spherical prison erupted with searing blue flames of soul power. A tremendous thrust erupted instantaneously. The entire metallic sphere shot forth like a cannonball hurled by immense force, accompanied by a piercing sound of rushing air and a swirling tempest of metal, barreling toward the massive sewer pipe's exit above the rotting pit. The speed was so swift that it left behind a dazzling trail composed of metallic remnants and soul power flames. Stop them. It's the Raven. And that monster. Attack. Quick. Attack. Below, the newly arrived Scorpion mercenaries at the edge of the battlefield erupted in furious shouts. Waves of soul techniques and poison bolts rained down upon the rapidly ascending metallic prison. Clang, 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 hiss. The attacks struck the metallic sphere, composed of swiftly rotating blades, producing a cacophony of piercing metallic clashing and slicing sounds, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Most assaults were deflected or shredded by the spinning blades, with only a handful of potent soul techniques leaving deep dents and burn marks upon the surface, yet failing to breach it. The metallic sphere, enduring relentless onslaughts, surged forward like a steel shark swimming against the current, brazenly cutting through the surging miasma and plunging deep into the enormous, slanted sewage pipe. The viscous darkness and murky miasma swiftly engulfed the sphere, leaving behind only the frantic roars of the venomous Scorpion mercenaries in the decaying pit below and the foul battlefield, tainted by the ravages of the dark golden storm, exuding an aura of death. The colossal industrial ruins stood silently under the dim phosphorescence, with broken pipes still oozing a thick, dark green liquid, as if the recent harrowing battle and escape were but a trivial interlude in this land of demise. Inside the narrow, steep, and filthy pipe, the metallic sphere scraped and collided against the inner walls with frenzied intensity, generating a cacophony of harsh noises and scattering sparks. The immense centrifugal force from its rapid rotation pressed the Shadow firmly against the cold metal interior. Each violent jolt sent waves of agonizing pain throughout its body, causing stars to dance before its eyes and a metallic sweetness to rise in its throat. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The metallic sphere shot out from the vast sewage pipe like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the mountain of refuse piled outside. The tremendous impact caused a significant collapse of the garbage heap, sending foul-smelling wastewater and decaying matter flying. Relatively fresh, yet still murky air rushed into its nostrils. The Shadow stumbled to its feet from the shattered remnants of the cold metallic sphere, battling dizziness and excruciating pain, and cautiously surveyed its surroundings. This appeared to be the most remote and desolate corner of soul-hunting town, a wide sewage channel long since dried up, now littered with various industrial waste and household garbage. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemical agents and the sour stench of fermenting refuse. In the distance lay a dilapidated shantytown, resembling a slum, while beyond that rose misty mountains cloaked in a shroud of gray fog. The Raven stood a few meters away, having stowed away the peculiar metallic sphere, brushing off the dust and unidentified stains from his trench coat with a nonchalant demeanor, as if the recent harrowing escape had been merely an ordinary stroll. His pale gray eyes, concealed beneath the Raven mask, scrutinized the Shadow with a hint of amusement. The Shadow's body instantly tensed. The ice-cold gaze pierced like a tangible blade towards the Raven. Its right hand instinctively reached for the waist, where only a mud-stained beast-hide pouch remained. The dagger lost in the preceding battle. Do not be alarmed. The Raven seemed unfazed by the Shadow's murderous intent, casually waving his hand toward a concealed entrance above the sewage channel, partially obscured by a massive rusted iron plate and discarded containers. This is not a place for idle chatter. The sand scorpions will soon emerge like rabid dogs. If you wish to survive, follow me. Upon concluding his words, he averted his gaze from the Shadow and turned towards the concealed entrance, deftly parting the heavy, oil-stained iron chains that hung down. The Shadow remained rooted in place, gasping for breath as intense pain surged through him like a tidal wave. The chilling venom of the poison moss and the searing heat of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline began to tear at him once more. Now that the external threat had dissipated, his vision blurred intermittently. In the distance, from the direction of the decaying pit, muffled shouts and waves of soul energy could be faintly perceived. The poison scorpions had pursued him. With no alternatives left, the shadow clenched his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Dragging a body that felt as if it were laden with lead, on the verge of collapse, he staggered forward, following the silhouette of the raven as they vanished into the darker depths formed by rusted steel and industrial refuse. Beyond the entrance lay a narrow, steep metal staircase descending into the unknown. The air was thick with the pungent scents of machine oil, rust, long-forgotten dust, and a subtle hum produced by intricate machinery at work. At the staircase's end stood a massive steel door, heavily riveted and encrusted with rust. The raven approached the door, lacking a key but pressing his palm against an inconspicuous, dust-covered metal panel beside it. The panel instantly illuminated with ethereal blue patterns, emitting a soft beep. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy steel door creaked open, accompanied by a shrill scraping sound. What lay beyond was not the filthy den one might have envisioned, but rather an expansive, surreal space brimming with stark contrasts. The heavy steel door thundered shut behind them, effectively sealing off the stench of the garbage dump, the clamor of their pursuers, and the chilling night wind. Within was an entirely different world, vast, desolate, and frigid. The first sensation to strike was the air, thick with the potent aromas of machine oil, aged iron, the subtle scent of ozone emitted from precision machinery, and a dry, metallic dust-laden chill, a unique essence belonging to industrial creations, starkly contrasting with the foul odors of the decaying pit. The space was unimaginably vast, resembling a colossal factory workshop lost in the depths of time. The ceiling loomed high, obscured in dim light, revealing intersecting, rust-covered metal beams and pipes. The floor was a cold, hard expanse of polished black alloy, reflecting the ethereal blue light emanating from various sources around. These sources were not torches or oil lamps. Rather, they were countless crystal panels embedded in the walls, floor, and even the immense remnants of machinery, each radiating a steady, ghostly blue glow. These panels were arranged in intricate geometric patterns or energy conduits, resembling a vast biological network of luminous veins coursing through some colossal organism, enveloping the entire space in a cold, serene, and futuristic azure haze. Here, it was less a refuge and more an amalgamation of a vast, abandoned soul-guiding device graveyard and maintenance base. The juxtaposition of ancient and modern, dilapidated and precise, created a striking and surreal blend. The raven had removed the crow beak-like metallic mask and casually hung it from a leather strap at his waist. Beneath the mask lay a youthful visage. One might even describe as somewhat delicate, with skin pallid from prolonged absence of sunlight. His disheveled black hair fell in errant strands across his smooth forehead. However, the most striking feature was his pair of eyes. Under the ethereal blue light, the pale gray irises shimmered with a cold, precise calmness, sharpness, and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. He appeared to be in his early 20s, yet the depths of his gaze revealed a wisdom that belied his years. Approaching a workbench fashioned from enormous metal gears, he extricated a similarly dust-laden metal folding chair from beneath, casually brushing off the dust and gesturing for Shadow to take a seat. The workbench was cluttered with an array of tools, components, disassembled soul-guiding cores, and several crystal screens pulsating with intricate data streams. Feel free to sit. The place may be a bit chaotic, but it is safe. The voice of the raven returned to its normal timbre, clear yet tinged with a metallic rasp, devoid of the mask's distortion. He grasped a scratched metal water flask and pressed it against a similarly dusty yet seemingly functional heating soul-guiding base. The base flickered to life with a faint red glow, emitting a subtle hum. Shadow did not sit. He leaned against the cold metallic door, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. The wound on his left arm appeared even more grotesque under the blue light. The coarse bandages soaked through with dark crimson blood and grime, emanating a noxious blend of medicinal powder and decay. The tempest within him raged on, the embers of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline burning deep within his organs, while the chilling poison of the venomous moss gnawed at him like a relentless parasite. The myriad toxins of the Nether Gorge clashed violently with the ferocity of volcanic lizard blood and the treachery of the viper. All this power, now devoid of external foes, began to tear in conflict within him anew. Each heartbeat wrenched his entire being with a tearing agony. Each breath was laden with the metallic tang of blood. He was losing blood, succumbing to potent toxins, his body perilously close to collapse. Dark spots danced at the periphery of his vision like circling crows, as his consciousness tenuously clung to clarity amid the throbbing pain and dizziness. Only those eyes remained, glinting like daggers tempered in ice, fixated on the raven with unabashed vigilance, murderous intent, and the ferocity of a cornered beast. The raven appeared entirely unfazed by Shadow's wariness. He busied himself with retrieving two equally dust-covered metal cups and poured some water from the heated kettle into them. The water was clean, bearing a hint of rust. Care for a drink? He pushed one cup toward Shadow while lifting the other, blowing on the steam, taking a cautious sip. Rest assured, it is not poisoned. If I wished you dead, I had ample opportunity in the pit or along the way. Shadow's gaze swept over the steaming cup of water. His throat felt as if it were aflame, yet he remained motionless. The raven shrugged, setting down the cup, his pale gray eyes glinting with a scrutinizing light. Scanning Shadow's battered form that radiated the stench of death, lingering particularly on his right hand, once a dragon's claw and now marred with scars. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline is indeed surprising. The voice of the raven was faint, reminiscent of a solitary musing or perhaps the declaration of an undeniable truth. The inept fools of the Spirit Hall only knew how to vilify the uncontrollable power as a calamity, oblivious to the fact that what they had banished was a true ancient beast. Suddenly, the pupils of Shadow constricted. The name, Golden Dragon King, resounded in his tumultuous consciousness like thunder. The blood-red light that engulfed the purple lightning in the cavern of golden flames during his awakening now made perfect sense. That ferocious and destructive power emanating from the depths of his soul belonged to the fabled avatar of the dragon god-S fragmentation. What do you know? Shadow's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against dry bones, each word steeped in a heavy scent of blood. A hum resonated as dust cascaded down the surface of the screen, illuminating with an eerie azure glow. Countless streams of intricate data poured forth like a waterfall. Then, the scene transitioned. First to appear was the sacred soul altar of the Spirit Hall. The familiar circular stance, the immense angelic insignia. At the center of the image was Shadow, surrendering his awakening, plunging to the ground, summoning the apocalyptic purple lightning, culminating in an eruption of golden flames that consumed the thunder. The perspective was so vivid it felt as if one were present at the scene. Even the moment when Bibi Dong rushed into the tempest, cradling him in her arms, her face frozen in disbelief, was captured with perfect clarity. Shadow's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The scene of destruction and rebirth on the altar was one of the most profound imprints in his memory. The image shifted again. It was the streets of soul-hunting town. Shadow moved like a specter through the narrow, filthy alleys, not far behind him. A scar-faced mercenary cursed as he ventured into the shadows. Next came the outskirts of an abandoned logging yard, where Shadow, the coldest of hunters, silently dispatched one lookout after another, ultimately freezing the moment at the core wooden cabin of the logging yard, drenched in blood, as his poisoned dagger pierced the monstrous fist of Bloodfang Rogan. The imagery was clear and coherent, akin to a silent documentary. The angles were intricate, evidently captured by prearranged surveillance soul-guiding devices. Chapter 23, Lair and Transaction. 22. Shadow's breathing grew labored, his icy gaze fixated on the screen. Every move he made was under the scrutiny of the adversary. But that was not all. The raven's voice, like a chilling commentary, glided over the crystal screen with a gentle touch. The scene transitioned to a rotting pit. Shadow, camouflaged in filth as a cleaner, infiltrated the edge of the mountain of corpses, revealing the moment when the dark golden light erupted from within him as he devoured the venomous moss, roaring like a dragon. The dark golden claws tore through the binding light net, annihilating 3 soul masters in a breathtaking scene. It even included the moment when the metallic sphere burst forth from the sewage pipe. Marvelous, isn't it? The raven turned, with pale gray eyes reflecting a near-cold appreciation, gazing at Shadow. From a hunted calamity to a vengeful spirit returning from the abyss, and now to a dragon descendant with an embryonic awakening of his bloodline. Every step you take dances on the edge of a blade, and every metamorphosis is accompanied by destruction and rebirth. He paused, his tone becoming grave and direct. I am aware of your past and your current predicament. The Spirit Hall will not spare you. The bounty of 100,000 gold soul coins will draw countless desperate souls, and the Scorpion and Black Viper are merely the beginning. He pointed to his left arm, still seeping blood, and his eyes, bloodshot from excruciating pain. The malevolent forces within you, coupled with the backlash from forcibly awakening your bloodline, are dragging you toward annihilation. Without external intervention, your life expectancy does not exceed a month. Shadow remained silent. The raven's words pierced through his aids and dilemmas like a chilling blade. The agony and dizziness within him surged like a tumultuous tide against the dam of his will. He craved information, a sense of direction, a glimmer of survival. What do you desire? The voice of Shadow was increasingly hoarse, each word resembling a clot of blood forced from his throat. A transaction, the raven replied succinctly, his pale gray eyes shimmering with a shrewd gleam. I offer you a chance at survival, an opportunity to eradicate the peril within you. In return, you shall assist me with a task. Approaching the workbench, the raven's fingers glided swiftly across the dust-laden surface. A spectral blue light congregated at his fingertips, swiftly sketching a vivid three-dimensional image of a lotus flower. This was no ordinary lotus. It exhibited an almost translucent quality, akin to the purest crystal. The petals, layered gracefully, exuded a warm and sacred milky light, infused with an essence of boundless life force and purifying power. At the flower's core lay a point of utmost concentration, radiating a gentle golden glow. Merely witnessing this image invoked a profound sense of spiritual cleansing and purification. The pure lotus of the world. The raven's voice carried an undercurrent of gravity. It is said to be a treasure of the heavens and earth, embodying the purest essence of life and the source of purification. It emerges from the intersection of life energy and natural laws, capable of washing away all impurities, curses, and toxins, thus reshaping the very foundation of existence. It is the sole antidote to the chaos within you. Shadow's gaze was fixated on the sacred lotus image. His body racked with tumult as the venom within him responded to the presence of its nemesis, igniting a new wave of agonizing pain. Yet simultaneously, an intense desire rooted in the essence of life was kindled within him. Where is it? Shadow's voice trembled with barely contained urgency. The raven's fingers moved again, shifting the image to reveal a vast, untamed forest map brimming with primordial wilderness. Towering trees loomed like colossal pillars, vines dangled like serpents from the heavens. An exotic flora emitted a dangerous yet alluring glow. The core of the map was marked by a dark purple area, thick with an ominous aura. The edge of the Douluo forest's core region was a place shrouded in ancient toxic miasma, guarded by formidable soul beasts, a realm deemed a forbidden zone where life and death converged. The raven's tone deepened. There lies a juncture where lethal toxins have accumulated for millennia, a place even titled Douluo would hesitate to tread. The pure lotus of the world is hidden deep within that decaying sea of forests, in an exceedingly concealed oasis of life. It is said to reveal its true form only during specific lunar phases and energy tides. Douluo Forest, the edge of the core region, the decaying sea of forests. Each name echoed with the promise of peril. Toxic miasma, ancient soul beasts. A forbidden domain far more treacherous than the abyssal gorge. Why reveal this to me? The voice of the shadow was frigid, laced with skepticism. Information regarding treasures of this caliber was invaluable, for I required it. The raven met the shadow's gaze with composure, or rather, I sought a fragment of it, the golden radiance of the lotus heart that embodied the essence of purification. This was to mend a matter of great significance to me. He gestured toward a colossal metallic construct, its humanoid form vaguely discernible beneath heavy canvas, the edges of which revealed a surface marred by gaping wounds and signs of corrosion. He paused, his tone becoming resolute. I can provide you with a map, a safe passage into the decaying forest, strategies to evade formidable soul beasts and natural traps, as well as formulas for special potions to suppress the miasma. I can even supply some essential equipment. The shadow remained silent. In the vast chamber, only the subtle hum of intricate machinery and his own labored breaths filled the air. The agonizing pain within him served as a grim reminder of the imminent death he faced. The pure lotus was his sole hope. Yet, the perils of the Douluo core zone were akin to wagering one's life. The raven seemed to pierce through his turmoil and added, "Of course, you may also choose to refuse. Carry the ticking bomb within you and continue to struggle in Soul Hunting Town or elsewhere, until you are torn apart by bounty hunters or consumed entirely by your own bloodline and toxins." His voice was flat, yet imbued with a chilling cruelty, leaving the choice to him. Time was of the essence. The shadow slowly lifted his head, his icy gaze colliding with the raven's pale gray eyes. An ethereal blue light flowed between them, illuminating the shadow's face, stained with blood and grime, and the inferno of survival and destructive gold within his eyes. He needed an answer, one that would grant him the chance to live, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril and treachery. Just as the shadow was poised to make a decision, a sudden beeping echoed from the workbench. The once dormant crystal screen erupted into blinding red light. The urgent, piercing alarm shattered the silence of the lair. The raven's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed to the screen. High purity divine soul power fluctuation detected. Intensity, pinnacle of soul emperor. Identity feature comparison, 9987 match level. Angel martial soul Qianrengshu. Target trajectory analysis, moving at high speed towards Soul Hunting Town. Estimated time of arrival, less than 1 standard hour. Threat level, maximum. Recommendation, immediate evacuation. The shrill alarm pierced through the shadows, taut nerves like icy steel needles. The crimson triangular warning symbol on the screen pulsated wildly, and the cold soul power text seared into his retina like a branding iron. Angel martial soul Qianrengshu. Pinnacle of Soul Emperor. Estimated time of arrival, less than 1 standard hour. Qianringshu. This name struck like thunder wrapped in sacred flames, cleaving through the shadows' chaotic consciousness. The altar's magnificent divine might, the purifying holy light beside the platinum seat, and the chilling silhouette that accompanied the indelible memory of the infamous scourge, these all converged in his mind. The sword of judgment from the spirit hall had finally descended. And it was the sharpest, deadliest of them all. Pinnacle of Soul Emperor. The sacred purifying power of the angelic martial soul serves as a natural counter to the chaotic, tainted forces within him, which are steeped in death and destruction. How persistent! The raven muttered under his breath, his pale gray pupils narrowing instantaneously, devoid of the previous amusement and composure, leaving only a chill of gravity and a hint of vexation pushed to the brink. His hands moved like phantoms across the dust-laden console, executing commands with astonishing speed. Ethereal blue data streams cascaded down the crystal screen, with countless surveillance feeds flickering in an instant, locking onto the skies and main pathways surrounding the soul-hunting town. Identity confirmed. It's her. Damn it. How could she be so fast? The urgency in the Raven's voice had a metallic rasp, indicating that the commotion you stirred in the rotting pit was too great. Awakening certain keen-nosed hounds, the Shadow's body tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit. The excruciating pain within him seemed to be forcefully suppressed by this sudden, elevated threat of death. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King ignited like a dormant volcano, sensing a lethal crisis, dark golden flames roiling within his depths. Emitting a silent roar, the excruciating pain from his left arm's torn wound was palpable, yet he appeared entirely oblivious to it. His icy gaze fixated intently on the screen, where a scarlet triangular symbol and the name Qianringshu glowed ominously. The dark golden fury in his pupils ignited as if it were a tangible flame. Killing intent. A chilling wrath, as frigid as eternal ice, mingled with the fury of being hunted and the brutality of being toyed with by fate, instantly filled the cold lair. The air seemed to freeze. There was no time to lose. The raven slammed a massive red button on the console. Buzz. The entire vast underground chamber trembled violently. The thick metallic pipes crisscrossing the dome groaned under the strain. On the walls and floor, the once constant glowing crystal panels dimmed to half their brilliance. Only a few screens, and the control console in the core area still emitted a ghostly light, casting the figures of the two men into shadowy specters. He abruptly turned, his pale gray eyes burning like crystalline ice, sharply piercing through the shadow. The pure world White Lotus is your only path to survival. The map, the route, the potion formulas. I shall provide them to you now. Acquire the Lotus Heart's golden radiance and head to the Rusty Tavern at Ironthorn Fortress, seeking the owner, Old Wrench. The passphrase is, the Raven's parts are rusted. He will contact me. Remember, you have but 1 month. After 1 month, regardless of your success, I shall depart from this place. If you survive and bring me the Lotus Heart's golden radiance, the transaction will continue. Otherwise, the Raven left his sentence unfinished. Yet the chill in his gaze conveyed everything. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, rushing toward a massive, rust-covered metallic filing cabinet beside him. Inputting a complex soul force password. Click. The cabinet door sprang open. The Raven swiftly retrieved 3 items from within. 1. An ancient map crafted from some resilient beast hide, intricately drawn in dark red mineral pigment, depicting a highly complex terrain, marked with a multitude of symbols and paths, the core area being that ominous, decayed forest emitting a sinister dark purple hue. A metal box, no larger than the palm of a hand, sealed tightly, bore an imprint on its lid of an abstract potion bottle entwined with thorns. A slender black metal vial, devoid of any markings, caught his eye. He grasped the obsidian vial with great solemnity. Within lay 3 drops of soulfire essence. It must never be used unless faced with certain death. It possesses the power to instantaneously incinerate your vitality, soul force, and even the essence of your soul, in exchange for a fleeting surge of strength far beyond one's limits. The price may very well be irreversible foundational damage or even a reduction to ashes. Use with utmost caution. Shadow seized the 3 items. The leather map felt resilient and cold to the touch, the metal box heavy in his grasp, while the black vial emanated a chilling, abyss-like aura of danger. Without a second glance, he hastily shoved them into his leather pouch at his waist. His movements brutish and swift. Where's the exit? Shadow's voice was hoarse and frigid, akin to a blade scraping against ice. Time was of the essence. Every second was a countdown to death. Just then, a resounding hum erupted. The entire lair shook violently once more ferociously than before. Dust from the ceiling cascaded down. The few remaining azure screens on the walls flickered erratically, emitting a piercing alarm. Warning. High-intensity sacred soul force scan detected. Energy shield compromised. Strength diminished by 37. Interference barrier partially penetrated. Risk of coordinates being exposed. High. Raven's expression soured instantly. She had arrived, forcing a scan of the entire town. We must flee. As if to corroborate her words, an indescribable, blinding terror, akin to the scorching sun, surged forth, an invisible tsunami that penetrated the thick layers of earth and the energy barriers of the lair, descending with unyielding force. Warmth? No. It was searing. It was purifying. Shadow felt his skin as if laid bare beneath the midday sun, an immediate sensation of burning pain coursing through him. The chaotic, tainted powers of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, the venomous chill of the poisonous moss, and the myriad toxins of the Nether Abyss recoiled as if meeting their nemesis. Stirring restlessly and emitting silent cries of despair. An instinctual fear, rooted in the essence of life, seized his heart. Peak Soul Emperor. Angelic martial soul. Sacred domain. Merely sensing her presence commanded such overwhelming power. Go. Raven let out a low growl, lunging toward the control panel. Her hands leaving a trail of afterimages as she evidently exerted all her strength to maintain the barrier, striving for precious time. Her voice, strained by immense pressure, became hoarse. Remember. Iron Thorn Bastion. Rusty Tavern. Old Wrench. The code. Shadow cast one last glance at Raven's taut silhouette beneath the dim, eerie light. Alongside the wildly pulsating crimson warning symbols on the screen and the steadily declining energy shield metrics. There were no words of gratitude, no farewells. The instinct for survival and the feral power of the Golden Dragon King, now further enraged by the divine pressure, overwhelmed all else. He abruptly turned. Akin to a wounded lone wolf pouncing upon its prey, his body racked with pain, yet he unleashed an extraordinary speed, plunging deep into the graveyard of colossal mechanical wreckage, resembling a jungle of steel. Chapter 25. The Divine Approach in the Dim Light. A cold, hard metallic behemoth, smeared with grease and rust, cast grotesque, distorted shadows. The figure stumbled through the shadows as if fleeing amidst the bones of a colossal beast. The wound on his left arm, torn open anew from the frantic running, dripped dark crimson blood, mingling with glimmers of dim gold, leaving a disjointed trail that exuded an ominous aura upon the black alloy floor. Behind him, from the direction of the control room, came the oppressive roar of a raven and the shrill distortion of metal, accompanied by the thunderous sound of energy overload. It was evident that the scanning impact from Qianren Xue was intensifying. Hurry, faster. His lungs felt like a battered bellows, each breath accompanied by searing pain and a heavy metallic taste. His vision blurred by sweat, blood, and the meager light. He relied on his primal instincts and sense of direction to dash through the labyrinth and wreckage of machinery. At last, after pushing aside a thick, oil-soaked cable, a battered metal construct loomed before him. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the left side of the machine. The rusted and dented armor plate was cold and unyielding. He discovered a third armor plate, its edges bearing evident signs of modification. His right hand, stained with blood and grime, clawed with fierce determination, forcefully prying into the crevice of the armor plate. A muffled groan escaped him as pain shot through his left arm, yet he pressed on. With a screech of metal grinding against metal, the heavy armor plate was forcibly lifted, revealing a dark opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A chilling draft, laden with the scent of earth and rust, surged forth from the hole. An escape route. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped inside like a slippery eel. The passage was narrow and steep, descending into darkness. Constructed from rough concrete and reinforced metal, its walls were slick with condensation. He scrambled down, disregarding everything as he slid. His body scraped against the coarse surfaces, inflicting new wounds and agony, yet he remained oblivious. Just as his figure fully vanished into the dark passage, a thunderous roar erupted. A deafening sound, akin to the very heavens collapsing, exploded from the direction of the control room, mingling with radiant holy light. Even through the thick layers of earth and winding tunnel, he could distinctly sense the devastating shockwave. The entire passage trembled violently, debris and dust raining down from above. Blinding white light pierced the darkness at the entrance of the tunnel, illuminating the section behind him in a ghastly pallor. Following was a mournful wail, reminiscent of a colossal beast being torn asunder, accompanied by a cataclysmic blast. The nest had been struck. The raven. He slid down the steep passage, his body slamming against the slick walls, leaving a trail of blood. Uncertain of how long he had been falling, a faint glimmer of daylight finally appeared ahead. With a thud, he landed heavily on a patch of soft earth, fragrant with the scent of grass and foliage. The blinding sunlight compelled him to squint. He struggled to rise. Before him lay a narrow, desiccated canyon, strewn with jagged stones and low-lying shrubs. Towering on either side were the weathered, dark red cliffs, their surfaces eroded by time. The air was fresh, imbued with the earthy scent of soil and vegetation, a stark contrast to the fetid stench of nests and decaying pits. This was the Rust Canyon spoken of by the Raven. Shadow leaned wearily against a massive, honeycombed boulder of dark red rock, gasping for breath. Sunlight bathed him, offering a modicum of warmth, yet it did little to dispel the icy chill that penetrated to his marrow or the tumultuous pain roiling within him. The bandage on his left arm was thoroughly soaked with blood and mud, dark crimson droplets falling steadily from his fingertips, staining the parched earth with deep, dark marks. He lifted his gaze toward the canyon's entrance, the direction of Soul Hunter Town. Though distant, his eyes, enhanced by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, captured the heart-stirring sight with crystal clarity. Above Soul Hunter Town hovered a figure. Clad in immaculate white armor that accentuated her elongated, flawless form, she exuded an ethereal grace. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, gently swaying in the breeze. Her features were exquisitely perfect, reminiscent of a divine idol, yet shrouded in an unapproachable, sacred radiance that emanated an air of aloofness and authority. Behind her, 6 enormous wings, formed from pure sanctified light, unfurled majestically, each feather pulsating with the power to purify all. It was Shui, suspended in the air like a deity descended from the heavens, a concentrated beam of sacred light, as solid as a tangible column, emanated from her palm, striking fiercely at the edge of Soul Hunter Town, where the Raven's lair was located. Boom, boom, boom. With each descent of the light beam came deafening roars and tremors that shook the very earth. Vast stretches of ground were torn asunder, vaporized. The remnants of buildings, debris, and even solid rock melted away beneath that purifying divine radiance, evaporating like snow. A colossal, bottomless pit of charred darkness was rapidly forming. The edges of the pit were littered with molten metal and crystallized soil, exuding wisps of smoke. Destruction. Absolute, irrefutable annihilation. Shadow could almost envision the immense mechanical remnants deep within the lair, the intricate soul-guiding devices, and the Raven itself, all rendered to nothingness beneath that all-purifying light. A numbing cold, more piercing than the mire of the abyssal gorge, surged along his spine, spreading through his limbs. Leaning against the frigid rock, Shadow gasped violently. Each breath tugged at him with a tearing pain, his vision blurring from blood loss and dizziness. Yet his ice-cold gaze remained fixed, unblinking, piercing across the distance to the resplendent figure suspended above, exuding overwhelming divine power. Shui, within the depths of her eyes, smoldering with dark, golden embers. All the fluctuations born of agony and weakness, all the transient shocks from the destruction of the Raven's lair, were supplanted in that moment by something far deeper, far colder. It was not the flame of fury, nor the chill of fear. It was a manifestation of an unfathomable darkness, akin to the molten lava frozen beneath eons of glacial ice, imbued with a lethal intent. Pure, refined, like a blade honed through countless trials. No longer wild and exposed. It was instead reined into an extreme, weighing heavily upon the very depths of his soul, cold, devoid of warmth yet resolute enough to freeze his blood. He extended his tongue, the tip moving with a painfully slow, almost ritualistic focus and a chilling calmness, as it licked the viscous, still warm dark red blood that clung to his fingertip. A faint arc, seemingly crystallized from the frigid air of the abyss, silently curled at the corner of his mouth, smeared with dirt and scabs. It was as if a chasm had opened, revealing a portal to death itself. Then he suddenly turned, no longer gazing upon the scorched earth at the edge of Soul Hunter Town, ravaged by holy light, dragging a body heavy as if laden with lead, on the brink of collapse, adorned with scars and profound pain that pierced to the bone. He stumbled resolutely deeper into the rusted canyon, into the fragmented shadows carved by the afternoon sun, leading towards the even darker depths of the Starwood Forest. The hunt was far from over. The identities of predator and prey would inevitably be reshuffled beneath the towering shadows of the stars. Chapter 26. Echoes of the rusted canyon leaned against the cold, rough rock wall, each breath akin to the labor of a dilapidated bellows. Pain radiating from his lungs throughout his body. The wound on his left arm throbbed with an excruciating numbness, compounded by the chilling emptiness stemming from the continuous loss of blood. Shadows at the edge of his vision incessantly devoured the sunlight. Waves of dizziness crashing upon his taut nerves, each stronger than the last. Towards the canyon's entrance, the cataclysmic holy light had finally ceased. Silence. A stillness more disquieting than the roar of an explosion enveloped the skies above the outskirts of Soul Hunter Town. Dust ascended slowly, forming a murky veil in the afternoon light, obscuring a vast, charred pit as if the earth had been gouged out by divine hands. The towering snowflakes hung suspended in the air, six-winged holy lights swirling, the sacred pressure unrelenting. It swept across every inch of Soul Hunter Town with a more meticulous and frigid scrutiny, probing every lingering trace of energy. She was confirming whether the target had been utterly annihilated or if there were any survivors. Ying forced down the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Sinking deeper into the shadow cast by the rock's recess, he dared not summon any soul power, nor allow his breath to quicken too much. The bloodline of the golden dragon instinctively lay dormant beneath the residual divine pressure, like a wounded beast holding its breath at the edge of a more powerful predator's territory. He could feel the lingering sting on his skin, akin to sunburn, a natural repulsion of angelic power against the heretic. The shadow of that mysterious, acerbic figure, the Raven, flashed in his mind, the one who had granted him a fleeting chance at survival in the final moments. With the tense silhouette at the console and the frantic crimson warnings flashing on the screen, the outcome was self-evident. Beneath the purifying torrent of holy light, mortal metals and flesh alike were as fragile as paper. A frigid emotion, starkly contrasting with the murderous intent directed towards Qianrenxue, glided through the deepest recesses of Ying's heart, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Was it regret? A sorrowful lament for a fallen companion? No. It bore more resemblance to the cold calculation of a vanished bargaining chip. The Raven was dead, and with it, the transaction concerning the purifying White Lotus, the 1-month deadline. And the ominous warning of the soul-burning essence had transformed into a Damoclean sword, suspended overhead, poised to descend at any moment. The absence of an intermediary rendered the situation even more perilous and unpredictable. A sharp, agonizing spasm in his left arm yanked him back to reality. He glanced down to find that the dark red stains on his leather pouch had turned black and congealed. Yet the internal venom's clash with the power of the Golden Dragon King appeared far from quelled. Time. It was the one thing he lacked most. Whether it was to escape Qianrenxue's perceptive grasp or to find a means to suppress his injuries. Gritting his teeth, Ying, with his still-functioning right hand, painstakingly retrieved 3 items from the pouch given to him by the Raven. Ahem. The surface of the map instantly glowed with a faint red luminescence. The previously static lines and symbols seemed to come alive, twisting and reconfiguring, projecting a more three-dimensional and intricate miniature light mapping before his eyes. In the core area, a vast forest shrouded in dense dark violet mist occupied most of his view, a decaying sea of trees. A treacherously winding path, marked with tiny danger symbols, slithered like a dying serpent deep into the heart of the forest, leading towards a vague point of faint golden light. Beside the path, minuscule annotations of soul power flickered in and out of visibility. Poisonous miasma zone, purification required, corrupted mire, lurking bone-eating Leech King, wailing ancient tree domain, mental disturbance. Ying's pupils constricted slightly. This so-called safe path was riddled with peril, and now, with a nearly incapacitated arm, chaotic soul power, and devoid of resources, he was at a severe disadvantage. He set the map aside and picked up the cold metallic flat box. The vials of medicine and the thorny insignia on the lid exuded an aura of danger to any who might approach. Struggling, he pried open the sealed latch, revealing several exceptionally neatly folded thin papers of unique material. Upon unfolding them, he discovered they were inscribed with meticulously fine handwriting detailing the formula and preparation steps for the purification powder, accompanied by rough sketches of the primary materials. Star petal grass, night dew flower, corrupted heart, and the shed skin of a 3rd tier or higher would attribute soul beast's crystal core. Ying's gaze swept over the words, and his heart sank gradually. Most of the material names hinted at the bizarre and ominous, and all were to be found within the Star Doe Great Forest. In his current state, encountering even a common century-old soul beast could prove fatal, let alone seeking specific materials. A faint sound, akin to the snapping of a dry branch, emanated from the rocky pile upstream of the canyon. Ying's body tensed instantly like a bowstring drawn taut. All the excruciating pain and dizziness were forcibly suppressed as his ice-cold eyes, sharp as a keen predator's, locked onto the source of the sound. His right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the dagger at his waist, the last weapon he possessed, its blade marred with nicks and stained with long-dried blackened blood. It was not the rustling of wind, nor the fall of stones. That sound bore the cautious essence of a probing presence. Holding his breath, shadow melded seamlessly with the shadows cast by the rocks, his perception, heightened by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, unfurling like an invisible web around him. 2 no. 3 faint life forces. They carried with them a sense of greed, tension, and a barely perceptible scent of blood. Just beyond the dense thicket of serrated leaves at the bend of the canyon. Not spirit beasts. Humans. The hyenas of Soul Hunting Town. Those scavengers who, amidst ruins and chaos, detect the scent of blood, feasting on the remnants of the strong. They must have been lured here by the colossal noise of the destroyed den. Or worse, they had been lurking nearby, witnessing his desperate escape from the passage. At this moment, they caught the strong scent of blood and decay emanating from their injured prey. Shadow's gaze turned frigid, as if sharpened by venomous ice. The overwhelming urge to kill Qian Rinxue, which had been suppressed moments before, found a more insidious yet equally compelling outlet. The chaotic power within him, disturbed by poison and grievous wounds, surged dangerously at this instant, driven by an intense instinct for survival and cold fury, coursing through his shattered meridians. The wind swept through the canyon, stirring the dry dust and the metallic tang of blood. Silence fell once more, but this time, it was laced with the unspoken menace of imminent violence. Behind the thicket, several murky and greedy eyes glinted with the feral gleam of starving wolves. Fixated on the massive honeycomb rock where Shadow concealed himself, they had seen the bloodstains and sensed the frail presence. An injured creature. Likely a plump target that had escaped the grasp of a powerful figure from the spirit hall, perhaps even bearing treasures from that mysterious lair. In this narrow rust-red canyon, the identities of hunter and prey were on the verge of a fateful reshuffle. Shadow understood that he must resolve the imminent threat before Qian Rinxue's perception swept over this area once more, allowing him to vanish entirely into the treacherous wilderness leading to the Starred Doe forest. He slowly and silently adjusted his grip on the knife, its blade reflecting a glimmer of icy light beneath the rock as Shadow. Chapter 27. Hunting and Counterhunting 13. The cold wind of the rust-red canyon carried with it the scent of blood and dust. As Shadow lay concealed like an injured lone wolf in the shadows of the honeycomb-like rock wall, the ominous divine pressure from the canyon's entrance loomed overhead like a sword poised to strike. Each barely perceptible sweep causing the foul and violent energy within him to churn painfully, his skin ablaze with discomfort. He forced himself to steady his breath, his ice-cold gaze fixated on the greedy, murky eyes of three hyenas lurking behind the pile of jagged stones upstream. Drawn by the commotion of the destroyed raven's nest and the heavy scent of blood wafting from his body. Damn, that nest was blown to pieces. It must have been a powerful figure from the spirit hall. A hoarse voice whispered low, barely concealing the excitement and greed. Look at the state that brat rolled out in. He is not lightly wounded. If he escaped from that explosion, he must have something valuable. Boss, shall we strike? If we delay, what if the spirit hall sends someone to clean up? What's the rush? A scrawny camel is still larger than a horse. Wait until he is even weaker. Behold his arm, nearly drained of blood. The whispers drifted with the wind, akin to a viper's flicking tongue. The figure's right hand slowly clenched the short blade, riddled with nicks, at his waist. Its icy touch ignited his senses. The searing pain within, the turmoil of his soul force, the numbness in his left arm, all were forcibly suppressed by a primal and chilling intent to kill. He was not prey, never had been. Only hunters emerged from the mire of the abyssal ravine. In that fleeting moment, as the three hyenas could no longer contain themselves and peered half out from the thicket, the figure sprang into action. There was no explosive surge of soul power, no thunderous roar. He detached from the shadows of the rock wall like a true specter, skimming along the jagged ground with a speed that was both near-crawling yet astonishingly swift, erupting into motion. The agonizing pain in his left arm was disregarded. Each step pushed against the tearing wound, yet his velocity only intensified. His target was the scarred leader standing at the forefront, the most ferocious among them. Be careful. The scarred leader reacted with remarkable swiftness, his pupils constricting as he instinctively drew his machete. But he was fast, the figure was faster. Just as the scarred leader raised his blade halfway, the figure closed in, a mere foot away. His icy gaze bore no emotion, only a singular, unadulterated command to kill. With a swift thrust, the short blade did not choose to block or engage in elaborate maneuvers. The figure's body, fluid and boneless like an eel, evaded the hasty arc of the leader's desperate swing at an impossible angle. His right hand, stained with muck and blood, gripped the short blade and, with brutal precision and force, drove it beneath the scarred leader's ribcage. The blade pierced through leather armor, shredded muscle, fractured ribs, and plunged deep into the innards. Scalding blood erupted forth in an instant, splattering the figure's face and hair. The scarred leader emitted a brief, chilling scream, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he looked down to see only the hilt of the blade remaining beneath his ribs and those frigid eyes, as cold as an abyssal pool, staring back at him. The figure did not spare him a second glance. With a sudden twist of the knife, he inflicted a more horrific secondary wound within the leader's body, simultaneously leveraging the motion to extract the blade. His body, propelled by the inertia of the withdrawal, spun eerily like a leaf caught in the wind. Swish. As the figure's rotation continued, the blood-soaked blade traced a lethal arc. The chilling edge precisely grazed the throat of the short, stout mercenary to the left. The speed was so extraordinary that the mercenary merely felt a sudden chill at his neck, warm liquid bursting forth like a fountain as he futilely clutched his throat, gasping. Terror and confusion flooding his eyes as he crumpled to the ground. The last tall, gaunt mercenary was paralyzed with fear, shrieking as he turned to flee. No treasure. No fat lamb. Everything was cast into the abyss. This was no wounded prey. This was a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. He had scarcely taken 2 steps when an irresistible force seized the collar of his neck. The fingers were cold, slick, reeking of blood, yet possessed a strength like iron. No, please, don't kill me. I am devoid of anything. The slender, tall mercenary wept profusely, his trousers suddenly soaked, pleading for mercy in despair. A sharp, jarring crack interrupted his lamentation. The Shadow's left hand, as if forged from iron, disregarded the excruciating pain from his shattered arm, ruthlessly twisting the mercenary's neck until it snapped. The mercenary's body crumpled like a tattered sack, the last glimmer of life in his eyes extinguished by the cold embrace of death. The entire episode unfolded in less than 5 breaths. The canyon once again succumbed to an eerie silence, punctuated only by the wind's mournful wail as it coursed through the crevices, mingling with the overwhelming scent of blood. Standing still, the shadow gasped for air, each inhalation laced with the metallic tang of blood and the searing agony of his ruptured lungs. The wound on his left arm, exacerbated by the explosive exertion, had completely torn open, dark crimson mingling with a deep golden hue, gushing forth and dripping from his fingertips onto the lifeless body beneath him. The excessive strain of harnessing soul energy to suppress toxins and mobilize his body unleashed the chaotic forces within him, which had previously been momentarily restrained by the Raveness potion, now surged forth like a swarm of venomous insects gnawing at his veins, inducing waves of dizziness and sharp, stinging pain. He cast one last glance towards the canyon's entrance. The radiant, divine pressure emanating from Qianren Shui appeared to have diminished somewhat, yet it did not vanish entirely. An unseen shadow still looming over this realm. He could not linger, dragging his increasingly burdensome body, each step feeling as though he treaded upon blades. He stumbled deeper into the rust-red canyon, plunging into the vast, treacherous, yet life-infused shadows of the starry forest. Chapter 28. Hunting and Counter-Hunting. 23. In the days that followed, the shadow became a silent specter within the outskirts of the starry forest. He distanced himself from the direction of soul-hunting town, struggling through the hills, valleys, and abandoned mines along the forest's edge. The beastskin map left by the ravens served as his sole guide, the safe paths marked with deadly warnings, forcing him to navigate the periphery of more perilous areas in a desperate bid for survival. The wound on his left arm, held in check by inferior medicinal powders and his own formidable constitution, barely stemmed the flow of blood. However, the internal conflict between the toxins and the power of the Golden Dragon King raged on, gnawing at his strength and resolve like maggots burrowing into flesh. He had to seek herbs, relying on his instincts for survival within the abyssal gorge and the vague botanical annotations on the Raven's map. The shadow resembled a wounded beast, foraging through the dense foliage. He identified the bitter hemostatic herb, crushing it to apply to his wound, discovered the night dew flower leaves, possessing a faint numbing effect, to momentarily alleviate the agonizing pain, and even risked gathering several leaves from a giant pitcher plant that exuded a cloying fragrance, extracting the corrosive vine's juice to neutralize some of the fiery toxins. Each gathering was fraught with encounters and skirmishes with guardian soul beasts. Utilizing the terrain, he set rudimentary traps, employing a short knife and primal combat skills to dispatch a 100-year-old gale wolf, the price being a deep gash beneath his ribs. He lay in ambush at the swamp's edge for 3 days, ultimately using a sharpened wooden spear to exhaust a century-old swamp crocodile attempting to drag him into the mire, reaping valuable crocodile bile and resilient hide. Each battle teetered on the brink of life and death, each victory accompanied by new scars and violent fluctuations in the balance of toxins within him. Excruciating pain and profound weakness have become the norm, yet his eyes, like glacial depths, have accumulated an even deeper chill and a near-cruel intensity amidst this daily struggle. He commenced observing the combat styles of the soul master mercenaries he encountered. No longer was it a mere savage clash of raw power and speed in the abyssal gorge. Instead, It was the application of soul techniques, the synergy of soul power attributes, and the utilization of the environment. He witnessed a member of the Scorpion mercenary squad, a robust man with a rock-type martial spirit, employing his first soul technique, stone skin, to withstand the assault of a soul beast, thereby creating opportunities for his comrades. He observed the scout of the Black Viper mercenary group, deftly utilizing the wind attribute's second soul technique, Gale Step, to traverse the forest with silent grace, setting poisonous barb traps. Like a parched sponge, he absorbed these insights into the art of combat that belonged to the world of soul masters. Driven by the looming threat of death, the legacy of Crow's intelligence extended beyond mere maps and potion formulas. Within the metallic compartment of that box, he discovered several sheets of uniquely textured paper, inscribed with Crow's distinct, almost mechanical script, detailing key information regarding the Scorpion, Black Viper, and Bloodwolf mercenary groups, those most active in Soul Hunting Town and its surroundings, and the ones most fervently pursuing him, Scorpion mercenary group, led by Poison Fang, a 5-ring soul king with the martial spirit iron-tailed scorpion, cunning and vindictive. The core team comprises approximately 30 members, frequently operating in the foul mire and shattered rock canyons. Weakness: the Vice Captain Viper, 4-ring soul master, control type, is at odds with Poison Fang. Their supply line relies on the Blackwater Trading Company, which passes through the Broken Spine Ridge every Wednesday. Black Viper mercenary group, led by Black Mamba, a 5-ring soul king with the martial spirit black-scaled viper, known for swift speed and ambush tactics. Comprising fewer than 20 elite members, they operate covertly, favoring nocturnal missions. Their stronghold is suspected to be deep within the Mist Valley. Weakness: extreme greed, fixated on high-value soul beast materials and soul guide devices. The second-in-command, Rattlesnake, 4-ring soul master, assault type, is lecherous and often lingers at the Red Mill. Bloodwolf mercenary group. Information is scarce, suspected to be directly instructed by the Spirit Hall, operating with greater stealth and prioritizing evasion. These chilling pieces of information, akin to a star map in the darkness, outlined the contours of his adversaries. Passive evasion? No. He licked his cracked and peeling lips, tasting the metallic tang of his own blood, which would soon become that of his enemies. In his icy gaze, the accumulated intent to kill rose like a serpent awakening from slumber, slowly lifting its head. It was time to change the prey. Chapter 29. Hunting and Counter-Hunting. 33. The Broken Spine Ridge, a barren, desolate slope strewn with weathered stone ridges, serves as the sole passage to the Foul Mire region and is the designated route for the Blackwater Trading Company to supply the Scorpion mercenary group. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the ridges, resembling the menacing ribs of a colossal beast. The air was parched, infused with the scent of dust. He positioned himself perfectly within the shadowed crevice of a massive weathered stone, his breath minimized to the utmost degree, enveloped in a thick layer of mud and withered grass. Only his pair of eyes remained visible, coldly surveying the winding dirt path below. The wound on his left arm was tightly bound with fresh venomous vine sap and resilient alligator hide, temporarily suppressing the turmoil of the toxin. Yet each heartbeat resonated with a dull ache. He resembled a lifeless stone, clutching in his hand a few wooden spears, sharpened and poisoned with the essence of century-old ironwood, exuding a chilling aura. In the distance, the sounds of wheels grinding over gravel and the labored breaths of pack animals echoed. A caravan, composed of 3 heavy wooden carts, slowly emerged at the foot of the slope, flanked by a dozen vigilant guards. On the leather armor of the guards, a droplet-shaped insignia of the Blackwater Trading Company was faintly discernible. The figure remained utterly still, his breath unwavering. His target was not the caravan. He was merely waiting. The caravan struggled up the incline, while the guards scanned the barren stone ridges on either side with wary eyes, cursing the dreadful road conditions and the sweltering heat. Attack! Leave the fat sheep! A coarse shout suddenly rang out from above the slope. A dozen figures leaped forth like vultures from behind massive boulders, their soul rings illuminating in predominantly white and yellow hues, interspersed with a few purple ones. Leading them was a towering figure, a sinister grin adorning his face. Wielding a heavy wolf-toothed club, he was a minor leader of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps, the 3-ringed Soul Master, Barbarian Bear. They lay in ambush, with a clear objective, to plunder the Blackwater caravan for supplies for the Scorpions. It's the Scorpions. Form ranks. Defend. The caravan's guard captain's face paled, his voice hoarse as he shouted, his soul ring glowing to reveal a formidable tower shield martial spirit. The battle erupted instantaneously. The brilliance of soul skills, the clash of weapons, the cries of anguish, and the frightened brays of pack animals melded into a cacophony that shattered the desolation of the barren slope. The figure remained motionless, like a frigid rock. His gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, beyond the frenzied figure of barbarian bear swinging his club. Locking onto a relatively flat boulder at the rear side of the battlefield, there stood a gaunt, sullen-faced middle-aged man, clad in the leather armor of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Though with a delicate silver serpent pattern embroidered at the cuffs, he did not directly engage in the fray, arms crossed, coldly observing the carnage below. His eyes appraising the worth of the unfolding chaos. Occasionally, a flicker of disdain for Barbarian Bear's crude tactics flashed in his eyes. He was the vice-captain of the Scorpions, Viper, a four-ringed soul scholar. Intelligence indicated he was responsible for overseeing and coordinating this plundering operation. The figure awaited his moment. The battle below intensified. Though Barbarian Bear fought valiantly, the caravan's guards resisted fiercely, and the constraints of the terrain prevented the Scorpions from swiftly overpowering them. Viper's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the inefficiency. His lips moved, as if preparing to issue commands or to join the fray himself. Now was the time. The dormant bloodline of the Golden Dragon King within surged forth with a thunderous roar, not to unleash raw power, but to forcibly extract a trace of the essence needed to channel soul energy. Agonizing pain surged through his body like a tsunami, the wound on his left arm threatening to burst open anew. Yet within his icy gaze, there was only a frozen intent to kill. He moved, not to pounce, but to throw. Every muscle in his body, taut like a drawn bowstring, released instantaneously. With all his strength, all his pain, all his murderous intent coalesced into a single throw. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was piercing, far surpassing that of an ordinary arrow. A spear of iron, steeped in the venom of swamp crocodiles and the essence of decaying vines, tore through the air like a bolt of black lightning from the underworld. Disregarding the chaotic battlefield below, it carried with it the long-accumulated, frigid resolve of death, striking with precision and cold cruelty toward the sinister figure atop the boulder. The Viper, a formidable soul master, felt a lethal sense of danger surge through him, as if doused with icy water, raising the hairs on his body. He abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. In his field of vision, a dark beam of death expanded at an astonishing speed. What? Just as the horrifying thought emerged, his instincts reacted instantaneously. For soul rings, two yellow, two purple, illuminated around him, and the third soul ring blazed with purple light. Third soul skill, Serpent's Shadow. With a sharp thrust, the poisoned spear plunged into the Viper's chest, the tremendous force causing him to stagger backward. However, the pierced body of the Viper twisted and shattered like an illusion, dispersing into flakes of grayish-white scales. A few meters away, the true form of the Viper materialized unsteadily, his face ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his left shoulder marred by a deep gash that quickly turned black and began to rot. Deadly poison. Still shaken, he glanced towards the direction from which the spear had come, only to find a barren stone ridge and the shadow of a massive weathered rock. Utterly devoid of life, as if the fatal strike had been but a figment of his imagination. Who? Show yourself. The Viper, both alarmed and enraged, spoke with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. The speed, power, and timing of that spear, coupled with the bizarre toxicity, were not the hallmarks of a common ambusher. Below, the tumultuous battlefield momentarily froze in response to the vice-captain's ambush. The Barbarian Bear looked up in astonishment. The shadow had long since vanished from its original position. In the instant he cast the poisoned spear, he melded into the shadows like a drop of water, silently descending the planned escape route, strewn with debris and darkness. Down the other side of the craggy ridge, his internal soul power, having surged explosively and then recoiling from the poison, roiled like boiling oil. And the agony caused his vision to blur, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, tinged with a dark golden hue. Yet deep within his ice-cold gaze burned a flame of nearly cruel calmness. The first counter-hunt had commenced, with the target, the vice-captain of the Scorpion, the Viper. Result: severe injury, poisoned, instilling panic. This was merely the beginning. He licked the blood from his lips, the taste a mingling of rust and the sweetness of venom. The dark forest loomed like the open maw of a colossal beast, silently embracing his battered figure. The list of names on his hunting roster remained long. Meanwhile, the toxins in his body, awakened by the recent extreme exertion, surged like a disturbed, venomous dragon, instigating a new wave of even more ferocious turmoil within his shattered veins. The balance was once again perilously threatened. The faint light of the pure lotus gleamed more fervently and urgently in the blood-stained heart of the shadow. Chapter 30. The Glimmer of Purity. 12. The wind over the craggy ridge carried the scent of blood and dust, wailing as it swept across the jagged stone spine. The shadow glided down the steep slope, mingling with the darkness like ink drops, each step pulling at his left arm with a searing pain and a tumultuous chaos within. The backlash from the venomous spear felt like a maggot gnawing at his bones, as the noxious essence of the swamp crocodile and the sap of the withering vine surged through his veins, violently colliding with the ferocity of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. The chilling toxicity of the devouring moss, and the myriad poisons accumulated in the abyssal gorge. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, dimming his vision, as dark golden blood seeped from the corners of his tightly pressed lips, dripping onto the parched earth, leaving behind intermittent traces that exuded an ominous aura. He dared not pause. The ambush by the viper was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. The scorpion mercenaries would not relent. Although the sacred awareness of Qianren Shui had long since faded, the looming specter of death that accompanied her radiant figure was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. He sensed that the air at the forest's edge was thickening with an invisible net of pursuit, the chilling presence of the scorpion and the black viper, and perhaps even the blood wolf, slithering like a venomous serpent through the shadows of the trees. He had to delve deeper into the darker and more perilous heart of the starry forest, relying on the vague markings of the raven's map and his primal instincts. He cautiously avoided known soul beast nests and areas frequented by mercenaries, navigating laboriously through the forest's crevices. The scent of the mixed zone enveloped him. Century-old soul beasts were the norm, while the oppressive aura of millennium-old beasts loomed like heavy storm clouds, sweeping through the dense thicket from time to time, forcing him to hold his breath and compress his presence to the utmost. A deafening roar erupted from a nearby valley, as a violent gust of wind stirred a flurry of fallen leaves. In an instant, he crouched low, hiding beneath a massive fern, his icy gaze piercing through the gaps in the foliage, fixating on the source of the sound. A colossal ape, resembling a small mountain, pounded its chest covered in rock-like armor, its dark yellow vertical pupils ablaze with ferocious fury, confronting a gigantic emerald-green python coiled around a great tree, its hissing tongue releasing toxic mists. The mere emanation of their soul power was suffocating, heightening the stinging sensation across his skin. That was the mountain rock ape and the emerald venomous python, both millennium-old soul beasts. His heart nearly ceased to beat. Such a battle of this magnitude could shred him to pieces with just the residual shockwaves. Like a cold stone, he locked away all traces of breath, soul power fluctuations, and even all signs of life within him, save for the silent roar of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, which forcefully suppressed the tumult of the toxins. Time seemed to freeze, each second a torment, until the two colossal beasts roared and charged at one another, igniting a cataclysmic clash that shook the very earth. A terrifying shockwave of soul power sweeping outward. Seizing this moment of chaos, he bolted deeper into the dense forest, fleeing from the devastation of the battlefield. Yet, even after escaping the realm of the Titans, the shadow of death lingered. The dangers of the mixed zone extended far beyond formidable soul beasts. Whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, smeared with a ghostly green sheen and exuding a sweet, pungent odor, silently shot from the dense treetops above, aimed with precision at the nape of his neck and his heart. It was a soul hunter. These creatures, akin to forest leeches, lie in ambush at the fringes of soul beast territories, preying upon injured or isolated soul masters to seize their soul rings, soul bones, and valuables. The moment the dart sliced through the air, Ing was already alert, his combat instincts, honed through prolonged struggles at the brink of life and death, surpassing her sight and sound. Without raising his gaze, he executed a swift and extreme sideways roll, nearly fracturing his waist as he did so. Thud, thud, thud. Several poisoned arrows grazed his clothing and arm, embedding themselves deeply into the ground and tree trunks, their tips quivering. The instant his arm was grazed, a powerful sensation of numbness surged through him. Quick to react, a hoarse gasp emanated from the treetops, followed by a greedy, sinister chuckle. Brothers, we got a good catch. But with the paralysis vine's poison, he won't escape. Surround him. His leather pouch bulged ominously. It surely contained a plump prize. 7 or 8 figures descended from the trees like agile monkeys, their movements graceful and forming a fan-shaped encirclement. They donned tattered leather armor, their faces painted with war paint, eyes gleaming with cruelty and avarice. The glow of their soul rings illuminated the dimness, predominantly white and yellow, with the leader wielding a poisoned dagger, a 3-ringed soul master. Ing staggered slightly but steadied himself, the intense pain in his left arm and the numbness slowing his movements. His icy gaze swept over the encroaching soul hunters. Devoid of fear, only a frozen intent to kill. He needed herbs to suppress the toxins, and more importantly, he needed time. These obstructive hyenas had to be dealt with swiftly. The toxins and agony churning within him were forcefully suppressed by his cold, killing intent. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, Taking advantage of the moment when the encircling foes had not yet fully closed in, his body darted forward like a specter, targeting the second-ringed Soul Master armed with a crossbow, who was positioned relatively forward on the left side. Though his speed was not at its peak, he carried an overwhelming aura of desperation. Seeking death, the Soul Master gasped in alarm, instinctively raising his crossbow to aim. Ing denied him the chance to pull the trigger. In an instant, as the distance closed to 3 feet, he crouched low, nearly gliding along the ground. His right hand, fingers curled like claws, smeared with mud and blood, struck with brutal precision at the wrist of the crossbow-wielding foe. Simultaneously, his left leg lashed upward like a steel whip, producing a sharp, whistling sound as it aimed for the opponent's groin. Crack. Thud. The crisp sound of bones fracturing and a dull thud resonated almost simultaneously. The Soul Master's wrist was brutally crushed, the crossbow slipping from his grasp, while the crushing blow to his groin left him gasping in agony, his eyes bulging. A scream lodged in his throat, his body arching like a shrimp. Utilizing the momentum of his kick, Ing spun upwards, disregarding the blade slicing from the left and the spear thrusting from the right. His focus remained solely on the 3-ringed Soul Master leader, who now displayed a fleeting moment of vulnerability due to the swift incapacitation of his comrade. With lightning speed, his right hand shot out, seizing the neck of the bowing Soul Master and using him like a human shield to smash against the encroaching blade. The sound of steel sinking into flesh was both visceral and chilling. The Soul Master became a sacrificial pawn. Ing, taking advantage of this forceful impact, slipped like an eel through the gap between the human shield and the spear on the right, closing in on the 3-ringed Soul Master with alarming swiftness. The proximity allowed him to witness the terror that suddenly widened in the opponent's eyes. Third soul skill, Venomous Fang Thrust. The leader of the Soul Sovereigns, in a state of horror, unleashed a dazzling purple soul ring. In his hand, the poison dagger transformed into a streak of emerald venom, slicing through the air with a pungent, bloody wind, aimed directly at the throat of Shadow. It was too swift, too close. The leader's full-force strike. There was no escape for Shadow. A glimmer of resolute madness flashed in his frostbitten eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he propelled his body forward violently. Simultaneously, his right hand tightened around the short knife, which had remained untouched until now, and with a desperate ferocity, he thrust it upward into the leader's abdomen. The blade was tainted with his own dark golden blood, as well as the various deadly toxins accumulated from countless battles. With a muffled thud, the sounds of 2 sharp implements piercing flesh almost overlapped. Shadow's right shoulder was brutally impaled by the poisoned dagger. Agonizing pain intertwined with a powerful numbness and a chilling toxicity surged through him instantaneously. He let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently as darkness encroached upon his vision. Yet in the leader's eyes, terror was swiftly replaced by an incredulous agony and despair. The seemingly worn short knife wielded by Shadow, which encapsulated all his strength and fierce will, had accurately and mercilessly plunged into the leader's abdomen. The sensation from the blade was not merely physical tearing, but also a horrific energy that mingled brutality, coldness, and decay, like a maggot burrowing into the bone, instantly corroding his internal organs and soul power. The venomous dagger could not even fully unleash its toxicity before it was suppressed by this more domineering and chaotic invading force. "What on earth are you?" The leader gasped, blood mixed with internal fragments pouring from his mouth as his body crumpled. The leader's instant demise left the remaining soul hunters in a state of utter panic. They gazed at Shadow, whose right shoulder bore the dagger. Half of his body stained in blood, yet his gaze was as frigid as that of a hellish specter, overwhelming them with sheer intimidation. Someone let out a cry, and the remaining few, like startled rabbits, abandoned even their fallen comrades, turning to flee, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 31. The Luminous Purity of the World. 22. Shadow did not pursue. He staggered a step, dropping to one knee. His right hand pressed tightly against the wound on his shoulder. The numbness and chilling toxicity from the poisoned dagger clashed violently with the chaotic myriad of poisons already coursing through his body. It was as if ice water was poured into boiling oil. An explosive agony surged through him, and the old wound in his left arm ruptured once more. Dark, golden blood flowed like an uncontrollable stream from the wounds on his right shoulder and left arm. He gritted his teeth, a suppressed scream emanating from his throat, veins throbbing on his forehead like a coiling dragon. His vision was entirely consumed by crimson and darkness, consciousness teetering on the brink amidst the waves of excruciating pain. He understood that the balance of toxins had spiraled completely out of control. If he did not act swiftly, he would dissolve into pus and blood in extreme agony or be shredded by the rampaging power of the Golden Dragon King within him. The formula for the Raven's potion. He must find the ingredients. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the excruciating pain. With the last vestige of his strength, Shadow trembled as he retrieved the cold metallic flat box from his leather satchel at his waist. He violently pried open the lid. His fingers stiff and unresponsive from the pain and numbness, nearly unable to grasp the folded thin papers within. He shakily unfolded them, his blurred vision straining to decipher the intricate script and rough illustrations inscribed upon them. The primary ingredient of the Qingzhong sand is the starry grass, which thrives in sunlit rock crevices, often accompanied by the night dew flower. The essence of the corrupted heart toad's shed skin requires fresh wood attributes and the crystalline cores of soul beasts to be ground together. His gaze fixated intensely upon the illustrations of the starry grass and night dew flower. These two herbs are relatively commonplace, serving as the foundation for suppressing mixed toxins and stabilizing injuries. He recalled glimpsing a steep sunlit rock face during his recent escape, struggling to rise. He felt each step akin to treading upon red-hot blades, leaving behind a trail of ghastly bloodstains. Guided by fragmented memories, he moved toward the rock face, enduring the torment of excruciating pain and vertigo, resembling a soulless husk. Finally, a sun-baked, bare rock face materialized before him. His bloodshot eyes, clouded with sweat, blood, and mud, searched desperately through the jagged crevices. The toxins corroding his mind birthed hallucinations, as if countless venomous insects gnawed at his nerves. Just as despair threatened to drown his last vestige of consciousness like a frigid tide, a faint yet pure silvery light pierced through the sanguine mist of his vision, akin to a cold star in the night. At the peak of the rock face, amidst a narrow stone fissure, a peculiar little grass, no more than 3 inches tall, stubbornly thrived. Its leaves glimmered in a translucent silvery gray hue, with edges shimmering faintly like shards of starlight, radiating a refreshing and pure aura, as if capable of cleansing impurities. It was indeed the starry grass. Beside its roots, a cluster of unassuming, pale blue flowers, the night dew flower, remained closed, adorned with the morning dew. Hope surged within him. Like a drowning man clutching at driftwood, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, a flame of survival burning fiercely. He disregarded the steep rock face, the venomous dagger embedded in his right shoulder, and the gaping wound on his left arm. Like the most primal of climbers, he bit down on the back of the short blade, relying solely on his intact left hand and feet, resolutely and desperately inching toward that faint glimmer of starlight. The rough rock scraped against his wounds, inflicting agonizing pain. Dark golden blood dripped incessantly. Several times, dizziness and weakness nearly caused him to plummet. Yet, his ice-cold gaze remained locked on that sparkle, as if it were the sole anchor to his existence. At last, he reached it. With his bloodied and muddy left hand trembling, he carefully, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, unearthed the small cluster of starry grass along with the night dew flower, roots and soil intact. A refreshing and pure essence surged into his palm, bringing a faint but notable calm to the tumultuous toxins raging within him. Though merely a drop in the ocean, far from sufficient to balance the myriad of toxins within. This fleeting moment of respite allowed his nearly shattered consciousness to coalesce once more. He greedily savored the remnants of the herbal juice in his mouth, relishing that hard-won coolness. Like a traveler in the desert sipping the last drop of nectar, he trembled as he once again retrieved the thin sheets of paper, his gaze sweeping over the other critical and elusive ingredients within the formula for the purifying mist powder, the skin of the corrupted heart toad, the crystal cores of soul beast of the 3rd rank and above with wood attributes, and the final chilling warning from the raven: the pure world lotus is your only path to survival. Hope intermingled with despair. The purifying mist powder could only suppress, not eradicate. He needed time to seek out the necessary herbs for concoction, but how much longer could this body endure? The relentless pursuit of the scorpion and black viper clung to him like a festering wound. The ethereal legend of the pure world lotus, hidden deep within the starry forest's forbidden realm, seemed utterly hopeless. In this state of physical and mental exhaustion, lost in a fog of uncertainty, his eyes inadvertently brushed against the edges of the thin papers in his hand, where the inner layer of the metallic flat box resided, previously focused solely on the formula. He had overlooked this detail. At that moment, as the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the trees, he noticed what appeared to be exceedingly subtle soul power patterns on the metallic surface. His heart raced. With great effort, he channeled the last vestiges of his waning soul power, cautiously infusing it into the inner metallic layer. A faint hum resonated, as if emanating from the depths of the soul. The seemingly decorative fine lines on the metallic surface, upon receiving the infusion of soul power, ignited like stars, radiating a sudden ethereal blue light. The light swirled and coalesced, projecting an intricate and complex three-dimensional pattern reminiscent of celestial movements into the void. At the core of this pattern lay not words, but an exceedingly abstract design, exuding an indescribable purity and vitality, a lotus in bud, composed of countless swirling points of light. Surrounding the lotus were markings representing the core area of the starry forest, more complex and perilous terrains layered upon one another, ultimately directing towards a region shrouded in an impenetrable dark purple mist, within which faintly loomed a profound vortex marking resembling a massive eye. Beside this vortex marking, ancient characters formed from flowing points of light gradually emerged, radiating a faint yet resolute glow. Eye of the corrupted sea, pure world glimmer, pure world lotus. What the raven had left behind was not merely a clue, but a star map, imprinted with soul power, pointing to the possible location of the pure world lotus. That lotus, formed from points of light, served as the guiding beacon, his pupils constricted to the utmost. The excruciating pain within, the surging toxins, and the frailty of his body seemed to freeze in that moment, overwhelmed by the sudden emergence of the infinite possibilities encapsulated in the ethereal blue light. He fixated intently on the star map suspended before him, on that pure lotus of light, on the terrifying marking of the place known as the Eye of the Corrupted Sea. Deep within his icy gaze, nearly consumed by despair, the cold, killing intent flared anew. As if cast into a furnace, reigniting and refining into an unprecedented brilliance infused with madness and resolution. Hope, true hope, even though it resided in the deepest, deadliest confines of the starry forest. With his bloodied and muddy right hand, he summoned all his strength, clutching the thin sheets tightly, as if to imprint this singular hope into his palm. He lifted his head, his gaze as frigid as ice piercing through the dimly lit forest, directing towards the core of the starry forest, where darkness grew even deeper and more terrifying. The Eye of the Corrupted Sea emitted a faint luminescence. Regardless of whether the path ahead led through mountains of blades or seas of fire, or into an unfathomable abyss, he must advance. This faint glimmer was his sole wager for survival, the only foundation upon which he could wield the blade of vengeance against all who inflicted suffering upon him. He struggled to his feet, carefully stowing away the metal box and thin paper. The poison dagger lodged in his right shoulder remained unaddressed, and the wound on his left arm continued to seep blood, while the toxins within him raged and clashed. Yet, in this shadowy grove, his hunched figure straightened ever so slightly. Chapter 32. The Trial of the Forest. However, his eyes, those ice-cold orbs, remained fixed upon the void before him. Ethereal blue strands of soul energy flowed like living entities, intertwining to form a breathtakingly intricate, three-dimensional star map. At the heart of this map, a lotus phantom, composed of countless pure light points, was poised to bloom, exuding a faint yet remarkably resilient aura of life, the guiding light of the pure world white lotus. Its radiance pierced through the blood-colored mists of the cinematic landscape, penetrating the chilling despair deep within his marrow, akin to a lighthouse abruptly illuminating the dark sea at night. Though distant, it signified the existence of the far shore. The star map unfurled, delineating the heart of the starry forest's daunting contours. Ultimately, all the luminous threads seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging upon a region shrouded in a dense, impenetrable dark purple mist. At the center of this fog, a vast, profound, malevolent whirlpool of an eye marked the presence of an aura that threatened to consume all, the Eye of the Corrupted Sea. Ancient characters formed of light hovered beside the whirlpool's mark, cold and resolute. A glimmer of hope resided within the most terrifying death zone of the forest. The voice of the shadow was raspy and fractured, akin to the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. He extended his right hand, smeared with mud and blood scabs, his fingertips trembling with an almost reverent yearning as he attempted to touch the suspended lotus of light. His fingertips passed through the illusory radiance, sending forth a faint ripple of soul energy. There was no substance, only the chilling promise of hope. The violent clash of toxins, after a brief suppression, surged forth like an enraged venomous dragon, unleashing a more ferocious tide within his veins. The chilling paralysis from the poison dagger in his right shoulder clashed violently with the searing ferocity of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, while the old wound on his left arm felt as though it had been thrust into a searing brand. The shadow suddenly arched his body, and a torrent of dark golden blood mixed with shredded viscera erupted violently, splattering onto the decaying leaves before him, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. His consciousness floated amidst the tempest of agony, the shadows at the periphery of his vision creeping again. The raven's warning tolled like a death knell in his mind. A month of cleansing would render the pure world white lotus the only path to survival. Survive. He must live. Only by living could he traverse the eye of the corrupted sea. Only by living could he grasp that faint glimmer of purity in his hands. Only by living could he ensure that those who inflicted pain upon him paid in blood for their debts. The will to survive burned like steel tempered in fire, erupting with its final resilience at the brink of obliteration. The shadow struggled, expending all his strength to imprint the soul energy star map deep within his essence. The ethereal blue luminescence gradually dimmed and dissipated, leaving only the ethereal silhouette of a pure lotus flower and the mark of the corruption sea vortex. Seared into his consciousness like a brand, he must seek out the other materials needed to dispel the miasma, delve deep into the core region of the starry forest, and reach the eye of the corruption sea before that broken body disintegrates completely. The objective, the corrupted heart toad and the crystalline nucleus of soul beasts with a attribute of rank 3 or higher. The mixed region of the starry forest is the territory of century-old soul beasts, shrouded in the oppressive aura of millennium-level soul beasts. The air here seems to be thick with an invisible weight, as towering ancient trees cast shadows as dark as ink. The decaying leaves, moist earth, and faint, acrid scent of soul beasts intertwined to create a primal and perilous aroma. Shadows flitted like phantoms dancing on the edge of a blade. He suppressed all fluctuations of soul power, relying on the heightened perception bestowed by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King and the instinct for danger honed in the abyssal gorge. Navigating through the roots of massive trees, the entangling vines, and the edges of puddles brimming with putrid water with great difficulty. Each step was taken with utmost caution, avoiding the perilous areas dominated by the century-old mandala serpent's massive hollow tree, the thick moss concealing venomous wolf spiders, and the peculiar bioluminescent flowers exuding hallucinogenic pollen. The safe paths marked on the Raven's map had long been cast aside. Those routes were equally fraught with lethal threats for him. He could only rely on instinct and the vague guidance of the star map, struggling along the fringes of even more dangerous territories, where he might find the materials he sought. In pursuit of the corrupted heart toad. The annotations in the Raven's formula were exceedingly terse. Corrupted heart toad, highly toxic. Dwells deep within rotting mire, cries like a shattered heart. The shedding period is incredibly brief. It must be collected immediately after molting, while it remains unhardened for optimal potency. A few scant words, yet they sketch the perilous difficulty. He traversed the mixed region for 3 days. Those 3 days felt akin to walking along the precipice of hell. He encountered a 300-year-old iron-armored porcupine, its volatile temperament manifesting in a rain of sharp quills. Utilizing the dense trunks as cover, he sustained 3 deep, bone-exposing wounds on his left arm, but with a sharpened ironwood spear, he exhausted the porcupine's soul power and ultimately delivered a fatal blow to its relatively softer abdomen, securing resilient porcupine hide and several intact quills as backup weapons. He also found himself targeted by a swarm of bloodthirsty ghost-faced bats. These flying soul beasts exhibiting astonishing speed and teeth laced with paralyzing venom. He was compelled to ignite the collected dry moss and resin, creating a dense smoke to disperse the bat swarm. The smoke nearly suffocated him and revealed his position, attracting a more fearsome shadow leopard on his trail. He devised a rudimentary snare trap within a narrow cave adorned with sharp stone stalagmites, luring the shadow leopard into it. At the cost of having its flesh torn beneath his claws, the leopard broke one of its forelegs, ultimately meeting its end beneath a heavy stone. Each battle was a dance on the brink of life and death. Each victory came with new scars and violent fluctuations in the balance of toxins within his body. The numbness in his right shoulder gradually spread, and the wound on his left arm repeatedly burst open, the dark golden blood draining away his precious stamina and vitality. The clear toxin dispersal temporarily subdued the chaotic poison, akin to a ferocious beast imprisoned within, growing increasingly restless with each invocation of soul power and the extreme strain on his body, battering against the crumbling dam of his restraint. The only support for the shadow lay in the faint, purifying glow imprinted deep within his soul, coupled with an indelible obsession for life and a thirst for vengeance. He resembled a stubborn piece of iron, repeatedly forged and tempered by the fires of mortality, forcefully melding the primal instincts of a beast with the insights gleaned from the combat methods of soul masters. He learned to infuse a trace of the Gold Dragon King's violent soul power into his dagger at the moment of a sudden strike, despite the resultant intensification of the toxic conflict, enabling him to unleash a devastating force capable of tearing through the defenses of a soul master. Reminiscent of when he felled the leader of the soul hunters, he mastered the art of utilizing his surroundings to set traps, applying the paralyzing toxin of the ghost-faced bat to the tip of a wooden spear. While it may not deliver fatal injuries to formidable soul beasts, It could still disrupt their movements, akin to his tactics against the shadow leopard. He absorbed the essence of survival and slaughter like a parched sponge amidst the trials of blood and fire. On the fourth day at dusk, after circumventing an area of hot springs reeking of sulfur, he finally caught a whiff of a peculiar scent, a noxious blend of intense decay and a sickly sweet mucus. The terrain ahead suddenly dipped, forming a hollow encircled by towering, shadowy trees that exuded a dark luster. At the center of this hollow lay a small, repugnant swamp. The water glimmered with an eerie dark green hue, thick foam resembling grease floating atop, while pale gray bubbles emerged from the depths of the sludge, bursting forth to release a faintly purple toxin. It was indeed the corrupted mire, concealed behind a massive black ironwood tree with roots twisted like dragons. His icy gaze pierced through the deepening twilight, fixating intently on the edge of the mire. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, devoid of even the chirping of insects, with only the gurgling of bursting bubbles and the subtle hissing of the spreading toxin, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread. The corrupted heart toad lurked in the depths of this deathly mire. Holding his breath, he melded completely into the shadow of the roots. Awaiting the moment when the corrupted heart toad would surface to shed its skin, that moment would be his sole opportunity. Time trickled by. The agonizing pain within him and the encroaching poison gnawing at his will like a dull knife against flesh. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, darkness enveloped the forest entirely, with only the toxic mist floating above the mire shimmering ominously under the feeble moonlight. Uncertain of how long he had waited, just as his mind began to blur from pain and exhaustion, gurgle, his focus sharpened instantly. It was here, in the center of the mire. A particularly dense cluster of bubbles began to rise. A massive bulge, shrouded in viscous dark green moss and sludge, gradually emerged. A fissure split open, revealing a pair of murky, emotionless yellow vertical pupils. Following closely, an ugly head, the size of a basin and adorned with tumorous protrusions, broke through. Indeed, it was the corrupted heart toad. It appeared to suffer immensely, its vast body twisting slowly and laboriously through the sludge, each movement accompanied by a more anguished wail. The skin on its back began to exhibit unnatural folds and swellings. The dark green moss and grime that covered it stretched and peeled away. The process of shedding had commenced. The struggles of the corrupted heart toad grew increasingly frantic, its whimpers becoming more sorrowful. Its back, as if torn by an invisible force, split open with a gaping wound, from which a viscous, translucent gelatinous substance oozed. Beneath the old skin, a new layer, lighter in color and appearing exceedingly tender, struggled to emerge. Now was the moment. A chilling light surged from the shadow's eyes. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King was forcibly activated. A surge of ferocious power coursing into its legs, disregarding the excruciating pain of torn meridians. The body propelled forth like an arrow released from its bow, shooting out from the shadows of the tree roots. Its target was the enormous toad at the edge of the mire, undergoing a painful metamorphosis. His speed reached its zenith, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as he swept across the surface of the swamp. The short dagger, glinting coldly in the faint moonlight, aimed precisely at the massive shedding crack on the back of the corrupted heart toad. The objective was the layer of old skin, soon to be discarded, still clinging to remnants of fresh mucus. However, just as the tip of the dagger was about to make contact, a thunderous roar erupted, filled with rage and warning, reverberating like lightning from the dense forest on the other side of the mire. The terrifying sound wave, carrying a palpable force of soul energy, struck Shadow's back like a hammer. The impact sent Shadow reeling, suspended in midair, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The gathered power dissipated in an instant, leaving his body unbalanced, crashing down toward the fetid edge of the mire like a broken kite. The dagger slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the muck a few feet from the corrupted heart toad. The enormous toad, startled by the sudden roar, halted its shedding motion. Its murky yellow vertical pupils snapped toward the source of the sound, and its massive body surged forward with astonishing speed, plunging into the depths of the dark green mire, leaving behind only ripples and fragments of shed skin. Shadow crashed heavily into the soft, wet mud at the edge of the mire, splattering foul muck everywhere. Pain radiated through his ribs, as if several had fractured. Even more terrifying was the roar and the force of soul energy, igniting the chaotic conflict of poisons within him like sparks igniting a pot of oil. The power of the Golden Dragon King, the chilling essence of the poisonous moss, the myriad toxins of the nether gully, and the paralyzing venom of the dagger in his right shoulder. All the tumultuous energies lost their final restraint, rampaging through his shattered meridians, tearing, gnawing, exploding. Strange dark gold, deep green, and purplish-black spots surfaced on his skin, resembling boiling venom. Veins bulged as if they would burst. An indescribable agony enveloped him, akin to millions of red-hot needles piercing deep into his marrow and soul. Ah! Shadow curled up in the cold muck, his body uncontrollably convulsing and spasming, letting out a cry akin to a dying beast. His consciousness, like a small boat amidst a tempest, was swiftly engulfed by boundless pain and a chaotic tide of toxins, consumed entirely. His vision was wholly distorted by flickering spots of light and darkness, while his hearing was drowned out by the roaring clash of energies within and the tumultuous flow of blood. In the fleeting moment before total unconsciousness consumed him, Ying's bloodshot eyes, tinged with crimson, caught sight of a colossal figure emerging slowly from the dense thicket, heralding a devastating roar. It was a giant bear, its immense form akin to a moving hill. Its entire body was encased in heavy, dark golden-scaled armor, each scale forged like fine steel, with edges sharper than a blade. Its powerful limbs struck the ground, leaving deep impressions. Most chilling of all was its head, grotesquely fierce, shrouded in even thicker, angular dark golden scales, forming a natural helmet. Its small eyes, deeply set beneath the scales, burned with a molten red glow, exuding an aura of wrath and annihilation. The ancient soul beast, the dark golden terror-claw bear. It had evidently been drawn by the sin of the corrupted heart-toad's shed skin, and Ying's sudden intrusion, coupled with the palpable intent to kill, had thoroughly enraged the sovereign of this territory. It growled low, its heavy footsteps resonating like the ominous beat of war drums, advancing step by step towards the edge of the mire, where a human teetered on the brink of collapse beneath the assault of toxic backlash and overwhelming terror. In its blood-red gaze burned only a primal, savage intent to shred the intruder to pieces. Darkness engulfed Ying's consciousness entirely, leaving only the excruciating pain that gnawed at him from all directions, and the foreboding footsteps of the dark golden terror-claw bear, echoing like a countdown to death. As his final sensations before oblivion, the faint light of the pure world lotus seemed to drift further away amidst the boundless anguish and shadows of death. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Woman. 12. His consciousness sank into an abyss of viscous, icy poison. Countless searing steel needles pierced every inch of bone and nerve, stirring chaos within. The furious roar of the Golden Dragon King, the chilling erosion of the toxic moss, the decay of the myriad poisons from the abyssal gorge, and the icy paralysis of the dagger's toxin. All the tumultuous and violent forces collided, exploded, and gnawed within his unshackled meridians. Underneath his skin, dark gold, deep green, and purple-black patches boiled like searing brands, veins protruding dangerously, threatening to rupture his flesh. Ying's body convulsed violently in the cold, fetid mire, each involuntary spasm tugging at broken ribs, inflicting deeper despairing pain. His throat, choked with surging foul blood and toxic foam, could only emit a rasping, wheezy sound, akin to a dying bellows. Death, reeking of the stench of the corrupt mire and the sweet, metallic tang of his internal poisons erupting, coldly tightened its grip on his throat. The approaching footsteps, like the drumbeats of hell, smashed the silence at the mire's edge. Thud, thud, thud. The enormous body of the dark golden terror-claw bear loomed like a moving fortress of steel, each step sending tremors through the ground. Its massive claws, encased in heavy dark golden scales, sank into the soft, wet mud, leaving deep imprints. Its crimson eyes fixated relentlessly on the minuscule, twisted figure at the edge of the mire, emanating a confusing blend of alluring food and threatening vibes. The brutal intent to kill burned in its gaze like tangible flames. The intruder must perish. Especially the chaotic and potent energy fluctuations radiating from this human stirred its instinct for destruction. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar erupted. The terrifying sound wave, infused with soul power, surged forth like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon the curled-up Ying. This is not merely an assault. It is the clarion call heralding the end of a tyrant's reign. The mire is upheaved by sound waves, scattering in all directions. The remnants of consciousness within the shadow, under this cataclysmic impact, flicker like a candle struggling against the tempest, reduced to a mere wisp of dying ember. He is scarcely aware that the lethal claws are rending the air above him, wielding a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, descending upon him with ominous intent. His vision is ensnared by distorted light and absolute darkness, consumed entirely, with only the boundless, venomous agony, akin to a relentless parasite, remaining as his final sensation before succumbing. Has it come to an end? Will the faint glow of the pure lotus and the eye of corruption, alongside the venomous scorpion of the thousand peaks, all dissolve into nothingness beneath this paw? Just as the dark golden claw, covered in scales, is poised to crush the shadow and the mire into a pulp, a piercing, frigid hiss, sharp enough to freeze the soul, suddenly punctures the roar of the dark golden beast. This hiss does not emanate from the ground, but from the depths of the dense forest shrouded in the shadow of the massive black ironwood behind the shadow. The sound, though soft, possesses a soul-piercing intensity, infused with an ancient, chilling dominion. The descending dark golden claw momentarily hesitates in the air, barely perceptible due to the unexpected hiss. With a swift motion, a slender figure, nearly merging with the night, emerges from the shadows of the black ironwood like a weightless specter. Her speed leaves behind a faint afterimage in the air. Her movements possess an unusual rhythm, akin to the silent night breeze, effortlessly traversing dozens of meters to alight gracefully between the shadow and the fearsome claw. It is a woman. She is clad in a sharply tailored deep violet outfit, accentuating her lithe and athletic form. Her flowing black hair, cascading like a waterfall, remains unbound, gently swaying in the night wind, obscuring most of her features, revealing only a sharply defined, slightly pale and cold chin. Most striking is a jade pendant hanging at her waist, neither metal nor jade, radiating a profound emerald hue. Intricately carved into the likeness of a serpentine creature, its eyes set with two small, living red glimmers that shimmer with a haunting light. The aura emanating from this pendant exudes a chilling and commanding presence. Before the dark golden claw of the beast, the woman displays no inclination to evade. She does not even cast a glance at the monstrous creature, as if it were merely a stubborn boulder by the roadside. Her gaze, like a cold probe, pierces the darkness, landing precisely on the shadow coiled in the mire, exuding chaotic, malevolent energy. What potent venom, what tumultuous power, a cool, hoarse voice, imbued with a peculiar magnetism, resonates softly, akin to ice beads rolling on a jade plate, devoid of excessive emotion, merely a pure scrutiny laced with a hint of gravity. The wrath of the dark golden claw beast is ignited in full fury. How dare a mere human disregard its majesty, standing defiantly before its prey? The momentary hesitation is instantly replaced by an even more ferocious rage. The crimson beast's eyes locked onto the slender figure that had suddenly appeared, its massive claws, imbued with a terrifying force and destructive power, altered their trajectory and swept towards the woman as if swatting a fly. The air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. At last, the woman moved. A resounding hum erupted as the jade pendant shaped like a serpentine creature at her waist suddenly radiated a brilliant emerald light. A chilling, viscous aura, reminiscent of a soul-corrupting miasma, surged forth like a waking giant python, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The woman's right hand splayed open, palm facing upward. As the jade pendant's brilliance intensified, no soul rings illuminated her form, yet an overwhelming force akin to a churning emerald abyss erupted forth. A hiss echoed, clearer and more authoritative than before, as if it originated from the depths of the underworld. A terrifying serpent's roar exploded into existence. Alongside this serpent's cry, a dense, rich emerald soul power wildly converged, twisting and shaping above her outstretched palm. In an instant, a colossal, translucent serpent-like apparition, entirely composed of emerald soul power, took form. This specter, though intangible, was vividly lifelike, with scales ominously gleaming, and a pair of vertical pupils ablaze with an icy emerald flame, exuding a suffocating pressure. The serpent's silhouette coiled around the woman, its head raised high, as it opened a gaping maw forged from pure soul power, capable of devouring an elephant. Directed towards the oncoming dark golden claw, the apparition of the emerald phosphor serpent king. Boom. The dark golden claw collided violently with the soul power's enormous maw of the emerald phosphor serpent king. There was no resonant clash of metal, only a muffled, heart-stopping explosion of terrifying energy. The emerald soul light clashed fiercely with the dark golden scale's radiance, annihilating each other. A frenzied shockwave erupted like an invisible tsunami, instantly sweeping outward in all directions. Splash, splash, splash. The thick oil-slicked foam upon the mire was instantaneously cleared. The dark green sludge erupted skyward like a fountain, soaring several meters high. The surrounding black trees groaned under the strain, their robust branches snapping in half, splintered wood flying about. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. The shadowy figure was violently hurled by the terrifying shockwave, akin to a torn sack, flung over 10 meters and crashing against the gnarled roots of a black ironwood tree, spewing forth a copious amount of dark golden blood once more. Yet, it was this violent tremor and impact that struck like a final, heavy hammer, prying open a sliver of consciousness that had been thoroughly submerged in toxicity and torment. Cough, cough. The shadow abruptly expelled several mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his icy gaze laboriously opening a narrow slit. His vision was blurred, the world spinning. Yet it was no longer pure darkness. The first sight to greet him was the swirling dark green sludge and shattered leaves. Then, through this chaotic veil, he vaguely beheld a soul-stirring spectacle. The enormous dark golden bear, resembling a moving fortress, had retreated a step. On its heavily scaled foreleg, dark golden light flickered intensely. Faint traces of charred marks, as if corroded by potent acid, were barely discernible. Its crimson eyes fixated ahead, filled with fury, suspicion, and a hint of instinctive trepidation. Opposite her, the slender figure cloaked in purple stood resolutely at the edge of the mire, as if the mud beneath her feet had been rendered immovable by an unseen force, showing no signs of yielding. The massive serpentine shadow, shimmering in emerald hues, coiled languidly around her, its icy vertical pupils fixating on the dark golden clawed bear, exuding an aura that could freeze the very soul. The woman's inky black hair danced in the energy's aftermath, revealing a portion of her pale and forbidding profile, her lips curving ever so slightly into an almost imperceptible, frigid arc. "Begone." The cold, hoarse command resonated once more, a single word imbued with undeniable authority and a bone-chilling intensity, as if she were dispelling an annoying stray dog. Losing her patience, she subtly curled her right hand. Hiss! The ethereal visage of the emerald viper suddenly emitted a sharper, more piercing hiss. Its enormous jaws agape as an intense cloud of verdant poison erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion, coalescing into a concentrated beam of toxic flame, a tangible pillar of venom radiating an aura that threatened to annihilate all in its path. Hurtling mercilessly toward the dark golden clawed bear, where the poison flame passed, the air crackled with an acrid sizzle of corrosion, and even the leaves that fell were instantly withered, charred, and reduced to ash. The bear's colossal pupils constricted in alarm, a primal sense of impending doom prompting an enraged roar. Its massive form erupted with an astonishing speed uncharacteristic of its size, leaping sideways in a sudden burst. Simultaneously, its arms, adorned with dark golden scales, crossed defensively in front of it, conjuring a solid shield of dark golden soul energy in an instant. Boom! The emerald poison flame pillar struck fiercely against the hastily erected shield of the dark golden clawed bear. No earth-shattering explosion ensued. Only the ear-piercing sound reminiscent of strong acid corroding metal echoed violently. The verdant flame, akin to a relentless parasite, swiftly tainted the dark golden shield with an eerie green hue, visibly eroding and dissolving it at a disconcerting pace. The shield's brilliance dimmed rapidly. The bear emitted a muffled roar of agony. Although the shield had thwarted the brunt of the toxic flame's onslaught, the insidious chill of the corrosive aura seeped through, searing its scaled arms and inducing waves of sharp pain and numbness. More terrifyingly, its once proud dark golden scales, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a soul king, now emitted faint groans under the relentless assault of the verdant flames, their luster visibly waning. This poison could corrode its scales. The pure rage that had consumed it was finally supplanted by a dawning sense of caution and a desire to retreat. The bear's crimson eyes lingered on the woman, radiating an ominous serpentine majesty, and then flicked toward the distant, bloodied figure leaning against the roots of a tree, releasing a low growl filled with reluctance and warning. No longer hesitating, it turned abruptly, its massive form crashing through the ground as it thundered away, disappearing into the shadows of the dense forest. With the formidable foe departed, only the slender purple figure remained at the mire's edge, alongside the distant figure, now weakened and blood-soaked beneath the tree roots. The woman slowly turned, her black hair cascading once more to shroud her face. She stepped forward, treading upon the mire as if it were solid ground, the sludge parting effortlessly at her feet, leaving no trace. She approached the shadow directly and halted. The shadow's vision remained obscured, agonizing waves crashing upon his dwindling consciousness. He could barely discern a pair of deep purple boots before him, immaculate and unblemished. A chilling aroma, a blend of exotic herbs and a faint hint of serpent's musk, invaded his nostrils. Then, he felt a cool yet remarkably steady hand resting upon his fevered neck, marred by protruding veins and strange luminescence. The touch of those fingers was peculiar, imbued with a jade-like coolness and firmness. A faint yet exquisitely pure essence of soul energy surged through that hand, akin to the most delicate probe, instantly piercing the chaotic veins of the shadow. The shadow's body stiffened abruptly, as though pierced by an icicle. The foreign soul energy was cold and domineering, disregarding the tumultuous poison within him, forcefully navigating through his meridians. Where it passed, The boiling energies seemed to encounter a nemesis, momentarily stagnating and retreating. Yet soon, a more ferocious backlash erupted like a volcano. The power of the Golden Dragon King let out a furious roar, the myriad poisons retaliating wildly. The shadow spat forth a mouthful of dark golden-tainted blood. His body convulsing violently, his consciousness slipping once more toward the abyss of darkness. What a tyrannical bloodline, what fierce toxins, yet they remain unvanquished, a true stubborn stone. A cold, husky voice resonated above him, laced with surprise and a chilling inquiry. Unfortunately, the balance had utterly collapsed. The bloodline and poisons devoured one another. Unless a divine artifact of the caliber of the pure world White Lotus intervened, salvation was impossible within 3 days. Divine intervention would be futile. The name Pure World White Lotus struck like a final thunderbolt into the shadow's chaotic psyche. The instinct for survival erupted like flames doused in boiling oil. With the last vestige of strength, his bloodied left hand shot up, seizing the wrist of the woman resting upon his neck. Her skin was cool and slippery, akin to grasping a living serpent. White Lotus. The two shattered words escaped the shadow's throat, his icy gaze piercing through the blood-soaked haze to lock onto the woman's obscured visage beneath her cascading hair, igniting the last and most fervent flame of survival in his eyes. Eye of the corrupted sea. The woman appeared taken aback by the shadow's fierce determination and strength in his dying moments. The instant he grasped her wrist, her body subtly stiffened. She lowered her head, her dark hair cascading down, and the shadow could only sense a chilling gaze penetrating through the strands, resting upon his face. Eye of the corrupted sea? The cool voice now carried a distinct tremor, surprise, gravity, and an unexplainable nuance. You are aware of that place? With your current state, you dare to covet the pure world White Lotus? At last, her wrist quivered slightly, a supple yet irresistible force effortlessly shaking off his grip. 3 days. Her icy voice rang out again, imbued with a decisive tone. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Within 3 days, if you find the pure world White Lotus, you may yet grasp a sliver of hope. Unable to find it, one can only await the fate of being reduced to ashes by their own venomous blood and lineage. As her words lingered in the air, the woman gently tapped the jade pendant shaped like a green-scaled serpent at her waist with her right hand. A hum resonated as the pendant illuminated with an ethereal green glow, yet this time, it did not manifest the shadow of a serpent. The luminescence swirled, quickly coalescing before her, compressing into the form of an ancient apothecary cauldron, towering at half her height, and composed entirely of verdant soul energy. The cauldron boasted 3 sturdy legs and 2 ears, its surface intricately engraved with esoteric serpent glyphs, exuding a rich aroma of medicinal herbs and a chilling wave of soul energy. With a flick of her left hand, she beckoned the air, and several herbs, each exhibiting diverse forms and radiating peculiar energy fluctuations, flew forth from her ample sleeves as if drawn by an unseen force, landing precisely within the verdant soul energy cauldron. One particular herb bore leaves of an eerie shade of purple-black, its veins resembling congealed blood. Another showcased delicate, pallid blossoms, their centers as dark as ink. Go. The woman snapped her fingers, igniting a flame of verdant soul energy at the cauldron's base. This flame was not searing, but rather emitted a bone-chilling coldness. The herbs hissed as they rapidly dissolved and amalgamated in the green flame, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. An indescribable aroma, a bizarre blend of venom, frost, and a hint of peculiar vitality, enveloped the air, overpowering even the stench of the putrid mire. As the scent filled his nostrils, the tumultuous clash of myriad toxins and the power of the Golden Dragon King within the shadow momentarily froze, as if bound by invisible shackles. Although pain persisted, the destructive cycle of mutual annihilation was forcibly halted, suspended in an ephemeral stillness. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of light returned to the shadow's dimmed gaze, only to be swiftly engulfed once more by deeper exhaustion and darkness. The final image he beheld was that of the cauldron's roiling, viscous liquid, akin to thick, purple blood, alongside the woman's eyes, glistening coldly like an ancient, frigid abyss under the glow of the ethereal light. Drink it. It will temporarily contain the toxins and that violent force within you for 3 days. After 3 days, the effects will wane, and chaos will ensue. Beyond even the intervention of deities, her chilling voice resonated like a final verdict. A small, verdant bowl, cradled by soul energy and filled with the strange purple liquid, was presented to the cracked, blood-stained lips of the shadow. The potent, nauseating aroma, a fusion of venom and vitality, rushed forth. There was no choice. With his last vestige of will, the shadow opened his mouth. Chapter 35, The eye of the corrupted sea. 13. The suffocating, bizarre aroma. A blend of poison and an odd vitality surged like a viscous liquid down the shadow's seared throat. The taste was indescribable, reminiscent of flesh long decayed. Mixed with cold metallic powder, infused with a strange, nauseating sweetness. The liquid was boiling hot yet carried an icy chill, leaving a searing and numbing sensation in its wake within the esophagus and stomach. The shadow's body convulsed uncontrollably, his throat contracting instinctively as he fought the urge to vomit. Yet, the hand holding the verdant bowl remained unyieldingly steady, as if forged of iron, compellingly pouring the viscous, purple blood-like liquid into him without resistance. The moment the liquid entered the abdomen, it was akin to detonating a frigid bomb. Boom. An indescribable, chillingly tyrannical force erupted within the depths of Ying's chest and abdomen, reminiscent of a colossal serpent awakening from the depths of the underworld. This force was icy, viscous, and possessed a potent corrosiveness. Yet it also harbored a peculiar sense of order. It ruthlessly tore apart the violent turmoil within him, akin to a chaotic energy field exploding like boiling oil. The ferocious roar of the golden dragon bloodline, the sinister encroachment of toxic moss, the decay of myriad poisons from the nether stream, and the chilling spread of dagger paralysis toxins. All the violent forces of conflict were ensnared by this external, cold, and domineering order, as if bound and pierced by invisible, barbed chains. A fierce resistance erupted instantaneously. An even more terrifying energy clashed within Ying's shattered meridians. Ying suddenly threw back his head, the veins in his neck bulging like coiling dragons, emitting a harrowing howl that resembled no human sound. Under his skin, dark gold, ink green, and purple-black spots flickered wildly, twisting and devouring one another, while his veins swelled like red-hot irons, pulsating as if they were on the brink of bursting. His curled body convulsed violently, flailing like a fish out of water, leaving desperate traces in the icy mire. Pain. It transcended all previous accumulations of suffering. It was the ultimate torment, stemming from a soul being torn apart, frozen, and forcibly suppressed. Just as Ying's consciousness teetered on the brink of being utterly shattered by this boundless agony, plunging into an eternal abyss of darkness, that icy order finally revealed its true effect. Azure green chains of soul power, resembling countless tiny venomous serpents, recklessly spread through Ying's meridians, organs, and even the depths of his soul, entwining and constricting. With each contraction, a deeply penetrating pain surged. Yet it forcibly froze the chaotic energy of violent conflict in an extremely brutal manner, locking it in place. It was as though a millennium of ancient ice had been poured over a boiling volcanic crater, instantaneously solidifying. The destructive waves of self-consuming conflict within him were forcibly pressed to a halt. The excruciating pain still persisted, like billions of icy needles permanently embedded in every corner of his body, with each breath and heartbeat tugging at the wounds ensnared by the chains. However, the sense of imminent death from the energy's uncontrollable explosion, threatening to tear his body apart from within, abruptly vanished. In its place was a heavy, frigid sensation, as if his entire being were cast within a mold of cold iron, imbued with rigidity and confinement. Ying lay like a snake stripped of its bones, languishing in the cold mire, his body still twitching involuntarily. Sweat, blood, and mud mingled, marring his face. He gasped for breath, each inhalation laden with the metallic tang of blood and the residual scent of that strange liquid, while each exhalation released a plume of icy mist. His vision blurred, the world spinning, yet the piercing, bone-chilling pain remained, an eternal brand that clearly reminded him that he was still alive. 3 days. A cold, hoarse voice pierced Ying's chaotic consciousness like an icicle. The medicinal force has locked away the turmoil within you. Only 3 days remain. After 3 days, the chains will shatter. The conflict will erupt, and even the divine shall not save you. To survive, one must find the pure world white lotus within these 3 days. The shadowy figure's dilated pupils struggled to focus, peering through the gaps of blood and sweat toward the source of the voice. The enigmatic woman clad in purple stood before him, her ink-black hair fluttering gently in the night breeze, obscuring much of her face. The jade pendant shaped like a serpent, adorned with emerald scales, emitted a profound glow under the dim moonlight at her waist. Her eyes, concealed behind strands of hair, were as frigid as an ancient, frozen lake. Devoid of emotion, merely observing with a pure intensity, as if appraising the final value of an object. Her gaze lingered on the shadow for a moment, seemingly verifying whether the effects of the ghostly phosphorus soul-binding powder had taken hold. Then, without a pause, nor any intention of explanation or inquiry, she silently turned away, her deep purple silhouette dissolving into the night like a specter, stepping through the mire without leaving a trace, venturing deeper into the dense forest. within mere breaths. That fleeting purple vanished entirely into the thick darkness and twisted shadows of the trees, as though it had never existed. Silence once again enveloped the edges of the stagnant marsh. The only sounds were the soft popping of bubbles and the shadow's heavy, pained breaths. Cold, rigid, excruciating. He lay like a fish stranded on the mud flats, gasping futilely, feeling the bone-deep chill and agony. 3 days. Only 3 days to find the pure world white lotus in the eye of the corrupted sea. Hope flickered like a candle flame in the wind, frail and wavering. Despair surged like the cold muck, attempting to engulf him completely from all sides. Time passed, though its measure was lost. Perhaps it was the icy sludge's sting. Or perhaps the faint instinct of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, unyielding even in desperation, that ignited a glimmer in his dimming golden eyes. Move. He resolved to act. No longer attempting grand gestures, his ice-like gaze fixated on a black, withered branch protruding from the mire, roughly the thickness of an arm. The target was small, just within arm's reach. Each centimeter felt stretched beyond eternity, every second a tormenting agony. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a trickling brook, mingling with the muck and blood. He bit his lip, the metallic taste of iron flooding his mouth, yet it could not quell the deep-seated, bone-chilling pain. At last, his fingers, caked in filth and scabs, grazed the cold, rough branch. A faint yet palpable sensation surged through his near-collapsing nerves like a jolt of electricity. He grasped the branch tightly, as though seizing a lifeline. Using it as leverage, he summoned the remnants of his strength, along with a push from his chin, inch by inch dragging his leaden body from the icy mire. Merely extricating himself from the marsh's edge and crawling onto the relatively dry ground, strewn with decaying leaves, consumed nearly half an hour of his effort. He collapsed onto the earth, gasping violently, each breath tainted with the scent of blood and rust. The cold agony gnawing at his dwindling strength like maggots feasting upon his essence. He could not stop. His gaze shifted further ahead to a colossal, fallen black ironwood tree. The trunk was not far from the ground, forming a natural slope upon which he could lean for support. He once again embarked on the arduous and excruciating journey of movement, grasping a withered branch, dragging his body, using his chin and intact left elbow as support. He painstakingly crawled towards the fallen giant tree, inch by inch, across the littered ground strewn with gravel and dead twigs. Each movement was accompanied by the agonizing pain of being chained and the searing abrasions where his body scraped against the earth. Sweat had long since evaporated. His skin felt feverish, yet the cold chains within him radiated a bone-chilling chill, subjecting him to a torment that felt like a clash of fire and ice. Nearly driving him to madness. His consciousness ebbed and flowed with the waves of pain, his vision oscillating between clarity and blur. The faint glow of a pure white lotus and the swirling mark of a decaying sea flickering in his mind like a lighthouse against an abyss. What sustained him was the deep-seated obsession with life itself, and the cold, unyielding will forged in endless suffering and hatred. Chapter 36, The Eye of the Decaying Sea 23, uncertain of how much time had passed, when the darkest moment before dawn descended. He finally reached the side of the fallen ebony tree. Leaning against the cold, rough trunk, he gasped for breath like a battered bellows. His body was smeared with mud, encrusted with blood, and covered in bruises, a pitiable sight. Yet his ice-cold eyes shone astonishingly bright in the darkness, akin to ice ablaze with ghostly flames. He had survived the first trial. After a brief respite, his gaze fell upon his mangled left elbow. He needed to tend to his wound, or the threat of infection and continued blood loss would hasten his demise. Struggling to turn his neck, his icy gaze searched the surroundings. Soon, he pinpointed a cluster of lush, serrated-leafed maidenhair ferns a few paces away, an ordinary plant known for its mild hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. The target was near, yet at that moment felt like an insurmountable chasm. He began the slow, painful crawl once more. Extending his arm, his fingertips were tantalizingly close to the ferns. The agonizing chains in his weakened body caused his arm to tremble violently, rendering him unable to advance further. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. With a sudden burst of resolve, he forcefully slammed his forehead against the ground. Thud! The dull sound of impact resonated, splitting his forehead open and causing blood to gush forth. The intense pain surged through his nearly numb nerves like an electric current, granting him a fleeting surge of strength. Seizing this moment, he thrust his fingers forward, grasping a handful of thick maidenhair fern leaves. Ignoring the searing pain in his forehead, he shoved the leaves into his mouth. Chewing frantically, the bitter and spicy juices mingled with the taste of dirt and blood filled his mouth. He spat the masticated mixture into his palm and, with the last vestige of his strength, pressed the herbal paste firmly against the wounds around his left elbow and right shoulder. where the poisoned dagger still lay embedded. The moment the herbal paste made contact with the wounds, it felt like a hot iron searing into his flesh. The excruciating sting caused his vision to darken, and his body convulsed violently. Yet, this primal stimulation temporarily overshadowed the frigid agony of the chains binding him. Leaning against the cold tree trunk, he gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at the injuries that ravaged his body. Blood trickled down his forehead, obscuring his left eye. He raised his right hand, caked with mud and the essence of grass, and fiercely wiped his face with his sleeve, revealing eyes laced with blood, yet as cold and sharp as a tempered blade. He lifted his gaze towards the eastern horizon, where the thickest darkness before dawn was gradually receding, giving way to a faint, almost ethereal gray light akin to the belly of a fish. 3 days had passed. The first day was spent in struggle and agony. He had survived. The gaze of the shadow pierced through the brightening gaps in the trees, traversing the endless layers of ancient giants, looking towards the even deeper and darker core of the starry forest. There lay the direction of the eye of the corrupted sea, the soul imprint, etched deeply within him, vividly manifested, showcasing a pure lotus of light that emitted a weak yet tenacious glow at the edge of death's shadow. There was no time to rest, no time for fear. With great effort, he struggled to use a black ironwood trunk as support, slowly and painstakingly raising his heavy body once more. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, each movement bringing forth the excruciating tightening of chains and the groans of bones. He hunched his back, burdened as though carrying an invisible mountain, drenched in blood and in a pitiful state. He stood upright, one step at a time, dragging his body, heavy as shackles. Adorned with wounds and an icy pain that penetrated to the marrow, the shadow once again embarked on the deathly path towards the eye of the corrupted sea. Each step left a heavy footprint, mingled with dark golden blood. The faint light of the pure world white lotus guided him ahead, while the countdown of the phosphorescent chains within him ticked silently. His figure, illuminated by the dawn's faint glow, appeared as a stubborn and desperate silhouette, silently stumbling into the dense, all-consuming shadows of the mixed region of the starry forest. Time flowed amidst agony, coldness, and the unending trek. The second day was spent in silent torment. The shadow, akin to a lifeless body dragged by invisible chains, struggled through the perilous depths of the mixed region. Relying on the beastly instincts bestowed by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, pushed to the limits by pain and chains, as well as the vague guidance of the Raven Map and the Soul Imprint, he evaded the lairs exuding the terrifying pressure of thousand-year soul beasts and circumvented the death marshes shrouded in toxic mists. Hunger and thirst gnawed at his will like venomous serpents. He chewed on bitter roots, sucked the dew from moss and leaves, and even risked gathering a few vividly colored berries that bore a slight paralyzing effect to stave off hunger, using their mild toxins to combat the deeper, chilling pain within. Each rest was fleeting, and each rise felt like enduring a form of torture. The potency of the phosphorescent soul-locking powder acted like the cruelest jailer, constantly reminding him of the countdown of his life. The chaotic powers within him were forcibly frozen, yet the piercing, frigid pain never ceased. On the morning of the third day, as the shadow dragged his nearly unconscious body up a steep ridge littered with weathered boulders, the sight before him caused his bloodshot cold eyes to widen in sheer horror. Below the ridge lay no longer the lush, sun-draped primeval forest, a boundless, terrifying expanse shrouded in a dense, unyielding dark purple mist looms before me, akin to a vast wound upon the earth itself. The fog rolls and surges, as if animated, displaying a viscous, gelatinous quality. It does not disperse uniformly, but instead forms countless gigantic, slowly rotating vortices, resembling the malevolent eyes of demons, silently observing all living beings that dare to approach. Within the mist, distorted and grotesque silhouettes of colossal trees can be faintly discerned, their lifeless forms exhibiting a ghastly grayish-white hue, with gnarled branches resembling the claws of phantoms. Not a single leaf adorns these trees, only dark purple veins pulsating like arteries creep along their trunks. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of dark purple fungi, reminiscent of decaying flesh, exuding an intensely nauseating stench of rot and venom. Silence. An absolute silence. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, no rustling of wind. Only the low, mournful wail of the swirling dark purple mist, akin to the stirring of a viscous liquid, fills the air, accompanied by the occasional faint sound of grayish-white bubbles bursting beneath the fungal carpet, releasing an acrid odor. The atmosphere is as heavy as solidified mercury, each breath bringing forth a searing and numbing sensation, as though inhaling scalding metallic powder and corrosive acid. Merely standing at the precipice, gazing into that dreadful domain, sends waves of sharp pain coursing through my skin. The chaotic energy within, ensnared by the chains of phosphorescent azure, appears to react to some external stimulus, violently thrashing and colliding. The cold chains rattle ominously, inflicting deeper, agonizing rips within. Chapter 37. The Eye of the Corrupt Sea. 33. The Eye of the Corrupt Sea. A deathly forbidden zone marked upon the star map, the very realm where the pure lotus may reside, lies before me. My heart feels as if gripped tightly by a cold iron hand. Hope and despair entwine like two venomous serpents, ensnaring my soul in an instant. The faint glow of the pure lotus seems to beckon from the depths of the roiling toxic mist, yet the horrific aura of that region radiates a deathly threat. An invisible maw threatening to consume all. The chains of azure within me emit faint, agonized whimpers. The medicinal power is on the verge of depletion. There is no retreat. Deep within my ice-cold gaze, a flicker of dark golden ferocity ignites, akin to a star cast into a furnace, blazing forth in the face of impending death. All hesitation, fear, and suffering are supplanted by a purer, more resolute coldness in that singular moment. Survive. Obtain the lotus. Avenge. No longer do I waver, nor do I linger. My hunched figure straightens for an instant atop the ridge, like a broken spear poised defiantly before its inevitable fall into the sands of despair. Then, with an indomitable spirit, I step forward, dragging my weighty, shackled body, and plunge into the roiling, viscous dark purple toxic mist that emanates an endless aura of death and decay. Hiss! Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. The instant I step into the toxic mist, a violent burning and corrosive sound erupts from my skin. The dark purple mist, seemingly alive and intensely caustic, frantically devours my flesh and clothing. My exposed skin instantly blisters, swiftly turning black and decaying. The toxic gas inhaled into the lungs sears like molten lava, scorching the trachea and alveoli, inflicting excruciating pain akin to suffocation and an overwhelming sense of paralysis. Ugh! Shadows of despair escape as he trembles violently, his vision fading to black. The cerulean chains within him, under the relentless assault of this horrifying poison, emit a sharper, more distinct sound reminiscent of cracking ice. The chaotic force confined within him surges like a shark sensing blood, ruthlessly assaulting the precarious chains that bind him. He cannot succumb. To fall is to perish. He bites down on his tongue, the metallic tang of blood and searing pain forcibly stimulating his fraying nerves. With a sudden resolve, he tears at his already tattered garments, pressing them against his mouth and nose, attempting to filter out some of the toxic fumes with the blood that has yet to dry on his forehead. Simultaneously, he summons the faint power derived from the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, which has been suppressed to its limits by the chains. Disregarding the agonizing rending of his meridians, forcing a nearly imperceptible dark golden membrane to coalesce upon his skin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark golden membrane fiercely clashes with the dark purple poisonous mist, producing a piercing sound of corrosion. The membrane thins and dims at a visible rate, but it barely withstands the most immediate corrosive effects. He trudges through the thick, tar-like atmosphere, each step laden with unbearable weight. Beneath him lies a slippery, dark purple carpet of decayed flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. His field of vision, constricted to less than 10 meters by the dense poison, reveals gnarled, ghostly tree limbs that loom within the fog, reminiscent of malevolent specters waiting to strike. The air is thick with the pungent scent of death and a profound sense of decay that penetrates to the very marrow. Guided by the soul's star map deep within him, like a solitary beacon in the dark, he struggles toward the heart of the most concentrated and turbulent vortex of poison, each step accompanied by the agony of his skin being eroded, while the chains within him emit mournful cries of impending collapse. Time elapses unmeasured as he navigates through the viscous mist, until, ahead, he discerns a relatively open area within the toxic haze. Here, the fog manifests an eerie shade of ink green, swirling at a slower pace but exuding a more chilling and lethal toxicity. At the center of this space, he vaguely perceives an extraordinarily grotesque plant. It is rooted in a viscous mire resembling pooled black blood. The main structure is not a tree but rather thick, serpent-like vines of a half-decayed, grayish-white hue. These vines twist and coil, resembling a multitude of gigantic serpents, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of moss continually secreting dark green slime. At the apex of this vine cluster is not a flower but a dark purple tumor, pulsating slowly and as large as a grinding stone, resembling a colossal heart. The surface of this tumor is laced with thick, pulsating veins, exuding a suffocating stench of decay and spiritual corruption. Merely gazing upon the throbbing dark purple tumor sends a wave of intense dizziness and nausea crashing over him, as if countless vengeful spirits wail mournfully in his ears. The soul star map within him abruptly conveys a powerful warning of imminent danger. Just then, hiss, hiss, hiss. A chilling cacophony, reminiscent of countless serpents sliding against one another, suddenly erupted from beneath the noxious fog and the fungal carpet. Shadow's icy gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing the viscous dark purple fungus writhing as if in a boiling frenzy. Countless strange creatures, their bodies enshrouded in dark purple slime and resembling a grotesque fusion of serpents and giant worms, emerged from the fungal expanse and the crevices of decaying roots. Their forms, akin to putrid intestines, bore no eyes, only a circular orifice lined with spiral fangs from which dripped a corrosive, dark green venom. These were the parasitic monsters known as corrupt tree pythons, thriving amidst the spiritual pollution exuded by pulsating flesh tumors and the putrid environment. Dozens, even hundreds of corrupt tree pythons, akin to maggots drawn by the scent of blood, encircled from all directions. They slithered forth with their repulsive, slimy bodies, their circular mouths agape, emitting a silent psychic shriek, accompanied by a dense, corrosive miasma that surged towards Shadow like a relentless tide. More terrifying still, the azure phosphorescent chains within Shadow, already on the brink of breaking, snapped under the dual torment of the horrific psychic wail and the external toxins. A resounding crack, as clear as ice shattering, exploded from the depths of Shadow's being. The binding chains had broken. Boom. The ferocious energy of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, pinned up for 3 days and nights, unleashed its wrath, mingling with the chilling toxicity of the poisonous moss and the myriad venoms of the Nether Abyss. The paralyzing poison of daggers igniting like a powder keg, erupting violently through Shadow's fractured veins. Agony. Shadow let out a roar that fused utmost agony with destructive power, a sound no longer human, but a blend of dragon roars, the cries of venomous beasts, and the ultimate lament of souls being torn asunder. The confinement of the phosphorescent soul lock shattered like fragile ice crystals under the relentless assault of inner and outer toxins. Boom. The accumulated destructive energy of 3 days and nights detonated within Shadow's shattered veins. Dark golden flames, intermingled with dark green, purple-black, and ethereal blue toxins, erupted violently from every pore and crack in his skin, akin to an uncontrollable volcanic eruption. His skin burst apart, dark golden blood flowed like molten lava, entwined with viscous venom, trickling down upon the slick dark purple fungal carpet, hissing with corrosive sounds and rising foul, acrid smoke. His veins bulged like heated iron, pulsating as if they might burst through flesh at any moment. His eyes, consumed by a frenzied gold and chaotic purple-black, beheld a blood-red vista, with only the instinct for annihilation roaring within. What is truly terrifying is that the venomous dagger, akin to a maggot burrowing into the bone, has embedded itself into the right shoulder. In this cataclysmic explosion of energy, it was severed as if cast into a furnace, vaporized by the fierce power of the Golden Dragon King. The remnants of the dagger, along with the lethal poison it bore, shot forth like deadly shrapnel, propelled by the erupting energy, piercing deeply into his already ravaged right shoulder and chest. With a splatter, Shadow's body was struck as if by an invisible hammer, violently expelling a torrent of tainted blood mixed with dark gold, ink green, and metallic fragments. His form swayed violently, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of total collapse. At this moment, a lethal threat surrounded him from all directions. The cacophony of hissing, a sound that could shatter the mind, resonated like a symphony of death. Dozens, even hundreds, of venomous tree pythons, resembling a legion of maggots emerging from the depths of hell, slithered forth. Cloaked in dark purple slime, their bodies reminiscent of decaying entrails, surging madly from the boiling mycelial blanket and the twisted roots of dead trees. Their eyeless heads bore circular mouths lined with spiral fangs, opening and closing, dripping with corrosive green venom. Their silent mental wails piercing like tangible steel needles into Shadow's crumbling consciousness. Assailed from within and without, hearts consumed by a myriad of toxins, soul power erupting, body disintegrating. The shadow of death had never been as palpable as at this moment, enveloping Shadow entirely. Yet, just as his consciousness was on the verge of being utterly devoured by excruciating pain, chaos, and death, a profound hum resonated. An indescribable, utterly pure aura, capable of cleansing all impurities from the world, pierced through the heavy clouds of despair, illuminating Shadow's blood-red, tumultuous vision, transcending the boundless agony and fury, precisely branding itself upon the brink of his extinguishing soul. This essence, faint yet remarkably resilient, carried a soothing chill that stemmed from the very essence of life. It emanated from the center of that murky expanse shrouded in toxic green mist, from the apex of a bizarre plant, ensnared by rotting, grayish-white vines. Rooted in the black blood mire, Shadow's bloodshot golden black eyes, previously consumed by chaotic energy, suddenly sharpened as if drawn by a magnet. There, at the summit of the colossal vine cluster, beside a massive dark purple tumor pulsating like a heart, a pure white radiance had quietly emerged. It was a plant. It did not root itself in the filth of the mire or the decaying vines, but rather, in an unfathomable manner, floated several feet above the vine's apex. Its roots were not tangible but comprised of countless delicate threads, flowing with a pure milky luminescence, entwining gently as if alive, embedding themselves within the roiling toxic green miasma, seemingly drawing forth the most potent and corrupt energy from this realm of death. Its main body was a slender stalk, resembling the purest jade, rising straight up and exuding a soft, warm glow. At its pinnacle rested a lotus flower, a bud, tightly closed, presenting an immaculate visage, as though it encapsulated the very essence of moonlight in purest white. In the oppressive backdrop of a dense dark purple and toxic green haze, the pure white bloom stands out, strikingly incongruous and exquisitely sacred, akin to a miracle birthed from a murky quagmire. A faint, almost imperceptible milky halo flows across the surface of the petals, flickering like a breath. It is this halo that emanates a refreshing aura, penetrating the soul and purifying the filth. The pristine white lotus. A glimmer of hope ignites at the abyss of death, shining clearly and fervently. A guttural growl erupts from the depths of the shadow, resembling the wheezing of a broken bellows. Within those eyes, consumed by venom and savagery, a shard of ice-like resolve glimmers, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, suddenly erupting into its final, most frenzied flame. To survive, to seize it. The primal instinct for survival overwhelms the impulse for destruction. The tumultuous energy within, under the faint pull of this sacred essence and the forceful dominance of the shadow's own will, experiences an exceptionally brief and perilous synchronized explosion, not for self-destruction, but for an advance. Begone. The shadow lets out a roar, a cacophony of agony and fury, ignoring the gaping wounds that mar his body, the corrosive poison invading his lungs, and the shards of daggers embedded within. He raises his right arm, as if sculpted from molten rock, fissured and cracked, fingers curled into claws, and swings fiercely at the oncoming tide of venomous tree serpents. Boom. A torrent of terrifying energy, a cacophony of dark golden flames, toxic green mist, and the stench of decay roars forth from his outstretched arm like an uncontrollable dragon. The viscous dark purple poison dissipates instantly in its wake. The foremost of the venomous tree serpents, unable to even emit a cry, vaporizes like frail candles in the face of this cataclysmic surge. Those behind are violently hurled away by the shockwave of ferocious energy, their slick forms crashing against warped dead trees and fungal carpets, producing a dull thud, while green venom splatters everywhere. The backlash from this forced explosion sends the shadow reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spurting from his mouth. The internal conflict intensifies with this eruption, dark golden fissures spreading deeper and more extensively across his skin. Yet, with the momentum of the strike, he forcibly tears open a fleeting gap amidst the encirclement of the venomous tree serpents. His singular aim remains, that suspended, sacred white lotus. With a powerful push against the slick fungal carpet, his body launches forth like a released arrow, propelled by a desperate ferocity, heedless of all. Charging into the realm shrouded in toxic green mist, towards that pure light blossoming amidst the filth, just as the shadow is about to plunge into the noxious abyss. A roar, infused with wrath and greed, reminiscent of a horror from the depths of the netherworld, erupts from the thick, poison-laden air. Before the sound fades, an enormous, suffocatingly vast emerald figure, like a specter tearing through space, materializes before the shadow, bringing with it a stench of blood and a chilling pressure that freezes the soul. It is a serpent of unimaginable size. Its form is as robust as a millennia-old ancient tree, with an immeasurable length that appears to stretch infinitely within the dense, toxic mist, enveloped in diamond-shaped scales that glimmer with a cold, emerald sheen. Each scale pulsates with the terrifying waves of soul power. Atop its massive triangular head, a pair of vertically slit eyes burn with a green flame, cold, greedy, and filled with an insatiable desire for destruction, fixated upon the suspended white lotus. Behind the elevated serpent's head, membranous structures resembling colossal bony wings sprout from either side of its neck, their edges sharp as blades, subtly undulating with each breath. Behold the Mandala Serpent Emperor, a terrifying entity with at least 50,000 years of cultivation. It is evidently drawn to the aura of the pure world white lotus. The serpent's enormous vertical pupils scan the approaching shadow, filled with nothing but a chilling disdain, akin to how one might regard mere ants. It could scarcely be bothered with this human. Exuding chaotic energy and teetering on the brink of death. The colossal mouth of the serpent gaped open, revealing fangs as menacing as daggers. And a concentrated stream of green poison fire erupted forth, imbued with an aura capable of incinerating all in its path, surging toward the suspended white lotus. It sought to devour this earthly treasure directly. The shadow's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of a pinprick. Despair washed over the heart like a cold tide. In its current state, not only could it not thwart the terrifying serpent emperor, but even the residual wave of that poisonous fire would surely spell its demise. The white lotus lay tantalizingly close, yet felt worlds away. However, at this critical juncture, a chilling voice, proud and resonant with a metallic timbre, thundered through the air above the eye of the corrupted sea. Umph. Wretched beast, how dare you covet the sacred artifact? In that instant, 3 figures darted forth like phantoms from the toxic mist behind the mandala's serpent emperor, clad in matching black attire adorned with silver trim. Each bore the emblem of the spirit hall, formed by entwined 6-winged angelic swords and chrysanthemums upon their chests. The foremost figure, tall and striking, with a piercing gaze sharp as an eagle's, was surrounded by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black, a soul emperor of formidable strength. In her grasp, she wielded a long sword ablaze with pure white sacred flames, directed squarely at the serpent's vital point. Behind her, 2 soul king-level companions prepared for battle. One brandished a massive tower shield, soul rings aglow, positioned to intercept the serpent's poisonous breath. The other, hands forming intricate seals, summoned a surge of soul power, evidently preparing a potent control or offensive soul skill. Their objective was the pure world white lotus. Seizing the moment with impeccable timing, they launched a fatal assault while the serpent emperor was wholly focused on the white lotus, leaving it vulnerable. 6th soul skill, sacred flame judgment. The leading female soul emperor of the spirit hall shouted, as the soul black soul ring upon her burst forth with profound radiance. The sacred flame longsword in her hand expanded instantaneously, transforming into a concentrated beam of blazing white light, capable of purifying all worldly impurities. It tore through the toxic mist with divine authority, striking fiercely at the serpent's vital point. Roar! The mandala serpent emperor sensed the imminent threat, redirecting its poisonous flames that had been aimed at the white lotus. A colossal torrent of emerald-hued poisonous flames surged forth like a roaring dragon, defiantly confronting the searing radiance of the judgmental sword's light. The collision between the sacred flames and the toxic inferno resonated like the ultimate clash between light and darkness. The thunderous explosion echoed throughout the eye of the corrupted sea. The incandescent white and verdant energies clashed violently, annihilating one another. A ferocious shockwave swept through the surroundings like a cataclysmic tsunami. The viscous dark purple miasma was forcibly displaced, creating an immense vacuum. Below, the fungal carpet was upheaved as if struck by an invisible plow, revealing the ink-black, foul-smelling putrescence beneath. Twisted, ghostly claws of withered trees snapped and shattered like paper amidst the shockwave. Ing, like a fragile boat in a tempestuous sea, bore the brunt of the assault. The terrifying shockwave crashed against his back. With a splatter, he spewed forth blood once more, his body propelled uncontrollably into the depths of the murky green miasma, where the pure world white lotus awaited. The tumultuous energies within him surged chaotically. Dark golden fissures spread across his body, and his consciousness blurred amidst the overwhelming agony, leaving behind a singular burning obsession, the white lotus. Just as he was hurled through the turbulent energy storm, on the verge of plunging into the toxic abyss, a slender figure, deep purple and seemingly melded with the shadows, materialized above him like a specter. It was the mysterious poison mistress, the one who had previously granted Ing the phosphorescent soul-locking powder. Her inky tresses danced wildly in the raging energy tempest, revealing a pale, icy visage that now bore a hint of cold calculation. Her gaze was not fixed upon the flung Ing, but rather intensely focused on the pure world white lotus suspended within the noxious miasma, particularly the tendrils of milky white energy roots that drew sustenance from the toxic fog. A flicker of insatiable greed and fervor flashed in her eyes. Indeed, the pure world white lotus was here, and this accompanying root, capable of absorbing toxins, was truly a divine boon. The poison mistress's cool and hoarse voice carried a note of excitement. With her left hand, she splayed her fingers, and the jade pendant at her waist, shaped like a serpent, glowed brilliantly. A pure emerald green soul force coalesced into a massive energy claw, undeterred by the raging energy storm below, and shot forth like lightning towards the pure world white lotus and its milky tendrils. Her target was not only the lotus, but also those extraordinary roots that could absorb and transform the potent toxins. At the same moment the poison mistress's energy claw was unleashed, Ing's body was hurled like a discarded rag into the very heart of the viscous green toxic fog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corrosive agony, more intense than the surrounding dark purple miasma by an order of magnitude, engulfed him in an instant. His tattered garments disintegrated into ash. His skin blackened, rotted, and dissolved at a visible pace. The toxic gas inhaled into his lungs burned like scalding sulfuric acid, incinerating the remnants of life within. The conflict of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline with the myriad toxins, under the relentless assault of this extreme poison, erupted with a ferocity akin to fire ignited by hot oil, reaching a cataclysmic zenith. Ing emitted a silent, anguished wail, his consciousness drowning in an abyss of pain and annihilating energy. His body crashed upon the edge of a viscous mire, reminiscent of black blood, splattering foul-smelling sludge and rolling over, mere feet away from the ethereal white lotus that floated serenely above. The pure and sacred white light was tantalizingly close, radiating an alluring coolness and vitality. Yet, the shattered form of Shadow resembled a smoldering ember, relentlessly eroded and dissolved by the noxious green miasma. Dark, golden blood mingled with the liquefied tissues, gushing forth as the flame of life flickered like a candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. Above, the venomous queen's colossal energy claw tore through the air, reaching for the white lotus. Further afield, the catastrophic clash between the Mandala Serpent King and the Spirit Hall team raged on, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. The corruption tree python was swept away by the shockwave, but more emerged from beneath the fungal blanket, hissing as they slithered toward the heart of this battlefield. The struggle, teetering on the brink of Shadow's demise, reached a fever pitch. Yet, Shadow, the harbinger of this contention, lay forgotten like a discarded ember beside the sacred artifact, consumed gradually by the lethal toxins of death and his own obliteration. Chapter 40. Devouring and Rebirth. 15. The noxious green fog enveloped Shadow's broken body like a searing acid, inflicting corrosive agony 100-fold stronger than the surrounding dark purple miasma. It pierced his every shattered inch of skin and every dissolved wound like myriad burning steel needles. The toxic gas inhaled into his lungs felt like molten lava, searing the remnants of his trachea and alveoli, bringing forth excruciating pain akin to suffocation and overwhelming paralysis. A guttural cry emerged from Shadow's throat, akin to a wheezing bellows, yet he could not muster a single coherent scream. His consciousness sank into an abyss of boundless torment and the cataclysmic eruption of destructive energy within him, fading into oblivion. His vision was consumed by the swirling green miasma and the violent golden-black radiance within, with only the pure, cool essence of the ethereal white lotus, like the last glimmer of light before drowning in the deep sea, faintly reflecting in the depths of his shattering pupils. Sacred, pure, the breath of life. In stark contrast to his now dissolving form, it presented a desperate juxtaposition of hell and heaven. Above, the shadow of death descended. The enormous energy claw, forged from pure emerald soul power, of the venomous queen tore through the remnants of the raging energy storm, driven by cold greed and an indomitable will. Fiercely reaching for the suspended white lotus and the few tendrils of milky roots that seemed to consume the green miasma like living beings. The white lotus, the siphoning roots, they are mine. The venomous queen's cool, hoarse voice, tinged with uncontainable excitement, echoed above the toxic fog. Boom. Further away, the catastrophic clash between the Mandala Serpent King and the Spirit Hall team reached its zenith. The torrent of verdant toxic flames collided violently with the radiant sword light of judgment. A terrifying explosion, akin to an apocalyptic tsunami, swept forth once more. The thick miasma was pushed aside, the fungal blanket was torn away, and the twisted dead trees were reduced to dust. Shadow's broken body was lifted like a leaf in a gale, tossed violently by the tumultuous shockwave. He rolled as if a discarded rag, tumbling at the edge of the viscous mire, mere inches away from that suspended white lotus, as his body was hurled into the air one last time by the shockwave. On the verge of crashing down into the densest area of emerald-hued toxic mist beside the white lotus, a primal instinct for survival surged forth. Live On, by Lien. The urge to survive eclipsed the specter of death. His remaining left hand, a gruesome sight of flesh and blood, with bones barely visible, reached out in a desperate lunge as if it were the final strike of a dying beast, expending the last remnants of his soul's burning strength. His fingertips made contact, not with the gentle, jade-like stem of the white lotus, but with several strands suspended beneath the lotus root, resembling a milky essence of pure energy. The sensation was not of a tangible entity, but rather a refreshing, supple touch, akin to the very essence of life itself coalescing into an extraordinary feeling. At the moment of contact, a resonant hum erupted, an indescribable torrent of purity, so pristine yet brimming with the overwhelming source of life as power. Surged forth like a celestial river unleashed, violently crashing into his battered and crumbling body through the tips of his fingers. This force was incomparably pure, infinitely vast. It carried the primordial will of the cleansing white lotus, ruthlessly surging into the tumultuous veins of Ing, which were akin to a boiling cauldron of hellish oil. Boom. It was as if a millennium of ice had been poured into a seething pot of molten oil. Within Ying's form, the violent clash of the bloodthirsty Dragon King's lineage, the venomous moss, the myriad poisons of the nether stream, and the paralyzing toxins contained within shattered blades spiraled into chaos, all destructive energies instantly finding themselves confronted by an absolute nemesis. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying, purifying power clashed and obliterated the chaotic energies within Ying's body, manifesting the ultimate war between light and darkness. Ying's form arched violently as if struck by an invisible hammer against his spine. A roar erupted from his throat, transcending the limits of humanity. A savage cry intermingled with excruciating pain and a peculiar sense of release. His skin cracked like porcelain, as dark golden, emerald green, and purplish-black tainted blood mixed with the repugnant toxins expelled by the purifying energy erupted like a geyser from every pore and fissure. His body was instantly enveloped in a viscous layer of foul-smelling black-red blood and oily toxins, resembling a wretched spirit dragged from the depths of a hellish blood pool, now ablaze in holy flames. Yet amidst this cataclysmic, purifying agony, a faint but remarkably tenacious spark of life began to emerge. Akin to a tender shoot struggling to sprout from scorched earth, laboriously growing in the places washed clean by the pure torrent. What? Above. The toxic queen's massive energy claw had descended, poised to seize the very essence of the white lotus. However, the transformation triggered by Ying's fingertips' contact with the toxic essence, and the sudden eruption of a purifying aura so pure it made her heart race caused her icy visage to shift. The moment her energy claw touched the stem of the white lotus, it was violently repelled by the naturally radiating halo of purification. Simultaneously, she acutely sensed that those few strands of the precious poison-extracting spiritual roots, imbued with profound life essence and purifying power, were being frantically consumed and extracted by that human. Akin to charred coal, seeking death, the Poison Queen's eyes were instantly filled with a chilling intent to kill and furious wrath. She had painstakingly devised a plan, even resorting to the use of precious soul-locking phosphor powder to stabilize this bait, solely to draw fire away from herself and seize the white lotus and the spiritual roots at the opportune moment. To her astonishment, this ant-like creature had, at the very last moment, forcibly touched and begun to devour the poison-extracting spiritual roots that she had set her heart upon. It was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The Phosphor Serpent Emperor's piercing strike. Hiss. A soul power spike, honed to perfection and as slender as a hair, yet shimmering with a deadly, ethereal azure light, seemed to disregard spatial distance, instantaneously penetrating the thick toxic mist, carrying with it a bone-chilling coldness and a soul-piercing venom. Silently aimed at the vital heart of shadow, the speed surpassed the limits of perception. Chapter 41. Devouring and Rebirth. 25. She aimed to utterly extinguish this variable, even if it meant sacrificing part of her spiritual roots. Just as the lethal Phosphor Serpent Emperor's strike was about to pierce through Shadow's heart, a roar filled with agony, rage, and a hint of peculiar astonishment suddenly erupted from the side. It was the Mandrake Serpent Emperor. Its fierce clash with the Soul Hall's female Soul Emperor had just concluded, leaving both parties in a momentary state of rigidity due to the violent energy shock. However, the drastic changes triggered by Shadow consuming the poison-extracting spiritual roots and the abruptly surging purifying aura, pure enough to pierce its very soul with an intense threat, instantly captivated all of its attention, particularly when the Poison Queen's deadly Phosphor Serpent strike was aimed at Shadow. The Mandrake Serpent Emperor's vertically slitted pupils, ablaze with emerald flames, abruptly locked onto the Poison Queen. It presumed that she intended to snatch the very essence of the spiritual roots that were being devoured. Hiss. The Mandrake Serpent Emperor's immense head whipped violently. A concentrated emerald toxic flame lashed out like a whip, not targeting Shadow, but precisely striking the ethereal azure spike launched by the Poison Queen. Boom. The toxic flame collided with the Serpent Emperor's strike midair. Although it did not completely obliterate the refined soul power attack, it forcefully diverted its trajectory. The Phosphor Serpent Emperor's strike, originally aimed at Shadow's heart, grazed his left shoulder blade and penetrated deeply, It left behind a terrifying blood hole, clear from front to back, its edges instantly corroded black by the virulent poison. Sizzling ominously, one could even glimpse the stark white of the bone beneath. Ugh! Shadow's body convulsed violently once more, spewing forth foul blood tinged with an eerie emerald sheen. The agonizing pain of the toxic corrosion in his left shoulder instantaneously combined with the ultimate torment of purification and destruction clashing within him, akin to casting him deeper into hell. Yet, it was precisely this external invasion of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor's venom, like dropping a piece of ice into a boiling pot of oil, that shattered the delicate balance of the purifying torrent and chaotic energy within Shadow's body. Boom! The immense purifying power, forcibly consumed from the poison-extracting spiritual roots, seemed to be thoroughly provoked by this intense external toxin. The pristine torrent suddenly transformed into a more violent and surging force. It was no longer content with merely washing away and annihilating the chaotic energy of destruction. It surged forth like an awakened primordial behemoth, wielding the pure intent of a world-cleansing white lotus, ruthlessly penetrating the innermost depths of the Shadow's being, targeting the chaotic and savage core imprint of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, as well as the myriad poisonous curses that clung like maggots to the depths of the martial soul's essence. It launched a final, devastating purification assault. Simultaneously, the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, which had been suppressed, purified, and forcibly stripped away, unleashed an unprecedented roar filled with fury and defiance upon sensing this existential threat to its very essence. The dark golden radiance blazed with an unprecedented intensity, erupting like a cornered beast unleashing its ultimate and primal power in defiance. The myriad poisons entwined with the Shadow's flesh and soul, akin to a powder keg ignited, retaliated with frenzied vigor. Purification, resistance, recoil. These three formidable forces clashed within the Shadow's body, which teetered on the brink of collapse, culminating in a brutal struggle that would determine life or death. The Shadow's body became a fierce battleground. His skin occasionally radiated a pure milky white light, with cracked wounds showing signs of healing. At other times, it was engulfed anew by dark golden flames of fury and the decaying miasma of murky green and deep violet, tearing apart and dissolving. And at yet other moments, the deathly quiet hue of ghostly green seeped in from the venomous intrusion on his left shoulder. His body convulsed violently within the emerald miasma, each spasm erupting with a splash of mixed colors of tainted blood and dissolved tissue fluid, resembling a humanoid puppet being mercilessly ravaged and torn apart by an unseen force. What on earth is that creature? In the distance, the Soul Emperor of the Martial Soul Hall, having just stabilized herself after a fierce clash, narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on the rolling figure shrouded in toxic mist, exuding an aura of chaos and terror. She could distinctly sense that within the human form, akin to charred remains, a dangerously incomprehensible transformation was unfolding. The pure power of purification resonated with a tremor in the holy flame sword she held. Yet, the subsequent violence and toxicity incited profound disdain and vigilance deep within her soul. The Mandala Serpent Emperor's colossal vertical pupil brimmed with uncertainty. It instinctively detested and feared that pure force of purification. Yet the ferocious aura of the Golden Dragon King erupting from within the Shadow invoked a vague trepidation rooted in its bloodline. The Poison Empress's expression darkened ominously. She watched the Shadow thrashing in the toxic mist, witnessing the power of the siphoning spirit root she sought to claim being devoured madly by that catalyst. Squandered in the internal conflict, her murderous intent nearly solidified into reality. However, she was equally wary of the increasingly terrifying fluctuations emanating from the clash of the three forces within the Shadow. He must not be allowed to complete the devouring. Whether through successful purification or being overwhelmed by power, the essence of the spirit root would be utterly wasted. A glint of cold light flashed in the Poison Empress's eyes as she resolved to act. She swiftly formed seals with her hands in front of her chest, the jade pendant at her waist radiating an intense azure light, as a more chilling and viscous emerald soul power began to coalesce violently. She intended to employ a more potent method to interrupt the Shadow's metamorphosis and forcibly strip away the remnants of the spirit root's power. The Mandala Serpent Emperor sensed the looming threat, its massive jaws once again gaping wide, emerald venom beginning to coalesce. The female Soul Emperor of the Spirit Hall, her gaze sharp, raised her holy flame sword anew, her target locked onto the writhing figure within the noxious mist. Whatever that entity was, its power was too enigmatic and perilous to be allowed to persist. It must be eradicated. The three factions, after a brief moment of astonishment, sharpened their murderous intent towards a single target, the human who was enduring the ultimate agony of rebirth amidst the depths of death. At this moment, The figure remained largely oblivious to the external threats. His consciousness had been utterly shattered and submerged by the brutal turmoil within, leaving only the most primal obsession with life, a flame that would never extinguish, persisting amidst the abyss of relentless suffering and destruction, desperately sustaining his broken body, voraciously consuming the pure essence of life that trickled through his fingertips. The power of the toxic spiritual root surged like a nourishing rain, yet it was also akin to poison, washing over every inch of his flesh and purging his soul. Each wave of cleansing brought forth excruciating pain akin to tearing, while simultaneously banishing the accumulated filth and curses. His body was dissolving, yet simultaneously being reborn. His soul was fracturing, yet concurrently reassembling. His bloodlines wailed and roared in a cacophony of anguish. Deep within, where no eyes could perceive, in the space of the martial soul's origin tainted by a myriad of poisons and violently dominated by the Golden Dragon King, a peculiar vine-like martial soul shadow, representing the devouring toxic moss, exhibited a sickly intertwining of dark green and dark gold. Under the violent surge of purifying currents, it was undergoing a tumultuous transformation. The moss, akin to a curse, was forcibly stripped away, purified, and annihilated. The vine itself, under the onslaught of the cleansing flood, deepened in hue, resembling the purest dark gold, yet faintly emanating a hint of nascent, pristine jade-white radiance. A brand new, terrifying aura, a blend of devouring, purification, and utmost resilience, was struggling to be birthed and awakened amidst this harrowing metamorphosis. Yet, this transformation was far from complete, nor was it successful. The entanglement of three powers remained brutal. The venom from the Mandala Serpent Emperor's piercing bite gnawed at the nascent strength like a parasite. The lethal intent of the three formidable adversaries had already descended. The toxic Empress's emerald soul power coalesced into a menacing shadow of a venomous python. The Mandala Serpent Emperor unleashed another torrent of venomous flames. The holy flame judgment sword of the female soul emperor tore through the toxic mist. Three terrifying assaults, capable of obliterating a soul king in an instant, surged from three directions, bearing the chilling intent of annihilation towards the center of the toxic mist, where the figure continued to writhe and convulse. Shrouded in tainted blood and purifying light, death had never been as imminent as it was at this moment. Yet, rebirth too was struggling to sprout amidst the razor's edge of mortality. Chapter 42, Devouring and Rebirth. 35, Destruction Descends. The shadow of the toxic Empress's emerald python. The torrent of venom from the Mandala Serpent Emperor, the holy flame judgment sword of the female soul emperor. Three formidable attacks, capable of obliterating a soul king, tore through the viscous poison mist from three angles, propelled by the cold will of annihilation towards the figure enveloped in tainted blood and purifying brilliance. The blade of death hung perilously above the dawn of rebirth. However, at the very moment when this cataclysmic assault was about to strike the shadowy figure, a profound and indescribable energy surge erupted from the depths of its battered form, a chaotic amalgamation of ferocity, resilience, and pure purification, akin to a volcano that had been stifled for eons. Boom. An invisible energy field expanded instantaneously around the shadow, where dark golden radiance, murky green toxins, milky white purifying auras, and nascent jade-like luminescence intertwined and collided in a frenzied dance. This chaotic tempest, chaotic to the utmost, yet imbued with an extraordinary balance, manifested as a storm of destruction. Three annihilating strikes from the outside world collided violently with this newly unleashed energy maelstrom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the excruciating sounds of energy being devoured and torn apart, akin to the wails of countless tormented souls. Hiss. The venomous specter of the Poison Empress was instantly torn asunder and purified by the violent dark gold and milky white brilliance. The torrent of toxic flames from the Mandala Serpent Monarch was forcibly consumed and neutralized by the chaotic energy storm. The sacred flame judgment sword of the female soul emperor from the spirit hall, upon piercing the storm's core, was met with an implacable force of dark golden light, which exuded both unwavering resilience and devouring properties. The searing holy flames and dark golden radiance clashed fiercely, annihilating each other, until the sword light shattered into countless scintillating motes. The lethal strikes from the three formidable beings were unexpectedly thwarted by this abruptly surging energy tempest, born from the shadow's harrowing metamorphosis. Impossible. The Poison Empress's pupils constricted suddenly, her usually frigid visage betraying an expression of disbelief for the first time. She could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from the storm's core, though chaotic and violent, was incomparably more potent than before. Moreover, the engulfing and purifying essence within it caused the serpentine jade pendant at her waist to quiver faintly. The enormous vertical pupils of the mandala's serpent monarch brimmed with astonishment and a tinge of instinctual trepidation as its massive form recoiled slightly. The female soul emperor from the spirit hall exhibited a drastic change in expression, her hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. She felt her sacred flame power being subtly restrained by that dark golden light. The ferocity and resilience contained within that golden hue seemed to emanate from a higher realm of existence. At this moment, at the heart of the energy storm, the shadow's body ceased its tumultuous thrashing and convulsions. Curled at the edge of a viscous, black blood-like mire, it was enveloped in a thick, charred shell formed from a blend of dark gold, murky green, purple-black ichor, and oily toxins, resembling a colossal humanoid chrysalis. The surface of the shell was riddled with interlacing fissures, through which faint glimpses of pure milky white and dark golden light could be discerned. Within this chrysalis, an ultimate metamorphosis that would determine life or death was reaching its climactic conclusion. The shadow's consciousness had been submerged in an abyss of excruciating pain for an indeterminate duration, as if it had endured eons of torment and incineration. The chaotic and ferocious energies, along with the accumulated toxic curses, were being washed away by the purifying torrent, dissolving, stripping away, and vanishing like snow under the sun. Each surge brought with it the agonizing sensation of the soul being torn apart, yet simultaneously imparted an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if breaking free from shackles. As the last vestiges of the stubborn curse from the abyssal gorge were forcibly stripped away, it emitted a silent wail amidst the purifying flames before dissipating entirely. The consciousness of Shadow, torn asunder by agony, traversed an endless tunnel of darkness, only to be suddenly enveloped by a pure and warm radiance. A resounding hum, reminiscent of a deep resonance from the very depths of his soul, echoed through the void. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld not the toxic mists of the corrupted sea, nor the shattered remnants of his former self. Instead, his consciousness seemed to float within an expansive and boundless realm, suffused with a dark golden hue and a milky white aura. This was the primordial space of his martial soul, once tainted by filth and malevolence, now undergoing a profound metamorphosis. At the core of this space, the grotesquely twisted dark green vine that once dominated had been replaced by an entirely new martial soul. It retained its vine-like form, yet was now wrought from the purest darkened divine metal, exuding a cold, resilient, and indomitable metallic luster. The vine twisted and coiled, brimming with an overwhelming sense of power, every inch pulsating with explosive potential. No longer was its surface marred by decaying moss. It was now adorned with an exquisitely delicate, ever-shifting milky white aura, pure and sacred, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, radiating an essence of purification and vitality. More astonishingly, the form of this dark golden jade vine was not static. At times, it resembled a slumbering dragon, harboring destructive power. At other moments, it undulated like a living entity, with its tips emanating faint swirling vortices as if capable of devouring any energy that dared approach. Occasionally, amidst the flowing milky white aura, it exuded a tenacious will, impervious to toxins and capable of cleansing impurities. This was the devouring toxic golden vine, a martial soul of unprecedented mutation, amalgamating the ultimate resilience and strength of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, the purifying essence of the celestial white lotus, and the consuming, toxin-resistant traits forged within the abyssal gorge. It embodied a myriad of attributes: offense, defense, absorption, purification, and resistance to poisons, holding boundless potential. In the very moment the martial soul fully took shape, a tremendous roar reverberated through Shadow's primordial martial soul space. A torrent of pure and potent soul power surged forth from this newly birthed, devouring toxic golden vine, flooding through his restructured and significantly widened meridians. The meridians, akin to newly carved waterways, were robust and expansive, coursing with an intricate blend of dark golden and milky white soul energy. The soul power surged forth with unstoppable momentum. 28, 29, 30. Under the dual impetus of purification and the transformation of his martial soul, Shadow's soul power level broke through 3 thresholds in a single leap, shattering the confines of the Soul Master realm and attaining the pinnacle of the 30th level Soul Master. Furthermore, his foundation was exceptionally solid, with his soul power being exceedingly pure and refined, far surpassing that of his peers. With a sudden awakening, Shadow opened his true eyes. The charred, filthy shell enveloping his body cracked like a shattered eggshell, fragment by fragment, peeling away. A completely new physique emerged. His skin, no longer pale or marred by scars, now radiated a healthy wheatish hue, smooth and taut, subtly shimmering with a warm milky white glow, as if imbued with immense vitality and resilience. The contours of the muscles flowed with an explosive vigor, while the bones appeared as if reforged by a dark golden divine iron, exhibiting an astonishing density, rendering them unyielding. His height seemed to have increased slightly, and his stature grew considerably more upright and robust. The dreadful blood hole, once pierced by the azure phosphor serpent and corroded into darkness, had vanished, leaving only a faint circular scar, reminiscent of a delicately crafted white jade. At the center of the scar, a minuscule, almost living, ghostly azure light flickered intermittently, exuding a chilling aura. This was the remnant of Bija's potent venom. Akin to a maggot burrowing deep within the newly formed flesh, temporarily subdued by the purifying force, yet not eradicated. Within him surged a powerful and pure dark golden soul force, flowing with a jade-white purifying halo, ceaselessly vibrant. The heartbeat resonated like a war drum, each pulse propelling forth a formidable vitality, imbued with an unprecedented sense of strength. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The slightest movement of toxic mist particles in the air, the faint disturbances from distant energy collisions, even the sounds of the putrid tree python slithering beneath the fungal blanket, all distinctly reached his perception. Rebirth. Transcendence. He rose slowly from the edge of the mire, his movements fluid and filled with power. The viscous dark green toxic mist still enveloped him, its corrosiveness potent enough to instantly slay an ordinary soul master. Yet, at this moment, as the mist brushed against his skin aglow with a jade-white luminescence, it merely emitted a subtle sizzling sound, akin to raindrops striking hot stones, evaporating and purifying instantaneously. Unable to penetrate even a fraction. Devouring poison golden vine. A level 30 powerful assault system soul master. He gradually lifted his head. The visage once obscured by mud and blood was now clearly revealed. The filth had been washed away, exposing sharply defined features. His skin bore a healthy wheat tint, radiating the glow of rebirth. Most striking were his eyes. Those frigid orbs remained icy, yet the fury and chaos that once resided deeply within them had been utterly cleansed, replaced by a tranquility as profound and chilling as an ancient, frozen abyss. Deep within the pupils, a dark golden glimmer sparkled like an everlasting star, burning beneath the coldness with an even more restrained and perilous flame. Under the left eye, a delicate mark, akin to a white jade etching, added an air of mystery to his stern visage. He stood there, entirely naked, yet emanating an aura reminiscent of a newly reborn beast, a unique amalgamation of immense power, icy resolve, and purifying essence. The surrounding dark green toxic miasma recoiled in dread, forming a small vacuum around him. Chapter 43, Devouring and Rebirth Outside. The brief silence was shattered. He did not perish. The Soul King from the Spirit Hall, bearing a shield, gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What a bizarre aura. His soul power has broken through. Another Soul King wore an expression of astonishment. The leading female Soul Emperor of the Spirit Hall wore an expression of utmost gravity, her sacred flame longsword flickering uncertainly. She fixed her gaze on the figure standing naked amidst the toxic mist, sensing an unprecedented threat emanating from that newly reborn body. The resilience and strength contained within the dark golden glow subtly restrained her sacred flame. The breath of nascent vitality surged within her soul, inciting profound repulsion and unease. Excellent. The voice of the Poison Queen was frigid and piercing, tinged with a distortion born of utter fury. You, a mere insect, have truly harnessed the power of your spiritual roots to undergo transformation. And you have awakened such an enigmatic martial soul. However, her eyes glinted with murderous intent. Having consumed my spiritual energy, you shall repay me with this newly forged body and martial soul. This flesh shall serve as the most exquisite cauldron for nurturing the 10,000 poisons by phosphor pill. The jade pendant shaped like a serpentine scale at her waist radiated a haunting light as she formed intricate hand seals, summoning a soul power of an even colder and denser emerald green. The Mandragora Serpent King sensed an overwhelming threat. The purifying essence emanating from the shadow's form pierced its very soul with pain. Particularly the resilient force of the dim golden light filled it with instinctual dread. Its massive jaws gaped wide once more, as emerald flames of poison coalesced with fury, this time aimed directly at the shadow. The murderous intent of the three formidable entities intensified far beyond before. The reborn shadow, akin to a torch igniting the night, instantaneously became the most enticing and yet most imperative target for all covetous eyes. In the face of the overwhelming malice from three adversaries, the shadow slowly turned its neck. Its gaze as chilling and sharp as the finest blade, sweeping across the Poison Queen, the Mandragora Serpent King, and the martial Soul Hall team in succession. There was no trace of fear or anger in his eyes, only a profound stillness, akin to a glacier frozen for eons, beneath which burned the flames of rebirth and deep-seated hatred. The faint, ghostly green poison mark on his left shoulder sent waves of icy pain, a reminder of the Poison Queen's toxic grasp. The destruction of the crow's nest and the humiliation of being hunted like a stray dog churned within his heart. The sacred pressure of Qianren's snow, purging all, seared his very soul like a brand. The gentle light of the pure world White Lotus illuminated his path out of despair, yet also unveiled the world's brutality and avarice. All emotions, all suffering, all hatred, were refined and compressed in the face of this new corporeal form and immense power, ultimately settling into the purest, coldest intent to kill. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into an almost imperceptible arc, not a smile, but a chasm splitting open, revealing fangs leading to death. The hunt had commenced. The shadow's body lowered slightly, akin to a poised cheetah ready to pounce. The potent soul power surged through its broad and resilient veins, while the dark golden phantom of the venomous golden vine martial soul flickered at the surface, accompanied by a flowing, jade-white purifying aura. He bore no weapons. His body and martial soul were the most lethal instruments. He moved, not charging toward any single foe, but instead, he thrust a foot down onto the viscous fungal carpet. With a resounding thud, the resilient carpet yielded beneath him, creating a deep crater. Utilizing the immense recoil, the Shadow's body shot forth like a cannonball, not opting to attack but rather propelling itself towards the densely toxic mist filled with distorted, ghostly claws of withered trees on the side. Speed. It reached its zenith. The dark golden light left a straight, fleeting afterimage within the inky, green miasma. The velocity unleashed by this reborn body far surpassed his previous limits, rivaling even that of a typical agile attack type Soul Master. Did he think to flee? The Poison Empress let out a fierce shout, her hands forming intricate seals. A massive serpentine phantom, as formidable as reality itself and exuding a bone-chilling emerald hue, manifested with the lethal potency to pierce the soul. It tore through the toxic mist, swiftly traversing dozens of meters, and lunged ferociously at the back of Shadow's heart. This was her fifth soul skill, the heart-piercing green phosphor stab. Simultaneously, the Mandragora Serpent King unleashed a torrent of venomous flames, roaring like a colossal green dragon, blocking Shadow's path ahead. The female Soul Emperor of the Spirit Hall narrowed her eyes, wielding her holy flame longsword to deliver a decisive strike. A blazing white cross-shaped swordlight surged forth, not aimed at Shadow himself, but rather at several towering withered trees, the ominous ghost claws, in his direct path. With a tremendous crash, the trees shattered, their massive trunks engulfed in holy flames, plummeting towards Shadow's head. She intended to eliminate all avenues for Shadow to evade. With attacks converging from three directions, the heavens were sealed, and the earth was locked down. All escape routes for Shadow were completely barred. As Shadow faced imminent annihilation from the heart-piercing green phosphor stab, the torrent of venomous flames, and the crashing inferno of the colossal trees, a moment of desperation arrived. In that critical instant, a dark golden glimmer ignited in Shadow's icy gaze. His forward momentum remained unyielding, and at the very moment he was about to collide with the torrent of venom and the burning timber, his body executed an impossible, physics-defying maneuver, not to the sides, but upwards. The muscles in his legs surged, taut as a drawn bowstring. Dark golden soul power erupted explosively from his feet. First soul skill, resilience of the golden vines. Buzz. The phantom of the venomous golden vines coiled around his arms and torso solidified instantly, swelling with vitality. Countless dark golden tendrils, edged with a luminescent white glow, erupted like living creatures, a portion wrapping around his body to form a resilient vine armor. Another portion shot upwards like the most agile of appendages, ensnaring a massive, grayish-white branch of the withered ghost claw tree that loomed within the toxic mist. Utilizing this newfound leverage, Shadow's body swung like a pendulum, guided by the vines, narrowly skirting the surging torrent of venom and the crashing burning timber, tracing a breathtaking arc upwards. Swoosh! The deadly heart-piercing green phosphor stab of the Poison Empress grazed beneath Shadow's feet, plunging deeply into the burning fungal carpet below, creating an abyssal, emerald green pit of venom. What? The three powerful beings were simultaneously astounded. Shadow's astonishing evasion and the dexterous application of the soul's vines had utterly surpassed their expectations. Shadow soared high, instantly plunging into the denser layers of poisonous mist above, with the vines guiding him and his own momentum propelling him. He leaped upon the thick branches of the withered tree like a nimble spirit, moving with ghostly speed, swiftly widening the gap between himself and his pursuers below. Pursue. The Poison Empress's complexion darkened, transforming into a streak of emerald light as she relentlessly chased after him. The Mandragora Serpent King emitted an enraged hiss, its colossal body crashing through the obstructing trees, carving deep furrows into the fungal carpet as it followed suit. The female Soul Emperor of the Spirit Hall's gaze turned cold. Swinging her holy flame longsword, he must not escape. Follow closely. Accompanied by two Soul Kings, she plunged into the toxic mist. Chapter 44. Devouring and Rebirth. 55. A desperate chase unfolds instantaneously within the treacherous realm of the Poison Sea's eye. The figure of Shadow weaves through dense toxic mists and gnarled, ghostly white trees with remarkable agility, akin to the most dexterous of monkeys or the deadliest of serpents. His newly reborn body bestows upon him immense strength, unparalleled speed, endurance, and a terrifying resistance to venomous toxins. The devouring poison goldvine spirit is wielded by him with effortless precision. At times, he utilizes the vines to swing rapidly between colossal trees, evading the soul techniques launched from behind. At other moments, he deliberately plunges into the thickest areas of toxic fog, causing his pursuers to hesitate and slow down. He occasionally retaliates by releasing several dark golden vine spikes, suffused with a jade-white halo, akin to a serpent striking, aimed not to harm but to disrupt and hinder the closest pursuer, be it by G or a member of the Spirit Hall. He moves like a shadow, seamlessly merging with the lethal miasma, transforming this dread-laden abyss into his arena. Each evasion and counterattack is imbued with a refreshing, frigid precision reminiscent of a surgeon's scalpel, a primal instinct for hunting. The phosphorescent toxin of the Poison Queen is effortlessly neutralized by the purifying halo enveloping Shadow's body. The venomous fireballs spat by the Mandala Snake Emperor are deftly avoided as Shadow navigates the terrain of withered trees. Although the holy flame attacks from the Spirit Hall prove somewhat effective against his dark golden vine armor, the dense toxic mists and convoluted landscape make it arduous to lock onto the swiftly moving target. With each passing moment, Shadow accelerates, mastering the newfound potency coursing through him amidst the frantic chase and evasions. He is no longer merely fleeing. Rather, he is skillfully employing his pursuers to hone his newly acquired fangs and claws. The wretched eel, the Poison Queen, frustrated by her inability to capture him, seethes with rage. She observes Shadow's elusive form within the toxic fog, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she halts, her hands forming an intricate and bizarre seal before her chest, chanting incantations. The jade-scaled serpent pendant at her waist erupts with an unprecedented, ghostly azure radiance, even momentarily surpassing the miasma of the Poison Sea's eye. A chilling, viscous aura, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, begins to permeate the atmosphere. By my blood, I summon your spirit, phosphorescent Snake Emperor, manifest. As the Poison Queen intones this low chant, she bites her tongue, spraying a drop of her essence onto the pendant. The pendant instantaneously absorbs the blood, its ghostly azure brilliance intensifying, transforming into a solidified emerald beam that envelopes her entirely. Within this radiant beam, the Poison Queen undergoes a horrifying transformation. Her skin is adorned with intricate emerald scales, her fingernails elongated and sharpened like a serpent's fangs. Her pupils morph into icy green vertical slits. An aura of terrifying authority, surpassing even that of the Soul Emperor, erupts with the ancient majesty of the Serpent Emperor. Behind her, a colossal, ethereal silhouette of the phosphorescent Snake Emperor materializes, merging seamlessly with her being. Sixth soul skill, Serpent Emperor's toxic domain. The Poison Queen's icy voice reverberates through the mists. She thrusts her hands down forcefully towards the ground. Boom. Centered around her, the dark green toxic miasma within several hundred meters is instantaneously imbued with a deeper, more viscous emerald hue. The air becomes as sticky as glue. The thick blanket of fungi on the ground writhed frantically. Countless emerald-hued, diminutive specters of venomous serpents surged forth like a tidal wave, emitting a silent, piercing psychic shriek. The entire area seemed to have transformed into a treacherous mire of toxins. The shadowy figure moved at a rapid pace, as if ensnared in an invisible web, its speed plummeting dramatically. Alarm bells rang furiously in the Shadow's mind. The viscous nature of this poisonous domain and its mental assault left him dizzy and his movements dreadfully sluggish. The Mandragora Serpent Queen and the Spirit Hall squad swiftly closed the distance behind him. A lethal aura once again enveloped him. In this critical moment, the Shadow's gaze darted forward to the edge of the toxic mist region of the Abyssal Sea's eye, a relatively thin, transitional zone veiled in a dark violet haze. If he could break free, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. The dark, golden soul power within him surged with unprecedented velocity, channeling entirely into his legs, and the toxic gold vines entwined around him. The pure white halo of purification radiated at its zenith, forcefully resisting the encroachment and stickiness of the toxic domain. "Open for me." The shadow bellowed in a deep roar, akin to the lament of a caged beast. Without regard for anything, he ignited his soul power, transforming his body into a meteor ablaze with dark gold and jade white light, hurtling forth with a fierce momentum towards the edge of the verdant toxic domain laid by the venomous queen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The halo of purification clashed violently with the verdant toxic domain, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. The shadow's body collided with an invisible wall, elastic yet filled with venom. His speed drastically diminished, and the halo of jade white flickered violently, dimming. The emerald-hued specters of venomous serpents savagely gnawed at his soul armor. "Stop him!" The venomous queen commanded fiercely, as the colossal serpent apparition opened its maw, unleashing another concentrated jet of verdant toxic flames. The attacks from the Mandragora Serpent Queen and the Spirit Hall descended simultaneously. The shadow's vision narrowed to the thin veil of dark violet mist ahead. He concentrated all his strength upon his back. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying attacks struck mercilessly against his back. Gasp! The shadow was struck hard, spewing blood once more. The toxic gold vine armor on his back shattered in an instant, flesh torn open, revealing the stark whiteness of his spine. His newly reborn body suffered grievous injury. Yet it was these 3 cataclysmic impacts, akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, that propelled him to breach the toxic domain. Bang! The shadow's body soared as if struck by a colossal hammer, forcefully breaking through the viscous barrier of the verdant toxic domain, crashing into the relatively thin dark violet mist beyond. Stumbling as he landed, the shadow felt a searing pain rip through his back, blood staining his newly formed skin. Yet he did not pause for a moment, nor did he glance back at the horrifying verdant toxic domain and the enraged pursuers behind him. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, he unleashed all his remaining strength, dragging his wounded form like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards the outskirts of the abyssal sea's eye, towards the direction of the starry forest, fleeing for his life. The wounds on his body gaped grotesquely, the pain crashing over him like a relentless tide, nearly rendering him unable to stand. Yet his will was as steadfast as steel. He gritted his teeth, moving forward laboriously, each step akin to treading upon the edge of a blade, accompanied by excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he did not relent. A singular belief resided within him: to survive. Regardless of the hardships and the price to be paid, he was determined to escape this land of death. At long last, after enduring a protracted and agonizing struggle, he successfully fled the terrifying battlefield. His body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination and resilience. This was a heart-stopping contest of life and death, marking his inaugural battle in this new existence. In the heat of this fierce conflict, he exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately escaping at the cost of grievous wounds. The toxic mists of the abyssal sea gradually faded behind him, resembling the closing gates of hell. Ahead lay a vast forest fraught with peril, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. The luminous essence of the pure lotus had already intertwined with his blood and martial spirit, and a new journey was just beginning. Chapter 70. The Legend of the Netherworld and the Bloodied Ledger. 22. It was a palm-sized tome, its cover fashioned from an unknown type of black leather, remarkably resilient, with severely worn edges that exuded the richness of time's passage. The cover bore no inscriptions or designs, save for a deep fissure, as if carved by a sharp instrument. This tome was discovered while he was clearing the secret cabinet of the Sarone throne, nestled inconspicuously among gold soul coins, gemstones, and soul guide components. Yet, a sense of intuition whispered to him that this object was extraordinary. The flicker of dread in Sarone's eyes before his demise seemed to stem, at least in part, from this very item. He held the tome steadily with his metallic right hand, cautiously lifting the cover with his left. The pages were not made of paper but rather a thin, resilient dark yellow membrane, as delicate as a cicada's wing. It was densely inscribed with hurried, distorted characters, brimming with an indescribable sense of panic. Numerous passages bore smudged edits, accompanied by large patches of dark brown stains, dried blood. His gaze, sharp and precise, scanned the twisted text with the acuity of a finely tuned scanner. The more he read, the colder and sharper his eyes became, like poisoned ice picks. Secret directive from the Autumn Holy Mountain of the Tian Do calendar. Dawn. Selection of experimental subjects with a propensity for martial soul mutation. Priority given to orphans with abnormal mental faculties. Severe rejection response in the 7th isolation zone of the temple's lower levels. Subject number 17, out of control. Energy surge. Purification barrier breached. All guardians annihilated. Core sample data lost. The Pope's wrath. Intervention by the Elder Hall. The Moon's shadow has personally arrived to seal information. Accountability and silencing of informants initiated. Holy Mountain. Lower levels of the temple. Secret experiments. Martial soul mutation. Abnormal mental faculties. Orphans. Dawn Project. Number 17. Out of control. Energy surge. All guardians annihilated. Core sample lost. The Pope's fury. The Moon's shadow has come. Sealing information. Accountability. Silencing. List of informants. Each keyword struck like a cold key. Violently prying open the rusted door deep within his sealed memories. Boom. Dust-laden, like fragments of a nightmarish memory, accompanied by a violent headache, surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, relentlessly battering the barriers of consciousness. Blinding white light. The frigid metallic table. The soul-binding shackles constraining the body. Figures clad in white coats, their gazes indifferent as though observing mere specimens. A searing pain penetrating to the very marrow. Something cold, frenzied, bearing an intent of annihilation, was forcibly injected into the soul. The lament of the martial spirit. The terror of a soul being torn asunder. Then came the boundless darkness. An overwhelming golden torrent roaring with deafening ferocity. The vision of the temple's walls collapsing. Guardians consumed by the golden light's screams. The viscous, scalding blood splattering against the face. With a muffled groan, the figure known as Shadow swayed uncontrollably, his back crashing heavily against the icy rock. His left hand pressed firmly against his forehead, knuckles whitening from the strain. Beneath the hood, his visage turned ghostly pale, cold sweat soaking through his garments. Those deliberately forgotten memories, suppressed at the deepest recesses by the purifying power of the White Lotus, were now fully awakened by this blood-stained tome, surging forth with even clearer anguish and fury. He abruptly shut the book, gripping it tightly, the cold leather texture failing to quell the tumultuous waves roiling deep within his soul. So it is. What unforeseen mishap? What natural disaster? All lies. Utterly unfounded deceptions. He, Shadow, or rather, the child branded as a harbinger of calamity, was merely a victim of a sordid, cruel secret experiment known as the Enlightenment Project, orchestrated by the highest echelons of the martial spirit hall. A subject forcibly implanted with a certain seed, ultimately leading to the uncontrollable mutation of the martial spirit. The so-called temple tragedy was nothing but the catastrophic outcome of an experimental failure. And he had become the perfect scapegoat to conceal the truth, quell public outrage, and divert attention. Pope BB Dawn's fury was not due to the tragedy, but rather the failure of the experiment and the loss of the core sample. Yuguan and the Spectre were not present to uncover the truth, but to seal the information, erase all traces, and execute silencing measures. In the last few pages of the tome, stained with copious blood, the increasingly distorted and frenzied script revealed a short list. Most names on the list were unfamiliar to Shadow, yet a few burned into his retina like a searing brand. One name, repeatedly obscured yet still discernible, was Otto Klein. Scribbled carelessly beneath it was Chief Soul Mentor of the Enlightenment Project, Executor of Sample Implantation, Missing Post-Incident. Suspected to have absconded with core data, highest priority for elimination. Another name caused Shadow's heart to constrict sharply, Edgar von Hoffman. Noted as, directly under the Elder Hall, Supervisor of the 7th Isolation Zone, in charge of seed cultivation, confirmed deceased in the incident, body not fully recovered, suspected. The final name was inscribed with such force that it nearly tore the page. Salong, Scorpion. The annotation was exceedingly brief, yet reeked of blood. Outer perimeter cleaner. Responsible for handling experimental waste and silencing measures. Known to be limited, controllable, to be retained temporarily. Shadow's gaze fixed intensely upon the name Salong, Scorpion, a cold, sinister smile slowly curling at the corner of his lips. No wonder. It is no wonder that the Scorpion mercenary corps can thrive in the Ironthorn Fortress, even extending its reach into the burial grounds, with ties to the Soul Douluo's silencing mark. It is little surprise that when Salon laid eyes upon this tome, his gaze was imbued with not only fear but also a hint of disbelief. This Scorpion, it turns out, is merely a dog nurtured in the shadows by the Spirit Hall, tasked with handling the most unsavory of deeds, a trivial scavenger, easily discarded at will. And its shadow is the greatest remnant of a failed, sordid experiment from years past. The tome trembled slightly in his grasp, not from fear, but from an anger so profound that it could incinerate all in its path. This bloodied manuscript is the first piece of a puzzle pointing toward the truth, a blade that tears away the sacred guise. The elders of the Spirit Hall, including the enigmatic Yueguan and Bibi Dong. Slowly, he raised his head, gazing toward the Iron Thorn Fortress, bathed in the sanguine glow of the setting sun. The golden banner of the Spirit Hall fluttered in the wind, dazzling and resplendent. His gaze pierced through the very fabric of space, as if it had already settled upon the majestic, holy mountain of Spirit City, resting upon the cold throne of the Pope. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his ice-like eyes burned not with mere hatred, but with a murderous intent, distilled from an understanding of all darkness and betrayal, as immutable as eternal ice. The list of vengeance was imprinted in his soul with unprecedented clarity. Each name inscribed upon that list would, one day, be crossed off by his own hand. The first name to be struck was that of the missing chief soul master, Otto Klein, in the gloomy chapter titled Rusting Webs. On a rainy night a few days later, the cold rain washed over the filthy streets of Iron Thorn Fortress, drumming against the greasy windows of the rusted tavern. Shadow remained ensconced in his corner, shrouded in darkness. The tavern was sparsely populated, quieter than usual. The old apothecary, whom Shadow referred to as Old Tobacco Pipe, was huddled in his usual spot at the bar, nursing a mug of murky ale, seemingly in a deep slumber, emitting faint snores. Suddenly, a young mercenary, clad in tattered leather armor, drenched and pale, with thick, blood-soaked bandages wrapped around his shoulder, stumbled into the tavern. His eyes were vacant and filled with terror. He lunged toward the bar, grasping the bartender's arm and incoherently pleading, "I need medicine. For stopping the bleeding. For detoxifying. I'll pay anything. Hurry." The ghost-faced spider in the ghostly marsh. "My entire squad is gone. I'm the only one left. It's poison." The bartender, irritated, shrugged off his hand and retorted, "Get lost, you beggar. All I have here is alcohol. For medicine, go to the black market and find Viper. Don't wail here." The young mercenary, in despair, collapsed to the floor, the wound on his shoulder tearing open again from his frantic movements, blood rapidly soaking the bandage. He curled up in pain, emitting muffled whimpers. At that moment, a slow, phlegmy voice emerged from the corner of the bar. "The ghost-faced spider, TSK. Its mandibles are laced with toxin mixed with corpse rot. Just stopping the bleeding and detoxifying one tea suffice. You must cleanse the rotting flesh, or it will decay to the bone, and even divine intervention one tea save you." It was Old Tobacco Pipe. He awoke, his murky eyes glancing at the mercenary on the ground, writhing in agony. Slowly, he retrieved a small, grimy clay vial from his pocket and tossed it onto the bar. "The bone corrosion elixir, for external application, can draw out poison and cleanse decay, for internal use. It hastens death." He yawned and added, "The old man is feeling generous today, offering it free of charge to bring a bit of tranquility to this dismal, rainy night." The young mercenary, as if grasping a lifeline, scrambled over to seize the vial, stammering his gratitude. Thank you, old sage." He eagerly uncorked the bottle, and a pungent, acrid aroma, mingled with the biting scent of sulfur and herbs, instantly filled the air. Without hesitation, he smeared the thick, dark ointment onto his shoulder wound. At the moment the salve touched the injury, an excruciating pain erupted, causing him to emit a chilling scream. The flesh around the wound visibly darkened and withered, releasing wisps of foul-smelling white smoke. Yet, simultaneously, the flow of blood significantly slowed, and the eerie bluish-black hue surrounding the injury began to fade. The potency of the medicine was astonishingly formidable. Though racked with pain, the young mercenary's body convulsed, drenched in cold sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the youth's suffering, leisurely produced a smaller, wax-sealed bamboo tube from his pocket and tossed it to him. "Once you've endured the pain, mix this with strong liquor and drink it. It may sustain you long enough to seek a proper apothecary. Remember, you owe the old man a life." Enduring the agony, the mercenary grasped the bamboo tube, showering the old man with thanks, and staggered out of the tavern, vanishing into the rain. As the closing bell of the tavern tolled, the last few inebriated mercenaries were unceremoniously ushered out by the server. The night watchman began to tidy up the remnants of the evening. The old man, trembling, rose with the aid of a polished wooden staff and slowly made his way to the back door, preparing to depart. A shadow silently manifested in the narrow, cluttered passageway by the rear exit, blocking his path. The old man lifted his murky gaze slightly, appearing unfazed. He halted, stooping, and with the staff supporting his frail body, rasped, "Young man, do you block the old man's way to purchase medicine or to deliver a final farewell?" The sound of raindrops trickling through the door crevice resonated sharply in the stillness of the corridor. "Your medicine is commendable," the shadow's voice, cold and unyielding, pierced through the hood. "Your debt, I shall settle on behalf of the person from earlier." The old man's murky eyes subtly shifted, assessing the shadowy figure. A life is precious. The old man only accepts useful items or information. The Spirit Hall Elder's Chamber, the Enlightenment Project, the shadow's voice deepened, imbued with a chilling intensity. Seventh Isolation Zone. All related pharmacological records, residual sample characteristics, and names of those who participated in relevant pharmacological support, but later disappeared or met with untimely demise. The old man's grip on his staff tightened imperceptibly. For the first time, a flicker of clarity rippled across his deeply wrinkled visage, which seemed perpetually shrouded in slumber. Within the depths of his murky eyes, a sharp, eagle-like glimmer flashed momentarily before being obscured once more by deeper murkiness. The corridor fell into a brief, oppressive silence, punctuated only by the sound of raindrops. After a prolonged silence, the old pipe emitted an exceedingly subtle, sigh-like chuckle. Ah, the young ones possess quite the appetite and knowledge. He lifted his murky eyes to gaze at the shadow beneath the hood, acknowledging that he indeed held some knowledge of bygone matters, yet mere life alone would not suffice. What do you desire? The shadow inquired directly. The old man is forgetful and unsteady on his feet, the old pipe remarked leisurely, his gaze wandering vaguely over the shadow's metallic right hand concealed within the sleeve. What I require is a lackey to procure some peculiar and potent substances. He paused, a glint of cunning flashing in his murky eyes. For instance, a vial once containing soul essence or remnants scorched by the formidable purifying forces. Perhaps even certain peculiarities extracted from the crevices of space. The shadow's gaze beneath the hood sharpened slightly. This old pipe had an astute perception. He had not only surmised the shadow's potential encounter with soul essence, but possibly sensed the power of the pure lotus and the aura of the space beacon. A deal. The shadow declared without hesitation. The value of this old apothecary far surpassed his expectations. How refreshing. The old pipe grinned, revealing a few sparse, yellowed teeth. His smile tinged with an eerie satisfaction. In a couple of days, once the rain ceases, the old man will provide you with the first sum for the substances. He leaned on his wooden staff, shakily passing by the shadow, his hunched figure soon vanishing into the depths of the rain-soaked alley. The shadow remained stationary, the chill of the rain mingling with the putrid stench of refuse filling the air. He slowly raised his dark silver metallic right hand, the ethereal blue soul patterns flickering like a faint breath in the darkness. The second thread tightened silently. In the depths of the Iron Thorn Fortress, time flowed like thick, viscous asphalt. The clamor of the rusty tavern was but a facade of the outer world, while in the narrow alleys, reeking of rust and decay. At the base of labyrinthine passages, the shadow was quietly weaving a net that was silently constricting. The Gear's stronghold lay above a forsaken parts warehouse, perched over the fortress's sewage channel. The air was perpetually laden with the scent of machine oil, metallic rust, and the faint, lingering odor wafting up from the sewage below. A few dimly lit lamps, powered by inferior soul crystals, barely illuminated a workbench cluttered with various disassembled parts, blueprints, tools, and semi-finished soul devices. It resembled a forgotten mechanical hive, where precision coexisted with chaos. At this moment, Gear, with his oil-stained fingers, cautiously grasped an extraordinarily delicate pair of tweezers, the tip holding a metal wire finer than a strand of hair, glimmering with a faint silver sheen. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, and he intentionally moderated his breathing to the faintest whisper, fully concentrating on embedding the wire into a palm-sized metal disc with an exceptionally intricate structure before him. With a sigh of relief, as the last silver wire was precisely placed in its designated position, Gear set down the tweezers and wiped his brow with a piece of cloth soaked in oil. He lifted the dark, gray disc, now with a stabilized energy circuit, to scrutinize it under the dim light. He pointed to an exceedingly minute, vortex-like dark spot slowly rotating at the center of the disc. Observe here, he remarked. The residual coordinate markings, though mostly obliterated, exhibit a remarkably strong directional fluctuation. He then picked up a fragment of an imprint beside him, upon which several distorted runes were inscribed. These runes bore a striking resemblance to the characteristic frequency of the energy barrier of the 7th isolation zone mentioned in the registry. This beacon is likely designed to locate and connect with that 7th isolation zone. The shadow, standing beside the workbench, cast a cold gaze from beneath its hood, fixated on the slowly rotating dark spot. It was the very place where he had been implanted with a seed, ultimately leading to the cataclysm of the Inferno. This beacon represented the Pandora's box the mouse sought to reopen. The coordinates it pointed to were a nightmare from the past as well as the key to the future. Can we trace it back? The shadow's voice was frosty. Can we identify the source from which the beacon was initially activated? Or ascertain the specific location of those coordinates? Gear smiled wryly and shook his head. It's too difficult. The core data is too severely damaged. The residual coordinate markings resemble charred fragments of a treasure map. I can only ascertain that it points to the depths of the sacred mountain in Soul City. The precise location requires a more complete beacon core or more fundamental data. He gestured towards the fragmented blueprints, which alluded to a crucial stabilizing device, the Klein field generator. This seemed to be the heart of the entire beacon system. If we can find it, or its design schematics Klein field generator, the shadow murmured, the name resurfacing in his mind. Otto Klein, the name of the chief soul mentor, after whom the core device was named. This is certainly no coincidence. At that moment, a metallic box connected to a complex, soul-guided probe, which was continuously flickering with a faint red glow. Gear's homemade energy fluctuation detector suddenly emitted a rapid, sharp buzzing sound. Beep, beep, beep. Gear's expression changed drastically as he lunged toward the detector. There's a high-energy reaction. It's south very close. It's the tracking signal from the Hall of Souls. The heavenly punishment. They found us nearby. Fear gripped him instantly, and the scar on the back of his hand throbbed painfully. The shadow's gaze sharpened like a blade. The people from the Hall of Souls have actually made it here? Is it a coincidence? Or did Gear inadvertently leak the energy fluctuations of the beacon during the repair process? Pack up. We must relocate. The shadow's voice was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. In a flurry, Gear began to stuff critical blueprints, tools, and the recently stabilized beacon core into a specially made suitcase lined with lead. His movements were somewhat distorted by fear. The shadow had already silently glided to the only dark door leading outside, camouflaged as a dilapidated shelf in the warehouse. It listened intently, its cold metallic right hand slightly splayed, the ethereal blue soul patterns beginning to glow faintly like a serpent sensing a threat. Outside, the narrow alley lay in utter silence. Yet, the shadow's perception functioned as an invisible radar, capturing exceedingly faint yet distinctly clear energy fluctuations. Imbued with a numbing sensation of lightning attributes and an aura of chilling order, drawing near from three directions. At least 3 law enforcers from the Hall of Souls at the Soul Sect level. Their movements were swift, their coordination impeccable, evidently elite. Was it a trap? Or a precise pursuit? The thoughts in the shadow's mind raced like electric currents. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. The adversary was well prepared, with a clear objective targeting both the gears and the items in his possession. Should he become entangled, the arrival of additional pursuers would lead to catastrophic consequences. He decided to escape through the ventilation ducts. Go, he whispered sharply, forcefully pulling open the hidden door. The screeching sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the silence with unsettling clarity. In that very moment, the target was revealed. Action! A cold command echoed from the corner of the alleyway. With a swift whoosh, 3 concentrated beams of energy, crackling with blinding lightning, surged forth. Akin to lightning tearing through the night sky, carrying an aura of paralyzing destruction, instantaneously sealing the exit of the dark door. The speed surpassed that of any ordinary soul master. The shadow had anticipated this. At the instant the lightning approached, his body contorted like a boneless creature, arching back at an impossible angle. Simultaneously, his metallic hand shot out with lightning speed. A surge of ethereal blue light swelling as it struck a sturdy metal support column within the warehouse. Boom! The high-frequency oscillation of soul power erupted instantly. The metal column groaning under the strain as it trembled violently. The pile of discarded metal parts atop the warehouse came crashing down like an avalanche. Countless rusted gears, broken bearings, and heavy metal plates rained down upon the entrance of the dark door, swiftly blocking the passageway. Dust and debris filled the air. Damn it! The furious shouts of the Spirit Hall enforcers and the dull thuds of metal being struck echoed from outside. Quickly, the shadow seized the collar of the flustered gear, who was still fumbling to gather his belongings, as if lifting a small chick, and forcefully shoved him towards a narrow maintenance passageway above the sewage channel, partially obscured by clutter. The gear tumbled through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of dark light, accompanied by a piercing whistle, accurately shot towards the gap in the dark door blocked by the metal debris. The target was not the enforcers, but a few barrels labeled with flammable symbols, piled precariously at the top, containing discarded soul guide coolant. Thud, thud, thud. The dark light penetrated the barrels. Boom, boom, boom. An even more violent explosion erupted, sending the obstructive metal debris flying once again. Scorching flames mingled with toxic steam and thick smoke, rising like an enraged fire dragon, instantly engulfing the narrow alleyway. The cries of agony and shouts of anger were drowned out by the cacophony of the explosion. The shadow's figure had vanished into the dark depths of the maintenance passage. Behind him, only the soaring flames, the swirling toxic smoke, and the enraged roars of the Spirit Hall enforcers remained. Chapter 45. The returning hunter, 12. The dark purple toxic mist swirled behind him like a vengeful spirit, gradually consumed by the overlapping shadows of massive trees. The shadow hunched over, each step eliciting a tearing pain in his back, fresh blood coursing along the taut muscle fibers, leaving glaring crimson marks upon his newly tanned skin. The sharp agony radiating from his spine felt as though a red-hot needle was repeatedly piercing him, each breath tainted with the metallic scent of iron and blood. The newfound vigor bestowed upon him by his robust physique granted him a vitality far surpassing his previous state. However, the relentless assault from a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, in the form of the Poison Queen, and the Mandala Serpent King left him teetering on the brink of collapse. He dared not pause. The heart-stopping emerald glow of the toxic domain at the edge of the eye of the corrupted sea, coupled with the furious howls, lashed at his dwindling resolve like an invisible whip. He resembled a solitary wolf, gravely wounded and dragging his battered body. Relying upon the acute senses granted by his newly awakened martial spirit and his formidable resistance to poison. As he desperately navigated the perilous boundary between the mixed and core regions of the Stardew forest, instinctively, he veered away from open spaces, plunging into the depths of the shadowy valley, where the vegetation was densest and the terrain most intricate. The poisonous golden, vine martial spirit coursed through his meridians. The dark golden soul power enveloped in a jade-white purifying aura, akin to a gentle stream, laboriously cleansing and mending the gaping wounds on his back, while fiercely battling the encroaching phosphorescent toxins and remnants of the Serpent King's venom. The faint emerald toxin mark on his left shoulder lay dormant under the purifying light, yet it felt like a venomous thorn embedded in his flesh, radiating a chilling, lingering pain. For 2 days and nights, he fled without rest. His consciousness ebbed and flowed between excruciating pain, blood loss, and the dizziness of soul power depletion. Guided by primal instincts, he skillfully avoided a lair emanating the terrifying pressure of a 1,000-year-old ghost tiger and circumvented a sea of mesmerizing flowers suffused with hallucinogenic pollen. When thirst struck, he gnawed on moisture-rich vines. When hunger gnawed at him, he had no choice but to suppress his nausea and swallow a swiftly captured shadow mouse. The metallic taste of its blood and raw flesh surging in his throat, yet providing the necessary sustenance. In the darkest hour before dawn on the 3rd day, he finally halted before a narrow crevice nestled among gigantic ferns, damp and concealed. The gap was just wide enough for a single person to enter sideways, twisting deep within and exuding the earthy scent of moss and soil, perfectly shrouded by cascading vines and lush fern leaves. Here, he found temporary safety. He almost tumbled into the depths of the crevice, his back colliding with the cold, damp rock face, the sharp pain causing his vision to blur and nearly leading him to faint. Gritting his teeth, he settled into a cross-legged position against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Each inhalation tugging at his wounds and inflicting a tearing agony. Sweat mingled with blood trickled from his forehead, dripping onto the decaying leaves beneath him. He could not afford to sleep. Recovery was imperative. His ice-like gaze shone astonishingly bright in the darkness, the dark golden glimmer within his pupils resembling an everlasting star. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and dizziness, focusing his mind inward. Upon internal examination, the situation proved more dire than anticipated. The wound on his back extended deep to the bone, with extensive muscle tissue torn and necrotic, while the residual emerald poison from the Soul Emperor and the dark red venom of the Serpent King lurked within, eroding and continuously ravaging the fresh flesh. The newly formed, broad, and resilient meridians appeared dull from excessive soul power depletion, marred by minute fissures. Within the depths of the Dantian, the shadowy golden vine spirit, imbued with a luminescent white aura, steadfastly takes root, gently rotating and emanating a faint power of absorption and purification. It valiantly combats the encroaching toxins while drawing upon the sparse soul energy of the world, transforming it into a pure essence of dark gold and white soul power. Nourishing the battered corporeal form. The consciousness of the purifying shadow captures the instinctive signals transmitted by the spirit's essence. He endeavors to actively harness the spirit's power. With focused intent, the shadowy golden vine stirs slightly, and the white aura enveloping its tendrils brightens perceptibly. A cool, pure force of purification flows like a gentle stream through his meridians towards the wound on his back. The deep-rooted emerald toxins and dark red flames, like adversaries facing their nemesis, are swiftly enveloped and washed away by this pure force. A fierce struggle ensues within the flesh and blood. The agony intensifies manifold. He lets out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat cascading down. Yet, He grits his teeth and perseveres. He can feel that under the relentless cleansing power, faint traces of coldness and searing heat are being forcibly stripped away from the depths of the wound, obliterating their existence. Though the process is slow and excruciating, it proves effective. His spirit is invigorated, no longer passively awaiting the spontaneous operation of the spirit. He concentrates all his mental faculties to actively guide the purifying force of the golden vine, meticulously cleansing the remnants of toxins entrenched deep within the wound. Akin to the most delicate scalpel, simultaneously, he attempts to invoke another instinct of the spirit, absorption. Cautiously, he sends a faint thread of soul power near the wound, mimicking the golden vine's method of drawing energy from the surroundings. The dark golden soul power, resembling fine tendrils, strives to entwine and envelop a minuscule trace of the emerald toxin. Though the conversion efficiency is abysmally low and the absorbed toxins negligible, this undoubtedly opens a new avenue. A brilliant light ignites in his eyes. His spirit not only possesses the ability to purify, but can also absorb toxins, transforming them into its own strength. Time slips away amidst the agony and focused healing. The light outside transitions from dark to bright, then back to dark again. He remains motionless, akin to a meditative monk, leaning against the cold rock wall. The bleeding from the wound on his back has long ceased, now covered with a layer of dark golden scab. The outermost flesh, nourished by the purifying force, begins to slowly writhe and heal. Although the deeper injuries and toxins remain obstinate, the most perilous deterioration has been curbed. The depleting soul power within him has recovered to about 30 or 40%, aided by the spirit's operation and the gradual replenishment of worldly energy. More importantly, through 2 sleepless nights of painful healing, serving as a crucible for his trials, his mastery and comprehension of the purifying golden vine spirit have reached an unprecedented level. He no longer resorts to instinctual usage but has begun to consciously guide and utilize the dual characteristics of the spirit. He can now condense soul power to form a dark golden vine-like spike, approximately a foot long, in the palm of his hand, its edges shimmering with a white aura. Both hard and sharp, embodying the efficacy of physical piercing and purifying malevolence. He can summon the ethereal tendrils to entwine around his arms, forming a resilient armament, astonishingly defensive, capable of passively devouring and purifying low-tier toxins upon contact. He even endeavored to infuse a fragment of purifying power into his soul force, significantly alleviating the chilling sting caused by the faint azure poison mark on his left shoulder. This newly born physique, this mutated martial soul, resembled a divine weapon meticulously crafted for him, gradually shedding its surface rust to reveal a formidable inner brilliance. On the 3rd day at dusk, the fading sun cast its golden rays through the gaps in the vines, creating a mosaic of light and shadow within the cavern. The shadow slowly opened its eyes. Deep within its ice-like gaze lay the accumulation of 3 days and nights filled with pain and focus, transforming into an even more profound, chilling tranquility. The excruciating pain in his back had morphed into a heavy, dull ache, allowing for unimpeded movement. His soul force had recovered to about 50%. Although still far from its peak, the repressed sensation of power felt more refined than before. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as the newly formed muscles and bones emitted faint cracking sounds, brimming with resilience and strength. He tore away the tattered remnants of fabric that barely covered his body, retrieving from his waist pouch, miraculously preserved through his transformation, the ironclad porcupine hide he had previously collected, with a sharp stone shard and the aid of his soul force. He clumsily yet swiftly cut and fashioned a rudimentary leather vest from the resilient vine fibers, barely concealing his bare torso and the gruesome scars on his back. Chapter 46. The Returning Hunter, 22. The list of vengeance had never been as lucid as at this moment. He gathered all his belongings, donned the crude leather vest, the rough hide grazing against his newly formed skin and unhealed wounds, inducing a slight sting, yet instilling within him a tangible sense of existence as a hunter. He parted the vines at the cave's entrance and stepped outside. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the tranquil valley, enveloping the ancient towering trees in a warm light. The air was fresh, infused with the fragrance of flora, in stark contrast to the morbid stench of the Sea of Decay. Standing at the cave's mouth, he squinted slightly, acclimating to the long-lost light. His reborn body greedily inhaled the fresh air, each cell pulsating with vitality, the pain in his back unable to overshadow the powerful aura emanating from within. Akin to a ferocious beast awakening, he was no longer the one struggling in the mire of the abyssal ravine, desperately fleeing in chaos. He was the shadow, a hunter who emerged from the deathly abyss of the Sea of Decay, reborn by devouring the purifying glimmers of light. He was a level 30 soul master endowed with the mutated top-tier martial soul, the venomous golden vine, a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell, bearing profound hatred and a chilling intent to kill. His ice-cold gaze pierced through the layers of the forest, gazing toward the chaotic fringes of the human world beyond the starry forest. The names of Raven's Rendezvous, Ironthorn Fortress, Rusty Tavern, and Old Wrench surfaced in his mind. Intelligence, resources, power. He needed to weave a web of his own, a shadowy net robust enough to support his vengeance against those colossal entities. Casting one last glance at the deep cavern behind him, the sanctuary that had granted him brief refuge and metamorphosis, he prepared to step into his new destiny. Then, he turned around and set forth with measured, powerful strides, treading quietly upon the soft humus. The setting sun elongated his silhouette. The coarse leather armor vest could not conceal his newly forged physique or the gruesome scars upon his back, instead enhancing an aura of wildness and danger. His demeanor grew more reserved, akin to a sheathed blade, yet the flames smoldering within his frigid gaze burned hotter and more lethally than ever before. The returning hunter embarked on a new journey, his aim no longer a desperate flight, but an assertive hunt, weaving with shadows. The chaotic edge of the starry forest was poised to welcome its new nightmare. 7 days later, at the periphery of the starry forest, near the human settlements, the air had lost its purity, mingled with dust, inferior tobacco, and a faint metallic scent of rust. Towering ancient trees began to yield to the encroachment of lowly secondary growth and exposed rocky ground. A dirt road, hardened by the weight of wheels and footsteps, snaked through this buffer zone, resembling an unsightly scar, leading to the sinister outline of the Ironthorn Fortress, sprawling beneath the grim skyline. Constructed from massive black stones and crude iron. Beside the road, at the edge of a sparse birch grove, 3 mercenaries clad in tattered leather armor, their faces weathered and grim, encircled a small campfire. Over the flames, a half-cooked wild hare sizzled as its fat dripped down. Their equipment was rudimentary, their soul power feeble. 2 high-ranking soul masters accompanied by a novice, clearly the outer sentinels of a small mercenary band, tasked with establishing watchposts or gathering intelligence at the forest's edge. Damn this cursed place. We've squatted here for 3 days and haven't even seen a single valuable rabbit. One scarred mercenary cursed as he tore off a rabbit leg and bit into it, wincing from the heat. Be grateful, Scarface. It's better than being sent to that fetid bog. I heard the poison scorpions and black vipers have been clashing there, searching for something or someone, remarked another tall mercenary in a hushed tone, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Who cares what they're looking for? Interjected the third stout mercenary, gulping down a swig of inferior wheat liquor and wiping his mouth. Anyway, it has nothing to do with this gray rat mercenary band. The boss said to keep our heads down. It seems the bigwigs of the Spirit Hall have stirred things up in the starry forest. We small fry should just stay away and grab what little soup we can, right? The stout mercenary's words abruptly halted. His hand, still clutching the liquor pouch, froze in midair, eyes bulging wide as he fixated on the shadows of the birch trees behind Scarface. Scarface and the tall mercenary followed his gaze. There, beneath the sparse shadows of the birch trees, stood a figure, quietly observing. Clad in a rough, poorly stitched iron-gray leather vest, the exposed arms and calves revealed a healthy, sun-kissed hue, with muscle contours flowing and imbued with strength. He stood with his back to the fire, his features obscured by the darkness of the trees, rendering him indistinct. Save for his eyes. What sort of eyes were they? Cold, profound, like 2 unfathomable, icy pools, reflecting the flickering campfire, yet devoid of warmth. Deep within the pupils, a glimmer of dark golden light lay coiled like a lurking serpent, quietly observing them. Merely passing under that gaze sent a shiver surging from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, gripping their hearts as if in the icy grasp of a phantom hand. When had he appeared? They had been utterly oblivious. Who are you? The scar-faced man suddenly leaped up, instinctively drawing the machete from his side, his voice a harsh bark, laced with fear. The tall, lean mercenary and the stout one hurriedly grasped their weapons as well, their soul rings igniting in a display of tension and dread. The flickering yellow firelight illuminated his face, characterized by sharp angles and lines of nascent resolve. His skin bore a healthy wheat hue, and a subtle, pale mark resembling a delicate carving of white jade lay beneath the corner of his left eye, barely discernible in the firelight. Yet, the most disquieting aspect remained his eyes. Cold as tempered steel, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His gaze swept across the inconspicuous insignia, a gray mouse embroidered on the leather armor of the 3 men. The Gray Mouse Mercenary Corps? A voice rasped, steady yet imbued with a metallic chill, akin to the sound of a cold wind rustling through rusted iron. The scar-faced man felt a chill creep into his bones under that gaze, forcing himself to shout. So what? Kid, back off and don't make trouble for yourself. Trouble? The corners of Ying's mouth slowly curled into an almost imperceptible, icy smirk. I seek no trouble. He took a single step forward. In that moment, an invisible pressure, an amalgamation of nascent power and frigid murderous intent, descended upon the three mercenaries like a heavy mountain. The flames of the campfire seemed to flicker and diminish under this oppressive force. The stout mercenary's wine pouch fell to the ground with a thud, spilling its contents. The tall one, gripping his spear, trembled violently. Cold sweat beaded on the scar-faced man's forehead. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his machete, its weight feeling as if it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds, robbing him of the courage to even raise it. I merely. Ying's voice remained calm. Yet it resonated like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, clearly reaching the ears of the three mercenaries, who were nearly paralyzed with fear. I seek directions. He raised his right hand, his movements slow yet imbued with a suffocating rhythm. Dark golden soul power flowed from his palm, coalescing into a sharp vine-like spike approximately a foot long. The spike, dark and muted like gold, shimmered with a gentle, jade-white halo along its edges, the tip gleaming with lethal coldness. Tell me, how does one reach Ironthorn Fortress, the Rusty Tavern? Ying's gaze fixed upon the scar-faced man, as if he were merely an inanimate object. Or perhaps, I could assist your Grey Mouse mercenary corps in finding a more suitable spot to dig. The scar on his face twisted in fear. Gazing at the terrifying soul power spike, he felt the palpable chill of murderous intent. And the last vestige of his resistance crumbled instantaneously. The Rusty Tavern. His voice cracked, tinged with desperation, as he incoherently pointed towards the dark outline of the fortress at the end of the dirt road. Through the iron gate, take the right into the most dilapidated foul alley, and at the very end, that's where it is. Ying's gaze lingered on his face for a brief moment, as if a cold blade had swept across it. Then, the dark golden and jade-white spike in his palm dissipated silently. The suffocating pressure receded like a tide. Very well. The shadow expelled 2 words, then turned away, collapsing onto the ground like 3 mercenaries just pulled from the water. He pivoted, taking strides as his figure silently melded into the shadows of the dirt path leading to the Ironthorn Fortress, as if he had never existed at all. Only the flickering campfire remained, with 3 pallid mercenaries, as if their bones had been stripped away. And the lingering chill of murderous intent in the air mingled with a faint, peculiar aroma reminiscent of new grass intermingled with rust. The returning hunter stepped into his hunting ground. The immense, rust-laden black iron gate of the Ironthorn Fortress loomed before him, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, silently welcoming his arrival. Chapter 47. The Rusty Tavern. 12. The gates of the Ironthorn Fortress resembled the decayed fangs of a monstrous creature. The massive black iron door had long lost its original luster, now encrusted with a thick layer of reddish-brown rust, while the edges were besmirched with a dark, unidentifiable filth. Whether blood or oil, the door was marred with varying depths of knife and axe marks, as well as charred scorch marks, silently narrating the fortress's chaotic and bloody past. The gate's yawning darkness exuded a murky atmosphere, a blend of rust, cheap alcohol, sweat, and a barely perceptible scent of blood, as if it led not to a human town, but rather into the gullet of some immense beast. The shadow stood at the end of the dirt path, 100 paces from the gate, as the setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it obliquely upon the rutted and muddy ground. He wore a coarsely stitched, iron-gray leather vest, his bare arms and calves exhibiting smooth, muscular lines, the sun-kissed skin glistening healthily in the dim light. The grotesque scars on his back were barely concealed by the leather armor, yet the weight of unhealed wounds could still be sensed beneath the taut leather contours. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his icy gaze penetrating the sparse flow of people entering and exiting the gate, and the dust they stirred, akin to the most precise probe. Scanning the entrance of the fortress, the guards were lethargic. For mercenaries, clad in worn leather armor with bleary eyes, lounged in the shadow of the gate, their weapons carelessly hanging at their waists or propped against the ground. They symbolically surveyed the comings and goings, occasionally accepting a few copper soul coins from a seemingly gullible merchant before impatiently waving them through. Order? Here, it was a luxury. Chaos and the law of the jungle were the very breath of the Ironthorn Fortress. The Shadow's gaze did not linger on the guards. His perception was like an invisible web, capturing the more subtle fluctuations in the air. The raucous sounds emanating from the depths of the gate, shouts, the clanging of metal, intermingled with the acrid stench of cheap alcohol and vomit, was suffocating in its intensity. A few scantily clad women, their eyes dulled, leaned against the walls in the shadows, half-heartedly beckoning to the passing men. In a corner, a curled figure was being kicked and punched by two drunken brutes, muffled groans of pain escaping him. Yet no one paid heed. Expressionless, the shadow took a step forward. His strides were steady, treading silently upon the hardened dirt path, like a cheetah merging with the shadows. As he crossed the threshold of the gate, the murky air struck him like a tangible wall, a sudden wave of oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. The acrid stench of inferior beer, the foul odor of sweat, the nauseating smell of vomit, the overpowering scent of cheap perfume, mingled with the metallic tang of rust and blood, assaulted his sense of smell with a ferocity that was almost overwhelming. The cacophony of sounds surged around him like a relentless tide: coarse curses, the raucous laughter of drunkards, the piercing screams of women, the shouts of vendors, and the sharp clatter of weapons colliding. All these voices tangled together, creating a maddening din. Shadow's brow furrowed ever so slightly. His newly heightened senses became a burden in that moment. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his stomach and the jarring assault on his nerves. And deep within the icy depths of his eyes, a flicker of dark golden brilliance glimmered faintly. The venomous golden vine spirit surged through his veins, emanating a cooling, purifying force that acted like an invisible filter, quietly dispersing the revolting odors and clamorous noise, leaving only essential environmental information. The world became somewhat clearer. Following the terrified guidance of the scarred-faced mercenary, he traversed the deep and chaotic archway of the city gate, entering the fortress's inner sanctum. Before him lay a vista that opened up, yet it plunged him into another layer of stifling chaos. The streets were narrow and twisted, flanked by haphazardly constructed, precarious shanties and low stone houses. Most of the buildings were cobbled together from rough black stones and rusted metal sheets, lacking any semblance of planning, resembling ugly growths sprouting haphazardly from the hide of a colossal beast. Sewage flowed freely in the streets, mingling with refuse and unidentifiable filth, emanating a pungent stench. The passers-by hurried along, their expressions wary and indifferent. Mercenaries, adventurers, fugitives, smugglers, prostitutes, and beggars intermingled, akin to maggots writhing in a filthy mire. Shadow's presence immediately drew several ill-intentioned glances. His rudimentary leather armor could not conceal his robust physique, especially the cold, tranquil aura that emanated from him as if tempered by death itself. It stood out vividly in this chaotic realm like a firefly in the night. A few disheveled thugs leaning against the wall exchanged knowing glances and approached him with malicious intent. "Hey, fresh face? New here?" A man with a missing front tooth and a face of excess flesh blocked Shadow's path, grinning to reveal yellowed, blackened teeth, reeking of alcohol. "Do you understand the rules? If you want to mix with the Iron Thorns, you must first pay the entry fee." Behind him, two equally unsavory companions chuckled and rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Shadow did not falter in his stride, nor did he divert his gaze. His eyes pierced through the obstructing thug, landing upon the entrance of a narrower, darker alleyway to the right, which exuded a strong odor of urine and rotting food. A crooked, grease-smeared wooden sign hung at the alley's mouth, where faded dark red paint barely outlined the silhouette of a wine glass alongside a few illegible, rusted letters. The target lay directly before him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The toothless man, feeling his pride wounded by Shadow's disregard, felt a surge of indignation, his facial flesh quivering as he reached out to grasp Shadow's chest. The motion was imbued with a raw power, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary soul master. Just as that greasy hand was about to make contact with the leather armor, Shadow moved. No soul ring illuminated, no surge of soul power erupted. He merely glided half a step forward, as swift as a wraith, leaving behind a fleeting, indistinct shadow. The hand that lunged at him brushed against the edge of his leather armor but found nothing. Simultaneously, the left hand of the shadow, as flexible as a boneless serpent, shot upward with the speed of lightning. Its fingers, shaped like claws, latched onto the wrist of the toothless man with remarkable precision. A sharp, agonizing crack echoed. "Ah!" The sinister grin on the toothless man's face froze instantly, transforming into an expression of disbelief and excruciating pain. He felt as if his wrist were caught in the vice of a searing iron clamp, the agony of shattered bones eliciting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The shadow did not even spare him a glance. With a sudden twist and pull of the left hand gripping his wrist, the toothless man's massive form crumpled as though his bones had been removed, crashing to the ground with his face plunging into the filthy mire, splashing foul water everywhere. Clutching his twisted and deformed wrist, he writhed in agony in the muck, howling in despair. The smiles on the faces of the other two ruffians froze, as if caught in ice. They had scarcely seen how their companion had fallen. All they witnessed was the young man in tattered leather armor effortlessly incapacitating their strongest leader, as if swatting away a fly. His cold gaze swept across them, akin to assessing refuse on the roadside. Terror instantaneously gripped their hearts. With a frantic yelp, the two men, like startled rabbits, scrambled into a nearby alley. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the shadow released his grasp, shaking off the grime and filth that clung to his hands. His movements were casual and unhurried, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Without a second glance at the toothless man writhing on the ground, he strode towards the alley that exuded a foul stench. The alley proved to be narrower, deeper, and darker than he had imagined. On either side loomed towering stone walls, nearly touching, stained with mildew and grease, obscuring nearly all remnants of daylight. The ground beneath was slick and viscous, producing nauseating squelching sounds with each step. A pungent amalgamation of urine, the acrid scent of cheap alcohol, and the foul odor of rotting food coalesced, forming an almost tangible barrier. Deep within the alley, the sole source of light emanated from a low, crooked wooden door, above which hung a flickering oil lamp. The lamp's shade was long since coated in soot, with a feeble flame flickering within, casting a wavering, ghostly yellow light. This dim illumination barely revealed a weathered, almost illegible wooden sign above the door, proclaiming it to be the Rusty Tavern. Chapter 48. The Rusty Tavern. 22. The door stood ajar, through which a cacophony of raucous sounds erupted, boisterous shouts of drunken men, the teasing laughter of women, and the clinking of glasses resonated like a chaotic whirlpool of noise. As the shadow approached the entrance, a potent blend of sweat, cheap liquor, and vomit assaulted his senses, nearly toppling him. With an impassive expression, his icy gaze swept over the dimly lit porch where several hollow-eyed drunks huddled in the shadows. He then pushed open the creaking wooden door, which seemed on the verge of collapse. Instantly, a more violent surge of noise and murky odor engulfed him like a flood bursting its dam. Inside the tavern, the space appears somewhat larger than it does from the outside, yet it remains exceedingly cramped and dim. The low ceiling is adorned with several oil lamps, blackened by soot, casting a flickering, yellowish light. The air is saturated with an overpowering aroma of subpar ale, mingled with the scents of sweat, tobacco, the sour stench of vomit, and a faint trace of blood. Rough wooden tables and benches are crammed into every nook, occupied by a diverse assembly of patrons, mercenaries, adventurers, solitary wanderers, information brokers, and courtesans. They engage in loud banter, whisper conspiracies, stagger in drunkenness, or cast vigilant glances around the room. The floor is slick and sticky, marred by stains of spilled drinks and indeterminate grime. At the far end of the establishment stands the bar, crafted from a massive log, scarred and stained with the remnants of countless encounters. Behind the bar, a man looms. His face is a canvas weathered by time, etched with deep lines and a formidable scar that stretches from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth, rendering his visage both fearsome and detached. His murky gray eyes, sunken deep within their sockets, resemble two desolate wells, devoid of emotion, scanning the raucous tavern with mechanical indifference, occasionally resting on the newcomers with a detached appraisal. He is known as the Old Wrench, the proprietor of the Rusty Tavern, a nail driven into this chaotic domain by the Raven. The shadow did not advance immediately. He stood at the threshold, merging with the darkness, his icy gaze scrutinizing the tavern's ambience. His presence was akin to a cold stone cast into a murky pond, provoking barely perceptible ripples. Several scrutinizing, wary, and even greedy glances flickered in his direction. A drunken brawler staggered towards him, only to be deftly sidestepped, sending him crashing into a nearby table, eliciting a chorus of laughter and curses. A heavily made-up woman, clad in revealing attire, swayed over, her presence accompanied by the cloying scent of cheap perfume. Her voice sultry. "Hey there, stranger. Feeling lonely?" Before she could finish, her gaze met the shadow's cold, abyss-like eyes, causing her flirtatious smile to falter abruptly. A chill surged from her core, prompting her to instinctively retreat, awkwardly disappearing into the crowd. The shadow disregarded all provocations and distractions. After confirming the tavern's primary exits and potential threats, he strode purposefully through the bustling throng, making his way to the bar. The Old Wrench continued to methodically polish a glass, his bronze prosthetic arm steady as a rock. When the shadow halted before the bar, his shadow cast a small area in front of him, prompting the Old Wrench to slowly lift his eyelids. His murky gray irises, reminiscent of dust-covered glass, reflected the shadow's young yet hardened countenance, his rough leather armor, and those chilling, unfathomable eyes. The Old Wrench's gaze lingered momentarily on the faint ivory mark at the corner of the shadow's left eye, nearly imperceptible. His expression remained inscrutable, the scar on his face resembling hardened lava. "What will you have?" The Old Wrench's voice was gravelly and low, akin to the rasping of rusted iron, devoid of any emotional cadence. He casually placed the still grimy wine glass upon the bar. The raven's components had succumbed to rust. At that moment, the clamor of the tavern seemed to be momentarily muted, as if a transient silence had been invoked. The old wrench's motion of polishing the glass finally came to a halt. The faint sound of taps, almost drowned out by the surrounding ruckus, echoed like the finalization of an invisible pact. Beyond the curtain, a darkness far more profound than that of the tavern's hall awaited. As the fabric was lifted, an even stronger aroma, lang of aged wine, metallic corrosion, and the dust of ancient parchment, assailed the senses. The figure melted into the dense shadows, the curtain falling silently behind him, severing all external noise and scrutiny. The undercurrents of the rusted tavern stirred quietly in the dusk, as the returning hunter stepped into the first nexus of his shadowy web. Chapter 49. The Network of Underflows. 14. The heavy, oil-soaked curtain fell silently behind the figure, isolating him from the cacophony and murky light of the tavern hall. The sudden darkness enveloped him like a cold tide, submerging his vision. The air was thick with the pungent amalgam of aged wine, metallic rust, damp mildew, and the dust of antiquated paper, pressing heavily upon his lungs. The figure's pupils contracted abruptly in the darkness, rapidly acclimating. His newly awakened senses, akin to a refined radar, meticulously scanned the surroundings in the profound silence. Beneath his feet lay the cold, rough stone tiles, bearing a slickness from years of neglect. The space was constricted, resembling a narrow corridor barely wide enough for a single person. A few meters ahead, a faint, flickering light, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, vaguely outlined the contours of a low wooden door. There was no scent of traps, nor any vibrations of concealed spiritual energy. Only a deep, tomb-like silence pervaded, imbued with the weight of time. The Raven Star map was etched within the depths of his soul, emitting a subtle warmth that resonated with the dim crimson glow. He extended his right index finger, gathering a trace of extremely faint, almost imperceptible dark golden spiritual energy. He gently pressed his fingertip against the spot on the crystal's center that had been polished, revealing a dark red sheen. A barely audible hum, akin to a resonance from the depths of his soul, reverberated. The glimmer at the center of the dark red crystal suddenly brightened for an instant, as if a slumbering eye had cracked open. Subsequently, the heavy oak door slid open silently, creating a narrow passage just wide enough for a person to slip through. A wave of an even more potent, musty aroma, as if sealed away for decades, rushed forth. The figure sidled in, and the door closed behind him without a sound, isolating him from the last vestiges of external light and sound. Before him lay a modest room, or rather, a secret chamber. The sole source of illumination was a massive, weighty black iron table at the center, upon which rested an archaic oil lamp, sculpted to resemble some form of reptilian skull. The lamp's basin was filled with a viscous, dark green oil, emitting a faint, fishy scent, while a short, stout wick flickered within, casting a dim, wavering light that seemed on the verge of extinguishing, illuminating only a small circle around the table. Beyond the reach of the light lay an impenetrable darkness. The shadows could sense that the walls and ceiling of this secret chamber were enveloped in a peculiar soundproofing material, effectively isolating the interior from the outside world. Seated at a square table, with his back to the door, was a figure, the old wrench. The shadows swept across the chamber, taking in the imposing black iron table and two chairs, along with several large, dust-laden, rust-covered metal boxes of indeterminate material piled in the corner. On the walls hung a few faded, indistinct maps, their contents obscured by time. The air was thick with the musty scents of metal, grease, and paper. He approached the opposite side of the table and settled into the equally heavy black iron chair facing the old wrench. The chair felt icy and unyielding, producing a dull sound upon contact with his body. The two sat across from each other, illuminated by the dim glow of a flickering oil lamp. The light danced upon the stark features of the shadow's youthful, cold visage and the weathered, scarred countenance of the old wrench, casting profound shadows. The chamber was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the burning wick. At last, the old wrench slowly lifted his head. His murky gray eyes, under the yellowed light, resembled dust-covered glass beads, reflecting the shadow's form, yet concealing depths unknown. He offered no pleasantries, nor did he inquire. Instead, with his calloused left hand, he painstakingly extracted an object from beneath his greasy leather apron. It was a palm-sized, entirely black metal box, devoid of any markings. The surface was smooth and cold to the touch, heavy in his grasp. The old wrench placed the box onto the scratched black iron surface with a soft thud, and his bronze mechanical finger silently gestured towards it. The shadow's gaze fell upon the obsidian metal box. sensing the faint yet extraordinarily pure fluctuations of spatial soul power emanating from it. This was a spatial storage device, treated with specialized soul guidance technology and of no low caliber. The item left by the raven? He hesitated to take it. His ice-like eyes rose to meet the old wrench's murky, scrutinizing gaze, the air thick with unspoken tension. Where's the item? The shadow's voice shattered the stillness, raspy and calm, akin to a blade scraping across ice. A man named Scarface. The shadow's tone was devoid of inflection, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. He divulged the location of the Rusty Tavern. He did not mention Scarface's fate, but the cold subtext of his words was clear enough for any perceptive listener to grasp the outcome. He fell silent for a moment. The sound of the bronze prosthetic ceased. The calloused left hand once again delved beneath the leather apron, but this time, he produced a smaller, equally black metal cylinder, devoid of any markings. The old wrench placed the cylinder onto the black iron table, sliding it towards the shadow. Then, with his bronze limb, he pointed at the dark metal box before the shadow. The box belongs to the raven, he stated succinctly in his hoarse voice. The cylinder is mine. His murky gaze fixed upon the shadow's face. The rules are clear, understood? A transaction, information for information, or services rendered. The Rusty Tavern's rule is one of equivalent exchange. Chapter 50. The Web of Undercurrents. 24. A thread of exceedingly faint soul power, imbued with a jade-white radiance, delicately probed the lingering spatial soul power imprints on the surface of the box, akin to the most intricate key, as if merging seamlessly. The surface of the box was instantly illuminated by an ethereal blue glow, adorned with complex runes, before silently opening. The interior space was modest. Shadows of thought swept through, revealing several rolls bound with resilient beast sinews, crafted from a unique black leather, devoid of any inscriptions. Yet, the shadows sensed a potent stream of soul power information sealed within, surely a legacy from the crow, containing vital intelligence, either regarding the pure world White Lotus or something of even greater significance. Next, there lay a small pile of stones shimmering with a myriad of hues, alongside several meticulously cut ingots of high-quality soul-guiding metals, shadow iron, soul-absorbing secret silver, and even a fragment of the rare celestial gold. All of these were invaluable materials for crafting advanced soul-guiding devices worth a king's ransom. Among them was a bloodied wolf's head, fangs bared and eyes glinting with a savage cruelty, the emblem of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. His gaze returned to the obsidian metal cylinder. The old wrench's murky eyes remained fixed upon him, bearing a scrutinizing and expectant demeanor. Without hesitation, he grasped the cold cylinder, allowing a thread of soul power to seep in. The surface of the cylinder glowed with a faint, wave-like gray luminescence, and subsequently, a stream of information surged into his mind. The information was not extensive but remarkably precise, cold and calculated, akin to a report produced by the most sophisticated instrument. Scorpion Mercenary Corps, Soul Hunting Town Division Leader, Venom Tooth, 5-Ring Soul King, status, severely injured, poisoned. Location, Stinking Mire Stronghold. Injury source, unknown, suspected attack by a powerful soul-guiding device or a special martial soul. Poison symptoms, mixed-type lethal poison, characteristics of heart rot vine and swamp crocodile venom. Estimated recovery period, 15 to 30 days. Core combat power, 2 remaining soul ancestors, Poison Needle, Scorpion Claw. 7 soul masters. Recent activities, defensive contraction, focusing on safeguarding the Stinking Mire Stronghold and the Blackwater Merchant Supply Line, every Wednesday, at the Broken Spinestone Canyon. Bounty, internal 4 valid leads on the assailant. Characteristics, severely injured, uses lethal poison, suspected of possessing special stealth or explosive soul techniques. Reward, 1,000 gold soul coins. For killing or capturing the assailant, reward, 5,000 gold soul coins, with an opportunity for personal guidance from Venom Tooth. Black Viper Mercenary Corps, Leader, Black Mamba, 5-Ring Soul King, status, active. Location, suspected stronghold deep within Fog Valley. Recent movements, heightened attention towards Scorpion activities. Suspected intent to capitalize on the chaos. Urgent demand for high-value soul beast materials, especially mental and poison attributes, and rare soul-guiding devices. Second in command, Rattlesnake, 4-Ring Soul Ancestor, status, active. Location, frequently seen at Ironthorn Fortress's Red Mill, every Friday and Saturday night. Weakness, lecherous, prone to intoxication. Core combat power, 1 soul ancestor, Belly Serpent, 5 soul masters. Operational style, cunning, proficient in ambush and poisoning. Bounty, internal similar to Scorpion, but with slightly lower priority. Great interest in special poison formulas or sources wielded by the assailant. Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Status: on high alert, reduced activity. Suspected to be related to the recent clandestine activities of the Spirit Hall in the Stardow Forest, particularly towards the Eye of the Corrupt Sea. Priority is to be given to avoidance. Warning: signs of suspected Spirit Hall enforcement team activities have recently been detected around the Bloodhowl camp's periphery. Recent developments at the Ironthorn Fortress. Black Market, Rusty Nail Alley at midnight 3 days hints, the Ghost Hand Auction. Partial list of auction items. A complete third-tier spiritual beast core, the Bewitching Fox, fragments of a soul guide device unearthed from unknown ruins, presumed to be defensive in nature. Rare medicinal herb, Dragon Blood Racina, 300 years old. Information broker, Lark, has been missing for 3 days. Last seen at the depths of Rusty Nail Alley. At the alchemist shop of the Old Cripple. Likely connected to a mysterious merchant convoy that recently entered the city, claiming to be the Ashen Brigade. Spirit Hall's Dark Sentinels, 2 unfamiliar deacons, suspected to be from the Soul Sect, have been dispatched to the Holy Light Relief Institute in the eastern district of the fortress. The captain of the Western City Gate Guard, Iron Fist Baron, accepted an undisclosed large bribe yesterday. The flow of information abruptly ceased. Cold, precise, and highly time-sensitive. Like a vivid dark web, it instantaneously unveils the movements of the sinister forces surrounding the Ironthorn Fortress before the shadow. The shadow slowly lowered the tube. Within the depths of his icy gaze, dark golden rays flickered like dry kindling ignited by a spark. The value of the old wrench's intelligence far exceeded expectations. This is not merely information. It is a blade, a poison, the most crucial thread woven into the net of shadows. He raised his head and regarded the old wrench, who remained as silent as stone. The price. The shadow's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. He needed to ascertain what was required to obtain such intelligence. The legacy of the Ravens served as the foundation, yet maintaining this connection necessitated a continuous equivalent exchange. This time, he retrieved not an object, but a neatly folded piece of special dark yellow parchment. He unfolded the parchment and silently pushed it towards the shadow. The parchment bore no text. Only a route map sketched in dark red mineral pigment, exceedingly simple yet imbued with a chilling aura. The starting point was marked in the back alley of the Rusty Tavern, with the end point indicating a desolate graveyard area on the outskirts of the Ironthorn Fortress. At the center of the graveyard area, a twisted skull, seemingly wailing in anguish, was depicted. The flickering light of the dim oil lamp cast distorted shadows on the filthy surface of the massive black iron table, akin to the labored breaths of a dying beast. The air was thick with the stale scent of aged grease, metallic rust, and the dust of decaying paper. There was a rat. Or perhaps it held knowledge of something. The hoarse voice, akin to 2 rusted steel plates scraping together, bore an unmistakably cold command. Murky gray eyes, reminiscent of tarnished glass beads, were deeply set in scarred sockets, reflecting the shadow's youthful yet hardened visage, devoid of emotion, merely a detached scrutiny akin to an instrument of examination. The price. Clear and bloody. Chapter 51. The Web of Underflow. 34. The shadow's ice-cold gaze fell upon the parchment. That twisted, wailing skull mark resembled an invitation from hell, emanating a chilling, ominous aura. The rat of the graveyard is dead, or it possesses knowledge of something. Behind this vague directive, it was evident that the old wrench harbored unspoken intentions. Who was that rat? What did it know? Why must it die? All remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, this was of little consequence. What is required is not explanation, but rather the intricate web of intelligence leading to the dark core of the Ironthorn's fortress. The old wrench offers not merely a bounty order, but a passport into his vast underworld. To accomplish this task signifies an initial trust and the unobstructed flow of subsequent intelligence. Failure, deep within this rusted tavern, typically affords no second chances. The cost is death, a notion as natural to shadow as breathing itself. From the moment he emerged from the abyssal ravine, his soul has been steeped in blood. Moreover, the target is a rat concealed within a mass grave, a creature whose name alone implies malevolence. His movements are decisive and unhesitating. In the murky depths of the old wrench's eyes, akin to a desolate well, there seems to flicker an almost imperceptible wave of emotion, like a single insignificant stone cast into a frigid lake, its ripples vanishing instantly. His bronze mechanical limb emits a faint click, reminiscent of precisely meshing gears, as he retrieves his left hand from beneath a greasy leather apron. This time, he produces not parchment nor a box, but rather a coin. The coin, modest in size, is composed neither of gold nor iron, presenting a dull lead gray hue. One side is smooth and unadorned, while the other intricately depicts an abstract design, a compass with 3 twisted pointers intersecting and directing towards various points. Its center inlaid with a minuscule, dull black gem, smaller than a grain of rice. The entire motif exudes an aura of mystery and antiquity. The old wrench places the lead gray compass coin upon the black iron table, gently nudging it toward Shadow with the cold metallic tip of his prosthesis. Rusty Nail Alley. The old lame alchemist's shop. His hoarse voice is succinct. Seek the cripple, show him this. Instruct him that the wrench requires a set of night-walking leathers. Shadow's gaze rests upon the lead gray coin. The abstract compass motif and the dim black gem at its center emit a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of spatial soul energy. Clearly, this is not currency, but rather a token of some sort. The old wrench is providing the necessary gear for his undertaking. Shadow lifts the cold lead gray coin, feeling its slight weight and unique metallic texture. He does not linger, tucking it into the inner lining of his leather armor. The transaction is complete, requiring no words. Shadow rises. The heavy black iron chair scrapes against the rough stone floor, producing a dull sound that disrupts the silence of the chamber. His icy gaze briefly surveys the old wrench, who sits across from him like a silent boulder. His weathered and scarred face appearing increasingly grotesque and unyielding under the flickering oil lamp's light. There are no farewells, no expressions of gratitude. Shadow turns and strides towards the low, heavy oak door of the chamber. As his fingertips gather a faint trace of soul energy and press against the dark crimson crystal embedded in the door, the center of the crystal flickers with a subtle red glow, and the door silently opens a crack. An even stronger scent of age and the darkness of the short corridor beyond rushes forth. Shadow's figure melds with the shadows, vanishing soundlessly through the door's opening. The oak door closed silently behind him, severing the last flicker of dim light and the heavy air of the chamber. The old wrench remained seated at the immense black iron table, steadfast as an ancient monolith. His murky gray eyes reflected the flickering flame of the reptilian skull oil lamp on the table, a flame that seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. After a prolonged silence, his callous left hand, thickly encased in calluses, slowly lifted, its rough fingertips gliding with measured slowness over the smooth, cold surface of the lamp's bony exterior. A sharp click echoed. The clamor and murkiness of the rusty tavern's hall enveloped the shadows once more. Akin to a viscous mire, the acrid stench of cheap spirits, sweat, vomit, low-quality perfume, rust, and blood assailed the senses with a frenzied intensity. The raucous sounds of boisterous games, drunken roars, women's shrill screams, and the sharp clinking of glasses melded into a maddening cacophony. Yet, the figure keenly sensed several veiled gazes. In the corner by the bar, a slight figure draped in a gray cloak, most of their face obscured by the shadow of the hood, tensed imperceptibly at the moment of his emergence, only to relax again, as though it were merely a casual motion. On the opposite side, a burly mercenary jesting with a heavily made-up woman cast a furtive glance in his direction, the corner of his eye darting like a serpent's tongue. Beneath the surface, currents stirred. Behind every pair of eyes in the rusty tavern lay the potential thread connecting to the old wrench's invisible web or the prying interests of other forces. The figure, expressionless, stepped out of the shadows, navigating through the crowded, clamorous throng. This time, as he passed, the intangible sense of oppression seemed slightly alleviated. Yet the watchful eyes lurking in the darkness persisted, akin to parasites. He disregarded all attempts at provocation, striding directly towards the creaking, grease-stained wooden door of the tavern. Pushing open the door, the murky air of the evening at Thorndyke Fortress, imbued with the scents of dust, metallic rust, and low-grade fuel, rushed forth to greet him. Surprisingly fresher than the tavern's interior. The fading rays of the sun struggled to pierce through the heavy clouds and the towering black stone walls of the fortress, casting elongated, twisted shadows. Chapter 52, The Web of Undercurrents 44, the figure stood beneath the low porch of the rusty tavern, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over the narrow, filthy alley rife with flowing sewage. A few drunken souls huddled in the corner shadows, murmuring incoherently. At the alley's mouth, the toothless man whose wrist he had twisted had vanished without a trace, leaving only a smudged dark red stain trampled into the ground. With intelligence, a bounty order, clutched in his possession and a token, a coin, in hand. The immediate priority was to acquire a set of nocturnal gear that would allow for free movement in the darkness of Thorndyke Fortress. Rusty Nail Alley. The old crippled alchemist's shop. He silently recalled the information provided by the old wrench. Rusty Nail Alley, the epicenter of the black market, was mentioned in the intelligence as the site of a ghostly hand auction 3 nights hence. It was a vortex more chaotic and perilous than Rusty Alley itself. He did not proceed immediately. Though his newly forged body was robust, the injury on his back had yet to heal, and his soul power had only recovered to about 60 or 70%. More importantly, he needed to comprehend the target environment. Dashing headlong into the unknown shadows would be the folly of a hapless prey. Like a true specter, he silently melded into the shadows of Thornspike Fortress at dusk. He chose not to traverse the main thoroughfare, but instead meandered through a narrow, filthy alleyway littered with refuse. His sun-kissed skin and coarse leather armor were inconspicuous in the dim light, yet he deliberately restrained his presence, moving with a feline grace that minimized his existence. The interior of Ironthorn Fortress was even more twisted and oppressive than the vicinity of its gates. Towering structures, haphazardly constructed from colossal black stones and rusted metal plates, loomed like grotesque monoliths, constricting the narrow streets. Most windows were diminutive, resembling the eyes of beasts, exuding a sickly yellow or ghastly green glow. The air perpetually reeked of rust, coal dust, low-grade grease burning, and a noxious amalgamation of excrement. Passers-by hurried along, their expressions wary and numbed, akin to caged beasts scurrying within a colossal prison. As he moved through the shadows, he meticulously gathered information like a finely tuned instrument. He committed to memory several primary streets leading to various districts, such as the Mercenary Enclave, the Black Market, and the slums, along with key intersections. He noted several seemingly mundane yet perpetually occupied dark corners that could serve as gang lookout points or rendezvous for information brokers. He observed shops adorned with diverse insignias, a blacksmith's shop marked by a bloodied axe, an apothecary with a painted twisted vial, and establishments guarded by fierce sentinels, such as casinos and brothels, each emblematic of distinct factions and potential resources or perils. He even memorized a few beggars lurking in the shadows of street corners, their gazes as sharp and predatory as vultures, serving as the city's most marginalized eyes and ears. As he rounded a corner piled high with decaying refuse, emitting an unbearable stench, a muffled wailing and harsh reprimands reached his ears. His steps did not falter. He melded into the shadows like a specter. His icy gaze pierced through the gloom, observing the depths of the alley. Two mercenaries, clad in tattered leather armor bearing the insignia of the Grey Rat Mercenary Company, had cornered a gaunt, elderly woman dressed in patched rags against the wall. One mercenary was brutishly seizing a small bundle tightly clutched in the woman's arms, while the other struck her arms and back with the hilt of his dagger, cursing, "You old hag, hand it over. Where's this month's tribute? Damn it. Are you tired of living? Dare to hide it? Please, this is my grandson's medicine money," the elderly woman whimpered, curling her frail body, desperately guarding her bundle. Her withered hands bore dark bruises. In his eyes, there was no flicker of emotion. Survival of the fittest was the law of Ironthorn Fortress, and indeed the very essence of the world. Compassion here was a lethal poison. His gaze swept over the two mercenaries, one a first-ring spirit master, the other an ordinary man devoid of any rings, both brutish and entirely unguarded. Just as the first-ring spirit master impatiently raised his dagger hilt, poised to strike the woman's head, a flash of dark gold surged forth from the shadows at the alley's entrance, as sudden and silent as a coiled serpent. Swift. So swift it transcended the limits of vision. With a muted thud, akin to pebbles sinking into mire, the mercenary's motion froze instantaneously. He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at a small, transparent wound on his right wrist where blood gushed forth like a tiny fountain. Immediately, a wave of intense numbness and excruciating pain swept through his entire arm. The knife sheath clattered to the ground as he pressed his left hand tightly against the wound, letting out a short, anguished cry. Another mercenary, engaged in the struggle for the bag, had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he felt a sudden numbness in his right knee, as if pierced by a glowing steel needle. He screamed in agony and fell to one knee. Who the hell? The injured mercenary, a mix of fury and shock, raised his head to howl. Yet, the shadows at the alley's mouth revealed no one. Only the evening breeze stirred up debris from the ground, swirling through the air. It was as if the two deadly flashes had been mere figments of imagination. The two mercenaries exchanged terrified glances, each seeing horror and dread reflected in the other's eyes. Blood flowed incessantly from their wrist and knee wounds, the pain and numbness rendering them cold all over. They hadn't even discerned the source of the attack, let alone the identity of their assailant. It's a ghost. The mercenary with the pierced knee stammered, his voice trembling and laced with a whimper. We must leave. The injured mercenary, disregarding the old woman and the bag, gritted his teeth against the agony and numbness, dragging his nearly unconscious right hand as he staggered to help his companion, fleeing the alley like a headless chicken, leaving behind a scene of chaos and glaring bloodstains. The old woman huddled in the corner, trembling and terrified, gazing at the empty mouth of the alley, then down at the intact bag in her arms. Her murky old eyes filled with a bewildered sense of surviving a calamity. The shadow had long since departed the foul-smelling, weeping alley, as if he had never existed. He stood in the shadows of another, deeper alley, his icy gaze sweeping across his fingertips. There, a faint, almost invisible dark golden tendril of soul energy slowly dissipated. A lesson, not a massacre. Precise, efficient, and without a trace. This was the hunter's warning and his means of blending into this dark fortress. He opened his palm, revealing two blood-stained, roughly textured copper soul coins, trophies he had deftly pilfered from the money pouch of the mercenary wielding the knife. Their value was negligible, yet in this city, every copper coin held potential worth. The shadow tucked away the coins, his icy gaze piercing through the layered, chaotic shadows of the buildings, focusing on a particular direction. There lay the chaotic heart of Ironthorn Fortress, Rusty Nail Alley. Intelligence gathered, warning issued. It was time to acquire the nocturnal hide. The rats of the mass grave awaited him. His figure melded once more into the twilight shadows, like a drop of ink merging with water, silently delving deeper into the abyss. An invisible net quietly extended beneath the polluted soil of Ironthorn Fortress, weaving itself with each of his steps. The soul of the poisonous golden vine flows spontaneously through the meridians, its ethereal, jade-white purifying aura resembling an invisible filter, effectively isolating the noxious stench and chaotic mental clamor from the air, leaving only the most discernible signals of danger. His objective is clear: Rusty Nail Alley, the old, crippled alchemy shop. According to the information provided by the old wrench and his cursory observations during the day, Rusty Nail Alley lies within the tumultuous heart of Ironthorn Fortress. A veritable black market, a haven for stolen goods, intelligence exchanges, and various illicit activities. It is a true jungle of the law of the jungle, where strength and gold reign supreme. The back alleys twist like a labyrinth, permeated by the foul odor of decaying food, excrement, and the acrid fumes of burning low-grade fuel. His steps are as light as a cat's, each footfall meticulously avoiding the filth and debris that might betray his presence. His silhouette flickers in and out of the enormous shadows cast by the towering, jagged black stone edifices, reminiscent of monstrous fangs. Occasionally, he pauses briefly, leaning against a cold wall slick with moss, his ice-cold gaze akin to the keenest night vision, penetrating the darkness to survey the corners ahead or the narrow sliver of night sky above. His awareness spreads like an imperceptible web. He hears the low growls and curses of two drunken men grappling over a silver soul coin in a neighboring alley. Sense the sickly sweet odor emanating from a concealed corner where inferior hallucinogenic substances smolder, and glimpses a pair of murky eyes, alert and peering through a narrow window above. Navigating past a mountain of rotting refuse that exudes an overwhelming stench, the air ahead becomes increasingly complex. The acrid scent of cheap perfume mingles with the sharpness of tobacco, the metallic tang of rust, and an unsettling, almost imperceptible fluctuation of soul power. The light at the alley's entrance brightens slightly, not from street lamps, but from bizarre soul-guiding signboards suspended over the low shop fronts, bloody daggers, distorted potion bottles, dice skulls, and vividly colored seductive figures, casting warped and mesmerizing shadows in the polluted air. Akin to the neon glow of a hellish portal, he has arrived at Rusty Nail Alley. Shadow halts at the final dense darkness of the alley's entrance, seamlessly merging into the wall's recess. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his icy gaze pierces through the beguiling light and shadow, scanning the scene within the alley. The narrow passage is more crowded than expected, flanked by low, crooked structures that seem on the verge of collapse, the storefronts mostly dim and narrow. Under the glow of the soul-guiding signboards, figures loom. Cloaked figures conceal their faces in shadow. Merchants with greedy eyes haggle in hushed tones. Mercenaries radiate a palpable aura of bloodshed and aggression, weapons always at the ready. Women, scantily clad, pose provocatively in doorways, and countless more specters flit through the shadows, their vigilant gazes scrutinizing every passerby. The air is thick with tension, greed, and unease. Each transaction is accompanied by wary glances, and every brush past could ignite silent hostility. This is a lawless realm, a breeding ground of chaos, and a nexus of intelligence and death. It was a storefront of stone, lower and more dilapidated than the others. Lacking any ostentatious soul-guiding light signs, it bore merely a small lamp, carved from an unknown beast's bone, suspended above the entrance, emitting a ghastly green glow. Beneath it hung a similarly worn and crooked wooden sign, devoid of any text, featuring a crudely painted image in dark red, a twisted, fractured leg bone, alongside a deformed wrench. Below the illustration, in diminutive and nearly indecipherable script, were etched three indistinct words: Old Cripple. The shop's wooden door stood resolutely shut, its thick, rough planks shrouded in layers of grease and dust, as if it had not been opened for decades. No light seeped through the cracks. The entire establishment exuded an aura of dead silence and decay, starkly contrasting with the surrounding clamor, reminiscent of the entrance to a tomb. The intel from the old wrench pointed here. The lead gray compass coin was the only key. The shadow did not advance immediately. His gaze, akin to the most precise of probes, swept around the shop's periphery. In the shadow to the left of the entrance, a beggar huddled, curled into a ball. His tattered felt hat pulled low, obscuring his features, as if in slumber. Yet, the shadow keenly observed that when the heavy footfalls of patrolling guards echoed from the alleyway, the beggar's body tensed imperceptibly for a fleeting moment. To the right, a cloaked figure appeared to be selecting daggers from a nearby weapons stall. Yet his peripheral gaze never strayed from the door of Old Cripple. A lookout. At least two. A slow, cold smile crept across the shadow's lips. It was to be expected, in a place like Rusty Nail Alley. A shop that could withstand the environment and supply the old wrench with gear would be remiss to lack protection. He patiently awaited. Time trickled by, each second passing languidly. The crowd in the alley flowed like murky stream water. The sound of the patrolling guards faded. A drunken mercenary, clutching a heavily made-up woman, staggered and collided with the wall opposite Old Cripple, uttering slurred curses amidst the woman's laughter, momentarily attracting a few fleeting glances. In that instant of distraction, the shadow moved. His figure melded with the darkness like ink and water, making not a whisper of sound. From the concealment of shadows to the grimy wooden door of Old Cripple, a mere 10 meters away, he traversed in just 3 strides. Each step landed in the blind spots of light and shadow, each step akin to teleportation. His newly forged, robust physique bestowed upon him an explosive power and coordination that surpassed the ordinary. As the seemingly dormant beggar in the left shadow suddenly lifted his head, his murky eyes flashing with shock beneath the felt hat, the shadow's form had already ghosted to the closed wooden door of Old Cripple. Without knocking, without calling out, the shadow's right hand shot forth like lightning, palm pressed against the cold, greasy door. At his fingertips, the lead gray compass coin was enveloped in a dark golden aura of soul energy. Buzz. The small, dim black gemstone at the heart of the coin flickered to life with an exceedingly faint yet profound glow, reminiscent of the night sky. Simultaneously, the abstract 3-pointer compass design on the coin's surface seemed to animate, the needles spinning silently, seeking their mark. A faint yet remarkably pure wave of spatial soul energy emanated from the coin, instantly penetrating the heavy wooden door. A series of faint metallic clicks, reminiscent of rusted gears laboriously engaging, echoed from within. The sound was intricate and precise, as if validating some intangible code. The shadow maintained its position against the door, its icy gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The figure on the right, disguised as a customer, tensed noticeably, hand poised on the weapon at its waist. The beggar on the left also slowly rose, eyes beneath the felt hat glinting like a venomous serpent. The clicking ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Then, with a grating creak that sent shivers down the spine, a sound reminiscent of a century-old friction pierced through the stillness. The heavy wooden door slowly yielded, creating a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Instead of the anticipated shop interior, a denser darkness, akin to congealed ink, awaited. A suffocating aroma, mingling the scents of aged herbs, metallic solutions, animal fats, and an acrid acidic liquid, surged forth like the breath of a slumbering beast from the crack. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow slipped into the thick darkness, evading the astonished and wary gazes that held a hint of malice. The heavy wooden door closed swiftly and silently behind him, locking him within, severing all connection to the bewildering light and noise of the outside world. An absolute darkness and silence descended in an instant. The pungent odor enveloped him, nearly suffocating. The shadow held his breath, muscles taut. As the venomous golden vine martial spirit coursed rapidly through his veins, forming an almost imperceptible protective membrane of dark gold soul energy, infused with a pure white aura, to shield against potential toxins lurking within the noxious scent. His pupils dilated to their utmost in the absence of light, striving to capture any trace of illumination. There was no light, only the oppressive silence and a darkness so thick it felt tangible. The shadow remained motionless, blending into the darkness like a statue. His senses heightened to their limits. He could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the faint sound of blood flowing through his veins. He discerned the intricate layers of the air's complex aroma, the bitterness of aged agave roots, the sharpness of nitrate, the metallic tang of mercury, the musk of some large feline-esque fat, and an exceedingly faint, sweetish scent reminiscent of decaying blood. He sensed the surrounding air was unusually viscous, carrying an imperceptible resistance. Time crawled in the absolute darkness, each second stretching into eternity. There were no attacks, no sounds, only the suffocating darkness and the strange odor. Just as the shadow's patience was on the brink of being eroded by this silent trial, a flicker of ghostly green light abruptly ignited several meters ahead in the darkness. The glow emanated from a lamp, identical to the one above the entrance, crafted from pallid beast bone, cradled in a withered hand marred by deep brown-age spots and twisted veins. The eerie green light illuminated only a small area around the palm, failing to dispel the encroaching darkness beyond. Through this faint, ghastly glow, the figure discerned the hand's owner. His visage was shrouded in the shadows cast by the spectral light, revealing only his prominent cheekbones and deeply etched nasolabial folds. His sparse, gray hair clung to his scalp like withered grass. Most unsettling were his eyes, which, ensconced in darkness, glimmered with a murky, eerie yellow-green luminescence, akin to a lizard lurking in the shadows, fixated upon the figure with a chilling, lifeless stare. A raspy, dry voice, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against decayed wood, shattered the profound silence. The tone was subtle, yet imbued with a penetrating coldness that left no room for doubt. There were no inquiries regarding identity, no pleasantries exchanged. It was as straightforward as an old wrench, cutting directly to the chase. The figure reciprocated without any superfluous words. He extended his right hand, palm open. The lead gray compass coin lay quietly within his grasp, its center-S black gemstone and the intricate three-pronged compass design emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity beneath the ghostly green light. The old, limping man's murky yellow-green eyes instantly locked onto the coin, his pupils momentarily contracting. The skeletal hand that held the bone lamp lifted slightly, an invisible pull emanating from it. Silently, the coin levitated from the figure's palm and nestled into the bony, dirt-streaked hand of the old man. He pinched the coin between his thumb and forefinger, bringing it closer to the spectral light of the lamp. His cloudy gaze fixated on the gemstone at its center and the spinning needle, as if verifying something. After a moment, he emitted an unintelligible sound from his throat, akin to the creaking of an ancient bellows. The yellow-green orbs rose again to meet the figure's gaze, scanning him with an icy scrutiny. Focusing particularly on his rudimentary leather armor, the exposed skin of his arms, and his eyes, which appeared even more unfathomable under the ghostly glow. The old man's raspy voice broke the silence once more, carrying an unusual metallic rasp. Leather? In an instant, the figure comprehended the old man's intent. The aged wrench sought leather suitable for nocturnal endeavors, but the old man offered an alternative, bone. Clearly, these were two distinct forms of stealth equipment. The figure's voice remained calm, cutting clearly through the dense darkness and peculiar atmosphere. Humph! The old man emitted an ambiguous grunt from his nostrils, tossing the lead gray coin carelessly into the pocket of his greasy leather apron, as if discarding refuse. The skeletal hand holding the bone lamp quivered slightly. Suddenly, 3 identical beast bone lamps ignited in the thick darkness surrounding them, each radiating a ghastly green light. It was as if an invisible hand had sparked them to life. Suspended around the figure, forming a triangular area that enveloped him in a flickering, grave-like glow, reminiscent of phosphorescent fireflies. With this slightly enhanced illumination, the figure surveyed his surroundings more clearly. This space resembled not a shop but the lair of a mad alchemist or a dissection laboratory. The old man paid no heed to the figure's scrutiny. His palm, covered in a greasy leather apron, not the one holding the lamp, groped at his waist for a moment before suddenly sweeping towards the shadow. A dark figure, accompanied by a potent gust infused with the acrid scent of nitrate and a certain animal's glandular musk, shot towards the shadow's face with lightning speed. The velocity was extraordinary. The angle was cunning. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. Within him, the soul energy instinctively surged, ready to explode. Yet, just as the soul energy surged, he forcibly suppressed the urge to counterattack. His frost-bitten gaze fixated on the shadow, realizing it was not an attack. He leaned back sharply, reaching the limits of his body's flexibility. The shadow, propelled by the fierce wind, brushed past his nose. In a flash, his right hand darted out like lightning, precisely grasping the dark figure just as it was about to pass his body. It felt cold, slick, and possessed a peculiar resilience. Was it a garment? He looked down. Put it on. A hoarse, raspy voice echoed, laden with a commanding tone. His murky yellow-green eyes glinted like a lizard's, shimmering with a cold yet expectant light, fixated on the black bodysuit in the shadow's grasp. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed his simple iron-gray leather vest, revealing a robust upper body. His sun-kissed skin gleamed with the sheen of strength under the ghastly green light, while the large, still-healing scar on his back resembled a menacing centipede, coiling around the contours of his muscles. He picked up the pitch-black bodysuit, feeling its icy touch. The material, almost alive, bore an extraordinary adhesive quality. As he extended his arm into the sleeve, the cold, slick fabric instantly conformed to his skin, fitting as snugly as a second layer of skin. Yet without any sensation of tightness or discomfort. The garment adjusted its size automatically, enveloping every curve of his body perfectly. As he pulled the last bit of the collar up to his neck, a faint yet distinct wave of soul energy emanated from the bodysuit, resonating wondrously with the poisonous golden vine soul energy within him. Buzz. Under the eerie green glow, the shadow's form abruptly became indistinct. It was not invisibility, but rather a drastic reduction in his presence. He still stood there, yet his outline seemed to blend into the surrounding thick darkness and ghastly green shadows. Light appeared to twist and absorb around the surface of his body, rendering his silhouette fluttering and elusive, as if viewed through frosted glass. More astonishingly, when he deliberately restrained his breath and remained motionless, even the soul energy fluctuations and life essence he emanated were flawlessly absorbed, distorted, and diffused by that layer of bodysuit. Like pebbles thrown into a deep pool, the ripples were instantly smoothed away. The Nightwalker's skin, he understood. This was no ordinary stealth equipment, but a masterpiece that combined advanced soul-guiding technology with special biological materials. It could significantly distort light, absorb sound, diminish soul energy fluctuations, and even disrupt others' perception and tracking. It was the ultimate tool for traversing the darkness. In the murky yellow-green eyes of the old, lame man, a momentary glint of cold light seemed to flicker, reflecting a peculiar satisfaction in appraising the creation. His bony hand lifted once more, pointing toward an even darker corner deep within the chamber. A hoarse voice echoed like the laborious creaking of rusted gears. "Let us test the mouse there." The icy gaze of Shadow instantly shifted towards the indicated direction. At the edge of a ghastly green glow, within a thick, impenetrable darkness, two crimson lights flickered to life, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast awakening from the shadows. A faint yet chilling pulse of malevolent soul energy surged forth, akin to a venomous serpent, locking onto Shadow with unerring precision. Chapter 55. The Alchemical Trial. 12. This was a specter of the darkness, an unparalleled weapon of stealth. The murky, yellow-green eyes of the old, limping figure sparkled with a sinister light as Shadow donned his nocturnal attire, akin to a lizard lurking in the shadows. In that glimmer, there was no admiration, no awe, only an icy, almost cruel scrutiny, akin to a blacksmith awaiting the outcome of a blade tempered in the fire. "Let us test the mouse there." The voice, dry and raspy, struggled forth like rusted gears turning, as bony fingers, marked by age, pointed towards an even denser, more lifeless corner of the room. Shadow's eyes, like shards of ice, swiftly turned to the indicated spot. Two scarlet lights flared to life, like the flickering flames of hell, without warning. Amidst the absolute darkness at the edge of the ghastly green glow, crimson, ferocious, bursting with a primal desire for slaughter and a frenzied hunger. They fixed their gaze upon Shadow with relentless determination, even clad in his nocturnal garb, even with all his presence suppressed, that chilling, cloying sense of mental lock remained disturbingly clear. A low hum resonated, a feeble yet piercing mental assault akin to countless steel needles piercing the soul, abruptly invading Shadow's mind. Alongside this onslaught, a nauseating stench, a noxious blend of rotting flesh and toxic slime, assaulted his senses. A piercing shriek erupted, sharp enough to shatter eardrums and distort souls. Accompanying this wail, a dark red figure, reminiscent of flayed flesh, hurtled from the depths of the shadows with a speed unparalleled. Its target set squarely on Shadow's throat. Shadow's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. The mental impact slithered into his mind like a frigid serpent, attempting to tear apart his consciousness. Yet, having endured the trials of the sea of corruption and the rebirth of his soul, Shadow's mental fortitude had been tempered to resemble ancient ice. The sharp impact, upon touching the depths of his soul, was silently dissolved by the purifying radiance of his soul, the essence of his venomous spirit. Awareness returned to its pristine clarity. The icy gaze reflected the dark red silhouette that surged towards him. It was no mere mouse. It was a grotesque, twisted monstrosity akin to a nightmare. Barely the size of a domestic cat, its body was cloaked in dark red, with exposed muscle fibers oozing a viscous pus, devoid of fur, only writhing, maggot-like flesh. Its limbs were long and thin like withered branches, ending in sharp bone claws that glimmered with a chilling green light. Most terrifying of all was its head, which bore no eyes, no nose, but a gaping maw, filled with spiral teeth, that occupied 2/3 of its hideous visage. The 2 points of scarlet light emanated from the depths of its gaping maw, as if ignited from the abyss-like throat within. This was no creation of nature. It was a grotesque product of alchemy, a perversion of life and a desecration of the soul, a weapon of slaughter, modified and nurtured by the old, crippled leg for testing purposes. A stench of blood filled the air. The massive jaws, lined with spiraled, razor-sharp teeth, exuded a putrid aroma, already lunging toward the neck of the shadow. Its speed surpassed that of any ordinary agile soul master. Life and death hung in the balance. The shadow did not retreat. Instead, it coiled like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly springing forth. The terrifying flexibility bestowed by the Nightwalker's skin combined seamlessly with a newfound, formidable explosive power. Just narrowly, it evaded the monster's fatal bite, as the creature's crimson fangs grazed against the shadow's neck, cloaked in the Nightwalker's skin, stirring up a nauseating gust of foul air. Simultaneously, in that low crouch, the shadow's right arm shot forth like a boneless serpent, swift as lightning. Its fingers transformed into claws, dark golden soul power coalescing and flowing at the fingertips, subtly forming a phantom entwined with venomous golden vines. With a ferocious force that could tear asunder all, it struck fiercely at the monster's slender, fragile waist. A sickening sound erupted, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into rancid fat. The shadow's fingers sank deep into the monster's dark, slimy flesh. Viscous, scalding, an intensely corrosive dark red pus erupted forth, splattering onto the Nightwalker's skin, emitting a faint hissing sound of corrosion. The creature let out a more piercing, agonizing shriek. Its body twisted violently, elongated bone claws slicing through the air with a shrill cry, viciously clawing at the shadow's arm and face. Its speed was ghostly. A chilling light flashed in the shadow's eyes. The right hand, gripping the monster's waist, clenched fiercely like a vice, ignoring the corrosive pus and the threat of bone claws. An overwhelming brute force suddenly erupted. Break for me. Crack. The sickening sound of shattering bones accompanied the muffled roar of torn muscle fibers. Under the shadow's terrifying grip, the slender waist of the dark red monster twisted and warped like a brittle twig. A torrent of dark red pus mixed with shattered internal organs gushed forth from the rupture like a fountain. With a mighty grip, the shadow spun like a top, hurling the thrashing, shrieking remnants of the creature against a wooden rack piled high with jars and bottles on the opposite side of the chamber. Boom. Crash. The wooden rack collapsed in response. Countless dusty glass bottles shattered, spraying their contents. Strange colored liquids, emitting pungent odors, powders, and paste splattered everywhere, instantaneously staining the area in a riot of hues, radiating a strong, bizarre stench. The half of the monster's body convulsed amidst the shattered glass and viscous potions, its scarlet glow swiftly dimming. The battle concluded with swift and brutal finality, from the monster's initial lunge to its being torn asunder and smashed. Merely 2 breaths had passed. The shadow stood still, breathing slightly heavier. On its right arm, the Nightwalker's skin bore shallow white marks from the monster's bone claws, quickly regenerating under the flow of dark golden soul power. The tainted dark red pus, purified by a pearly white halo, emitted a faint hissing sound, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. The defensive capabilities and self-purifying abilities of Nightwalker leather far exceed expectations. Chapter 56, Alchemical Trial Blade, 22. He slowly raised his head, his icy gaze directed towards the old hunchback still seated on the low stool, cradling the eerie green bone lantern. The murky yellow-green orbs of the hunchback were fixated on the chaotic apothecary area, gradually shifting towards Shadow. His face, deeply ensconced in shadows and resembling a sculpted piece of withered wood, remained devoid of expression. Yet, Shadow keenly discerned a fleeting glimmer of insatiable greed, burning faintly yet intensely within the depths of those murky eyes, akin to a famished wolf discovering a rare treasure. As his gaze swept across the swiftly regenerating white scars on Shadow's right arm, a soft grunt escaped the hunchback's nostrils, ambiguous in meaning, reminiscent of an antiquated bellows. His skeletal hand wavered slightly, supporting the ghostly green lantern. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 beast bone lanterns hovering around Shadow extinguished instantaneously, plunging the chamber back into a thick darkness, save for the solitary, ghastly green glow emanating from the hunchback's lantern. Qualitative skin. A hoarse and parched voice resonated, imbued with a metallic rasp. Bone next. Before the words faded, the hunchback's greasy, leather apron-clad hand, not the one holding the lantern, lifted again, casually gesturing towards Shadow. Swish, swish. 2 shadows shot towards Shadow with the sound of slicing air. This time, Shadow did not evade. His icy eyes precisely tracked the trajectory of the shadows. His hand shot out with lightning speed, firmly grasping 2 items. In his left hand, he held a hood, equally dark, crafted from the same material as the Nightwalker leather, with only the eyes and mouth exposed. On the leather, commanded the hunchback in a rasping tone. Shadow shift, activate with soul power. He gestured towards the black metallic disc in Shadow's right hand. 10 breaths once. 10 times waste. Shadow uttered not a word of protest. He swiftly donned the obsidian hood. The material seamlessly merged with his form-fitting attire, enveloping his head entirely, revealing only his eyes, which gleamed like ice, astonishingly bright in the darkness. A profound sense of tranquility, as though severed from the world, enveloped him. Simultaneously, he channeled a thread of pure, dark, golden soul power into the black metallic disc in his right hand. Shadow shift. Buzz. In the next instant, Shadow's figure became exceedingly blurred, almost transparent. Like a drop of ink cast into water, he dissolved instantaneously into the dense darkness. It was not mere invisibility. It was as if he had temporarily merged into the crevices of space, completely erasing his existence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Under the eerie glow of the bone lantern, the spot where Shadow had vanished was utterly vacant. Not even the flow of air had altered. After 10 breaths, buzz. 10 breaths once, 10 times waste. This was a formidable, life-preserving soul-guiding artifact, capable of erasing existence for a brief time. But at the cost of exorbitant usage limits and depletion, the hunchback's murky yellow-green eyes, akin to the most precise instruments, were fixed intently upon the location where Shadow reappeared, as well as the state of the Shadow shift disc in his hand. A glimmer of feeble satisfaction seemed to flit across his withered visage. Once more, the raspy voice echoed, akin to a final decree. Leave. The transaction was complete. Nightwalker leather, a hood, and the Shadow slip disc. The Shadow has acquired both the skin and shield to traverse the dark realm of Ironthorn Fortress. He cast not a single glance at the old, limping figure, nor did he regard the mess tainted by the monstrous blood and strange potions. His icy gaze swept across the hidden chamber under the hood's shadow, his body slightly bent. Buzz. The Shadow slip disc was activated once more. A dim glow pulsed. The Shadow's figure seemed to be erased by an invisible eraser, vanishing from sight in an instant, melding into the thick darkness of the chamber. This time, he did not remain still. He moved towards the heavy, closed oak door. In the span of 10 breaths, in a state of absolute concealment, he traversed, as if slipping through the crevices of space. Silently, he crossed the chaotic potion area, maneuvering past scattered metal parts and blueprints. Like a genuine specter, leaving no trace, stirring not a breath of air. As the 10th breath concluded, and the space revealed a barely perceptible distortion, the Shadow's form pressed against the inner side of the closed oak door. He extended his hand, fingertips coalescing a thread of soul energy, pressing against a similarly concealed dark red crystal on the inner surface of the door. Whir, click, click. The familiar sound of mechanisms echoed. The heavy wooden door slid open silently, revealing a gap. The dim light and cacophony of rusty nail alley, mingled with the fetid air, rushed in instantly. The Shadow's figure, like a slippery loach, sidled out in an instant. Before the chamber was once again engulfed in utter darkness, he vanished outside the door. Bang! The heavy wooden door closed silently behind him, locking shut. Through the hood's shadow, his icy gaze surveyed the thrumming crowd illuminated by the flickering lights of Rusty Nail Alley. Rife with hidden malice, he sensed several suspicious and greedy glances locking onto him from the shadowy sentinels at the alley's entrance. Yet at this moment, the Shadow's presence was perfectly concealed by the Nightwalker leather, his form blurred and distorted within the interplay of light and shadow. No longer was he the conspicuous newcomer. He had melded into the very essence of this dark alley. He did not linger. His footsteps fell silently upon the filthy cobblestones, like a true ghost. Stealthily advancing deeper into the alley, towards the area designated as the mass grave, a domain of death. The prey was fully equipped. The hunt was officially afoot. Chapter 57. The Wails of the Mass Grave. 13. The night of Ironthorn Fortress resembled the rotting belly of a colossal beast. The flickering glow of the soul-guiding lamps in Rusty Nail Alley appeared like dying nerve endings, gradually warping, dimming, and ultimately consumed by the denser, more viscous darkness. He navigated through the narrow, profound network of back alleys, choked with decaying refuse and unknown filth, his footsteps landing silently on the slick, clammy stones. The leather and shield from the old, hobbled alchemist were already donned. The rats of the mass grave served as the first whetstone for his blade. The scent in the air was subtly shifting. The acrid stench of inferior fuel, the foul odor of rotting food, and the pungent effluvia that belonged to the city's tainted veins gradually faded like a receding tide. In its stead arises a more profound and chilling atmosphere, reminiscent of decayed soil steeped in the essence of countless deaths and despair, replete with the fetid scent of damp earth, the sickly sweetness of rotting vegetation. the powdery residue of weathered bones, and a faint yet penetrating stench of decay that seeps into the marrow. The air of the mass grave envelopes him. The figure moves with an unbroken grace, as if merging with the shadows, like a droplet of water lost in darkness. He traverses silently through the distorted silhouettes of crumbling edifices and shattered walls, relying on the coarse memories of daylight and the chilling map inscribed on the aged parchment. He deftly avoids corners that may harbor gang sentinels, skirting areas that exude faint ripples of spiritual energy, possibly rigged with rudimentary soul-guiding devices. As he approaches the periphery of the fortress, the structures become increasingly sparse and dilapidated. The towering black stone walls loom like colossal tombstones, casting shadows as deep as the abyss. Beneath his feet, the cobblestone path gives way to soft, sticky mud, mingled with gravel and unidentifiable fragments of bone. The air grows increasingly suffocating, saturated with the stench of decay and death, pressing heavily against his chest like an invisible miasma. His senses sharpen to their utmost limits. The venomous golden vine spirit flows through his meridians, its purifying glow acting as the most meticulous filter, isolating the nauseating odor of decay and the potential toxins it harbors, cleansing them from his perception. Yet the chill of death, emanating from the depths of his soul, gnaws incessantly at his consciousness like a relentless frost. Ahead, the last remnants of a low, ramshackle area resembling abandoned pens for beasts fade behind him. His view expands, yet he is plunged into another, even more disquieting darkness. A vast, sloping wasteland sprawls before him, akin to a grotesque scar upon the earth, lying at the foot of the towering black stone walls of Ironthorn Fortress. There are no grand trees, only a few twisted and grotesque silhouettes of dead trees, resembling dying arms in their desperate struggle, casting sinister shadows under the dim starlight. The ground is blanketed with a thick layer of decaying leaves and dried grass, the sound of his footsteps crunching beneath him reminiscent of treading upon countless bones. The air, heavy with the mingling scents of damp earth, rotting foliage, and a pungent odor of decay, reaches a suffocating intensity. He can even detect the faintest hint of phosphorescence that drifts through the air, a ghostly fire of phosphine produced during the natural decomposition of corpses, igniting in the night like scattered, ghostly green eyes of death. This is the mass grave of Ironthorn Fortress, where unclaimed bodies, victims of gang wars, and the vanished who met secret executions find their final resting place, a breeding ground for despair, death, and oblivion. Standing at the edge of the slope, his icy gaze, concealed beneath the hood, pierces through the thick darkness, surveying this ominous expanse with the acuity of the sharpest night vision. The map imprinted in his soul vividly materializes. The twisted, wailing skull marking a beacon in the gloom, pointing toward a relatively sunken area, surrounded by massive weathered stones deep within the slope. The target is there. He does not act immediately. Like a cold rock, he melds into the shadow cast by a massive gnarled tree. The night's embrace perfectly conceals his presence and form. In the absolute darkness, he becomes the very essence of shadow itself. Perception unfurls like an invisible spider's web, extending deep into the sloping terrain. Is the rustling sound the wind caressing the decayed leaves, or is it some creature crawling beneath the withered grass? Is the mournful wail a lament of the wind passing through the hollow of a dead tree, or the anguished cry of a restless soul? Is the crack a mere whisper of a brittle branch snapping underfoot, or the sound of bones grinding as a predator shifts? Beneath the oppressive silence, a dark current stirs. This land, steeped in death, is far from the calm it outwardly portrays. The mouse that the old wrench seeks to hunt is no ordinary prey. Hidden here with remarkable cunning, the patience of the shadow is akin to tempered ice. It lies in wait, its eyes, sharpened like frozen blades, fixated on the direction of the skeletal marking, attuned to any anomaly in the air. Time drags on in the suffocating stillness. After an indeterminate duration, the shadow's ear twitches ever so slightly. It is not sound, it is vibration, an exceedingly faint, rhythmic tremor in the ground, akin to the slow dragging of a heavy object, emanates from the direction of the skeletal mark, occurring roughly every 10 heartbeats. Concurrently, an almost imperceptible yet pungent odor of decay, infused with a spectral essence, wafts forth, reminiscent of bubbles rising from a putrid swamp, spreading from that area. Is the target in motion, or engaged in some task? The shadow no longer lingers. Like a true specter emerging from the gloom, it glides along the ground, adopting a nearly crawling yet astonishingly swift posture, silently advancing towards the source of the tremors. The supple flexibility and newfound strength bestowed by the nocturnal skin merge flawlessly, enabling it to traverse the soft, sticky layer of rotting leaves, akin to a gliding serpent, leaving no discernible trace. It skillfully employs the undulations of the slope, the massive weathered stones, and the shadows of twisted dead trees as cover, each movement precisely timed to coincide with the intervals of the vibrations. The distance to the target area diminishes. Navigating around a colossal weathered rock that stands like a tombstone, the shadow finally glimpses the scene within the target zone. Before it lies a depression, flanked in a semicircle by 3 enormous weathered stones. In the center of the hollow, contrary to expectations of a mound of corpses, the ground is surprisingly level. On the flat surface, 5 bodies lie starkly displayed, and at the heart of the tremors stands a figure, its back turned towards the shadow. Is it humanoid? It is exceedingly diminutive, hunched over, clad in a filthy robe pieced together from various rags, leather, and even rotting vines, barely concealing its form. The exposed skin bears a corpse-like ashen hue, riddled with wrinkles and dark splotches of decay. Most bizarre are its movements. It is dragging a relatively fresh corpse, one with a dagger embedded in its chest, exceedingly slowly, step by step, towards the center of the hollow, into an intricately painted dark red sigil on the ground. The heavy dragging sound and the faint tremors of the earth originate from this act. As it pulls the body, the shadow can clearly see that the hand gripping the corpse's ankle is gaunt, resembling a chicken's foot, with nails that are black and sharp, encrusted with thick grime and dark red clots of blood. The skin exhibited an unnatural, grayish hue, reminiscent of a stitched wound. What further constricted the pupils was a faintly visible brand nestled within the tattered fabric of a ragged robe at the old, hunched figure's nape. This mark, minute yet emanating a subtle pulse of spiritual energy and a chilling aura, resembled a compass design formed by 3 twisted fingers intersecting at various angles. It mirrored the emblem found on the coin given by the old mechanic, as well as the spatial fluctuations sensed within the decrepit chamber of the old, limping figure. The mechanic's intentions? No. The mechanic desired its demise. This wretched creature was exploiting some form of spatial marker or technique associated with the old mechanic's lineage to commit sacrilegious acts upon the deceased in this very place. This was no mere act of corpse desecration. It was an insidious alchemical ritual, employing the energies of cadavers and lost souls for some forbidden ceremony. This creature was a blasphemer. At the moment the figure discerned the scene within the hollow, the hunched rat seemed to sense something amiss. It abruptly ceased dragging the corpse, turning its head with a stiff, puppet-like rigidity. Beneath the hood, the figure's icy gaze locked onto the rat's grotesque visage, illuminated by the eerie green glow of ghostly flames. That countenance could hardly be termed a face. The skin appeared corroded by acid, marred by pockmarks and grotesque scars, presenting a ghastly purplish hue. The nose had devolved into 2 dark, hollow cavities, while the lips were torn and askew, revealing uneven, beastly yellow-black teeth. Most disquieting were its eyes, devoid of whites, with 2 fiery green flames burning within the sockets, filled with chaos, madness, and an overwhelming, tormenting agony. A raspy, inhuman sound, akin to a deflating bellows, escaped its torn lips. Those green flames, filled with a whirlwind of shock, rage, and insatiable greed, fixated upon the shadowed figure's concealment. Discovery. An alarm blared within the figure's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, as the rat emitted its inhuman shriek, the figure's left hand darted into the inner lining of its cloak. Seizing the cold, shadowy disc, pure dark golden spiritual energy surged forth instantaneously. Buzz. The figure's form became exceedingly blurred and translucent, as if erased by an invisible eraser, vanishing from its place in an instant. At the precise moment of its disappearance, a chilling, distorted sound erupted, far more piercing and warped than before, as if countless souls were wailing simultaneously. This terrifying sonic wave, intermingled with a substantial, ghostly green mental shockwave, crashed against the very area where the figure had just concealed itself, like an invisible tsunami. Boom. The hard surface of the rock was instantly torn asunder and shattered. Debris exploded outward like cannon fire. The massive weathered stone groaned under the strain, its surface marred by a spiderweb of cracks. The shockwave swept forth, laden with the stench of death and chaotic spiritual pollution, clearing the decayed leaves and withered grass from the edges of the hollow in an instant. The figure's icy gaze penetrated the swirling dust, locking onto the very center of the hollow. The hunched rat had succumbed to a frenzy. Its emerald flames flickered wildly, clearly reflecting an intense rage and confusion at the shadow's sudden disappearance. It paid no heed to the half-dragged corpse, suddenly opening its gaping maw to emit a silent roar. A more potent and chilling surge of energy erupted from the array. Immediately, the corpses positioned at the edge of the depression, including the skeletal remains and those in various stages of decay, began to convulse violently. The grinding of bones produced a nauseating crackling sound, The putrid flesh swelled like boiling matter, oozing thick, foul-smelling black-green ichor from their mouths, nostrils, and wounds. Sinister, rasping breaths escaped from the throats of the corpses, reminiscent of a wind-battered bellows. Under the power of the array, they staggered upright with a grotesque rigidity. Hollow eye sockets ignited with the same eerie green flames. Their intention was unmistakably fixed on the location where the shadow reappeared. Chapter 59, The Wailing of the Mass Grave, 33. The corpses were transformed into puppets. That wretched rat not only desecrated the dead, but also crafted them into instruments of slaughter under its control. A cold glint surged in the shadow's eyes. The muscles beneath its skin tightened instantaneously. It held nothing back. The soul power of a 31st-level soul master erupted with a thunderous force. The shadowy golden phantom of the poisonous golden vine martial soul solidified on its surface, expanding dramatically. Countless dark, gold-hued tendrils, edged with a gentle jade-white luminescence, coiled around its arms and torso like a waking giant serpent. A powerful pressure, cold and resilient, infused with a purifying aura, enveloped the surroundings. With fingers splayed, the right hand gathered dark golden soul power wildly, shaping it. A 3-foot-long vine spike, dark as gold and glimmering with a lethal chill at its tip, with edges radiating a jade-white halo, materialized as if drawn from the void like a spear of judgment. First soul skill, golden vine thrust. The shadow's figure shot forth like a dark golden arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, charging towards the central depression where the frenzied hunchbacked rat resided. Enhanced by the soul skill, its speed reached an unparalleled peak, leaving a blurred afterimage in its wake. The objective was clear: capture the leader first. Eliminating the controller would render the corpses powerless. Roar! The rat's emerald flame-filled eyes flickered frantically, evidently incensed by the shadow's audacious frontal assault. It let out a bestial roar, its emaciated hands, resembling chicken claws, slammed downwards. The sinister green glow of the malevolent array surged once more. The 5 recently risen puppets roared in a hoarse chorus as if receiving a command, dragging their decayed bodies forward, reeking of death and decay, charging fearlessly towards the shadow. Their movements were stiff yet imbued with immense strength, their decaying arms swung with a fierce wind capable of rending flesh. The shadow's charging path was abruptly sealed by the 5 roaring puppets. It seemed destined to fall into their encirclement. Just at this critical moment, the shadow's charge executed an unfathomable, extreme maneuver. Like a phantom, it brushed past the outstretched claws of the foremost puppet, dropping low and nearly gliding along the ground. Simultaneously, the shadowy escape disc in its left hand flickered with eerie light once more. Buzz! The space warped. As the shadow's figure vanished in the instant when 5 corpse puppets were about to encircle him, it was as if erased from existence. 10 breaths. The rapid passage between life and death. The location where the shadow had disappeared saw the 5 corpse puppets' attacks collide violently. Decaying limbs crashed against each other, tearing and producing nauseating thuds and the sound of shattering bones. When the shadow reappeared, it seemed as though he had teleported, materializing behind the hunchbacked rat with less than 3 feet of distance. In his hand, a dark golden, jade-white vine tip, infused with terrifying soul power, radiated a purifying aura of jade-white light and the ruthless force to rend all asunder, lunged fiercely towards the rat's nape, where a compass brand emitted spatial fluctuations. Timing, angle, force, perfectly exquisite. This was a lethal strike that fused newfound strength, stealth from the Nightwalker, and the shadow's ambush. Hiss. The rat clearly did not anticipate the shadow's sudden, deadly assault. It sensed the horrific killing intent behind it, potent enough to pierce its very soul. For the first time, a clear fear flickered in its emerald flame-like eyes. Its hunched body erupted with astonishing speed, incongruous with its size, as it lunged forward in a desperate attempt to evade. But alas, it was too late. Uffed! The dark golden, jade-white vine tip pierced through the rat's nape with the precision of a searing knife slicing through congealed fat, penetrating the twisted compass brand flawlessly. The jade-white purifying aura erupted instantaneously. Oh! A shriek, twisted and dissonant, blending in human agony with the sound of a soul being torn apart, erupted violently from the rat's gaping mouth. Its forward motion abruptly froze. Where the nape had been pierced, no blood gushed forth. Instead, a thick, tar-like, black liquid, exuding a potent sulfurous stench, erupted forth. This liquid writhed as if alive, desperately attempting to erode the vine tip. Simultaneously, the 2 emerald flames in its eyes flickered wildly. Dimming. The malevolent formation at the center of the depression flickered like a candle in the wind, unstable and erratic. The 5 corpse puppets, entangled in their own destructive struggle, suddenly became as lifeless as marionettes with their strings severed, collapsing to the ground like sludge, their emerald flames extinguished completely. With a successful strike, the shadow remained entirely unyielding. He twisted his wrist violently. The vine tip embedded in the rat's nape thrashed brutally within its body. The jade-white purifying aura clashed fiercely with the black, filthy liquid, annihilating it, producing a sizzling, piercing sound and waves of nauseating smoke. Please, don't kill me. I know. The rat's body convulsed violently, and amidst its inhuman wails, fragmented, hoarse human speech emerged, laden with profound pain and terror. It seemed to be attempting to barter information for its life. His left hand shot out like lightning, fingers curled like claws, imbued with dark golden soul power, aimed to firmly grasp the rat's emaciated neck, covered in ashen skin. He was poised to subdue it completely. However, just as his fingertips were about to brush against the rat's skin, an unforeseen change occurred. Deep within the shattered compass mark on the nape of the mouse's neck, ensnared by thorny vines, a faint yet resplendent golden radiance emerged, imbued with a divine aura. Igniting suddenly like a triggered fuse, this light, pure and fervent, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding malevolent filth. Instantly, a minuscule yet remarkably vivid imprint materialized, akin to the activated patterns of a soul guide, shaped by that sacred golden glow. It unmistakably took the form of a chrysanthemum, poised to bloom. Composed entirely of radiant light, the flower's silhouette was both elegant and imposing, its petal edges shimmering with a divine halo that exuded an aura of irreverence. The celestial chrysanthemum, the emblem of the Spirit Hall's Elder Council, the symbol of the title Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. This mark signified the Spirit Hall's authority, and it was the exclusive emblem of the most esteemed elders. The pupil of the shadow contracted to the size of a pinprick. A chilling dread surged from the spine to the crown of the head. This rodent, lurking in a burial ground, desecrating corpses, and conducting nefarious rituals, was somehow linked to the highest echelons of the Spirit Hall. Was it a trap or an execution? As the chrysanthemum imprint took form, the divine golden light erupted with ferocious intensity. An overwhelming energy, imbued with the will to purify and annihilate, exploded forth as if a dormant volcano had been violently awakened, erupting from the gaping wound on the mouse's neck. Boom. Chapter 60. The Chrysanthemum Seal and the Undercurrent. 13. Boom. The sacred golden radiance burst forth like a miniature sun igniting in a foul swamp. The golden light, surging from the depths of the shattered imprint on the mouse's neck, unleashed unfathomable terrifying energy at the moment the chrysanthemum apparition crystallized. It was searing, pristine, imbued with an unassailable will to purify and a cataclysmic force. Igniting like a slumbering volcano, the shadow's claws were poised just a hair's breadth from the mouse's gaunt, ashen skin. Yet, a formidable shockwave, as tangible as a wall of light, struck violently against his arm and chest. Thud! The shadow was as if struck by a heavy hammer. A sharp pain surged through his chest, blood and fragments of organs erupted from his mouth, staining the hem of his nocturnal hood. His body was uncontrollably hurled backward. The dark golden, jade-white vine that had pierced the mouse's neck disintegrated under the onslaught of this terrifying golden energy, crumbling and vaporizing like ice cast into a furnace. The mouse, enveloped in golden light, emitted a piercing wail, as if its very soul had been ignited. Its hunched form twisted as though gripped by an invisible giant hand. From the shattered imprint on its nape, thick, blackened blood spurted violently, only to dissolve and evaporate upon contact with the golden light, like snow melting in the sun. Its ashen skin cracked and carbonized, peeling away to reveal dark red muscle fibers writhing beneath, as if corroded by a potent acid. The twin pools of eerie green flames flickered wildly in the golden glow, dimming until they extinguished completely, akin to a snuffed candle flame. Purification, annihilation. The golden light flickered but for an ephemeral moment, reminiscent of a fleeting bloom. Yet, in the aftermath of this explosive display, the mouse's frail body stiffened abruptly, as if all support had been stripped away. All struggles and anguished cries came to an abrupt halt. The head, charred and carbonized as if scorched by golden flames, emitted a final, agonizing crack as it was forcefully severed from the burnt neck, rolling away with a grotesque thud. The headless, charred torso fell heavily into the center of the hollow ground, crashing onto the decaying leaves and stirring up a small cloud of dust, mingled with the acrid stench of burning flesh and death. The blackened head, still emitting wisps of smoke, rolled to the shadow's feet, its hollow eye sockets reflecting a last, eerie expression of both pain and liberation. Silence once again enveloped the hollow. save for the lingering heat of golden light and the nauseating odors of charred flesh, decay, and sulfur that permeated the air. The malevolent array dimmed entirely, and the 5 corpse puppets lay motionless on the ground, resembling true remnants of decay. The shadow struggled to rise from the pile of decaying leaves, his back colliding with the cold rock, sending shockwaves through old wounds and fresh injuries, causing his vision to darken. He fixated on the charred head at his feet, noting the neck's severed point where golden light had obliterated everything, leaving only a vague, blackened imprint. The title of the Elder of the Mystic Soul Hall, known as the title Douluo, echoed ominously in his mind. A chilling sensation, more piercing than the winds of a graveyard, surged from his spine to his very limbs. He realized he had inadvertently brushed against the edge of a vast and perilous vortex. Just as the shadow's mind reeled, bracing against the pain to manage the scene, a cold, vigilant hiss imbued with soul power shattered the silence of the graveyard, echoing from above the hollow. Atop a massive weathered stone, someone. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. His ice-cold gaze instantly swept toward the source of the voice. There, atop the tombstone-like weathered stone, stood a figure, having appeared silently and unannounced, clad in a deep gray outfit that melded seamlessly with the darkness. The individual wore a mask that concealed all but their eyes and mouth. Tall and agile, they resembled a drawn blade, exuding a chilling and efficient aura. Most striking was the peculiar short crossbow in their grasp, its darkened body glistening with a ghostly blue light along the blade. Though compact, it radiated a disquieting wave of soul power, clearly a high-grade soul-guiding artifact. In the crossbow's quiver, a bolt shimmering with a sinister green hue, evidently laced with venom, was already loaded, its tip precisely aimed at the kneeling shadow in the hollow. The eyes behind the mask were sharp as an eagle's, filled with suspicion, vigilance, and a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent. Clearly, they had just arrived, startled by the residual terrifying energy in the hollow, especially the momentary eruption of golden light. And the scene before them. The shadow's heart nearly ceased to beat. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The nocturnal figure adeptly concealed his presence and form. Yet at this moment, he knelt on the ground, surrounded by charred, headless corpses and severed heads, the hollow ground a scene of utter chaos. The air was thick with a palpable energy disturbance and the heavy scent of death, an enigma beyond explanation. More alarmingly, the soul-guiding crossbow in his adversary's grip had already locked onto him. The vibrations emanating from the ethereal blue crossbow and its poison bolts foretold a terrifying speed and power upon activation. Given the current state of his injuries, evasion seemed improbable. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through his mind. To confront head-on? With his wounded body facing an opponent wielding a powerful soul-guiding crossbow of unknown strength. The risk was insurmountable. To explain? In this graveyard, facing a clearly probing Nightwalker was akin to casting pearls before swine. To flee? Under the targeting of the crossbow, turning would make him an easy target. The only option was to take the initiative, create chaos, and leverage the environment to escape. A cold glint ignited in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, and devoid of any words, he thrust his left hand into the inner side of his cloak. It was not the shadow escape disc, but a small, obsidian metal vial containing 3 drops of soul-burning essence. The raven's chilling warning echoed violently in his mind. Never use it unless facing certain death. It could instantaneously incinerate your vitality, soul power, and even the essence of your soul, in exchange for a fleeting, overwhelming surge of power. The cost could be permanent foundational damage or even total annihilation. At this moment, he was indeed in a desperate situation. With every ounce of strength, he forcefully flicked open the vial's seal. An indescribable, abyssal coldness, imbued with destructive fury, surged forth from the vial's opening. There was no time to ponder the consequences as he tilted the vial to his lips and poured it down with fervor. Just a drop. Merely a single drop. The viscous, icy soul-burning essence, reminiscent of a millennia-old frozen elixir, slid down his throat. Boom. It was as if a cataclysmic star had detonated deep within his soul. An indescribable torrent, a chaotic blend of frigid and searing heat, erupted within him like an uncontrollable cosmic storm. As it surged through his veins, they shattered like fragile glass. His soul power was forcibly ignited, squeezed, and boiled. His vitality blazed like a raging flood unleashed. Even the essence of his soul screamed in agony, torn and scorched. Aya! A sound erupted from his throat, the suppressed roar of a creature on the brink of death. His eyes were instantly filled with a wild golden fury and chaotic crimson. The surface of his skin cracked with dark golden fissures, spreading like a web. While the pure white halo of purification was forcefully suppressed, and distorted by this devastating power. The price was steep, but he had gained power, a ferocity far beyond his current realm, capable of tearing asunder all. This is bad. The gray-cloaked figure atop the crumbling stone felt his pupils constrict. He clearly sensed the figure below, shrouded in black, whose aura had abruptly surged from a state of weakness to an explosive, volcanic intensity, ascending to a terrifying realm that sent shivers through his very soul. The devastating fluctuation of power caused the soul-guided crossbow in his hand to emit a distressing hum under the strain. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A piercing green toxic light, honed to perfection, tore through the air like a kiss of death from the underworld, accompanied by a shrill scream, instantly traversing several meters to strike at the heart of the shadow. The speed was beyond the grasp of the eye. Yet, at the very moment the bolt was released, the shadow moved. Fueled by the temporary surge of power bestowed by the soul-consuming essence, his movements became astonishingly swift. His body transformed into a weightless phantom, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. His true form had seemingly teleported, sidestepping 3 feet. The toxic arrow struck fiercely into the decayed leaves where the shadow had just been, its tail quivering violently, while the arrow's shaft caused the surrounding foliage to blacken, wither, and emit a hissing sound of corrosion. The shadow did not pause for an instant. Harnessing the terrifying explosive force from the soul-consuming essence, he lunged forward like a primordial beast pouncing on its prey, his feet forcefully pushing against the ground. The decayed leaves and soil beneath him erupted like a bomb had detonated, creating a gaping crater. His form morphed into a flickering shadow ablaze with dark gold and crimson flames, charging not towards the gray-clad figure atop the weathered stone, but towards the edge of the depression where lay a relatively fresh corpse, still impaled by a dagger. His target was that very dagger. The gray-clad man was momentarily stunned by the shadow's utterly illogical action. In a flash, the shadow had reached the side of the corpse. With his right hand, marred by dark golden cracks, he let out a piercing shriek as he forcefully extracted the dagger stained with blackish-red blood from the corpse's chest. Simultaneously, the shadowy disc tightly gripped in his left hand erupted with an unprecedented, profound glow under the reckless infusion of soul-consuming power. The space around him warped and distorted, enveloping both the shadow and the corpse in a vast radius far exceeding before. Stop him! The gray-clad man finally reacted, his voice a fierce roar. The soul-guided crossbow in his hand flickered with light as the second poisoned bolt was readied. Yet, he was quick, but the shadow was swifter. At the very moment the second bolt was about to be released, the shadow and the corpse he clutched vanished as if erased by a colossal eraser, leaving behind only a blasted crater, swirling dust, and the lingering frenzied energy mingled with the stench of decay. The second green toxic arrow shot fiercely into the void. Atop the weathered stone, the gray-clad man's hand gripping the soul-guided crossbow trembled slightly, his gaze beneath the mask filled with incredulous horror. A teleportation? Teleporting with a corpse? What an enigmatic ability is this? He swiftly scanned his surroundings, sensing the area as if a tide washed over the chaotic graveyard. Apart from the charred, headless corpse at the center of the depression, the rolling blackened head, and the 5 collapsed puppets, there was no trace of life. That mysterious figure in black, along with the corpse taken away, had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Damn it, the gray-clad man muttered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He stowed away the soul-guided crossbow and leaped down from the weathered stone like a great bird, landing amidst the disarray of the depression. He crouched down, his gaze heavy as he examined the charred, headless corpse, particularly the spot on the back of the neck where the brand had been utterly incinerated. His fingers brushed over the scorched flesh, collecting a trace of golden ash that emitted a faint, sacred aura. The power of the chrysanthemum Douluo made the eyes of the figure beneath the gray hood grow gravely serious and apprehensive. He quickly rose, scanning the last location the shadow had vanished from, then turned his gaze towards the dark silhouette of the Iron Thorn Fortress, resembling a great beast lying low. Immediate report. The scavenger has been silenced. The brand has been triggered. The target is suspected to possess spatial abilities and has vanished with an important container. Threat level extremely high. The gray-cloaked figure whispered hurriedly into an inconspicuous soul-guided communicator on his wrist, his voice cold and urgent. In an instant, he melded into the night like a ghost, disappearing into the deeper darkness of the graveyard, leaving behind a land steeped in death and secrets, weeping in the night wind. Chapter 62, The Chrysanthemum Brand in the Underflow, 33, within the depths of the rusty tavern at the Ironthorn Fortress. A dimly lit chamber flickered with the pale flame of a beast bone oil lamp, casting a faint glow upon a massive black iron table and the silent, rock-like figure of the old wrench beside it, resembling a guardian statue in an ancient tomb. The air was thick and stagnant, infused with the musty sense of aged grease, rusted metal, and the dust of old paper. The heavy oak door slid open silently, a crack revealing a nauseating wave of stench, an acrid amalgamation of burnt flesh. The odor of decay, sulfur, and fresh blood, flooding into the dust-laden chamber like a torrent unleashed from a dam. The old wrench's murky gray eyes stirred slightly, akin to a clouded glass orb, reflecting the staggering figure that stumbled through the doorway. The shadow, clad in a garment that devoured light, a pitch-black cloak and hood. The powerful concealment failed to mask the aura of decay and chaos emanating from him, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The exposed skin of his chin and neck was marred by dark, golden cracks that spread like a spider's web, from which a violent crimson glow faintly shone. His steps were unsteady, each footfall as if treading upon a razor's edge. The old wounds on his back oozing dark red blood anew from the strain of movement and the turmoil within. Most striking was his right hand, not grasping a weapon, but rather dragging a lifeless body. A male corpse clad in tattered leather armor, a dagger embedded in its chest, evidently a victim of recent gang violence. He harshly dragged the body across the cold stone floor, leaving a sporadic trail of muddied, dark red blood. The shadow staggered to the black iron table, as though he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, and with a forceful heave, he threw the heavy corpse onto the table. The dull thud of the body striking the iron surface echoed sharply in the stillness of the chamber. The intense stench of blood and decay instantly enveloped the room, overpowering the stale atmosphere. He raised his trembling, crack-laden hand, pointing towards the dagger deeply embedded in the corpse's chest. A hoarse, fragmented voice, akin to sandpaper scraping rusted metal, struggled to emerge from his throat. There is something inside. Before he could finish, the shadow's body swayed violently, unable to support itself any longer. The devastating backlash brought forth by the soul incineration essence erupted with the ferocity of a tsunami. The excruciating agony of shattered meridians, the frailness of life force burning wildly, and the disorienting torment of a soul being torn asunder overwhelmed his remaining consciousness in an instant. Thud! Shadow collapsed onto the cold, rough stone floor like a lifeless mass stripped of all bones, convulsing violently a few times before falling completely still. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest testified to the last vestiges of his breath. The hood slipped slightly, revealing a forehead as pale as parchment, marred by dark golden fissures and tightly shut eyes. The chamber lay in utter silence. Only the flickering flame of a beast-bone oil lamp danced feebly in the murky air, producing a soft, crackling sound. The old wrench remained seated on the heavy, crude black iron chair, resembling an unyielding monolith. His murky gray eyes slowly turned, first resting on the corpse laid upon the table, a dagger embedded in its chest, exuding a strong metallic scent of blood, before shifting to the figure sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath and covered in dark golden cracks. His weathered visage, scarred and hardened like stone, bore no expression. Yet, as his murky gaze swept over the web-like dark golden fissures on the fallen figure, a ripple of clarity emerged from the depths of his sunken eye sockets, akin to a disturbance in a stagnant well. It was a complex amalgamation of profound shock, disbelief, and a hint of insidious greed. The remnants of the soul incineration essence emitted a voice from the old wrench's throat, raspy as if iron sheets were scraping against one another, laden with unprecedented gravity, coupled with the force of suppressed divine purification and the backlash of malevolent energy. His gaze returned to the corpse on the table, ultimately fixating on the dagger stained with dark crimson blood. The old wrench's left hand, thickly calloused, not a bronze prosthetic, slowly rose. The movement was deliberate and steady, imbued with a dexterity incongruous with his robust frame. He did not touch the corpse, but instead reached toward the dagger with fingers slightly curled, as if grasping something in the void. A feeble yet pure and concentrated gray soul energy emanated from his fingertips, delicately entwining around the dagger. The moment the gray soul energy made contact with the dagger, buzz. The murky gray eyes of the old wrench suddenly sparked with a sharp glimmer. His thickly calloused left hand clenched fiercely. With a pop, the dagger, deeply embedded in the corpse's chest, was wrenched free as if commanded by an unseen force, accompanied by a surge of boiling, tainted blood. At the moment of detachment, the gaping wound on the corpse's chest did not bleed further. Instead, a faint yet continuously twisting and swirling dark gray light orb emerged slowly from the depths of the wound, resembling a miniature vortex. Within the orb flickered countless tiny, dark red runes, writhing like living entities, their light pulsating ominously. An extremely subtle yet disquieting aura of chaos, malevolence, and spatial distortion instantly enveloped the entire chamber. The container was indeed a spatial beacon, The old wrench's hoarse voice carried a hint of understanding, yet predominantly bore an icy seriousness. The positioning beacon pilfered by the rat was astonishingly concealed within a corpse. A flicker of insight shone in the murky depths of the old wrench's eyes, as he swiftly weighed his options. Ultimately, his bronze mechanical limbs slowly lifted, the cold metallic fingertips pressing against a concealed layer within the greasy leather apron. A faint click resonated in the silence. The massive black iron table before him subtly depressed and slid aside, unveiling a narrow passage leading downward into darkness, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. A more potent gust, infused with the scents of herbs, disinfectant, and metal, surged forth from the tunnel. Drag it away. The wrench will mend it. The beacon is sealed. Today's events shall remain buried within. As he spoke, his gnarled left hand reached out once more towards the beacon of light emanating from the wound of the corpse. A formidable gray spiritual force, resembling an invisible cage, swiftly ensnared the writhing dark gray luminescence, compressing it. The light emitted a silent, piercing shriek, thrashing violently yet unable to escape. In the end, it was forcibly condensed into a fist-sized, pulsating dark gray metallic sphere, its surface adorned with protruding crimson runes resembling blood vessels. The old wrench casually tossed the ominous sphere into a specially designed pocket of his leather apron. Then, as if he had completed all tasks, he resumed his slow and deliberate cleaning of a tarnished tin cup with a filthy rag. The murky gray of his eyes reverted to their previous, well-like indifference, as if all that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. In the secret chamber, only the crackling of the oil lamp remained, along with the entrance to the dark passage leading into the unknown, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour secrets and scars. The fate of the shadow and the sealed malevolent beacon sank further into the depths of the Iron Thorn Fortress. Chapter 63. The Rusted Wrench. 12. Darkness enveloped him, thick, frigid, and infused with the pungent odor of metal corrosion, low-grade disinfectant, and some acrid solution. He was unaware of how long he had lain in this abyss. Time had lost its significance, overshadowed by endless agony and chaos. Occasionally, fleeting moments of clarity pierced through the fog. Akin to glimpses of a fleeting vision, the frigid metallic surface pressed against his skin, blinding white light oscillating overhead, indistinct shapes swaying, the chilling clatter of metallic instruments colliding, and a soul-crushing pressure that penetrated to the marrow, accompanied by an excruciating pain that threatened to shatter one's very being. It felt as though his body was disassembled and reassembled, his soul forcibly crammed into a smaller, colder vessel. With each bout of such searing pain, consciousness sank deeper, until a sharp, relentless noise, akin to a file scraping against nerves, violently pierced through the heavy veil of chaos. Accompanying this excruciating sound were the grating noises of metal on metal, and the muffled thud of a heavy object being dragged slowly. The weight of shadows bore down on his eyelids, feeling as though they were welded shut. He summoned all his strength to barely manage to pry open a narrow gap. His vision was obscured, shrouded by a layer of blood crust and physiological tears. He lay upon a cold, unyielding metal platform, with a rough cavernous ceiling above, adorned with pipes and glistening droplets of condensation. A solitary soul-guiding lamp, suspended and emitting a ghastly pallor, served as the only beacon of light, casting sharp contours and deep shadows upon everything around. The source of the cacophony was not far off. A colossal figure, with its back turned to him, was bent over a massive workbench, marred by an array of oil stains, scratches, and ominous dark red splotches. Clad in a deep brown leather apron, caked with grease and metallic debris, the man's exposed arms were sinewy and covered in a dense layer of dark hair. Yet, most striking was his right hand, or rather, what could no longer be called a hand. It was a monstrous, grotesque mechanical arm, gleaming with a chilling bronze sheen. The rasping sound of a file ruthlessly grinding against an irregularly shaped dark metal component filled the air, sending sparks flying like a miniature inferno. The figure's movements were terrifyingly steady, each push imbued with immense force, and every frictional stroke precisely stripped away excess metal, revealing a smooth surface beneath. His left hand, a normal human hand, thickly calloused and marked by deep scars, firmly pressed down on the metal being worked on. His gaze struggled to shift, landing on a corner of the workbench. His heart lurched. The spatial beacon. It had been extracted. Once more, his eyes darted towards the imposing figure, particularly that working bronze arm. Each movement of the metallic claws exuded an inhuman, frigid power. That arm seemed to embody a flawless masterpiece of destruction and craftsmanship, steeped in a violent aesthetic. Was this the wrench? He attempted to move his body, even just a finger. A searing pain exploded from his limbs, as if his very being was being torn apart. A muffled groan escaped his lips, cold sweat instantly soaking through his thin garments. This agony was not merely a consequence of physical injury, but resonated from the depths of his soul, as if that bronze arm was not honing metal, but rather the shattered essence of his own spirit. "Awake, are we?" A voice echoed. He opened his mouth, but his throat was parched and raw, only managing to produce a raspy sound. The old fool-esque collection of soul essence is rather bold. The metallic scraping resumed, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. "Have you tasted the price? Your life is preserved." The owner of the bronze arm slowly straightened, his towering figure nearly eclipsing the pallid light, casting a vast shadow that enveloped him entirely. "Half of your foundation is ruined." Each word struck his heart like a cold hammer. The notion that half of his foundation was obliterated implied that the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated might remain perpetually stagnant or even regress, severing the path ahead. The mark of that rat and the trouble from the dagger remain. The master of the bronze arm seemed unperturbed by his reaction, continuing to speak to himself. With his left hand, thick with calluses, he picked up the freshly polished dark metal piece, its edges ominously sharp, scrutinized it under the light, and carelessly tossed it into a nearby tin bucket brimming with various components, producing a sharp clang. Desiring life and vengeance, one must remain silent and endure. He abruptly turned around. The light illuminated his face, a visage utterly reshaped by the fires of hardship and the passage of time. The left cheek appeared relatively intact, the skin rough and darkened, etched with weathered lines, while a pronounced scar slashed diagonally from the brow to the jaw, resembling a grotesque centipede. Yet the right cheek bore a countenance scarcely resembling that of a human. It was encased in bronze armor, seamlessly integrated with his mechanical arm, where cold metal supplanted flesh and muscle. Embedded within the eye socket was a prosthetic eye emanating a dim, red glow, akin to molten metal. That crimson light was frigid and indifferent, devoid of any vestige of human emotion, akin to the gaze of an abyss, fixated upon the shadow's face. Under the scrutiny of that lava-like prosthetic eye, the shadow felt the last vestige of warmth in his soul being frozen and drained away. All suffering, anger, and resentment appeared pale and powerless beneath that absolute, inhuman gaze. This was the workshop. The half-human, half-mechanical visage opened and closed, the sound of metal grinding reminiscent of the whispers of death. Your body has now become mere material. Whether you aspire to be a useful tool or discarded refuse depends on your endurance through the repairs. The red glow of the molten eye flickered slightly, as if signaling something. In the next moment, the metallic platform beneath the shadow emitted a low, resonant hum, and cold metal shackles sprang from the platform's edge, clicking sharply as they precisely secured his wrists and ankles. A powerful current surged through his entire being instantaneously. A pain more excruciating than the eruption of soul-burning liquid overwhelmed the shadow, his vision instantly shrouded in crimson. He yearned to scream, yet an invisible force constricted his throat, leaving him to emit only a dying rasp. He felt his body no longer belonged to him, every muscle and nerve convulsing and twisting violently under the electric onslaught. The first lesson: adapt to the new components. The master of the bronze arm observed coldly as the shadow writhed in agony upon the platform, the red glow of the molten eye unwavering and devoid of emotion. He extended his massive bronze claw, retrieving from a nearby metallic barrel, which exuded a pungent odor of chemicals, a segment glimmering with a cold, silvery sheen, adorned with intricate guiding patterns, resembling a human arm bone. At its end was an interface as sharp as a scalpel. Zzz. The sound of a high-speed rotating drill replaced the hum of electricity, echoing through the stark white light like the ghastly laughter of a demon, reverberating within this terrifying cage known as the workshop. Chapter 64. The Rusted Wrench. 22. The shadows of Iron Spike Fortress remained as oppressive as ever. Deep within the rusty tavern, the old wrench still sat behind his black iron table, polishing the eternally tarnished tin cup. His murky gray eyes occasionally swept over the darkened entrance of the sunken passage, resembling a still, ancient well. Days passed, and the tavern continued to reek of mercenary sweat, cheap ale, and unsavory dealings. No one knew the extent of the brutal repairs unfolding deep within the cold rock beneath the tavern, until one fateful night, a month later, the oak door slid open silently, and a figure staggered forth. It was the shadow. He remained clad in the obsidian garb of the night, the hood drawn low to obscure much of his visage. His form appeared even more gaunt, walking with an unsettling rigidity that belied an ineffable, repressed sharpness. The most conspicuous alteration was his right hand. He traversed the raucous tavern hall, making his way toward the dimmest corner, where his table resided in shadow. The boisterous mercenaries, oblivious to his presence, continued their loud boasts about recent conquests and affairs. Yet, as his silhouette silently glided through the obscured light, the voices of the two nearest, animatedly bickering mercenaries, abruptly ceased without warning. An intangible, bone-chilling coldness swept over the napes of their necks, akin to a polar wind. It was not the aura of imminent violence, but a deeper, more fundamental stillness and peril that rendered them as helpless as ducks grasped by the throat, their words freezing in their throats, leaving only the sudden expansion of fear within their pupils. They stiffly turned their necks, catching but a glimpse of a figure shrouded in dense shadow, and that metallic right hand, hanging at his side, shimmering with a faint blue luminescence. He paid no heed to the reactions around him. He settled himself at the corner table, enveloping himself entirely in darkness. He slightly raised the newly forged metallic hand before him. The price had been steep, yet he had survived, now possessing a newfound weapon. A raven materialized silently in the shadowed corner of the table, its pea-sized black eyes fixated on the metallic hand, seemingly imbued with a sense of gravity. Check. His voice emerged from beneath the hood, still hoarse, yet devoid of its former fragmentation, now imbued with a metallic chill reminiscent of that newly birthed hand. Scorpion. All. Bases. Manpower. Allies. Habits. Weaknesses. His tone was low, yet carried an undeniable directive. The raven tilted its head, a flicker of light glinting in its eyes, before it took flight silently into the darkness of the tavern's rafters, vanishing from sight. He concealed the metallic hand again beneath the sleeve of his night garb, the eerie blue soul patterns completely obscured. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, the shadow beneath his hood concealed every trace of his expression, save for a faint, jade-like glimmer of platinum light that flickered tenuously between the fingers of his tightly clenched left hand, only to be swallowed by the encompassing darkness. The returning hunter sat silently in the shadows, beginning to weave his web. His first quarry was already inscribed upon the list of vengeance, Scorpion. The shadows of the spirit hall were ever present, the mark of the chrysanthemum Douluo hanging like a sword poised above. Yet, before he could confront that towering wall, he needed to sharpen his claws, to amass strength, and to first crush those who had sought to trample him into the mire like mere ants. The clamor of the Rust Tavern continued beyond the shadows, yet the silence within the corner resonated with a disquiet more profound than any cacophony. The shadow began to weave its net, quietly unfurling. Chapter 65. The end of the Scorpion. At that moment, the sound of the wind perfectly masked a subtler noise, the metallic scraping against rock. The shadow clung to the overhang of the canyon entrance, nestled against a recess in the rock wall, obscured by the colossal wind-eroded column. His night-hued attire melded seamlessly with the jagged textures of the rocks, while beneath the hood, only a glimmering gaze, cold as ice, surveyed the narrow passageway below. The newly forged dark silver metal fingers of his right hand were slightly spread, resembling the talons of a steel eagle as they dug deeply into the hard rock wall, steadfastly supporting the weight of his entire being. The ethereal blue lines of his soul-guiding patterns flickered faintly in the shadows of the stone, breathing like a delicate whisper. He had been lurking here for 3 days and nights. The intelligence provided by the raven was intricately woven, as precise as a spider's web. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps, having suffered losses to the Venom Fang squad in several key outposts, was gripped by fear and had consolidated all their forces, raising the alert level of their headquarters, the Scorpion's Nest, to its utmost. This wind-eroded canyon was the only passage to the Scorpion's Nest and represented both the first and strongest line of defense set by the mercenaries. Perched on the heights of the canyon walls were lookout posts and hidden sentries, equipped with powerful crossbows and rudimentary, soul-guiding early warning devices. The entrance was barricaded by massive boulders and sharpened stakes, leaving only a narrow, heavily guarded throat. The fragments of the raven's intelligence silently pieced together in the icy lake of his heart, the shift change times, positions of hidden sentries, blind spots of the warning soul-guiding devices, the habitual patrol route of the guard captain, a formidable soul master of the assault type, and the natural hollows in the canyon walls, hollowed out by the wind, resembling gigantic beehives. Some of these had been converted by the Scorpions into temporary hideouts and supply depots. His gaze, as precise as the finest instrument, fixed upon a relatively isolated location, the entrance of a hideout partially obscured by a massive weathered stone. Nearby, only 2 seemingly relaxed mercenaries were smoking and chatting, their backs against bulging, odoriferous pouches. Those were the Scorpion Mercenary Corps signature venom bags, a lethal mix of kerosene and corrosive poison powder, immensely powerful yet highly unstable. The time had come. His metal right hand exerted a sudden force. The hard rock crumbled beneath his fingers as if it were soft earth. His entire body was propelled from the indentation in the rock wall like a spring compressed to its utmost limit. launching him forth in an instant. Not a whisper of wind accompanied him. Only a blurred shadow seamlessly merged with the dim light, precisely darting towards the target hideout. Quickly, he was nearing his goal. The guard captain at the narrow throat below seemed to sense a disturbance in the air, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the upper rock face. But all that met his eyes were the jagged stones and swaying shadows. Thud, thud, two barely audible sounds, akin to the muffled thud of ripe fruit falling, echoed at the entrance of the hideout. The two smoking mercenaries froze, a small puncture appearing in their throats, their eyes still reflecting confusion as their bodies slumped to the ground. Each of their throats was pierced by a finely honed, toxic black metal shard, crafted from discarded soul guiding apparatus components. His figure appeared like a specter beside the fallen bodies. His metallic left hand, still clad in night-hued attire, darting like lightning into one corpse's embrace, retrieving a rough metal token inscribed with the scorpion's emblem. Simultaneously, the fingers of his metallic right hand spread wide, and the ethereal blue lines of his soul-guiding patterns suddenly illuminated. An invisible wave of high-frequency soul energy surged forth, enveloping the toxic fire sacks stacked at the cave entrance in an instant. A hum resonated as the unstable mixture within the sacks detonated under the precise stimulation of this energy. Boom! A thunderous explosion, more ferocious than thunder itself, rent the air in the wind-eroded canyon. A terrifying sphere of mixed dark green toxic smoke and crimson flames violently expanded and erupted at the mouth of the concealed armory. The tumultuous shockwave, intermingled with lethal fragments of flame, crashed against the immense weathered stone at the cave entrance like a devastating hurricane. Crack! Boom! The towering weathered stone, overwhelmed by the cataclysmic forces from within and without, emitted a groan of unbearable strain before shattering and collapsing. Countless massive stones plummeted like meteors, sealing the cave entrance entirely. More horrifyingly, the explosive shockwave and fiery debris surged into the connected armories through the crevices in the rock walls. Ah! Fire! Poisonous flames! The entrance has collapsed. Run! The air was filled with desperate screams, terrified shouts, and hopeless curses that erupted from deep within the canyon walls. The chain reaction of explosions resembled ignited firecrackers, with a deep rumble and flashes of light rising and falling amidst the jagged stones. Dense dark green toxic smoke mingled with acrid black smoke, spreading rapidly. Enemy attack. Above, on the rock wall, the captain of the guard at the narrow pass, his eyes wide with fury, let out a heart-wrenching roar. His soul rings ignited, two yellow, one purple, and the violent surge of soul power erupted as he pointed his massive wolf-toothed club, slicing through the howling wind, towards the location where the shadow had just appeared. Too late. Below, chaos reigned among the scorpion mercenaries at the narrow pass. Some attempted to rush toward the burning rock wall to rescue their comrades, only to be immediately engulfed by smoke and flames, while others frantically sought cover, shooting wildly towards the higher rock wall. Crossbow bolts and soul techniques flickered erratically in the dim canyon. The shadow's gaze was as cold as steel. With fingers splayed open on his metallic right hand, he aimed at the cables, the ghostly blue soul patterns glowing once more, this time more concentrated, emanating a sharpness akin to high-frequency cutting energy. Get down here. A furious roar erupted from below like thunder, a searing, violent crimson beam, imbued with a destructive essence akin to molten lava, tore through the encroaching toxic smoke, hurtling towards the shadow's position like an enraged fire dragon. It was the captain of the guard. He had finally pinpointed the shadow's location and unleashed his most powerful third soul technique, lava eruption, before the beam reached its target. The terrifying heat had already distorted the surrounding air, causing the rock's surface to crackle ominously. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. A locked-on attack from a soul emperor level. The captain was a soul sage, but his wrathful strike possessed astonishing power. There was no escape. His current position was completely exposed to the trajectory of the beam. In the blink of an eye, the shadow executed an unfathomable maneuver. Instead of retreating to evade, he channeled all his strength, along with the high-frequency cutting energy accumulated in his metallic right hand, forcefully pressing downwards. His target was not the cables, but the massive wind-eroded pillar beneath him that supported his weight. Sizzle! The high-frequency oscillation of cutting soul power resembled the sharpest of invisible blades, fiercely penetrating the base of the rock pillar. The once unyielding stone succumbed to this force, cleaved apart as effortlessly as tofu. Simultaneously, Shadow's left hand plunged into the inner side of the night cloak, retrieving a cold metallic sphere, intricately inscribed with complex runes, an alchemical creation provided by the raven, the seed of oblivion. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the sphere forcefully towards the descending column of molten lava. With a soft thud, The metallic sphere silently detonated upon contact with the raging lava energy, unleashing a thick, living darkness that instantaneously expanded. This darkness, imbued with potent energy, exhibited characteristics of devouring and corroding, akin to a miniature black hole voraciously neutralizing the ferocious lava energy. Boom. The lava column, significantly weakened by the seed of oblivion, ultimately crashed down upon Shadow's position. At that moment, the massive rock pillar beneath him had been completely severed at its base by his metallic hand. With a thunderous roar, the towering weathered rock emitted an earth-shattering lament as it violently fractured and collapsed, hurtling towards the chaotic throng below and the guard captain, who had just unleashed his soul technique and was momentarily paralyzed. No, the guard captain's eyes filled with boundless terror, and he could only emit a desperate scream. As the rock pillar broke and fell, Shadow's figure was cast into the air like a weightless leaf, propelled by the shockwave and flying debris. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his metallic fingers deftly grasped several critical soul-guiding cables. Zing! The shrill crackle of electrical discharge erupted. Ethereal blue sparks danced wildly along the cables, overwhelming the core base connecting the early warning systems on either side of the canyon, causing it to smoke and erupt in a blinding flash of electricity. All the warning soul devices within the canyon simultaneously emitted a piercing alarm before plunging into silence. The entire early warning system lay incapacitated. Shadow's body collided heavily with another protruding rock in the distance, a metallic taste flooding his throat, which he swallowed forcefully. The night cloak was torn in several places, revealing blood-soaked bandages and the cold, dark silver metal beneath. Without pausing, he utilized the force of the impact to twist his body, akin to a nimble owl, disappearing into the depths of the canyon's more complex and shattered erosional landscape, leaving behind a hellish scene. Burning rock walls, swirling toxic smoke. The guard captain and mercenaries reduced to mere pulp by the falling boulders, a thoroughly incapacitated defense line, and distant, frantic roars of fury emanating from the scorpion's lair. The wind continued to wail, laden with the potent aromas of blood, charred flesh, and destruction. The end of the poisonous scorpion had already begun to toll. Yet, Shadow's hunt had merely reached its core. Chapter 66. The Silent Lair of the Scorpion. 13. The scorpion's lair was not a true nest in the conventional sense. It was a colossal fortress erected at the end of the wind-eroded canyon, built against a nearly vertical cliff face that soared thousands of feet high. The rugged black rocks are piled into a towering wall several meters thick, crowned with sharp iron spikes and rudimentary soul-guided gun emplacements. The sole entrance to the fortress is a massive iron gate embedded in the sheer cliff, forged from solid iron, its surface adorned with grotesque scorpion reliefs. Eroded by the relentless winds and sands of the canyon, it takes on a somber hue reminiscent of dried blood. At this moment, this gate, a symbol of the scorpion's last bastion, emits a groan under the strain of its burden. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled, thunderous sounds of impact resonate from within the heavy gate, akin to the dying struggles of a great beast. Each collision causes the entire fortress to tremble slightly, loose stones cascading from above. The menacing scorpion reliefs on the gate's surface twist and crack under the force of the blows. Hold it. Stand firm, roars a blood-soaked, bald giant with deep claw marks etched across his face, commanding the last few standing scorpion mercenaries to brace with thick iron chains and makeshift stone beams against the inner side of the gate. Their faces are etched with sheer terror and despair, sweat mingling with blood, trickling down their contorted cheeks. Outside the gate lies an oppressive silence, broken only by the increasingly heavy and near strikes, like a death knell drumming against every heart. Panic ignited chaos, when despair overwhelmed reason. The fierce scorpion mercenaries devolved into beasts, turning on one another, in a frenzied scramble for the scarce escape route, for accumulated riches, and to vent their unplaceable fear. The fortress had already erupted into several rounds of bloody conflict. Bodies lay strewn in the narrow corridors, cluttered storerooms, and even before the leader's hall. The strong stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of excrement, pervading every corner, more nauseating than the sulfur of the wind-eroded canyon. Deep within the fortress, in a colossal hall hewn from solid obsidian, the leader of the scorpion mercenaries, Venomhook Sauron, sat upon his throne fashioned from the skull of a great beast. He was extraordinarily tall, his muscles knotted like stone, his skin a dark green from prolonged exposure to toxins. Most strikingly, his right arm, from the elbow down, was replaced by a grotesque soul-guided prosthetic, gleaming with a ghostly green metallic sheen, culminating in a massive curved hook. At this moment, the enormous hook tapped irritably against the armrest of the throne, producing a sharp clanging sound that pierced the silence of the hall. His countenance was so grim it seemed to drip with water, his eyes ablaze with furious flames, yet tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. Only a handful of trusted subordinates remained in the hall, each as pale as startled birds. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. Sauron's voice rasped like sandpaper, laced with barely contained rage. Hundreds of men, layers of defenses, breached by a single individual, one after another. Were you raised on dung? The leader is not human. A soul master, bearing a scarred visage, trembled as he spoke, recalling the gruesome fate of his comrades in the canyon, consumed by toxic flames and crushed by falling stones. Even someone as formidable as Old Cook, the captain of the guards, was buried alive. The memory of that hellish scene at the narrow pass churned his stomach violently. Spatial soul technique. It must be a spatial soul technique. Another confidant screamed, his eyes wide with superstitious terror. Only a creature of that caliber could emerge and vanish upon the rock walls, annihilating the core of their warnings in an instant. It could even redirect Old Cook's soul skills to collapse the stone pillars. He is not human. He is a demon. A vengeful specter. A demon? Sauron sprang to his feet, his massive poisonous prosthetic crashing down onto the stone table before him with a thunderous clap, causing a spiderweb of cracks to spread across its surface. I am the greatest demon of this wasteland, regardless of whether he is man or beast. Once he enters my scorpion's lair, he shall not escape alive. His eyes blazed with fury as he pointed his poisonous hook toward a dark passageway at the back of the hall. Go, bring forth the scorpion tail needle. All of it. Aim it at the gate. Activate the poison fog mechanism. I shall transform this cursed place into a true hell of the underworld. Even if a tidal Douluo arrives, they shall feel my wrath. Chief, once the poison fog mechanism is fully activated, we, the scarred soul master, cried out in terror. Silence! Sauron roared, interrupting him. He thrust his hook toward the domed ceiling of the hall. I still have one last path. The flying scorpion cableway. The energy core is independent. If we can hold the gate for a moment, once that bastard is ensnared by the poison fog and scorpion tail needle, we can escape from above. A trace of madness flickered across his twisted visage. Staying here means death. Charging out offers a sliver of hope. Everyone, steel yourselves. Eliminate that bastard. Or be eliminated by him. There is no third option. Boom. As if to affirm Sauron's declaration, an unprecedentedly terrifying roar erupted from the direction of the gate, accompanied by the piercing wails of twisted metal and the desperate cries of countless mercenaries facing their demise. The great gate had been breached. A torrent of air, thick with the scent of blood, dust, and a hint of sulfur, surged into the fortress. The hearts of all present, including Sauron, skipped a beat. A chilling dread, emanating from the depths of their souls, gripped them instantly. He has arrived. A shrill scream pierced the air, its pitch warped with fear. Chapter 67. The deathly silence of the Scorpion's lair. 23. At the fortress entrance, a haze of dust filled the air. The massive iron gate, as if a mere toy struck by a battering ram, twisted inward, tearing open a large, irregular breach. The jagged metal edges resembled the fangs of a ferocious beast. Inside and outside the breach lay chaos. The bodies of mercenaries, once bracing against the door, were rendered unrecognizable by the force of the impact, their dismembered limbs mingling with shattered rock and twisted metal, creating a grotesque swamp of death. Thick blood pooled in the low spots of the ground, forming dark crimson puddles. Amidst the haze, a figure slowly stepped through the breach. He remained shrouded in a cloak that seemed to absorb all light, his hood drawn low, obscuring much of his face. His form was smeared with the black soot of explosions and stained with the dark red blood of an unknown origin. With a steady gait, each step taken upon the viscous pool of blood and scattered flesh emitted a faint, sticky sound. The newly forged dark silver metallic right hand hung at his side, fingers naturally curling slightly. The ethereal blue soul patterns, dimly illuminated, resembled solidified lava, no longer shimmering, yet exuding a more subdued and lethal chill. Remnants of thick, dark red droplets still clung to the patterns, not yet dried. The interior of the fortress was shrouded in profound darkness, illuminated only by sporadically flickering torches that cast elongated and distorted shadows upon the blood-smeared walls of the corridor, reminiscent of demons emerging from the fissures of hell. An absolute silence prevailed. Deep within the passage, the surviving Scorpion mercenaries, concealed behind makeshift barricades, felt as though an invisible giant hand had clutched their throats. Their weapons trembled in their grasp, teeth chattered uncontrollably, as fear surged like a frigid tide, washing away the last vestiges of their courage. They beheld the figure advancing over the corpses of their comrades, observing the viscous blood pooling at his feet, and the coldly reflective metallic arm that signified not a battle, but rather a one-sided, silent slaughter. The figure's steps did not falter. His gaze pierced through the shadows of his hood like a precise probe. scanning every fork in the corridor and each shadowy alcove. The fragments of intelligence provided by the Raven had long since constructed the most detailed three-dimensional map of the fortress in his mind, distribution of remaining forces, locations of traps, pathways leading to the central hall, and the exceedingly faint, yet serpentine-like fluctuations of soul power lurking within the ventilation ducts above. He strode directly towards the depths of the corridor, heading towards the lair of the Scorpion leader, disregarding the trembling ants hiding behind their cover. Just as he was about to pass a crossroad, a sudden hiss pierced the air. For razor-sharp, ethereal green toxic beams, honed to perfection, erupted without warning from the grating of the ventilation duct above him, akin to the stinger of a scorpion, striking with unparalleled speed and acute angles that sealed off all avenues of escape. Each beam radiated a heart-stopping, sweetly metallic scent, evidently laced with deadly poison. One of Sauron's final trump cards, an elite assassin concealed within the ventilation system, the remnants of venomous fangs. The attack was executed with astonishing suddenness and ferocity, perfectly timed to coincide with the moment he traversed the corridor's center, his old strength depleted and new vigor yet to manifest, seemingly distracted by what lay ahead. Yet, the figure's stride did not waver in the slightest. At the very instant the poisonous beams were about to pierce through the night-walking leather, his dark silver metallic right hand, which hung at his side, sprang into action, swiftly, beyond the limits of visual perception. It was no longer merely an arm, but a dark silver lightning bolt that tore through the fabric of space. No soul rings illuminated. No dazzling soul skills manifested. Only an unadulterated speed and precision. The sound of 4 crisp impacts echoed like ice droplets striking a jade plate, almost simultaneously. The 4 lethal, ethereal green beams, mere inches from his body, were deftly grasped in midair by 5 fingers adorned with flickering blue patterns of dark silver, as if seizing the vital points of 4 venomous serpents. The impact of the poisonous spike was instantaneously obliterated beneath the metallic fingers, while the arrow's tail trembled violently. Deep within the passage, a mercenary, concealed behind a stone pillar, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, emitting a gasping sound from his throat. The shadow did not even glance at the ventilation opening above. Gripping the toxic spike with his metal right hand, he suddenly clenched his fingers. Crack! 4 finely crafted steel crossbow bolts, imbued with deadly poison, crumpled, twisted, and shattered within his grasp as if they were fragile twigs. Minute metallic shards and venom splattered everywhere. At the very moment the bolts disintegrated, his left hand, swift as a specter, plunged into the interior of his dark attire, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled them forth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For shadows, darker and more silent than the poisonous spike, surged forth with a piercing whistle, the sound intentionally suppressed to the utmost, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, accurately piercing through the grid gaps of the 4 ventilation ducts above, tracing the trajectory of the crossbow bolts. Thud, 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 for muffled sounds, akin to liquid-filled pouches being pierced, faintly echoed from deep within the ducts. Following that were a few short, nearly imperceptible groans, forcibly stifled in the throat, accompanied by the sound of bodies collapsing. The passage sank once more into a profound silence, more complete than before. The shadow casually shook his metallic right hand, dislodging the residual poison and metallic debris. He continued his stride deeper into the passage, as if merely brushing away a few specks of dust. Only the dark red liquid, warm and meandering, oozing from the grid gaps above, silently proclaimed the demise of the ambusher. On either side of the passage, the Scorpion mercenaries who had witnessed it all found their psychological defenses completely shattered. Some dropped their weapons with a clatter, while others, their legs weakening, collapsed to the ground, their pants instantly soaked, exuding a foul odor. They gazed at the figure advancing through the dim, flickering light, treading upon a pool of blood, their eyes filled with boundless terror and utter despair. That was no human. It was truly a harbinger of death from the abyss. The shadow's footsteps were steady as he traversed the wreckage, approaching the heavy stone door at the entrance to the leader's hall, intricately carved with a massive scorpion motif. The ethereal blue patterns on his metallic right hand, in the dim light, resembled the cold gaze of an opened abyss. Inside the hall, an oppressive silence reigned. The madness and ferocity on the face of the poison-hook Salon had solidified. His colossal, venomous prosthetic arm remained poised above the shattered stone table, now in ruins. He and his remaining loyal subordinates resembled frozen statues, fixated on the thick stone door of the hall. The muffled sounds of groans and dripping liquid from the passage outside pierced their eardrums like icy needles. Soul skill? Teleportation? The action of crushing those 4 specially crafted poison crossbow bolts just moments ago was not a soul skill at all. It was a reaction speed so pure it sent shivers down the spine, an embodiment of flesh, or perhaps mechanical, prowess. Precise, ruthless, and efficient, akin to a soul-guided puppet. Furthermore, the counterattack was swift, fierce, and accurate, suppressing even the sound to the lowest possible level. Those outside were utterly incapable of even delaying for a moment. The leader has arrived at the entrance. The voice of the scarred soul master trembled uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as a sheet. And the soul-guided short blade in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult of emotions within. As the eerie green glow at the tip of his poisoned prosthetic limb began to flicker erratically, clearly gathering some formidable soul technique, he fixed his gaze on the heavy stone door, as if it were the very threshold of hell, awaiting the final moment of life and death. Chapter 68. The Scorpion's Lair, Silence Boom. A deep, resounding noise erupted, not emanating from the stone door, but from the thick stone ceiling of the hall. Salong and several of his trusted subordinates looked up in horror. They witnessed the solid rock near the entrance of the hall's dome being forcefully torn apart, as if an invisible giant was pressing from within. Web-like cracks rapidly spread. Following this, a thunderous crash resounded as a heavy stone slab, over 2 meters in diameter, along with its reinforced metal framework, collapsed inward with explosive force. Countless fragments and dust cascaded down like a waterfall. A figure, enshrouded in thick shadows, descended like a meteor, crashing down with unmatched impact at the very center of the hall. Debris rained down, and dust filled the air. The shadow. He had forsaken the frontal assault on the stone door, instead breaking through the dome above everyone's heads, landing directly in the heart of the hall. This completely exceeded Salong's expectations. All his preparations aimed at the scorpion tail needles at the door, the ambush behind the stone door, and his own soul technique were rendered futile. The meticulously crafted trap had become a grand farce. No. Salong let out a desperate and furious roar, his massive poisoned prosthetic limbs sweeping wildly towards the figure that had just landed amidst the dust, infused with the long-accumulated, gold-melting, iron-breaking poisonous green light, as he bellowed. Fire! Fire! Kill him! The firing ports on both sides of the hall illuminated with blinding soul power. Dozens of slender, sharp, metal scorpion tail needles, glistening with eerie green poison, screeched through the air like a torrential downpour, aiming to pierce the center of the dust cloud, covering every possible escape route of the shadow. In the midst of the dust, the shadow's form appeared to sway slightly, or perhaps remained completely still. Just as the poison hook swept through and the scorpion tail needles descended like a storm, a hum resonated. An invisible wave of soul power, vibrating at high frequency, emanated from the spot where the shadow had landed, rapidly expanding outward. This force, though not grand, was extremely concentrated and peculiar. Where it passed, the air emitted a piercing hum. The scorpion tail needles, propelled towards incredible speeds, experienced a minuscule yet lethal deviation in their trajectory due to the interference of this high-frequency wave. It was as if an invisible hand had nudged them. Most of the poison-laden needles, originally aimed at the vital points of the shadow's torso, whizzed past him, embedding themselves into the opposite stone wall or the stone screen behind Salong's throne, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Only a scant few struck the shadow's limbs and shoulders, but they penetrated shallowly, thwarted by the resilient Nightwalker skin and the internal soft armor that absorbed much of the force. And Salong's furious sweeping poison hook was the first to bear the brunt. Zing! In the moment when the old strength had faded and the new strength had not yet emerged, as his body became rigid from the backlash of his soul skill, the pupils of Salong reflected the pair of suddenly illuminated, ice-like eyes amidst the swirling dust. The shadow moved, ignoring the few trembling scorpion tail needles embedded in his body. His figure surged forth like a wraith unbound by the constraints of space, darting beneath the enormous poison hook that had shifted due to the shock. The dark silver metallic right hand, which had always hung at his side, converged its fingers like a blade, and the ethereal blue soul guiding patterns suddenly blazed to their zenith, no longer flickering like breath, but roaring forth like an overburdened engine, erupting in a dazzling, high-frequency cutting light. The target was clear, the gaping throat of Salong, exposed and vulnerable due to the soul skill's backlash, covered in dark green skin. Swift, ruthless, absolute. This strike bore no embellishments, no luminous soul skills, only pure, concentrated force of high-frequency cutting. The inherent nature of the weapon bestowed by the wrench was unleashed to its utmost potential. In Salong's eyes, boundless terror filled every corner. He sensed the very essence of death, so vivid, so frigid. He yearned to block, to retreat, to unleash his soul-bone skill. Yet the rigidity of his body and the backlash of his soul power rendered his every intention a futile struggle. He could only watch helplessly as the metal blade, gleaming with devastating ethereal blue light, magnified rapidly within his field of vision. No, he emitted a final, desperate scream of his life. A faint yet exceptionally clear sound arose, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified fat. The shadow's figure intertwined with Salong's enormous form. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The shadow landed steadily several meters behind Salong, facing away from the rigid, massive body. The dark silver metallic right hand slowly descended. Fingers unfurling, the ethereal blue glow receding like a tide, returning to the cold, matte metal. Several droplets of hot, viscous dark green blood silently dripped through the metal fingers and sharp fingertips onto the ground littered with rubble and dust. With a thud, Salong's colossal body trembled violently. A smooth, mirror-like line emerged along his neck, initially seeping fine beads of blood, followed by a torrential surge of dark green blood erupting forth like a fountain. His grotesque head, bearing an expression frozen in ultimate fear and disbelief, slowly slipped from his neck, thudding to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest beside the throne. The headless giant's body collapsed like a marionette with its strings severed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The enormous poison hook prosthetic dimmed to nothingness, falling limply into the pool of blood. Within the hall, an eerie silence pervaded. The Scarface Soul Master and his two trusted subordinates stood as if petrified, their weapons clattering to the ground. They stared at their leader's rolling head, at the headless corpse gushing dark green blood, and at the figure standing with its back to them, resembling the Grim Reaper in its stillness, their minds utterly blank. The sheer terror shattered their will, extinguishing even the thought of escape. The shadow slowly turned, the gloom beneath its hood sweeping across the hall. Its gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely completing an inconsequential task. It stepped forward, making its way toward the deep passage leading to the Scorpion aerial tramway at the rear of the hall. Its feet treaded through the pool of blood beside Salong's severed head without the slightest pause. As its icy stare passed over the three stunned confidants, it was akin to the biting wind of a frigid winter day. Thud, thud, thud. The three men, as if their bones had been wrenched from their bodies, collapsed to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. They could not utter a plea for mercy, instead pressing their foreheads against the cold, viscous ground, reduced to the most abject of insects. The shadow-esque footsteps did not falter, continuing into the dim passage, its form swiftly engulfed by darkness. Only when the chilling echoes of its steps had vanished into the depths of the corridor did the silence break. The scarred soul master raised his head with trembling, his face streaked with tears, mingling with the blood-soaked earth, a scene of utter devastation. He stared vacantly at the headless corpse of his leader, at the surrounding chaos, and at the vast gaping hole in the ceiling through which the bleak light of the desolate sky filtered, tainted by the grit of the Gobi Desert. The poison scorpion mercenary corps was finished, utterly, completely annihilated. The scorpion's nest was left with nothing but an overwhelming silence and an oppressive stench of blood. Chapter 69, The Legend of the Netherworld and the Bloodstained Ledger. 12. The wailing winds of the Wind Erosion Canyon seemed emptier than ever. As the shadow-esque form completely vanished into the profound darkness of the Scorpion aerial tramway, the once feared poison Scorpion fortress was left with but one sound: silence. A heavy stillness weighed upon every corner, saturating each bloodstained stone. Within the leader's hall, the headless corpse continued to ooze a viscous dark green blood, trickling across the ground and mingling with gravel and dust to form a filthy mire. The scarred soul master and the other two confidants, like soulless marionettes, remained rigidly kneeling in the pool of blood, their foreheads pressed firmly against the cold ground, their breaths so faint they were nearly extinguished. A profound terror, like the heaviest of shackles, pinned them in place, immobile. The severed head of their leader, Salong, lay nearby, a frozen embodiment of ultimate fear, a stark reflection of their current fate. The shadow, which had descended amidst blood and fire, now departed quietly like a reaper after harvesting the wheat. Having utterly crushed their will, time flowed slowly in the stillness. It was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps minutes, perhaps an eternity, before faint, trembling footsteps and gasps of fear finally echoed from the depths of the passage. A few mercenaries who had narrowly escaped the initial chaos and betrayal, hiding deep within the fortress's corridors, were drawn forward by the oppressive stench of blood and the dreadful silence, cautiously approaching like frightened mice. Upon peering into the hall and witnessing the scene, one soldier retched violently, while mingling with stomach contents splattering on the bloodied ground. The leader is dead. Another mercenary, his face pale as parchment, crumpled onto the threshold, mumbling in a daze. All have perished. All have perished. The shadow is that of the devil. The third mercenary's teeth chattered, his gaze vacant, as if the last vestige of strength had been siphoned away. Their arrival was akin to stones cast into stagnant waters, finally rousing the three who knelt in despair. The scorpion's den lay in ruins, the poisonous scorpion extinguished. Another trusted aide, awakening from a nightmare, let out a desperate whimper. "Run!" The scarred soul master screamed once more, his voice echoing through the desolate hall, imbued with a chilling despair. The mercenaries at the entrance were thoroughly startled awake by this anguished cry. The instinct for survival overrode their fear. They hesitated no longer, even daring not to glance back at the hellish scene within the hall. Like startled birds, they turned and fled, their footsteps a cacophony in the corridor, rapidly diminishing into the depths of the fortress. The scarred soul master gazed in the direction of their retreat, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, a blend of sorrow, relief, and a hint of confusion. He struggled anew, leaning on the other two for support, laboriously rising from the viscous pool of blood. Their garments were thoroughly soaked, exuding a pungent metallic odor. Staggering, they dared not touch their leader's corpse, nor did they venture to collect any scattered valuables, merely dragging their numb, stiffened legs like soulless husks toward the depths of the fortress, the direction in which the mercenaries had vanished, desperate to escape this nightmarish slaughterhouse. Outside the wind-eroded canyon, at the edge of the Gobi Desert, lay a forest of severely weathered rock formations. The figure emerged like a specter from the shadow of a colossal wind-eroded mushroom rock. He halted, leaning against the cold, rough stone, breathing heavily. Each inhalation tugged at the wounds within and the old scars on his back, sending waves of dull pain coursing through him. His dark silver metallic right hand hung limply at his side, the ethereal blue soul guiding patterns dimmed, resembling a lurking beast. Several poison scorpion stingers remained embedded in his left shoulder and the outer side of his right thigh, though not buried deeply. The toxins had begun to spread through his bloodstream, inducing a wave of nauseating numbness. He extended his hand, stiffly removing the poisoned stinger from his shoulder and casting it aside. He bent down to extract the one from his leg. The blood oozing from the wounds was dark, tinged with a barely perceptible sweetness. He furrowed his brow, retrieving a small vial of universal antidote provided by the raven from the inner pocket of his cloak. Biting open the stopper and pouring the bitter, viscous liquid into his mouth. A refreshing sensation momentarily quelled the discomfort wrought by the poison. Having completed these tasks, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze from beneath the hood cast toward the horizon. The silhouette of Iron Spike Fortress loomed like a colossal beast, appearing and disappearing on the horizon at the edge of the Gobi. The last rays of the setting sun painted it in a somber hue of dark crimson, akin to congealed blood. Above the fortress, the emblematic flag of the Spirit Hall, featuring the golden scepter and sword crossed, fluttered in the evening breeze. Its presence palpable even from such a distance, exuding a silent, cold pressure. His target had never been the poisonous scorpion. The demise of the scorpion was merely the beginning, a sharpening stone, a declaration, albeit insignificant yet undeniably clear, sent forth to that colossal entity. His gaze penetrated the barriers of space, seemingly resting deep within the majestic yet frigid Soul City, upon those who sat at the pinnacle of power. Cloaked in a sacred guise, it fell upon the woman who had bestowed life upon him, yet simultaneously cast him into the abyss, Bibi Dong. This name seared into the depths of his soul like a branding iron. Hatred had long transcended the flames of fury, settling into the coldest, hardest iron. The annihilation of the scorpion was but a mere milestone on this protracted path of vengeance. He required strength, greater strength surpassing that of the Soul Sovereign, even transcending the Soul Sect, and ultimately eclipsing the lofty title Douluo. The burning of his soul essence had ravaged his foundation, his martial soul's essence was wounded, and his soul power had plummeted. That cold metallic arm served as both a formidable weapon and a heavy shackle, an indelible reminder of his plight. He could not rely solely on external objects, nor could he depend on mere mechanical modifications. He needed a power that truly belonged to him, one capable of rending everything asunder. The left hand of Shadow slowly rose, reaching into the innermost pocket of his dark cloak. His fingertips brushed against a cold, hard object, which he retrieved. Chapter 71. The Rusted Web. 13. The nights in Ironthorn Fortress were eternally mired in chaos and desire. A shadow, enveloped in the gritty windswept sands and the sanguine scent of the scorpion's lair, re-entered the rusted tavern through its heavy, greasy oak door. The clamorous din engulfed him like a thick tide. The sour stench of inferior beer mingled with the acrid aroma of cheap tobacco, the pungent sweat and blood of mercenaries, and the faintly sweet scent of illicit substances exchanged in shadowy corners, coalescing into a nauseating fragrance unique to Ironthorn Fortress. Inside the tavern, coarse laughter, lewd banter, fierce arguments, the clattering of dice within cups, and the dull thud of fists upon tables combined to form an unending, chaotic symphony. Shadow strode directly toward the darkest, most inconspicuous table in the corner. His steps bore an unusual stiffness, a testament to the nascent coordination between his metallic limb and weary flesh. Yet each footfall upon the greasy stone floor was remarkably steady. The hood of his dark cloak was drawn low, casting a shadow that completely concealed his face. His dark silver metallic right hand was tucked within the voluminous sleeve, its azure soul-guiding patterns resembling a coiled serpent, hidden in the darkness. As he traversed the dimly lit area, the nearby mercenaries abruptly lowered their voices, even momentarily halting their chatter. This was not a deliberate action, but rather an instinctive, silent awareness of danger rooted in their biological nature. A few days prior, the image of the silent figure in the corner, which had sent chills through those who approached, coupled with the news of the Scorpion mercenary corps obliteration and the beheading of their leader, Salong, had spread like a ghost with wings, quietly circulating in the darkest corners of Ironthorn Fortress. The code name Yi Ming, reeking of cold blood, began to seep into the very marrow of certain individuals. Shadow settled into the shadows of the corner, leaning against the cold, rough stone wall, completely immersing himself in this island of solitude amidst the clamor. The clamor continued beyond the shadows, yet in the vicinity of the table, an invisible vacuum seemed to form. He gently raised his left hand, that fleshly hand still belonging to the realm of the living, and spread it out in the shadow upon the tabletop. With his palm facing upwards and fingers slightly curled, he performed an exceedingly simple gesture. After a brief moment, the shadow at the table's corner stirred silently. The figure of a raven, dark and lustrous, coalesced, its small black eyes glimmering with an eerie light in the dimness. It silently leaped into the outstretched palm, tilting its head in curiosity. No words were exchanged. The intentions of the shadow flowed into the raven's consciousness like a cold stream, wordlessly imparting a mission. Otto Klein. Clue. Directly under the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Chief Soul Mentor of the Dawn Project. Characteristics: approximately 50 to 60 years of age, proficient in the crafting and inscription of advanced soul devices. Particularly adept in the realms of spatial stability and energy compression. Last reliable trace: disappeared shortly after the St. Mountain tragedy, around 7 years ago. In the Artisan District west of Spirit City. Suspected of fleeing with core experimental data. Pursuit level: highest priority target for elimination by the Spirit Hall. Priority: maximum. No cost too great. The eerie light in the raven's eyes flickered slightly, absorbing the vast and precise stream of information. It gently pecked at the shadow's palm to acknowledge receipt. Subsequently, its inky form dissolved into the shadows at the table's corner, vanishing without a sound. The first step: casting the net of information. The raven served as the most acute and intangible appendage of this web. His net relied not solely on the raven. The Iron Spine's fortress itself was a vast and chaotic web, and he needed to find within this turmoil a few resilient strands to utilize. Time flowed slowly amidst the tavern's clamor. The shadow remained like a cold reef, battered by the tumultuous waves of noise. He observed and listened intently. His attention was drawn to a position near the back door, where a stout man clad in an oil-stained leather apron busied himself. Before him lay a sheet of parchment filled with intricate lines, alongside a collection of disassembled components of low-grade soul devices, flickering with faint soul energy. His brow furrowed, and his oil-smeared fingers carefully manipulated an exceedingly precise pair of tweezers, attempting to repair a soul device core smaller than a fingernail that had shattered. His movements were focused and steady, imbued with an almost obsessive precision, starkly contrasting with the surrounding din. On the back of his hand, a dark scar, reminiscent of an old burn from a powerful electric current, faintly extended into the depths of his sleeve. A skillful craftsman, yet reduced to this state for reasons unknown? A potential translator capable of deciphering clues about soul devices? Opportunity soon arrived in an unexpected form. Late at night, the tavern's clamor reached its zenith, teetering on the edge of chaos. A group of obviously intoxicated mercenaries surrounded the stout man endeavoring to repair the soul device. The leader, a scar-faced brute, reeked of alcohol as he slammed his hand onto the table crowded with components, causing several small parts to jingle in disarray. "Hey, you filthy tinkerer. I asked you to fix the fire lizard, a low-grade flame soul device, and you've been dawdling for ages. Are you trying to swindle me?" The scarred-faced brute glared with bloodshot eyes and bellowed, "Nonsense." Another mercenary spat back, "I see you're just trying to swindle some coin. What is a broken core worth? Anyway, hurry up and fix it." Otherwise, he grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles with a sharp snap. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in laughter, relishing the escalating drama. The stocky man's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table, the charred scars on the back of his hands seemingly glowing ominously. He could sense the malevolent aura emanating from the other, a soul power radiating at the level of a soul master, thick with malice. Tension hung in the air, ready to ignite into conflict. At that moment, a hoarse, aged voice, thick with phlegm, slowly interjected, "What is all this ruckus? An old man just wants to catch a nap in peace." It was the old apothecary, who had raised his head from the shadows of the bar. His murky eyes glanced toward the brewing confrontation as he languidly withdrew a small, dark pill from his pocket, emitting a sharp and pungent odor. Tossing it casually onto the bar. "Here's a quiet pill. Whoever keeps yapping can have one. And I guarantee you'll sleep soundly until the sun shines on your backside." Though the apothecary's voice was weak, the glint of mischief and coldness that flickered in his clouded eyes made the two mercenaries closest to him instinctively retract their necks. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected interruption, his fierce gaze shifting toward the old apothecary. "Old fool, are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" The apothecary didn't even lift his eyelids, leisurely producing two identical quiet pills from his pocket and placing them on the bar. The implication was clear. The scarred man's facial muscles twitched, revealing his apprehension toward these mysterious, oddly scented pills. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to deal with the old man as well, a figure moved. Chapter 72. The Rusted Net. 23. Without warning, without sound. He emerged as if pulled from the very shadows, darkness incarnate, silently appearing behind the scarred brute. The proximity allowed him to catch the overwhelming stench of sweat and alcohol wafting off the man. The brute's body instinctively bristled with fear. A chilling, serpentine sense of danger slithered up his spine, causing all his intoxication to evaporate into cold sweat. He spun around suddenly, but it was too late. A hand, cold as the night, gripped his throat with the strength of an iron vice, silencing his furious shouts into mere wheezing gasps. Simultaneously, a sharp, icy surge of soul power, akin to fine needles, pierced a vital point on his neck. The massive brute's body stiffened abruptly, as if all his bones had been extracted. The fierce glint in his eyes replaced by an overwhelming terror, his pupils dilating as his body slumped lifelessly backward. The shadow's hand released him at the moment he fell, as though it had never touched him. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the scarred man had simply turned around and then collapsed to the ground, as if drunk, unconscious. "Boss." The other mercenaries surrounding him were left aghast, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. A mercenary gazed upon the unconscious form of his leader sprawled on the ground, then glanced at the vanishing shadow, his mind racing with the recently circulated tales of the netherworld, causing him to emit a startled cry before fleeing in terror. The others, equally shaken by the bizarre scene, scrambled to drag the unconscious, scarred-faced giant and hastily escaped the tavern. Thus, the conflict dissolved into silence. The tavern fell momentarily quiet, but soon erupted into louder laughter and discussion. The mercenaries dismissed the incident as merely the scarred man having drunk too much or being startled by the old apothecary's noxious concoction, quickly diverting their attention back to alcohol and gambling. In the shadows of the corner, the figure remained tranquil and undisturbed, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. His gaze swept over the old tobacconist, whom he had nicknamed in his mind, and then lingered on the stout soul mentor, who remained visibly shaken while hurriedly collecting the intricate components scattered across the table. The opportunity had arisen, as the tavern's clamor gradually subsided, leaving only the sporadic snores of drunken patrons and the soft clinking of the night server polishing glasses. The figure rose silently. He did not approach the bar nor the back door. Instead, like a specter merging with the night, he glided out of the rusted tavern's rear entrance and into the fetid, labyrinthine alleys of Ironthorn Fortress. Navigating through the convoluted pathways, he confirmed he was not being followed. In a brief flash, he slipped into a dead-end alley piled high with discarded metal scraps and decaying refuse. This place was dark, damp, and reeked of intense rust and decay, an area even the most desperate vagrants would avoid. The figure stood silently in the shadows of the refuse, resembling a statue in waiting. Time ticked away. After approximately half an hour, faint, hesitant footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. A stout silhouette emerged, revealing the soul mentor, now clad in a relatively clean old coat, though the grease on his face and hands remained evident. He warily scanned the dark alley, tightly gripping a bulging leather pouch that clearly contained his meticulously crafted tools. The figure remained silent, stepping forward from the shadows, allowing his indistinct outline to become illuminated by the faint light filtering into the alley. The soul mentor tensed suddenly, his gaze locking onto the figure, filled with wariness and a hint of barely perceptible fear. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. "The wound on your hand," The figure's voice emerged from beneath his hood, cold and direct, devoid of pleasantries. Is a mark left by the heavenly punishment, a high-grade soul guide used by the Soul Hall's enforcement team to track and eliminate traitorous soul mentors. The Soul Hall is searching for you. I have no interest in your past. I require your expertise to interpret information and repair specific soul guides, which may involve forbidden realms. He paused, then added, in exchange, the shadows of Ironthorn Fortress can temporarily shield you from the light of heavenly punishment. In remuneration, how can I trust you? He stammered. The soul mentor's pupils dilated in sudden realization. As an expert, he immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this arm. The soul guide technology and energy circuits embedded within it far surpassed anything he had encountered in his lifetime. This was no ordinary creation of a soul master. It resembled a forbidden alchemical masterpiece, merging flesh and machinery in an unholy union. Who, then, could be the adversary of one possessing such an arm? The profound shock and a sense of shared plight swiftly shattered the last vestiges of the soul master's mental defenses. He inhaled deeply, as if expending all his strength, and hoarsely uttered, "My name is Gear. What do you need me to do?" "Follow me," came the response. The figure retracted his metallic arm, turning to meld silently into the deeper shadows of the dead-end alley. Gear watched the silhouette vanish into the darkness, then glanced down at the charred mark of divine retribution on the back of his hand, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the tool bag and hastened to follow, his form also disappearing into the unfathomable shadows of the Iron Spike Fortress. The first thread of the shadow was quietly tightened. Chapter 75, Bait and Poison in the Web, 22, at the opposite end of the Iron Spike Fortress. Near the edge of the slums stood a dilapidated stone house, low and crooked, as if it might collapse at any moment. The air was thick with a complex medley of scents, the pungent bitterness of potent herbs, the acrid odor of dried animal glands, the sulfurous tang of mineral powders, and a faint, cloying sweetness reminiscent of decaying flesh. This was the apothecary of Old Pipe. The light was dim, illuminated only by a small oil lamp flickering atop a rickety wooden table cluttered with bottles and jars. Various bizarre plant roots, desiccated insect exoskeletons, oddly colored mineral powders, and unidentified organs soaking in murky liquids were haphazardly piled on shelves, in corners, and even on the floor. Old Pipe, hunched over, faced the oil lamp, grinding something in a filthy ceramic bowl. His movements were slow yet focused, his bony fingers, speckled with age spots, remarkably steady. In the bowl lay several dark red fragments, resembling coagulated blood clots, exuding an extremely subtle yet profoundly unsettling aura of malevolence. These were remnants of the wicked energy organization left behind after the rat's nape was seared by the golden light of the titled Douluo. The grinding stick scraped against the bowl, producing a soft rustling sound. As the grinding continued, the dark red fragments gradually transformed into finer powder, and the sinister aura not only persisted but spread through the air, imbued with a cold malice that seemed capable of freezing thought itself. The flame of the oil lamp began to flicker nervously under this oppressive atmosphere, turning a sickly green. "Ah, splendid, splendid." Old Pipe's murky eyes sparkled with a peculiar light in the flickering green glow, akin to a miser discovering a rare treasure. The sacred purification of the titled Douluo, fused with the purest essence of wicked energy on the brink of annihilation, produced this elusive ember, a priceless catalyst. He carefully scooped a small pinch of the dark red powder with a bony spoon, bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply. A near-morbid ecstasy spread across his face, only to be interrupted by a violent fit of coughing, yet his murky eyes gleamed with excitement. In the 7th isolation zone, a seed cultivation process unfolds, accompanied by the raspy whispers of an old man who coughs intermittently, as if responding to an unspoken query or engaging in a soliloquy. The substances utilized in that cursed place are not intended for humans. Rather, they are meant for seeds and the containers awaiting implantation. He trembles as he approaches a dusty, dilapidated bookshelf, extracting from the bottom shelf a thick journal wrapped in oilcloth. The pages of the journal are yellowed and brittle, their edges curled, densely inscribed with increasingly illegible and archaic characters and symbols, alongside numerous hand-drawn illustrations of grotesque plants and anatomical diagrams of organs. In his youth, the old man had caught only fleeting glimpses of this at the Holy Mountain. He opens the journal, his bony fingers gliding over a page depicting an eerie plant resembling a vine, its surface marred with pustules and eye patterns. The corrupted soul vine thrives in the depths of mass graves, drawing sustenance from resentment and lingering spirits, serving as a potent remedy for stabilizing volatile mental energy, albeit at the cost of gradual decay of the mind. He turns the page to reveal a depiction of a beetle adorned with anguished human faces on its shell. The wailing saint beetle lays its eggs within the skulls of the despairing dead. And as the larvae gnaw at the brain's marrow, they secrete a peculiar paralyzing toxin that allows the subjects to experience excruciating agony while remaining unable to resist, an exquisite complement to mental impact experiments. In his murky gaze, there is no fear, only a frigid fervor for forbidden knowledge. He remembers the remnants unearthed near the underground altar, a treasure imbued with divine residue and profound filth. Abruptly, he slams the journal shut, casting his clouded eyes toward the dark red remnants in the ceramic bowl, a strange glimmer igniting within. With this, he might attempt to reverse engineer the concoction that once nourished the seeds and how those containers managed to endure post-implantation for a time. At that moment, the weathered wooden door of the stone house creaked open silently, revealing the silhouette of Shadow, who slipped in like a wraith merging with the night. He bore news of an attack on the Gear stronghold. The targets had been precisely located by the Hall of Martial Souls, marked by a beacon. Shadow's voice was cold and succinct. The old man's murky eyes shifted slightly, seemingly unfazed. He leisurely covered the ceramic bowl, wrapping it in a grimy cloth and tucking it into his bosom. The hounds of divine retribution possess an acute sense, especially for things tinged with the scent of enlightenment. Why the urgency in their pursuit? He rasped, leaning on his cane as he rose. Is that beacon's location or the beacon itself of such paramount importance to them that it might spiral out of control? His murky gaze settled on Shadow, tinged with curiosity. Young man, the troubles you invite seem to escalate with each passing day. I fear this meager supply of medicinal herbs may not suffice to cover the costs of treatment. Shadow remained silent, the shadow beneath his hood obscuring all expression. He understood that the specter of the Hall of Martial Souls had fully enveloped them, necessitating swifter action. The clues pertaining to Otto Klein must be uncovered without delay. Just then, in the corner of the stone house, an inconspicuous shadow, laden with withered herbs, stirred silently. The raven's pitch-black form coalesced, its small, bean-sized eyes flickering with an urgent, ghostly light. It did not soar to the shadow's shoulder as usual. Instead, it hastily flapped its wings, emitting an exceedingly faint yet profoundly ominous croak. The gazes of both Shadow and the old pipe were instantaneously drawn towards it. The raven's thoughts pierced Shadow's mind like a chilling arrow. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected. Intensity, faint yet stable. Frequency, highly congruent with the residual mouse beacon. Location, central district of Ironthorn Fortress, beneath the Saint's Bone Tavern. Accompanied by energy signatures. Operation of a high-grade soul guide device. Not of the official Soul Hall standard. Suspected to be a privately commissioned workshop. Key phrases captured. Fragments of blueprints circulating in the nearby black market mention the Klein Resonator. The Klein Resonator. Shadow's heart leapt violently. Otto Klein's signature technology. The Saint's Bone Tavern. It is one of the most chaotic and information-rich dens of iniquity within Ironthorn Fortress. The background is exceedingly complex. Rumored to harbor certain influential figures of the Soul Hall with dubious pasts. The spatial fluctuations triggered by the core of the gear repair beacon flickered like a torch ignited in darkness, drawing not only the wrath of the Soul Hall, but also stirring the lurking predators hidden in deeper shadows. A formidable fish potentially bearing clues to Klein. Shadow's gaze instantly transformed to that of tempered ice. He turned to the old pipe, his voice cold and urgent. I require the potent bone corrosion elixir. The old pipe squinted his murky eyes, seemingly grasping the implication. He grinned, revealing sparse yellowed teeth, and let out a raspy chuckle. It appears the old man must collect some consultation fees in advance. He trembled as he turned, beginning to rummage through those jars and bottles emitting peculiar odors. The net has tightened. The bait has been cast. The venomous fangs are about to be revealed. Target, beneath the Saint's Bone, that ethereal glow exuding the essence of Klein. Chapter 76. The ethereal glow beneath the Saint's Bone. 12. The Saint's Bone Tavern is akin to a festering sore upon the heart of Ironthorn Fortress. Situated at the most bustling yet chaotic crossroads of the fortress's central area, a massive neon sign, twisted and resembling bloodied Gothic script, spells its name, flickering with a sinister purplish-red glow amidst the night. The deafening cacophony of cheap soul guide sound waves mingled with the scents of alcohol, sweat, cheap perfume, vomit, and a certain sweet, hallucinogenic smoke, surged like tangible waves, relentlessly assaulting the nerves of every entrant. Here, there exists no order, only bare desire, and even more naked transactions. Mercenaries, black market merchants, information brokers, fugitives, and even some debauched individuals cloaked in respectable exteriors, swarmed like fish in a dark current, weaving, colliding. and tearing at one another beneath the dim, flickering lights and thunderous music. Shadow, akin to an ink drop merging into this chaos, silently traversed the dance floor where revelers whirled in disarray. His nocturnal garb rendered him nearly invisible under the beguiling light, and the shadow cast by his hood shielded him from prying eyes. The dark silver metal of his right hand was concealed within his sleeve, its ghostly blue soul guide patterns lying dormant like a coiled serpent, sensing the chaotic energy flows in the air. The clues provided by the raven functioned as precise navigation. The underground level 2 of the Saint's Bone, a restricted area. The entrance disguised as a storage room requires a specific token or password. The spatial fluctuation source is situated deep within the third underground layer, in an independent and highly shielded private soul-guiding workshop area. Its energy characteristics align remarkably with those of a Klein resonator, accompanied by a continuous and exceedingly faint spatial distortion radiation akin to a slowly healing wound. The Shadow's objective is both clear and lethal. He deftly evades several inebriated figures attempting to provoke him, maneuvering around the frenzied crowd gyrating in the center of the dance floor, and strides directly toward a relatively secluded corridor behind the bar, marked by a sign reading staff only, no entry for unauthorized personnel. At the end of the corridor, an unremarkable iron door, enveloped in thick soundproofing material, stands firmly closed. Before the door, two burly men clad in tight black leather, exuding a menacing aura of soul respect, stand sentinel-like guardians, one on each side. Their gaze, akin to searchlights, vigilantly sweeps over every approaching individual. One of them wears a peculiar metal ring, adorned with a deep blue crystal on his right pinky, one of the tokens mentioned in the Raven's intelligence report. The Shadow's footsteps do not falter. He advances directly toward the iron door. Halt! The man on the left strides forward, his mountainous physique obstructing the passage, his voice low and threatening. This is a private area. Move along. The Shadow pauses, slightly lifting his hood, revealing an icy gaze that pierces through the darkness, devoid of any human emotion. He remains silent, gradually raising his left hand, which is shrouded in nocturnal leather, a hand belonging to flesh and blood. The pupils of the two guards dilate sharply. They evidently recognize the gesture as a sign of passage. Yet, the figure enveloped in shadows exudes a cold and unfamiliar aura, distinctly not resembling any esteemed guest they know. In the brief moment of their bewilderment and judgmental hesitation, the Shadow's right hand moved, not to attack the guards, but to suddenly press against the adjacent wall. Cold and smeared with grime, the dark silver metal palm spread its fingers wide, and the azure soul-guiding patterns surged with an intense brilliance. An invisible yet ferocious high-frequency oscillating soul force erupted forth, akin to a boulder thrown into a placid pond. Buzz! The solid stone wall trembled violently under the impact of this force, groaning like a fragile eggshell. The aging pipes, wires, and even the reinforced metal framework within the wall were instantly disrupted and shattered by this oscillating power. Sizzle, boom, crash. The soul-guiding fluorescent tubes above shattered instantaneously, raining down shards like confetti. The supply pipe within the wall ruptured violently, a cold, foul-smelling water column shooting forth like a high-pressure water gun. The entire corridor was plunged into darkness, engulfed in a mist of water and the piercing wail of alarms. Damn it! A surprise attack. The two guards were caught completely off guard by this sudden upheaval and chaos. The exploding shards of light, the icy water jet, and the blaring alarms instantly disoriented their senses and footing. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads and faces, their soul force instinctively protecting their bodies, attempting to regain their balance. In that split second, amid the blinding chaos and severely impaired perception, the Shadow's form seemed to have broken free from the shackles of space. He disregarded the jetting columns of water and the falling debris, his body resembling a weightless specter, gliding along the slick floor at a velocity surpassing the limits of visual perception, effortlessly slipping through the scant gap of less than a foot between two guards. In the instant he passed through the narrow opening, his right hand, cloaked in dark silver metal and previously concealed within his sleeve, shot out with lightning speed. The target was not a person, but rather an inconspicuous soul-guiding lock embedded in the wall beside the iron door. With a soft click, the iron door emitted a dull thud, the lock rendered ineffective. Without pausing, the Shadow surged forward like a darting fish, crashing through the heavy iron door before the guards could react, vanishing into the deeper, more profound darkness that lay beyond. The iron door thundered shut behind him, isolating the chaos and the sound of water from the corridor. Damn it! Pursue! The furious shouts of the two guards were muffled and indistinct, obstructed by the massive iron door. Chapter 77. The luminous shade beneath the bones of saints. 22. The world beyond the door, transformed in an instant. The deafening music and chaotic clamor were completely silenced by the heavy soundproofing material, leaving only a suffocating stillness reminiscent of the deep sea. The air was cold and arid, suffused with a peculiar scent akin to a blend of ozone and metallic dust. A narrow metallic staircase, barely wide enough for a single person, descended into the cold rock walls, flanked by sparse, soul-guiding wall lamps emitting a pale, cold glow, casting elongated and distorted shadows, resembling a passageway to the underworld. The shadow's perception was akin to the most precise radar fully activated. The faint vibrations from the metallic stairs beneath his feet, the residual energy particles lingering in the air, even the subtle resonance of the rock deep within the walls. Every piece of information was swiftly captured and analyzed by his icy intellect. At the base of the staircase stood another heavy, unmarked metal door. The door's surface gleamed with a chilling matte finish, evidently treated to effectively block energy detection. The source of the spatial fluctuations detected by the Raven lay just beyond this door, deeper underground. A delicate feedback of soul power flowed into his mind like a stream. Behind the door was a vast chamber, its energy field intricate yet orderly, with the core area situated deep within, radiating intense spatial distortion and the energy waves of soul-guiding devices. The lock mechanism was extraordinarily intricate, featuring not only physical bolts but also multiple energy validation barriers, making forced entry nearly impossible without triggering an alarm. The shadow's brow furrowed slightly. The risks of a brute force entry were too great. His gaze swept across the doorframe, seeking any potential gaps or weak points. The pursuers were upon him. Time was of the essence. With a soft pop, the pill shattered. There was no flash of fire, no thunderous explosion. Only two puffs erupted instantaneously, silently, yet thick as ink, a deep gray smoke. The smoke, infused with an extremely potent neurotoxic and perception-disrupting efficacy, expanded rapidly like a living entity, enveloping the entire narrow staircase passage in an instant. Visibility was completely obscured, and a dizzying, nauseatingly acrid scent assaulted his nostrils. "Be careful! Poisonous smoke!" A strained gasp and violent coughing echoed from above, the footsteps instantly becoming disordered and hesitant. Buzz! The shadow's form resembled a spring compressed to its utmost limit. Propelled by the force of a sudden recoil, it leapt backward with remarkable force. Simultaneously, its dark silver metallic right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, emitted a piercing shriek as it forcefully stabbed towards the hinge where the metal door met the solid rock wall. The clash of metal rang out with a sharp clang, accompanied by a high-pitched screech of cutting metal. The sturdy alloy hinge, confronted with the concentrated force of the shadow's strike, enhanced by the vibrations of its soul power, was severed as easily as decaying wood. Sparks flew. With a thunderous roar, the immense metal door, deprived of its hinge's support, groaned under the weight and collapsed inward with terrifying momentum. It crashed heavily onto the ground behind the door, producing a deafening sound. Clouds of dust erupted violently from the entrance. The door swung open, in the most brutal and direct manner. The acrid, paralyzing smoke and highly corrosive powder erupted in the stairway where the pursuers were located. The chilling screams and terrified curses were instantly drowned out. The shadow, undeterred by the chaos behind, scanned the vast space beyond the door with the intensity of a searchlight. It resembled a massive warehouse and workshop, transformed from an underground cavern. The space was exceedingly spacious, with a height exceeding 10 meters. Beneath the cold, rocky ceiling, several enormous soul-guided lamps hung, emitting a harsh white light that illuminated the area as brightly as day while casting sharp, heavy shadows. The space was divided into several areas. Near the entrance, numerous metal and wooden boxes of various shapes, covered in oilcloth, exuded faint scents of preservatives and metallic grease. A little further in were several rows of enormous workbenches, laden with an array of soul-guided device processing equipment and semi-finished parts, all of which were unlike anything the shadow had ever encountered, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen and subtle waves of soul power. The scent of ozone and metallic dust hung heavily in the air. At the farthest reaches of the space, a glass-like area isolated by a translucent energy barrier captured the shadow's full attention. Within the barrier lay the very core of the chaotic energy field that enveloped the entire space, a metal apparatus towering at a height of 2 men. Intricate and complex in its structure, was in operation. Its main body was forged from an alloy that shimmered with an ethereal blue hue, with numerous thick tubes coursing with liquid soul power light entwined around it like veins. At the center of the apparatus was a colossal resonant chamber, pulsating gently like a heart, composed of countless fine crystal prisms. At this moment, the crystal prisms emitted an extremely unstable, breath-like flickering glow of ghostly blue light. The Klein Resonant Chamber, the iconic creation of Otto Klein. It was unmistakable. Beside the colossal resonant chamber, a figure clad in deep blue overalls stained with grease. Hair grizzled and disheveled, and emaciated in form, stood with their back to the entrance, wholly absorbed in operating a control panel adorned with intricate instruments and knobs. Startled by the thunderous sound of the door crashing down, they abruptly turned around. A visage, marred by profound wrinkles and fatigue, etched with astonishment and incredulity, emerged within the shadow's gaze. The man's eyes, illuminated by the ghastly white light, were suffused with the bloodshot signs of prolonged sleeplessness. Yet deep within his pupils flickered an almost obsessive, fervent gleam of knowledge. He was not Otto Klein. He appeared to be in his 40s, too youthful. In an instant, a name flashed through the shadow's mind, mentioned in the context of interpreting blueprints, one of Klein's close disciples. A soul master who had been expelled and was now hunted by the Spirit Hall due to a laboratory accident, Elliot Lang. Just as the shadow locked onto the target, the astonishment in Lang's eyes was swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror and rage. He abruptly slammed down a conspicuous red button on the control panel. The piercing alarm instantly reverberated throughout the entire underground space. Simultaneously, the translucent energy barrier in the isolation zone blazed with brilliance, instantly transforming into a substantial azure energy shield. Intruder. Death. Lang emitted a frantic roar. His emaciated fingers danced frantically across the control panel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cacophony of alarms and the rumbling beneath the holy bone resonated like a boulder cast into a stagnant pool, creating ripples that shattered the shadow's attempts at maintaining discretion. Elliot Lang, once the favorite student of Otto Klein, now a frightened creature lurking in the filth, detonated the workshop's secondary energy core at the last moment. The violent explosion not only obliterated the invaluable prototype of the Klein resonance chamber aimed at the 7th isolation zone, but also buried half of the underground space along with the pursuers who could not escape in time. The soaring flames and chaotic energy currents served as a beacon in the night, transforming the Holy Bone Bar and its surrounding area into a desolate ruin. Lang was dead, and the trail seemed to have gone cold. Yet, his desperate dying roar reverberated. You will never find the master. His wisdom belongs to the stars and the sea. Along with the unmistakable coordinates pointed to by the destroyed resonance chamber, these words were indelibly etched in the shadow's mind. Otto Klein was still alive, his research continued. And it was highly likely that he had already escaped the Spirit Hall's grasp, possibly heading into even more perilous territory. The Spirit Hall's reaction was swift and violent. The skies above Iron Thorn Fortress began to teem with Soul Master squads clad in platinum-trimmed enforcement robes, exuding an icy aura. The inspections at various entrances of the fortress became unprecedentedly stringent. On the wanted poster, beneath the shadow's alias, a newly bolded crimson description was inscribed, Netherworld. Extremely dangerous. Possessing spatial abilities. Suspected of holding forbidden soul guide technology. Shoot to kill. The bounty skyrocketed to an astronomical figure that left many aghast. The atmosphere within the fortress tightened abruptly. The once boisterous rusted tavern was now shrouded in an oppressive silence. The murmur of mercenaries had diminished significantly, their eyes now reflecting heightened vigilance and flickering apprehension. The shadow's web sensed the immense pressure. The archbishop, with a pipe in his mouth, was none other than one of the names clearly listed at the forefront of the shadow's blood-stained roster, Riccardo Moretti. The fragmented intelligence of the Raven and the indistinct indications of the old pipe converged to sketch the outline of a target within the frozen heart of Shadow, the chief representative of the Spirit Hall in the southwestern province of the Heaven Doe Empire. Nominally the regional archbishop, yet in reality, a pivotal node for the orchestration of intelligence and resource allocation. This individual, a soul emperor, wields a luminous staff imbued with divine purification attributes. Although not a direct executor of the Enlightenment Plan, he stands as one of the highest authorities responsible for the aftermath and information suppression following the tragic incident at the Holy Mountain. His hands are undoubtedly stained with the blood of the informed, and he possesses the crucial channels to higher-level secrets. More significantly, he is set to depart from the heavily guarded Cathedral of the Spirit Hall, journeying to the town of Dawn, situated near the buffer zone of the Stardoe Forest, to preside over a radiant ceremony blessing the newly established subtemple of the Spirit Hall. Location, Dawn Town. Time, 3 days hence at dusk. Guards, anticipated to include 2 Soul King-level knights of the temple, along with a squad of elite protectors. This is currently the clearest and most accessible target on the list. Shadow requires this first drop of blood as a sacrificial flag, heralding the formal return of the Netherworld. and serving as the initial stone to pry open the secrets of higher echelons. Dawn Town, a name that belies its reality. A shadow, akin to a wraith merging with twilight, silently approaches the outskirts of the town. The last vestiges of the setting sun struggle to sink beneath the horizon, offering little illumination to this settlement shrouded in the Spirit Hall's shadow. The so-called newly constructed subtemple of the Spirit Hall is but a crude edifice hastily erected from gray-white stones, bearing evident signs of rushed labor. With the emblem of the Spirit Hall atop its spire appearing rather dim in the gloom, the town's sole square has been temporarily cleared to erect a makeshift altar. Surrounding the altar stand 2 rows of armored protectors clad in gleaming silver, brandishing long spears, their demeanor exuding a chilling aura. They resemble cold statues, isolating the townsfolk, who have been herded here, their expressions vacant and their garments tattered. The air is thick with the sickly sweet scent of burning incense, yet it cannot mask the palpable poverty, decay, and a faint undercurrent of fear emanating from the town itself. At the center of the altar stands a middle-aged man, Archbishop Ricardo, adorned in an opulent white robe with golden trim, slightly portly, his visage a blend of feigned amiability and inherent arrogance. He wields a staff topped with a sizable gem of light attribute, and in a rhythmic cadence, he extols the glory and divine grace of the Spirit Hall. Saliva flying in the dim light. His voice, though resonant, is utterly hollow, akin to the recitation of a stale proclamation. Flanking him on either side, like 2 iron towers, are the 2 sole king-level knights of the temple, their hawk-like eyes vigilantly scanning the crowd and the shadows of the rooftops. Shadow conceals himself in the shadows of an abandoned mill's loft at the edge of the square. Here, the view is superb, overlooking the entire square, with decayed wooden beams and a thick layer of dust providing the perfect concealment. He becomes a cold statue, his gaze penetrating the twilight, precisely locking onto Ricardo at the altar, as well as the standing habits and soul power fluctuations of the 2 knights of the temple beside him. The essence of the assassination lies in speed and chaos. Before the 2 soul kings could react and form an encirclement, a decisive strike was imperative, allowing for an escape amidst the ensuing chaos. A frontal assault held no promise of victory. Shadow's gaze swept over the numbed townsfolk at the edge of the square, then over the hypocritical Ricardo, who preached from the altar, ultimately resting upon a pile of unlit firewood amassed for the festival's illumination. Beside the woodpile lay several sealed barrels, exuding a pungent aroma, filled with flammable oil. A cold and meticulous plan swiftly crystallized in Shadow's mind. At the same time, his left hand delved into his garments and retrieved 2 specially crafted smoke bombs, infused with potent paralyzing toxins and hallucinogenic powder. On the altar, Ricardo's sermon neared its conclusion. He raised his staff high, the luminous soul guide crystal at its apex beginning to gather a gentle yet blinding holy light, preparing for the final blessing ceremony. The 2 temple knights remained acutely vigilant, guarding against any potential disruptions before the ritual's completion. It was at this very moment. Shadow's metallic right hand clenched tightly. Buzz, crack, boom. The support pillar shattered instantaneously. The dilapidated mill, already teetering, emitted a thunderous lament akin to a colossal beast stripped of its spine. Crashing down towards the square, a massive shadow, shattered bricks and timbers, and a cloud of dust descended like a cataclysmic meteor shower, ruthlessly crashing upon the altar and the crowd. Enemy attack. Protect the bishop. The cries and screams instantaneously tore through the facade of false piety. The formation of the protective knights fell into disarray. The expressions of the 2 temple knights shifted dramatically. Instinctively, they unleashed their formidable soul power, the radiant soul rings igniting. The shield-bearing knight bellowed as he thrust his enormous kite shield into the ground, a solid golden light shield expanding instantly to envelop the altar's center. The sword-wielding knight, with eyes widened in fury, swung his massive sword with the might of a mountain-cleaving stone, striking fiercely at the largest fragment of the mill's debris plummeting down. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous sounds of impact, the shattering of bricks, and the swirling dust transformed the entire square into a chaotic maelstrom. The townsfolk cried out, scattering in all directions, while the protective knights were dispersed by the collapsing debris and the throng of fleeing people, their formation utterly shattered. The golden light shield trembled violently under the relentless onslaught of the boulders, its brilliance flickering precariously. At the very zenith of this chaos, Shadow moved. He did not rush towards the altar's center, shielded by the golden barrier. Instead, like a specter, he utilized the cover of swirling dust and debris, darting along the ground with an unrestrained swiftness, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aiming for the towering pile of firewood at the square's edge. As he neared the woodpile, he abruptly flung his left hand, Whoosh, whoosh. Two smoke bombs shot forth like inconspicuous pebbles, accurately embedding themselves deep within the woodpile. Pop, pop. The muted explosions were drowned out by the cacophony of chaos. Two billowing plumes of thick, acrid smoke, tinged with a sickly sweet odor, spread through the interior of the woodpile like ink dispersing in clear water. The smoke expanded rapidly, infused with a potent neurotoxin and hallucinogenic effects, enveloping the nearby paladins who had rushed to maintain order. The knights could only emit a brief, muffled groan before staggering to the ground like drunken men. Their eyes glazed over. Without hesitation, the shadow ascended to the apex of the woodpile like a gecko, disregarding the chaos below. With his metallic right hand splayed open, the ethereal blue soul patterns shimmered once more, this time coalescing into a searing energy. Hiss! 5 scorching beams of ethereal blue energy shot forth like the fingers of death, piercing the sealed barrels of oil stacked beside the firewood. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted with a ferocity and intensity surpassing that of a collapsing mill, detonating at the edge of the square. Waves of crimson fire, mingled with scalding oil rain, surged forth like an enraged fire dragon, instantly devouring the massive woodpile and sweeping outwards in a frenzied storm. The searing heat waves expelled the surrounding smoke and debris, creating a fleeting inferno. Countless burning wood fragments rained down upon the chaotic square like a meteor shower. Fire! A great conflagration. Help! The chaos swiftly escalated into a catastrophic panic. The townsfolk, who had been fleeing moments before, lost all sense of direction and trampled each other. The remaining paladins were consumed by the flames and splattering oil, shrieking in agony. The altar's light shield trembled violently under the onslaught of the fiery storm, causing the shield-bearing knight to pale, desperately channeling his soul energy to sustain it. Amidst the towering flames and pervasive smoke, shrouded in perfect chaos, the figure of the shadow leaped high, as if born from the very fire itself, propelled by the explosive shockwave. He disregarded the infernal scene below, his cold gaze piercing through the tumult, locking onto the portly figure of Riccardo Moretti, whose facade of amiability was now replaced by sheer terror, staggering from the impact of the explosion within the light shield. At that moment, the sword-bearing knight was bellowing, cleaving through the massive, burning wooden beam that threatened the altar, his strength waning as new energy had yet to emerge. The shield-bearing knight was wholly preoccupied with maintaining the faltering light shield, unable to attend to anything else. Riccardo himself, shaken and struggling to stabilize his soul energy, saw the radiance of his luminous staff dim. A perfect, singular, fleeting opening. The shadow, suspended in the air, was like a taut bowstring, poised to unleash its fury. That dark silver metallic hand, fingers aligned like a blade, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance from the ethereal blue soul patterns. No longer merely a high-frequency vibration or an energy ray, it was the culmination of all physical force. The combustion of soul energy and the terrifying kinetic energy and cutting properties contained within the metallic limb, all concentrated into a single point. The shadow's body descended like a falling star, exuding an indomitable, fierce momentum, disregarding the raging inferno below, the precarious light shield, and the horrified gaze of the shield-bearing knight. He transformed into a streak of shadow, tearing through smoke and flame, aiming directly for the heart of the altar. No! Riccardo emitted a desperate, inhuman shriek, futilely raising his staff in defense. Hiss! A faint sound, nearly drowned by the roar of flames, pierced the air like a hot knife slicing through thin ice. The shadow glided past Riccardo, landing steadily on the opposite side of the altar, turning its back to the motionless, corpulent figure. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In Riccardo's hand, the radiant staff, crowned by a massive soul-guiding crystal symbolizing divinity and power, revealed an infinitesimal hole piercing through its center. The brilliance of the crystal extinguished abruptly, akin to a candle snuffed out. A delicate line of blood began to trickle down from his brow. With a soft thud, the radiant staff slipped from his feeble grip, crashing onto the cold altar stone with a mournful chime. Riccardo's corpulent form swayed, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and disbelief as his pupils dilated rapidly. He parted his lips, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only viscous blood bubbles escaped. In an instant, it was as if all support had been withdrawn from his body, which collapsed forward with a thunderous crash upon the frigid altar, dark crimson blood rapidly spreading beneath him, staining the exquisite holy robe. The first name on the hunting list, Riccardo Moretti, was brutally struck through by the scarlet pen of death. Your Grace. The Shadow Knights, their eyes filled with fury, let out heart-wrenching roars as the light shield shattered instantaneously. The Sword Knights, having finally severed the burning wooden beams, beheld the fallen bishop and emitted a beast-like howl. Their soul rings pulsated wildly, and the massive sword, imbued with wrath, locked onto the dark silhouette atop the altar. Without hesitation, the shadow acted. In the instant when the deadly intent of the two soul kings was aimed at him, he forcefully smashed a smoke bomb onto the altar's stone slab. Simultaneously, the shadow escape disc, already clasped in his left hand, erupted with profound, ethereal light under a reckless infusion of soul power. Boom. Buzz. Dense, paralyzing smoke erupted violently at the altar. The spatial distortions enveloped the shadow as figure. Spare his life. The sword knight's colossal sword, howling as it tore through the air, struck fiercely into the toxic smoke. Boom. The altar's stone slab was cleaved open, a deep chasm carved by the ferocious sword energy. Debris flew in all directions. The name of the shadow, entwined with the bloodied altar of the archbishop, spread rapidly across the vast domain ruled by the spirit hall, like ink diffusing in clear water. The seeds of fear had already been sown, and the hunt had only just begun. Chapter 80. The Dark River Beneath Spirit City. 12. Riccardo Moretti's blood-stained ceremonial robe, akin to droplets of water plunged into boiling oil, ignited an unprecedented reaction within the vast and austere structure of the spirit hall. The name Shadow, once a mere whisper in the dim corners of Iron Thorn Fortress, linked to the annihilation of mercenary bands, surged forth alongside the chaotic, bloody, precise, and deeply humiliating assassination in Dawn Town, spreading like a plague. The fall of an archbishop occurred during a public blessing ceremony, with the scorched altar and the tumultuous townsfolk standing as the most potent witnesses. This was no longer a cleansing of peripheral figures, but rather a blatant declaration of war against the very core of the Spirit Hall's power structure. The machinery of the Spirit Hall's dominion thundered to life. The pursuit level has escalated to unprecedented heights, second only to the encirclement of the 100,000-year soul beasts and the leaders of heretical cults. The enforcement powers from various regional branches have been mobilized like never before, meticulously combing through the border areas. The scrutiny targeting spatial abilities, metallic prosthetics, and phantoms has become exceedingly stringent. Checkpoints leading towards the Soul Master City, relay stations, and even remote wilderness paths have been inundated with numerous watchtowers and tracking soul masters. The shadowy web of shadows feels immense pressure. The gears, like startled prey, incessantly shift their hiding spots under the guidance of the Raven, while efforts to repair the metallic right arm and decode the Klein diagrams have nearly ground to a halt. The old herbalist's medicinal abode has been completely shuttered, and the old man himself seems to have evaporated from existence, leaving only a cryptic coordinate and a package of pungent, caution-labeled black medicinal powder as a trace through the Raven. The Raven's own operational range has also been drastically curtailed, with each intelligence transmission fraught with escalating risks. The Shadow is acutely aware that the Iron Thorn Fortress and the entire southwestern province have transformed into a colossal animal trap. Remaining stationary would only lead to being ensnared by the tightening noose. He must break free from the encirclement and direct the battlefield to the most unexpected and central location, the Soul Master City. The names remaining on the hunting list predominantly linger atop that sacred mountain, akin to a dragon guarding the treasures within its lair. At the forefront of the list is the woman who bestowed upon him life yet also summoned endless nightmares, Bibi Dong, who sits regally atop the sacred mountain, surveying all below. To draw near her, one must first tear through layers of thorns. The Shadow's fingertips glide over the cold names inscribed upon the bloodied roster. Soros, Iron Wall, directly under the Elder's Hall, Vice Commander of the Guardian Knight Corps, a Soul Master of the Soul Douluo level and a pinnacle defender, with the martial soul known as the Sighing Bastion. Following the catastrophic incident at the Holy Mountain, he was responsible for the lockdown and cleanup of the scene, a key executor in obscuring the truth. He stands like a cold monolith at the first grand gate leading deeper into the sacred mountain. Edgar von Hoffman, under suspicion the roster marks him as deceased. Yet the body has not been fully recovered. He is the supervisor of the 7th quarantine zone and directly responsible for seed cultivation. Should he still be alive, he would be the crucial key to unraveling the essence of the seeds. This name haunts like a specter, bearing the greatest unknown and temptation. Infiltrating the Soul Master City becomes the sole, inevitable choice. This is not for immediate extermination, but rather to weave a new web in the shadow of the dragon's lair, seeking that fatal flaw. The journey towards the Soul Master City resembles traversing through a minefield. The Shadow discards all conventional routes, transforming into a genuine specter, navigating through wilderness, dense forests, abandoned mines, and even the turbulent underground rivers. He relies on the distant warnings provided by the Raven from the skies, on the package from the old herbalist capable of masking his soul power to mimic the undulating essence of withered wood or stone, at the cost of persistent meridian pain, and on the superhuman endurance granted by the metallic right arm along with its precise climbing abilities. Numerous times, he has narrowly avoided encounters with the elite aerial patrol soul masters of the Spirit Hall. As the icy beams of soul-guided searchlights sweep over his camouflaged body pressed against the cliff face, coated in disguised mud. Once, he was compelled to navigate through a murky and tumultuous underground river for an entire day and night, eluding a large-scale search above ground. The frigid water soaked his wounds, while the suffocating sensation and the relentless tug of the current felt like torment. On another occasion, he unwittingly stumbled into a toxic marsh dominated by a formidable soul beast lord. Using his metallic right arm, he forcibly tore through the colossal toxic vines obstructing his path. Fleeing amidst the swirling poisonous mist and the roars of soul beasts, it was only at the last moment that he managed to escape using a smoke bomb to create chaos. Each extreme evasion and struggle for survival exacerbated his internal injuries, wearing down the intricate structure of his metallic arm, while etching deeper marks upon his frigid resolve. Hatred burned like an everlasting furnace, propelling him time and again from the brink of despair. 7 days later, as he dragged his weary, battered body, akin to a wandering spirit returned from hell, he finally reached the outskirts of the Soul Master City. This grandest, most sacred, and most chilling citadel of the continent loomed before him, resembling a majestic mountain range constructed of white marble and golden light. The towering city walls reached into the clouds, reflecting a cold sheen under the setting sun. Every 100 meters along the walls stood imposing soul guide defense towers, their apex crystals pulsating with unsettling energy. Clad in shining silver armor, the valiant city guards stood like statues. The colossal gates swallowed an incessant flow of people, yet each entry point was meticulously scrutinized by soul masters, their identity verification devices emitting a chilling blue light. Above, patrols riding flying soul beasts circled like hawks, their keen eyes scanning every inch of the land below. Sacred, majestic, and orderly, the city exuded an overwhelming aura that demanded respect. This was the heart of the Spirit Hall, a symbol of faith and power across the continent, and the ultimate destination of his quest for vengeance, yet also the most perilous prison at that moment. Approaching from the front was tantamount to suicide. His gaze, like a cold probe, pierced through the superficial glamour, casting its attention to the unknown dark corners beneath the great city. Any magnificent city inevitably harbors an equal measure of filth and shadows beneath its polished exterior, and the Soul Master City was no exception. The unpurified wastewater, industrial refuse, and even some hidden experimental waste generated by its millions of inhabitants ultimately flowed into the vast underground sewage system, akin to the tainted blood coursing through the city's veins. His target lay within this immense, intricate, and perilous underground river system. Chapter 81. The Dark River Beneath the Soul Master City. 22. Fragments of intelligence from the Raven and the obscure coordinates left by the old pipe pointed towards a desolate rocky shore on the western side of the Soul Master City. This location was far from the main city gate, nestled near the downstream of the protective moat surrounding the sacred mountain. Here, the murky river water was controlled by massive diversion gates, with one part directed into distant treatment pools, while the other flowed through several enormous outlets resembling the throats of colossal beasts, merging into the profound underground river. The air was thick with a pungent stench and the acrid scent of chemicals. The enormous diversion gates, rusted and battered, emitted a dull roar. Murky waters surged forth from the sewage outlet, laden with foam and various floating debris, cascading into the impenetrable darkness of the abyssal tunnel below. At the tunnel's entrance, the water collided with the rocky walls, emitting a deafening roar. Hidden behind a massive, smoothly eroded rock, the cold river's breath mingled with a foul stench, invading his nostrils. He meticulously observed the several colossal sewage outlets. The current was fierce, its impact formidable. The interior of the outlet was dimly lit and profound, with glimpses of rusted pipe walls and an accretion of dark filth, resembling living entities. The thoughts of the Raven echoed. Target entrance, the westernmost sewage outlet. The flow was relatively stable, periodically diminishing, and 3 meters deep on the left side of the inner wall lay the entrance to an abandoned maintenance passage. This passage led to the main underground pipeline network. Warning: a rudimentary soul-guided water flow sensor was submerged near the entrance, with a triggering range of 5 meters. Intensity: low tier. Yet it would send anomalous signals to the city defense central. His gaze fixated on the westernmost outlet, continuously spewing forth sewage. He calculated the rhythm of the water's impact, sensing the faint energy fluctuations of the underwater sensor. The timing had to be precise, the movement swift and silent. He retrieved a pouch of dark powder from the old tobacco pouch and unhesitatingly sprinkled some upon himself. The instant the powder met his skin, An intense burning and numbness coursed through him, as if myriad tiny icy needles pierced his pores. Simultaneously, his already diminished soul power, rendered nearly imperceptible by injury and restraint, was thoroughly distorted and suppressed, simulating an energy characteristic devoid of life, akin to submerged decayed wood and stone. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the frigid, foul air into his lungs. He cast one last glance at the majestic silhouette of the spirit city under the setting sun, his eyes betraying no emotion. Then, like an ink drop merging with water, he silently slipped into the frigid, murky river. The stench enveloped him instantly. The viscous sewage, akin to cold sludge, brushed against his body, laden with various forms of decaying solids. His vision was entirely shrouded in murk and darkness. Relying on the formidable strength of his metallic right arm and his keen perception of the current, he navigated like a monstrous fish swimming upstream, deftly avoiding perilous whirlpools as he ascended towards the westernmost sewage outlet. Just as he was about to reach the location of the abandoned maintenance passage indicated by the raven, the force of the sewage flow unexpectedly surged. A more substantial torrent, carrying a multitude of heavy solid waste, seemingly debris from a ruptured pipe, erupted violently from the depths of the outlet like an enraged black dragon. The tremendous force abruptly hurled his body sideways. His position against the inner wall was compromised. His metallic right arm slipped on the slick filth. Trouble. An alarm blared in his mind. His body careened uncontrollably into the sensor's energy coverage area. In a critical moment, his left hand shot out like lightning, gripping a protruding, rusted metal fixture on the pipe wall. The sharp edge of the metal instantly pierced through his glove and palm, blood gushing forth, only to be washed away by the sewage. The searing pain brought him a fleeting moment of support. Simultaneously, his metallic right arm swung abruptly towards the sensor, not in an act of aggression, but with fingers splayed wide. The ethereal blue lines of the soul guide pulsed to life, emitting an exceedingly faint interference pulse that harmonized perfectly with the energy fluctuations of the sensor itself. A low hum resonated as the sensor flickered, experiencing a brief disruption lasting less than a tenth of a second. Seizing upon this fleeting opportunity, Ing leveraged his left hand for support while his right arm created an instant gap. With a powerful thrust of his legs against the murky bottom, his body propelled forward like a released arrow, narrowly skimming the edge of the sensor's energy field as he veered toward the inner wall. With a resounding splash, he collided forcefully with the slick interior, yet remained unfazed. His metallic fingers, like talons, plunged into an unassuming crevice caked in grime. A harsh screech echoed as metal scraped against rock, tearing through the thick filth to reveal a dilapidated iron grate, rusted and barely capable of allowing a single person to pass by. The grate, long since decayed, succumbed easily to Ying's relentless metallic grip, bending and tearing apart. An overpowering stench, a nauseating amalgamation of decades-old filth, decaying matter, and chemical residues, surged forth like a tangible fist from the depths of the shadowy passage. Without hesitation, Ing, akin to an eel, slipped through the gaping hole he had created, his form instantly engulfed by the dense darkness and suffocating odor of the corridor. Behind him, a colossal torrent of sewage roared through the pipes with a thunderous growl. Underwater, the soul guide sensor flickered a few times before normalcy returned, as though that brief disruption had never transpired. Only the stinging pain from the rusted metal lacerating Ing's palm, mingling with the icy sewage, served as a reminder of the perilous moment he had just navigated. Beneath the colossal form of the spirit soul city, the dark veins coursing with tainted blood quietly welcomed this uninvited guest. Ing's journey into the netherworld had commenced, shrouded in the deepest shadows of the sacred mountain. He descended into the most sordid foundations of this holy city, akin to a stubborn stone cast into the depths of the ocean, biding his time amidst the rot and darkness, brewing a tempest potent enough to shake the very mountains.